Shiao Chan traversed the Delua continent, becoming an ordinary boy in Holy Soul Village. Initially expecting a tale of an underdog rising against the odds, he unexpectedly activated a divine level sign-in system on the eve of his 6th birthday, the night before his martial soul awakening. Ding. You have signed in at the remnants of the Shur God's consciousness. Congratulations, host. You have obtained part of the Shur God's legacy, along with a million-year soul ring which can grow and the divine gift soul bone. Shur left arm bone. Ding. You have signed in before the statue of the angel god. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the angelic holy sword pseudo and the angelic domain flawed. Ding. You have signed in at Sea God Island. Congratulations, host. You have received the golden 13 tridents imitation and your affinity with the sea god is now max. Chapter 1. The start of signing in with the Shur god Old Jack is left dumbfounded. Damn it. I've reincarnated again. And, as a 6-year-old brat, Shiao Chan lay on the hard wooden bed, gazing at the thatched roof, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. He recalled that just a moment ago, he had been at his computer, critiquing the absurd plot of a Delua fanfiction, and the next moment, everything went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this wretched place called Holy Soul Village. Holy Soul Village. Could it be that the legendary Tang San lives next door? If so, doesn't that mean my starting point is hellishly difficult? The mere thought sent pangs of frustration through him. The original owner of this body was also named Shiao Chan, and while he had both parents, unlike Tang San, who was motherless at the start, his background was utterly ordinary. Mere supporting character. Tomorrow marked the village's annual martial soul awakening day. With no golden finger and no illustrious lineage, how can I compete with someone who possesses a twin martial soul and innate full soul power? Shiao Chan rolled over, increasingly agitated. Heavenly Father, are you toying with me? Just as he was engulfed in despair, on the verge of a wail to the heavens. Ding! A sudden, crisp electronic sound reverberated through his mind. Shiao Chan jolted, nearly leaping from the bed. Who's speaking? Divine level sign-in system successfully bound. A novice gift pack has been issued. It has detected that the host is currently at a special location. Would you like to activate the sign-in function immediately? A system? Shiao Chan's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing wildly. The happiness struck him like a whirlwind. Activate. It must be activated. Right now. He shouted internally. The sign-in function has been activated. Current sign-in location. Remnants of the Shur God's consciousness rocky pile at the back of Holy Soul Village. Shur God. Shiao Chan gasped in awe. The name sounded incredibly powerful. The back of Holy Soul Village. Isn't that near where Tang San leapt off the cliff for love? No, I mean where he obtained his first soul bone. Hope surged within him once more. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Shiao Chan sprang from his bed with a vigorous leap, his excitement flushing his cheeks. The night was deep, and the village lay in silence, save for the occasional barking of dogs. Crouching low, Shiao Chan navigated his way to the back mountain, relying on the vague memories of the original owner and the simplified map provided by the system. Under the moonlight, the back mountain appeared somewhat eerie, with jagged rocks and dense vegetation. System, could you be a bit more reliable and not lead me into some forsaken corner to be devoured by wolves? Shiao Chan muttered to himself, taking cautious steps forward. Before long, the luminous point on the system map directed him to a rather unremarkable black stone, half buried in the ground. This is it? This pathetic stone? Shiao Chan circled the stone twice, skepticism etched on his face. Does the taste of the Shur God truly reflect such uniqueness? Please confirm whether the host wishes to sign in at this location. The system's mechanical prompt echoed once more. Sign. I must sign. Having come this far, I cannot leave empty-handed. Stealing his resolve, Shiao Chan reached out and placed his hand upon the mundane stone. System, initiate the sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful at the Shur God's residual site. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a portion of the Shur God's legacy. Rewards. 1 out of million-year soul ring capable of growth. Currently bonded with the host soul, can manifest or conceal at the host's will, adjustable in manifestation level. 2. God-given soul bone. Shur's left arm bone accompanied by the skill, Shur's claw. Boom! 2 pieces of information detonated in Shiao Chan's mind like thunder. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Shiao Chan exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. He felt a piercing pain surge through his left arm, followed by an indescribable torrent of terrifying power flooding into his limbs. Looking down, he noticed a dark red glow pulsating beneath the skin of his left arm, a vague silhouette of a grotesque and ancient arm bone becoming discernible. A million-year soul ring? And it can grow? Shiao Chan's voice trembled with awe. God-given soul bone? Starting off with divine equipment. System, you're truly my benefactor. This golden opportunity was not merely substantial, it was akin to a colossal pillar reaching the heavens. He attempted to channel his soul power. Although he had yet to awaken his martial soul, the so-called million-year soul ring seemed already bound to him, an overwhelming sense of power coursing through his entire being. Calm down, calm down. Shiao Chan forced himself to regain composure. This initial reward is too extraordinary, I must remain low-key, or I'll end up being dissected for research. With a mere thought, the terrifying aura that nearly threatened to burst forth from him instantly receded, and the peculiar sensations in his left arm vanished without a trace. System, can this soul ring truly adjust its manifestation level? Yes, host, it can be adjusted to manifest at levels of 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, though its fundamental power remains unchanged. That's good, that's good. Shiao Chan exhaled, a smile of confidence gracing his face. Let's set a modest goal, like scaring that so-called Master Su Yuntao into a fit when I awaken my martial soul tomorrow. He now felt like the chosen one, embodying a celestial dragon. All the likes of Tang San or Yu Shaojiang paled in comparison to him before this divine sign system. The next day marked the martial soul awakening ceremony in St. Soul Village. Village chief Old Jack, accompanied by a group of children of similar age, gazed eagerly at the prominent figure from the nodding Junior Soul Master Academia, a young man in his 20s, clad in a white outfit with a black cloak draping behind him. Adorning his chest was a character for soul, the size of a fist, belonging to none other than the renowned blind, idol, and theoretical master, Su Yuntao. Children form an orderly line, one at a time. Old Jack cleared his throat, striving to maintain an air of calm. Su Yuntao appeared somewhat impatient, as he was accustomed to traversing these impoverished regions annually, where most awakened martial souls were typically blue silvergrass. Sickles, or hosts often deemed useless martial souls, with even a trace of soul power being a rare find. Enough, Old Jack, let's begin. My time is limited, Su Yuntao remarked indifferently. The first few children, predictably, either manifested sickles or blue silvergrass, all possessing zero soul power. When it was Tang San's turn, he extended his right hand, revealing a rather ordinary blue silvergrass in his palm. Alas, another useless martial soul. Su Yuntao sighed, shaking his head as he routinely retrieved a blue crystal ball. Let's test the soul power. The crystal ball emitted a faint glow. Innate full soul power? A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yuntao's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. What a pity, it's a useless martial soul otherwise. It could have been something remarkable. Just then, it was Shiao Chen's turn. Taking a deep breath, Shiao Chan mirrored Tang San's gesture, uncertain of what martial soul he would awaken, as the system had not divulged any information regarding soul. Whatever, I have the million-year soul ring to back me up. As Su Yuntao infused soul power into 6 black stones, specks of golden light cascaded down upon Shiao Chan. Buzz! A long sword, ancient in design with a dark red blade emanating a faint aura of malevolence, quietly materialized in Shiao Chen's right hand. The sword measured 3 feet in length, with an engraving of a Shur God demon on the guard, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. This is a weapon, martial soul? A sword? Su Yuntao's gaze sharpened. The sword appeared extraordinary. Old Jack's eyes lit up. Excellent. Will our holy soul village finally produce a soul master? Let's test the soul power. Su Yuntao handed over the crystal ball. Shiao Chan grasped the ball, which instantly radiated a dazzling blue light, its intensity far surpassing that of Tang San. Another with innate, full soul power? Su Yuntao was genuinely astonished. A humble holy soul village producing 2 individuals with innate full soul power in a single year? And this soul power's intensity seems even more refined and robust than that of the previous blue silvergrass. He mused inwardly. However, the surprises were not yet concluded. With a thought, Shiao Chan, following the system's guidance, adjusted the manifestation level of the million-year soul ring to a depth he deemed impressive yet not overly. Outrageous red, a hue so profound it nearly bordered on black. Indeed, he aimed for an immediate impact. A century? Too trivial. In an instant, a soul ring, crimson as blood yet so deep it seemed capable of swallowing all light, erupted from beneath Shiao Chen's feet. The ring appeared to be entwined with a faint black malevolent aura, and an overwhelming pressure surged forth instantly. The temperature within the awakening cabin plummeted dramatically. Old Jack swallowed hard with a resounding gulp, his eyes widening like copper bells as he pointed at Shiao Chan. His lips, trembling and unable to articulate a single word, Su Yuntao, struck as though by a bolt of lightning, became completely rigid. The arrogance and impatience that had adorned his face were instantly replaced by an overwhelming sense of horror. The crystal ball in his hand fell to the ground with a sharp thud, shattering into countless pieces. Red? This is a soul ring? Su Yuntao's voice was shrill, akin to a duck being throttled, brimming with disbelief. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning whether he had overstayed the awakening ceremony and was hallucinating. And oh, It cannot be. How could a martial soul awakening come with a soul ring? Moreover, this color deep crimson, nearly black, what on earth is the rank of this soul ring? At that moment, Su Yuntao felt as though his entire worldview had been irrevocably shattered. He had witnessed yellow 100-year soul rings, purple 1,000-year soul rings, and even heard tales of black 10,000-year soul rings. But this profoundly dark red soul ring was something he had never encountered. Even more absurd was the fact that this phenomenon manifested in a mere 6-year-old child who had just awakened their martial soul. Is this a 100-year soul ring? Su Yuntao murmured instinctively, attempting to comprehend this extraordinary scene with his limited knowledge, only to immediately dismiss his own conclusion. No, that's incorrect. This aura, this pressure no 100-year soul ring exudes such terrifying energy. He gazed at Shiao Chan as if he were beholding a prehistoric behemoth clad in human skin. A demon. No, a monster. A thoroughly monstrous being. Su Yuntao shrieked in terror, retreating rapidly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Shiao Chan observed Su Yuntao's ghostly expression, his heart brimming with glee. Haha, this is merely the beginning. Remain calm. Remain calm. Just standard procedure, he thought to himself, while maintaining an expression that conveyed, I have no idea what's happening, but I am undeniably exceptional. Just a minor spectacle. Everyone take a seat. It's all in a day's work. No need to panic. Chapter 2. Innate level 20 soul power? No, it's innate deification. Su Yuntao stood frozen, pointing at the deep crimson, ominous soul ring beneath Shiao Chan's feet, his tongue tripping over itself. What on earth is this? A red soul ring? I have awakened countless martial souls, traversed numerous corners, and never have I heard of such a hue. He felt as if a 6-year-old child was mercilessly grinding his understanding of soul masters into the ground. A monster. Undoubtedly a reincarnation of a demon. Su Yuntao's mind roared, yet he struggled to maintain the dignity of a master. Though that dignity lay in ruins like a shattered crystal ball, Shiao Chan stifled a laugh, nearly showcasing a technique to conceal his mirth. This bumpkin had never seen the world. This was merely an appetizer. My godly maneuvers are yet to come. He reveled in his secret pride, adopting an innocent facade. Master. I have no idea. It just appeared on its own. It's not my fault. Su Yuntao, I believe you not. You little trickster are quite cunning. He endeavored to calm himself, though his temples throbbed as if they were about to burst. First, forget about that wretched ring. Your martial soul. Yes, your martial soul. Show me what you have awakened. Su Yuntao nearly shouted, desperately in need of an explanation to stabilize his crumbling worldview. Shiao Chan complied, extending his right hand. With a hum, a bizarre scythe gradually took shape in his palm. The scythe was pitch black, seemingly absorbing all surrounding light. Its elongated blade curved with a lethal elegance, adorned with intricate dark red patterns that appeared to flow like living entities, depicting menacing and dignified faces of Azura demons. An icy, domineering aura, brimming with the will to kill and destroy, instantly filled the small wooden cabin upon the emergence of the Azura scythe. Hiss! Old Jack gasped, feeling as though an invisible hand was gripping his throat, making it difficult to breathe. The most formidable martial soul he had ever encountered was the ancestral iron hammer of Old Wang's family at the village's eastern end, which paled in comparison to this entity. Tang San's eyes widened as well. He clearly sensed that the blue-silver grass, which he had recently taken pride in, was now trembling slightly, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Within him, the hidden hammer martial soul stirred restlessly, transmitting an intense alertness and a fighting spirit. This martial soul exudes a heavy, malevolent aura. Su Yuntao's eyelids twitched violently. He felt as though the scepter representing his identity was becoming difficult to steady. This scythe was undoubtedly extraordinary. Quick, soul power test. Today, I shall unveil the true essence of this little monster. He retrieved another blue crystal ball from the soul guide device, his demeanor suggesting that unless he comprehended the situation today, he would not bear the surname Su. Shiao Chan, with a gentle demeanor, extended his small hand and delicately grasped the crystal ball. In his heart, he silently implored, Father System, grant me your strength and enlighten this Navi fool. In the next instant, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The blue crystal ball trembled violently, and then, an exquisite blue light erupted from within, akin to a supernova explosion. The brilliance was so intense that it was more blinding than the midday sun. My eyes! I am blinded! Old Jack screamed, hastily shielding his eyes with his sleeve. Tang San instinctively squinted, his heart racing. What a powerful fluctuation of soul power. Su Yuntao was the first to be affected, disoriented by the dazzling light, feeling as though he had been struck in the face by a 1,000-watt flashbulb. With a sharp crack, a crisp sound of shattering echoed. The crowd turned to witness the once pristine surface of the crystal ball now marred by a network of spiderweb-like cracks. Following this, with a resounding boom, the entire crystal ball exploded. It shattered into countless tiny crystalline particles, cascading down like confetti, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight, creating a surreal, dreamlike atmosphere. Su Yuntao, Old Jack, Tang San, even Shiao Chan himself was momentarily dazed. What on earth? Is this how grand it is? System, are you truly sending me directly to the dissecting table of the spirit hall? Rest assured, host, everything is under control. The system's emotionless electronic voice resonated, providing Shiao Chan with a sense of reassurance. Su Yuntao stared blankly at his empty right hand, then glanced at the scattered shards of the crystal ball, feeling as though his very soul had been siphoned away. Another one shattered? His lips trembled, his voice rising in pitch. This radiance, this intensity of soul power, innate level 20? No, this is certainly beyond innate level 20. He stumbled back 2 steps, collapsing onto the ground, pointing at Shiao Chan as if he had encountered some ancient behemoth. Impossible. This cannot be. The theories of martial spirits, as recorded, clearly stated that the pinnacle of innate soul power is level 10. How could it be possible for someone to exceed level 20 upon awakening? This defies all logic. This is not Doloa. Su Yuntao felt his beliefs crumble. The theories of Yu Xiaojing instantly transformed into mere scraps of paper in his mind. The so-called 10 core competencies of martial spirits were utterly inconsequential in the presence of this 6-year-old prodigy. Shiao Chan observed Su Yuntao's utterly disoriented state, suppressing a smile as he spoke earnestly. Master, please do not be overly agitated. Take a moment to collect yourself. Perhaps my martial spirit is rather unique. It may have undergone some beneficial mutation. After all, isn't that how it's portrayed on television? The protagonist must possess something extraordinary. His words, half-truths and half-fabrications, held a kernel of reality. The mutation was real, and the beneficial aspect was genuine, albeit to an exaggerated degree. Deep within, Shiao Chen's inner self reveled in laughter. What a grand performance. I am the bearer of divine inheritance, starting from the divine, a mere 20 levels of soul power. That is merely the ceiling set for you mortals. To me, it doesn't even amount to the floor tiles. Old Jack finally regained his composure from the shock. He trembled as he approached Su Yuntao, cautiously inquiring, Tao, brother Tao, this child, is our Holy Spirit village truly about to witness the emergence of a true dragon? Su Yuntao appeared oblivious to Jack's words, his gaze transfixed on Shiao Chan, and instinctively flickered to the side where Tang San stood. He distinctly observed Tang San's clenched fists, the blue-silver grass nearly squeezed to the point of exuding moisture. The youthful face, often marked by a precocious maturity and composure, was now etched with astonishment, alongside an ineffable complexity of emotions, envy, jealousy, and perhaps a hint of unwillingness. A blue-silver grass with innate full soul power, a creature capable of shattering the crystal ball. It was as if Su Yuntao was ensnared in a dream. Had this year's Holy Spirit village inadvertently disturbed the nest of geniuses? Or had the deities collectively descended to bestow warmth upon them? Suddenly, he rose with an unprecedented gravity, addressing Shiao Chan with a tone of utmost seriousness. Your name is Shiao Chan, correct? Listen closely. This matter is of great significance. I must immediately report your circumstances to the Spirit Hall. A talent like yours, no, an existence such as yours, must not be buried. It cannot be neglected. Su Yuntao's voice resonated with fervor and an awe he was scarcely aware of, just as he was passionately preparing to dedicate his life to unearthing, or perhaps controlling, this unparalleled genius for the Spirit Hall. Shiao Chen's mind was once again filled with the familiar electronic voice. Ding! Detected that the host is in close proximity to the core protagonist of the storyline, Tang San. Triggering special sign-in conditions. Would you like to sign in next to the core protagonist, Tang San? Shiao Chen's heart soared with delight. Oh? Such fortunate tidings? Sign. It is imperative to sign. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Ding. Sign in successful next to the core protagonist, Tang San. Congratulations, host, for obtaining mental power training talent, slight enhancement. Congratulations, host, for obtaining chaotic wind hammer technique, fragment, mental power talent. Quite splendid. In future interactions, in friendly exchanges, I shall possess greater confidence. Shiao Chan mused cheerfully, pondering the chaotic wind hammer technique. This is the renowned skill of the Haotian Doa Tang Hao. Though merely a fragment, what if I manage to piece it together in the future? Even if I cannot, it would serve splendidly as a makeshift weapon. He cast a glance at Tang San, still in a state of astonishment, and a knowing smile graced his lips. Tang San, you truly are my fortunate star. I shall kindly safeguard a portion of your fortune for you. No need for excessive gratitude. After all, I am a helpful and honest youth of the new era. Unbeknownst to Su Yuntao, Shiao Chen's mind was swirling with thoughts. His primary concern was how to safely escort this living miracle, Shiao Chan, to the Spirit Hall, thus securing monumental merit that would elevate him to great heights, allowing him to marry a beautiful and wealthy woman and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Come, Shiao Chan, you must accompany me to Nodding City at once. No, we shall head directly to Spirit City. Your talent must be personally reviewed by His Holiness the Pope. Su Yuntao grasped Shiao Chen's wrist with astonishing strength, dragging him forcefully towards the exit. Hey, master, slow down. Please be gentle. My little arms and legs can hardly withstand such force. Shiao Chen exclaimed with feigned panic. My parents are waiting for me at home to have dinner. At least let me return to say goodbye and pack a couple of buns for the journey. Chapter 3. An unexpected encounter with Little Wu's warmth. And Yu Xiaojing's theories are rubbish. Su Yuntao clung to Shiao Chen's wrist as though it were a lifeline, exerting pressure that nearly forced Shiao Chen's breakfast out. Master, Your enthusiasm is duly noted, but please allow me to inform my parents. Shiao Chan shouted, baring his teeth. Otherwise, they might think I've been abducted by some rogue charlatan. And that would be quite dreadful. Right. How could I forget? Su Yuntao smacked his forehead and finally eased his grip. This is of utmost importance. I will personally speak to your parents. I assure you, they will be immensely proud. Shiao Chan twitched the corner of his mouth. That might not be necessary. I fear they might not handle the excitement well. After exchanging a few words with his rather utilitarian parents, Shiao Chan merely stated that he had caught the attention of a soul master who would take him to Notting City for his studies. His parents, indeed, were overwhelmed with emotion, their eyes brimming with tears, as they stuffed 2 steamed buns into his hands, urging him to study diligently and bring honor to the family. Observing Su Yuntao's fervent demeanor, Shiao Chan shook his head internally. Does this fellow genuinely believe he has struck gold? I'm afraid of my own situation. On the road to Notting City, Su Yuntao was as enthusiastic as a tour guide, incessantly chattering about the myriad benefits of the spirit hall and the wisdom of the pontiff. Shiao Chan responded with half-hearted agreement, his thoughts drifting far beyond the immediate surroundings. System, are there any worthwhile locations in Notting City where I can sign in? Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, sign in available. Yu Xiaojing's former residence, sign in available. Yu Xiaojing? That theoretical master? Shiao Chan scoffed. What could possibly be interesting there? Surely nothing but a collection of outdated theories? Theory is the foundation of knowledge, and knowledge is power. All right, you are correct. As they walked, a sudden commotion broke out in the nearby woods, accompanied by the urgent cries of a girl. Help, you wicked men. Don't come near me. The voice was sharp and desperate, laced with a hint of sobbing. Heh, little rabbit, just surrender to us. We will take good care of you. Several lewd male voices echoed, provoking revulsion. Su Yuntao furrowed his brow. In broad daylight, under the open sky, how dare they attempt to abduct a maiden? His sense of justice surged as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge in. Shiao Chan stopped him. Master, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Leave such trivial matters to me. You should rest and avoid straining yourself. After all, how could he let this fellow, who only knew to shout his name, seize the opportunity to be a hero? Su Yuntao hesitated, glancing at Shiao Chan's small frame. Are you sure you can handle it? Don't overexert yourself. There seem to be quite a few of them. Without responding, Shiao Chan flickered like a shadow and dashed into the woods. His physical prowess now was not something an ordinary 6-year-old could match. In a clearing amidst the forest, a charming little girl clad in a pink skirt and sporting braided pigtails was encircled by 3 unscrupulous soul masters. The girl, seemingly only 6 or 7 years old, had eyes as red as a startled rabbit, clutching a carrot in her hands while warily surveying her surroundings. Ah, another fool seeking death. And a mere child at that? The leader, a scar-faced soul master, sneered at Shiao Chan, spitting dismissively. Get lost, or I'll deal with you too. Another, with yellow hair, leered, boss. This little brat has such tender skin. Capturing her would make for a fine addition. Who knows, there might be a buyer with peculiar tastes. Have you finished your chatter? Shiao Chan flexed his wrist, his voice calm. Hey, the little brat has some spirit. The scar-faced man grinned wickedly, a yellow century-old soul ring materializing around him. His martial spirit manifesting as a broken blade. Let me show you what a soul master is capable of. With that, he swung his blade towards Shiao Chan, aiming to cleave him in two. Xiao Wu let out a terrified scream and shut her eyes. Yet, the anticipated scream of anguish did not occur. Clang. A light sound resounded. The scar-faced man felt as though he had struck a steel plate, his hand tingling with numbness as the broken blade nearly slipped from his grasp. Shiao Chan nonchalantly pinched the edge of the blade between 2 fingers. Is this all you've got? I gave you a chance, but you're utterly useless. Shiao Chan smirked, slightly adjusting his fingers. Crack. The broken blade shattered, splitting into 2 useless pieces of metal. Scar-faced man, the yellow-haired soul master, and the lanky one. What were they witnessing? A 6-year-old child had effortlessly snapped their leader's martial spirit? Was this some kind of performance? Where was the script? What are you? The scar-faced man's voice trembled. This child was far too extraordinary. Beep. Host detected triggering a hero-saving beauty event. Location meets sign-in criteria. Would you like to sign in next to the soft-boned rabbit Xiao Wu child form? Sign. Shiao Chan mentally urged. This was a future 10,000-year soul beast. One of the Shrek's 7 monsters. I must sign. Beep. Sign in successful next to the soft-boned rabbit Xiao Wu child form. Congratulations. Host has gained. Charm value 10. Slight increase in attractiveness to the opposite sex. Exceptional effect on specific races. Congratulations. Host has gained. Xiao Wu's affection level 30. Current affection, friendly. Congratulations. Host has gained. Teleportation, trial version. Can teleport thrice within a 10-meter range. Cooldown time of 1 hour. Charm value. Xiao Wu's affection level. Teleportation trial version. Shiao Chen's eye sparkled. This was quite the boon. Especially the teleportation. Truly a divine skill for making a dramatic escape. I am your father. Shiao Chen grinned, his figure suddenly vanishing from sight. Where did he go? The scar-faced man gasped, still in shock, when he felt a chill at the back of his neck. Shiao Chen had appeared behind him, delivering a precise chop to his nape. Thud. The scar-faced man fell to the ground without a sound, unconscious. B-boss. The yellow-haired and lanky soul masters were terrified. their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Was this child a demon? Shiao Chan offered them no opportunity to react. With a swift movement, he activated his teleportation once more, elegantly dispatching the remaining two ruffians with a single kick each, sending them tumbling to the ground to join their comrade with the scarred face. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, executed with remarkable speed. Slowly, Xiao Wu opened her eyes and beheld the three previously menacing villains now sprawled on the ground, unconscious, while the young man, only slightly older than herself, clapped his hands with an air of ease. "Wow, big brother, you are amazing," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling with admiration, momentarily forgetting the carrot she had been gnawing on. Shiao Chan turned back to meet her shimmering gaze, inwardly chuckling. A trivial affair, indeed. "You shall come to appreciate my prowess in due time." He approached her, striving to appear warm and approachable. "Little sister, are you all right? Did they hurt you?" "And no." Xiao Wu shook her head, her face still a touch pale. "Thank you, big brother. What is your name?" "I am Xiao Wu, the one who dances." "I am Shiao Chan, as in the morning light." He knelt down to meet her gaze. "Xiao Wu, why are you here all alone? Where are your guardians?" At the mention of family, a shadow crossed Xiao Wu's eyes, yet she quickly regained her cheerful demeanor. "I sneaked out to play. It's so much fun here." Xiao Chan thought to himself, this foolish little rabbit, how carefree she is. At that moment, Su Yintao rushed over, panting. Upon seeing the three fallen spirit masters and the unharmed Xiao Chun and Xiao Wu, he appeared bewildered. This has been resolved?" "Xiao Chun, how did you manage that?" He had been outside the woods, only hearing a few muffled sounds before silence ensued. Xiao Chun shrugged. "It was quite simple, really. I dashed in, exchanged a few blows, and they fell. Perhaps they were rather weak, impressive in appearance, yet lacking substance." Su Yintao retorted, "If I believed you, that would be a fool's errand." "Xiao Wu, where do you plan to go next?" Xiao Chan inquired. Xiao Wu blinked with her big eyes. "I don't know. Big brother, where are you headed? Could you take me along?" As Su Yintao contemplated a refusal, Xiao Chan swiftly interjected, "We are on our way to the Soul Master Academy in Notting City. If you have nowhere else to go, why not join us?" More companions would allow for additional roll calls along the way, he thought, his mind calculating. Yes, the Soul Master Academy. That sounds so exciting. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Su Yintao opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from protesting. After all, Xiao Chun was the primary individual to protect. It would be difficult to oppose bringing along a burden. Thus, the trio, predominantly led by Su Yintao with the two children in tow, stumbled their way to Notting City. The entrance to the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy appeared quite imposing, far superior to the village committee building in Shenghan Village. A doorkeeper stood at the entrance, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon seeing Su Yintao, he offered a somewhat polite greeting. However, upon noticing the plainly dressed Xiao Chun and Xiao Wu, his demeanor immediately soured. "New arrivals? Here to register? Stand aside and wait." The doorkeeper looked down his nose, his voice laced with impatience. "Do you not see the master is here? You clearly lack any decorum, country bumpkins." Xiao Wu felt her face flush with embarrassment at his words, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Xiao Chun raised an eyebrow, bemused. "Ah, it seems there are watchdogs everywhere." Just as Su Yintao was about to erupt, Xiao Chun restrained him, smiling amiably at the doorman. "Good sir, we are here to see Master Yu Xiaojing. Would you kindly relay our request?" "Yu Xiaojing? Which Yu Xiaojing?" The doorman rolled his eyes, unimpressed. "There are plenty of people with the surname Yu in this academy. Which one of those worthless fellows? Which master are you referring to?" Xiao Chun could not help but inwardly scoff. It appeared that Yu Xiaojing's reputation in this academy was far from stellar. The one who claims to be invincible in theory, yet whose martial soul is akin to a pig. Luo Sampao, he gently reminded. The doorman's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a look of realization. "Oh, you mean that good-for-nothing who can't even ascend beyond a rank of soul master? I believe he's over there on the playground, attempting to deceive the freshmen. You can go find him yourselves. Just don't linger here." "Thank you very much," Xiao Chun replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Turning to Su Yintao, he remarked, "Master, it seems your friend is not particularly well-liked around here." Su Yintao's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly cleared his throat. "Xiao Gang he simply has a rather reclusive personality and is not good at socializing." Xiao Chun mused to himself, "I would say he is infamous." He deliberately strolled past the doorman, casually allowing a fleeting glimpse of a yellow soul ring at his feet. Though merely a century-old soul ring, the residual aura of Shura's divine power exuded a faintly oppressive force that sent shivers down the spine. The doorman, initially intent on delivering another jab, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, as though he were being scrutinized by a primal beast. His legs turned to jelly, nearly bringing him to his knees. He stared in terror at Xiao Chen's retreating figure, cold sweat cascading down his brow. What was that just now? A soul ring? Yellow? This little brat is a soul master. While a century-old soul ring may not be the pinnacle of power, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere doorman to provoke. Moreover, the aura was utterly terrifying. The doorman's demeanor shifted instantaneously. His back hunched as he hurried after Xiao Chun, his face plastered with a sycophantic grin. "Oh, young master, little lady, it was my grave error not to recognize your stature earlier. Please, have mercy on a humble doorman like me." Shiao Chan paid him no mind. Such insignificant characters were not worth his breath. Little Wu, however, cast a curious glance at the doorman, then turned to Shiao Chan, her large eyes filled with confusion. At the academy's playground, a crowd of freshmen had indeed gathered. A disheveled, middle-aged man, clad in a faded scholar's robe and sporting black-rimmed glasses, was passionately expounding some theory. Thus, there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. This is my unassailable maxim, Yu Xiaojing. Remember it well. It was none other than Yu Xiaojing himself. Shiao Chan stifled a laugh upon overhearing a few of his words. System, this theory sounds riddled with flaws. Detection complete. This theory contains at least 17 apparent logical fallacies, 23 contradictions to advanced martial soul theories, and 32 instances of pure conjecture, lacking empirical evidence. Suppressing a chuckle, Shiao Chan thought to himself. Yu Xiaojing is leading the youth astray. Xiao Wu, equally perplexed, whispered to Shiao Chan, Big brother, what is he saying? How can blue-silver grass be so formidable? Shiao Chan gently patted her head, replying, He speaks of a possibility, yet achieving it is more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Yu Xiaojing seemed to notice the commotion. His disdain for whispers during his lectures palpable. He adjusted his glasses and cast a glance in their direction. Upon recognizing Su Yuntao, he momentarily froze, then donned a slightly awkward expression. Su Yuntao, what brings you here? His gaze then shifted to Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu, lingering particularly on Shiao Chan for a few seconds. And who might these two be? Yu Xiaojing inquired, his tone tinged with scrutiny. Su Yuntao quickly introduced, Xiaogang. These are two gifted children I brought from Holy Spirit Village. Especially this one, Shiao Chan he. However, Yu Xiaojing waved his hand, interrupting Su Yuntao. He preferred to form his own judgments. Gazing at Shiao Chan, he exhibited an expression that suggested potential, as if he wished to impart some wisdom. Young one, it appears you have a differing opinion on my theory, Yu Xiaojing asked, reveling in the role of a theoretical expert who enjoyed guiding the younger generation and basking in their admiration. Shiao Chan thought to himself, here it comes. The moment of pretentiousness. Master Yu Xiaojing, is it? Shiao Chan stepped forward, his voice not loud, yet resonating across half the playground. With all due respect, your theory is utterly nonsensical. This declaration stunned the crowd. The new students regarded Shiao Chan with expressions of disbelief. Yu Xiaojing's face darkened instantly. He had never been so publicly criticized since establishing the 10 core competencies of martial souls, especially not by a mere 6-year-old. What did you say? Yu Xiaojing trembled with rage, pointing at Shiao Chan. You insolent child, do you even know who you are addressing? Shiao Chan calmly crossed his arms, exuding an air of composure. I certainly do. A theoretical master who cannot even comprehend his own martial soul, forever stuck at the 29th rank, relying on deceiving others to find validation. This is slander. Yu Xiaojing stammered. My theory has been validated countless times. Validated? By whom? By those incompetent soul masters who cannot achieve anything themselves? Shiao Chan scoffed. Take your most cherished belief that martial souls are not to blame, but the soul masters themselves. That very statement is a fallacy. The strength of a martial soul is fundamentally predetermined from the moment it awakens. Can blue silvergrass, even if cultivated to title de law, compete with the Haoyan hammer of the same rank? Can an auxiliary martial soul, no matter how well equipped, withstand a direct confrontation with a powerful assault-type martial soul? And your so-called 10 core competencies of martial souls is laughable. Concepts like mimicry, possession, and control are merely superficial. The true essence lies in bloodline, heritage, and the intrinsic quality of the martial soul. Shiao Chan spoke with fervor. His words a mixture of insights gleaned from his understanding of the Dolaw narrative and the foundational knowledge imparted by the system regarding martial souls. Each statement struck Yu Xiaojing like a hammer, deeply resonating within his heart. The complexion of Yu Xiaojing shifted from a deep shade of iron to a ghastly pale. Cold sweat beading upon his forehead, his body trembling slightly. He realized that every word uttered by this 6-year-old child struck directly at the most fragile points of his theory, with some concepts venturing into realms he had not even explored in years of research. No, it's impossible. My theory, Yu Xiaojing murmured, feeling his worldview crumble piece by piece. The surrounding students were equally dumbfounded, although they struggled to comprehend the profound theories articulated by Shiao Chan. They could discern from Yu Xiaojing's lost expression that the boy's assertions were likely true. Su Yuntao was also rendered speechless. He was aware of Shiao Chan's prodigious talent, but had not anticipated it to such an extraordinary degree. Is this truly a mere 6-year-old child? He seems more akin to an ancient monster who has lived for centuries. Who are you? Where did you acquire this knowledge? Yu Xiaojing suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed intently on Shiao Chan, filled with shock, reluctance, and a hint of fear. Ding! Host successfully caused the theoretical master Yu Xiaojing to question his existence, triggering special sign-in conditions. Would you like to sign in next to the questioning Yu Xiaojing? Shiao Chan smiled inwardly. Sign. Ding. Sign in next to the questioning Yu Xiaojing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Comprehensive Theory of Martial Souls, Divine Grade, 10 unlocked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Golden Triangle of Friendship, selectively triggered, friendly reminder. Triggering may lead to the host being embroiled in unnecessary troubles. A divine-grade comprehensive theory of martial souls? Splendid. This will lend much greater confidence when I impart knowledge to others. Shiao Chan nodded in satisfaction. Intrigued by the notion of the golden triangle of friendship. Yu Xiaojing, Flander Lu Erlong? Quite interesting. Perhaps cultivating a true divine-grade theoretical master could prove to be an enjoyable endeavor? Shiao Chan gazed at Yu Xiaojing, whose face was frozen in astonishment, as a playful smile crept across his lips. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that your theory is due for an update. You relic. Yu Xiaojing swayed slightly, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 4. The Counterattack of the Useless Master? The first renown of Nodding City. Yu Xiaojing spent the entire night without sleep. His dilapidated study, cluttered with piles of ancient texts, was now as bright as day. The desk was strewn with various manuscripts, ink still wet, alongside crumpled sheets of paper. Clearly remnants of his creative block, with dark circles under his eyes and hair in disarray, resembling a nest struck by lightning. His gaze behind the lenses sparkled with a near-manic intensity. Bloodlines, inheritance, quality of martial souls. Yu Xiaojing repeatedly murmured these phrases, at times excitedly slapping his thigh. At other moments lost in profound contemplation. Shiao Chan's earlier nonsensical discourse had acted like a key, no, a veritable axe, cleaving open the long-sealed door in his mind. So that is how it is. How had I been so narrow-minded before? Yu Xiaojing slammed his palm onto the table, startling the quill pens in the holder to leap up, realizing that the 10 core competencies were merely superficial, mere embellishments. The true foundation lies within the martial soul itself. As he gazed upon the incomplete theories he had meticulously organized overnight, guided by Shiao Chan, he felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new realm. Those concepts that had previously eluded his understanding now illuminated his mind. This young lad named Shiao Chan, no, this esteemed young gentleman, was nothing short of a genius. At that moment, as dawn broke, Su Yuntao had already completed the enrollment procedures for Shiao Chun and Xiao Wu as exceptional talents. They became work-study students at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, conveniently assigned to a dormitory adjacent to Tang San's. It was charmingly claimed that communication among prodigies was essential. Tang San, observing the closed door next door, was engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. Yesterday's words from Shiao Chun, along with the scene where he overwhelmed Master Yu Xiaojing, had stirred a tempest within him. He prided himself on having lived 2 lifetimes. Believing his intellect far surpassed that of his peers, yet in the presence of Shiao Chun, he felt his slight advantages were pitifully insignificant. Shiao Chun. Tang Sen silently repeated the name, his fists unconsciously clenching. He sensed that this individual would become his greatest rival in life, or perhaps an insurmountable mountain. Mealtime. Mealtime. Xiao Wu's cheerful voice interrupted Tang San's thoughts. She emerged from the adjacent room, holding 2 dark buns, one hand clasping Xiao Chen's, bouncing with exuberance. Brother Shiao Chun, can we play freely at the academy today? Xiao Chen yawned, appearing still half asleep. Play? First, let us see what new delights Nodding Academy has to offer. On the first day of school, all newcomers were summoned to the playground. The academy's traditional event, where senior students taught the newcomers their place, commenced promptly. A group of seniors, led by the imposing Wang Sheng, blocked the path of the new students with an air of arrogance. Newcomers, do you understand the rules? When you see a senior, shouldn't you show some respect? Wang Sheng, tall and bulky, with a martial soul resembling a rather formidable battle pig, scrutinized the newcomers, particularly focusing on Shiao Chan, who had been personally escorted by Master Su Yuntao and was accompanied by a beautiful young companion. Show respect? How do you suggest we do that? Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes innocently. A sneering lackey beside Wang Sheng grinned maliciously. Little sister. Showing respect means giving your buns and yourself to Brother Wang. Seeking trouble. Xiao Wu detested such looks directed at her and Brother Shiao Chun. Her petite frame darted forward like a nimble rabbit, swiftly approaching the sneering lackey. In an instant, the lackey found himself stumbling, his wrist tingling, followed by a sharp pain in his calf, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. Xiao Wu clapped her hands and added, "You were too slow." Wang Sheng, unable to maintain his composure after witnessing one of his subordinates being taken down by a mere girl, bellowed furiously, "Everyone, attack. Let us show these ignorant newcomers a lesson." A horde of senior students charged forward with fervor. Xiao Wu remained unperturbed, weaving through the crowd with grace, delivering expertly timed trips and precise elbow strikes, her agility creating a whirlwind of chaos. Xiao Chen stood leisurely with his arms crossed, resembling a seasoned player observing a novice at play, occasionally offering pointed advice. Xiao Wu, the one on the left lacks strength. Employ some waist power. The opening on the right is too large. Just kick him in the knee. Beautiful. A rabbit kicks an eagle. However, the angle could be a tad more cunning, ensuring he can't walk in a straight line for 3 days. Encouraged by his words, Xiao Wu grew more vigorous in her efforts. The seasoned students found themselves in disarray, utterly flustered by her single-handed onslaught, while Xiao Chun continued to make sardonic remarks, infuriating them to no end, yet they were powerless to retaliate. Wang Sheng watched his subordinates fall one by one, his fury boiling over. His eyes blazed crimson as he summoned his soul power, and a phantom of a yellowish battle pig materialized behind him. Who do you think you're looking down on? Brat, I'll take you on. With his battle pig martial soul activated, Wang Sheng's demeanor transformed, charging at Shiao Chan like a miniature tank, seemingly intending to knock him off his feet. The surrounding freshmen instinctively closed their eyes in fear, while Tang Xin clenched his fists, ready to intervene at any moment. Yet, Shiao Chan merely extended a languid finger. Yes, just one index finger. That slender, fair digit lightly tapped Wang Sheng's forehead, which was as large as a pig's head. With a dull thud, Wang Sheng felt as though he had collided with an insurmountable mountain. A searing pain shot through his forehead, and his strength seemed to dissipate into thin air. No matter how hard he exerted himself, turning red in the face, he could not budge Shiao Chen's finger by even a fraction. The playground fell into a profound silence. Your martial soul possesses ample power, yet it is regrettably scattered. Shiao Chan's voice echoed softly, as if stating an irrefutable truth. Without the ability to concentrate your strength, even the mightiest force is rendered futile. With that, he flicked his finger. Thud! Wang Sheng's massive form was propelled backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing to the ground several meters away, raising a cloud of dust, landing in a perfect upside-down position, struggling to regain his footing. The crowd remained utterly speechless, gazing at Shiao Chan as if he were a monster. One mere finger had sent a martial soul user flying? Was this truly something a carbon-based life form could accomplish? Lying on the ground, Wang Sheng felt as though his organs had shifted, yet what astonished him more was the casualness of Shiao Chen's gesture. Struggling to rise, he looked at Shiao Chan, his eyes devoid of anger, replaced instead by a profound respect and a hint of yearning. You, what did you mean when you said my martial soul is too scattered? Wang Sheng's voice was hoarse. Shiao Chan glanced at him. Your battle pig martial soul has impact, but your defense and power concentration leave much to be desired. During your charge, your soul power should focus on the tusks and shoulders, rather than being dispersed throughout your entire body without a focal point. In simpler terms, it's merely an unoptimized and flawed entity. Wang Sheng stood there in stunned silence. Although the term flawed entity stung, every word Shiao Chan uttered struck at the very deficiencies of his martial soul. Some issues he had sensed himself, but could not articulate how to remedy. Shiao Chan's few remarks illuminated his understanding. Thud! Without hesitation, Wang Sheng knelt on one knee and clasped his fists toward Shiao Chan, exclaiming, Boss, please, teach me. The onlookers were left in shock. Just a moment ago, the leader of the 7th Division was shouting threats, and now he was bowing in submission? The plot twist was astonishingly rapid. Shiao Chan stroked his chin, contemplating. Becoming a boss? It's not entirely out of the question, but I tend to be a bit lazy. I prefer to avoid troublesome matters. Rest assured, boss. From now on, you are the leader of our 7th Division. Who dares defy you? I, Wang Sheng, will be the first to object, Wang Sheng declared, thumping his chest in assurance, then calling to his battered subordinates. What are you waiting for? Hurry over and pay your respects to the boss. A group of bruised and battered seniors scrambled forth, collectively shouting, Greetings, boss. Tang Xin stood at a distance, observing the scene unfold, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had trained in the Xintian skill and considered himself far superior to his peers, yet Shiao Chen's might transcended his comprehension. The ease and nonchalance with which Shiao Chan commanded the situation made Tang Xin question himself for the first time. Is it truly accurate that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters? Tang Xin murmured to himself, casting a complex gaze at Shiao Chan. As the farce on the playground came to a close, Yu Xiaojing approached Shiao Chan, cradling a thick notebook like a devout disciple. He had completely shed any pretense of superiority, his face alight with eagerness and a thirst for knowledge. Shiao Chan, my young friend, what you imparted yesterday was worth more than a decade of study. I have some confusions regarding martial soul advancements that I wish to humbly seek your guidance on. If you would permit me, Yu Xiaojing said, rubbing his hands together, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Seeing Yu Xiaojing in such a state brought joy to Shiao Chen's heart. The amusement never wanes. This story is becoming increasingly intriguing. He followed Yu Xiaojing into the familiar, dilapidated study. As soon as he stepped inside, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Special sign-in location detected. Yu Xiaojing's study, the birthplace of theoretical ideas. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding! Successfully signed in at Yu Xiaojing's study, the birthplace of theoretical ideas. Congratulations. You have received the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Shiao Chen's eyes sparkled. This reward was perfectly timed. Yu Xiaojing spread open his notebook, dense with his thoughts and inquiries. My young friend, please observe. I have some new ideas regarding the beneficial mutations of martial souls, yet I feel something is still lacking. Shiao Chen glanced over the notes and casually extracted some rudimentary concepts from the system's rewards, which, while elementary for him, appeared as profound as celestial texts to Yu Xiaojing. He subtly guided him with a few remarks. The direction of evolution you mentioned for martial souls is too narrow. Why only consider evolution within the same category? Have you contemplated cross-species mutations, or even changes at the level of rules? And this, the compatibility between martial souls and soul rings, encompasses not just age and attributes, but a deeper resonance of principles, which is crucial. For example, your Ruo San Pao, do you really think it's merely about releasing gas? Yu Xiaojing listened, Enraptured, his brow furrowed at times, and at others, his expression illuminated with understanding. His pen raced across the pages, eager to capture every word. Every viewpoint expressed by Shiao Chan instilled in him a profound sense of enlightenment. The gaze he directed towards Shiao Chan transformed from one of reverence to one of adoration. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao was not idle. He embellished the account of Shiao Chan's miraculous awakening of his martial spirit in Sacred Soul Village, as well as the sensational feat of vanquishing the doorkeeper at Nodding Academy, a tale he had fabricated, and relayed it with great embellishment to the martial soul branch in Nodding City. The branch leader, Matthew Nual, a soul emperor in his 60s with graying hair, was so astounded by Su Yuntao's report that the teacup in his hand crashed to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. What did you say? Innate soul power beyond measure, awakening with a soul ring, and even bursting the crystal ball. Moreover, he could even guide that waste, you Xiaojing? Matthew Nual stood up in excitement, his beard trembling. This young man, he must not be treated lightly. I must personally visit the academy to witness this. At Nodding Academy, Xiao Wu had completely become Shiao Chen's devoted follower, trailing him wherever he went, sweetly calling him Brother Shiao Chan. Occasionally, when Shiao Chan offered guidance to Wang Sheng and others during their training, he would inadvertently divulge a few small tips regarding the application of soul power and the characteristics of martial spirits. These snippets of wisdom led several observing commoner students to experience a loosening of their bottlenecks, with some even achieving breakthroughs on the spot. Consequently, the academy's teachers could no longer remain indifferent and rushed to witness the spectacle. Thus, the legend of the enigmatic transfer student, Teacher Xiao, began to circulate within Nodding Academy. Most commoner students were utterly in awe of Shiao Chan, yet some aristocratic students in higher grades scoffed at the notion. What Teacher Xiao? Just a country bumpkin seeking attention. He dares to flaunt his talent in the academy. They sneered. I hear he even shares the surname Xiao? What a disgrace to our family. That afternoon, Shiao Chan lounged on his dormitory bed, studying the newly provided martial spirit's 10 core competencies, pondering how to employ these theories to assist more wayward souls. Help more lost lambs. Suddenly, the dormitory door was forcefully kicked open. A flamboyantly dressed young man, handsome yet brimming with arrogance, swaggered in, accompanied by a few sycophants. Who is Shiao Chan? The young man proclaimed, his chin raised high, looking down his nose at others. Shiao Chan lazily sat up on his bed. I am. What do you want? If you broke the door, remember to compensate. The young man let out a cold laugh, producing a gilded challenge letter from his pocket, slamming it down on the battered table before Shiao Chan. I, Xiao Yuan, the greatest talent of Nodding City. How dare a country bumpkin like you share the surname Xiao? This is an utter disgrace. I await you at the Academy's martial arts arena. Do you dare come? Sign this death warrant. And let it be a fight to the finish. Chapter 5. A single punch to topple a genius. The Pope's secret order for pursuit. Shiao Chan took the gilded challenge letter from the table, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his heart brimming with amusement. Oh, this esteemed brother is so eager to provide his head on a silver platter, with stage effects included? Very well. Today I shall test the mettle of this so-called greatest talent of Nodding City and see whether he is merely gilded or truly golden. Xiao Wu, beside him, was infuriated. Her cheeks puffed up as she waved her delicate fists, her voice ringing out. Brother Shiao Chan, teach him a lesson. Flatten this arrogant fool. Let him understand why the flowers bloom so red, and why the chrysanthemums wither away. The life and death document? Shiao Chan picked up the piece of paper, lightly weighing it in his hand, as if it were not a life and death decree, but merely a piece of coarse paper unsuitable even for mundane purposes. Very well. I shall sign it, but I must warn you that my strength lacks restraint. Should I inadvertently render you incapacitated, the medical expenses will not be reimbursed. Upon hearing these words, the faces of Xiao Yuan's lackeys turned pale. The news of the life and death duel between Shiao Chan and Xiao Yuan at the Academy's training ground spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy in the blink of an eye. The new students, invigorated as if struck by a surge of adrenaline, buzzed with excitement and anxiety, clustering in groups to discuss the impending battle. The students of the 7th dormitory, having just acknowledged their new leader, even unfurled a banner at the dormitory entrance, hastily crafted from bed sheets, with charcoal scrawls proclaiming, Boss Shiao Chan, defeat Xiao Yuan, unite Nodding. Though the handwriting was crude, the enthusiasm was palpable. Meanwhile, the noble students huddled together, whispering to one another, their faces betraying unrestrained glee at the prospect of Shiao Chan's downfall. Humph. That country bumpkin truly believes that defeating Wang Sheng and his inept crew makes him invincible? Senior Xiao Yuan is a once-in-a-century genius of Nodding City. A level 20 Grand Soul Master. Dealing with him will be child's play. Just wait and see how that boy begs for mercy. Tang Xin stood inconspicuously in a corner of the crowd, his brow furrowed slightly. He sensed an impenetrable depth to Shiao Chan, akin to a still ancient well, calm on the surface, yet hiding unfathomable secrets below. However, Xiao Yuan was a well-known genius soul master of Nodding City, and his strength should not be underestimated. Shiao Chan, Tang Xin silently mused. An inexplicable foreboding stirred within him. Upon hearing the news, Yu Xiaojing burst forth from his cluttered study, where theories piled high like refuse. Rushing to the training ground, nearly stumbling in his haste, he squeezed his way to Shiao Chan's side, observing the latter's nonchalant demeanor. His face etched with concern about whether Shiao Chan had some hidden strategy. Yet, beneath that worry lay an unacknowledged curiosity and anticipation regarding Shiao Chan's true capabilities. Shiao Chan, do you have confidence? He began, but hesitated, realizing that given Shiao Chan's extraordinary talents, his concerns might be unwarranted. The training ground was already a sea of people, tightly packed, the atmosphere so tense that it felt as if the air itself had solidified. Clad in a resplendent blue outfit, impeccably tailored and adorned with an intricate family crest, Xiao Yuan stood tall. Beneath him, 2 golden soul rings shimmered in an alternating dance, enhancing his imposing presence. He arrogantly lifted his chin, casting a sidelong glance at the plain, somewhat wrinkled Shiao Chan across from him. Country bumpkin Shiao Chan, are you prepared to meet your demise? Today, I shall demonstrate to you that some individuals are beyond the reach of the impoverished like you. As Xiao Yuan finished his boastful declaration, the atmosphere around him was charged with an overwhelming sense of superiority, almost blinding the onlookers with its intensity. At that moment, a familiar electronic voice resonated in Xiao Chen's mind. Ding. Special scene detected. Notting Academy's martial arts arena. The battle for fame and fortune. Host's fortune is surging. At the peak of glory. Would you like to check in? Xiao Chen silently thought. Check in. I must check in. Such a golden opportunity should not be wasted. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Eye of Illusion, Beginner. For a brief period, you can perceive the energy flow and core vulnerabilities of your opponent's soul skills. My mother will no longer need to worry about my inability to see through flashy skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, first level experience card. Temporarily significantly enhances physical strength and defense. What do you think of that? Dare to take another look, and I'll knock you out with a single punch. A slight smile played on Xiao Chen's lips. The Eye of Illusion and the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill arrived just in time. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent for an extended period, Xiao Yuan assumed he had been stunned into silence by his own overwhelming aura and couldn't help but sneer before launching an attack. Let me show you what true power looks like. First soul skill, Wine Blade Slash. With a powerful shout, the first 100-year soul ring suddenly illuminated. And as he slashed with both hands, several crescent-shaped azure wind blades materialized out of thin air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, resembling sides of death, striking towards Xiao Chan from various angles. The air was sliced, producing a hissing sound, creating a terrifying spectacle that drew gasps and cheers from the surrounding noble students. Senior Xiao Yuan is magnificent. Take down that country bumpkin. Faced with the fierce wind blades that seemed capable of tearing through steel, Xiao Chan did not even blink, let alone evade. He simply activated the Eye of Illusion he had just obtained, and in the depths of his gaze, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashed. In the next instant, those whistling wind blades became utterly transparent to him. Their trajectories, energy nodes, and even the weakest points in the flow of soul power were laid bare, without any concealment. He even had the leisure to mentally critique. TSK. These wind blades look intimidating, but they are merely showy and lack substance. Their power is too dispersed, and their speed is insufficient. Akin to an elderly woman's bound feet, stinky and elongated. Xiao Yuan, is it? Your first soul skill doesn't even qualify to tickle me. It's merely a bland appetizer. And not a particularly tasty one at that. In an instant, Xiao Chan activated the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill experience card. Roar. An indescribable and overwhelming force surged through him, as if an ancient dragon elephant had awakened, instantly filling his limbs with explosive power. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing, brimming with vitality. Facing the wind blades that glimmered ominously just within reach, Xiao Chan made no attempt to dodge. Instead, he simply extended his right hand, intending to grasp those sharp wind blades with his bare hands. Has he lost his mind, attempting to catch Senior Xiao Yuan's wind blades with his hands? This is suicidal. The noble students gasped in shock, as if they could already envision the gruesome scene of Xiao Chen's arm being severed by the wind blades. Even Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang felt a pang of anxiety in their hearts. However, what transpired next left everyone utterly astounded. Clang, clang, a series of resonant sounds, reminiscent of metal colliding. Those seemingly indomitable azure blades of wind, upon making contact with Xiao Chan's fair palm, emitted a mournful wail as if they had struck the hardest divine metal, and then they shattered into countless fragments. Indeed, they shattered, dissipating into motes of azure light, akin to fireflies fading into the air. Xiao Chen's hand remained unscathed. How could this be possible? The smugness and arrogance on Xiao Yuan's face instantly froze, replaced by boundless shock and disbelief. His wind blades, even a typical soul master of over level 20 would hesitate to confront them head-on. What manner of creature is this Xiao Chan? Before he could fully process his astonishment, Xiao Chen's figure, like a specter, left behind a lingering shadow and swiftly closed the distance between them. Once again, it was an unremarkable fist, devoid of dazzling soul skills or earth-shattering momentum. Yet, to Xiao Yuan, this very fist bore an overwhelming pressure reminiscent of an ancient dragon trampling mountains and rivers, rendering his breath momentarily suspended. Thud! Xiao Yuan felt as though his chest had been struck head-on by a 1,000-year-old soul beast barreling towards him. An irresistible force surged through him, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backward like a kite with severed strings. Bang! He crashed violently against the massive stone pillar at the edge of the arena, which trembled slightly, shedding a dusting of debris. Xiao Yuan slid down the pillar, collapsing to the ground, his bones feeling as if they had shattered, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. While the two once resplendent yellow soul rings at his feet flickered erratically like malfunctioning bulbs before ultimately dissipating into nothingness. He struggled to rise but lacked the strength even to move a finger, and eventually, his eyes rolled back as he fainted in a pitiful manner. The arena fell into an oppressive silence. With a single move, merely a single move, the renowned prodigy of Nodding City, the level 20 soul master Xiao Yuan, was effortlessly dispatched with a single punch by a newcomer who had barely enrolled a few days prior. The noble students who had just moments ago been rallying for Xiao Yuan, eagerly awaiting to witness Shiao Chan's humiliation, now turned pale, their faces reflecting sheer terror, mouths agape. Unable to close for an eternity. This script was all wrong. Where was the promised prodigy's dominance? How had the tables turned? Shiao Chan strolled leisurely to the unconscious Xiao Yuan's side, bending to retrieve the life and death document that Xiao Yuan had slammed onto the table. With a gentle shake, that paper filled with declarations of unyielding resolve was crushed by an unseen force, instantly transforming into a flurry of ash that gracefully descended. With such meager abilities, he dared to emulate the signing of a life and death document? Truly a fool who did not comprehend his own worth. Xiao Chun surveyed the surroundings, his gaze calmly sweeping over the trembling noble students, and his voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the arena. In the future, should anyone dare to trouble me or my friends, they shall meet with dire consequences. Ah, by the way, Xiao Chun pointed at the unconscious Xiao Yuan on the ground, suggesting that whoever's dog it was should take it back. I shall not cover the medical expenses, for I have always prided myself on my generosity, refusing to stoop to the level of beasts. Magnificent boss. Truly impressive. After a brief silence, Wang Sheng was the first to react, exuberantly raising his arms in celebration. His face flushed with excitement, as if he were the victor himself. Following suit, the other civilian students erupted in thunderous cheers and applause, their gazes towards Xiao Chun filled with awe and admiration. At that moment, a resonant voice from the academy gates exclaimed, "What an audacious young man! Such formidable strength! Truly, heroes emerge from youth." The crowd turned to see Matthew Nua, the master of the martial soul branch in Nodding City, approaching with a smile, accompanied by Su Yuntao. He had just witnessed the entire spectacle of Xiao Chun effortlessly overpowering Xiao Yuan, and was now filled with admiration. Matthew Nua strolled directly to Xiao Chun, his smile warm and inviting, reminiscent of a kindly neighbor. "Young friend Xiao Chun, I am Matthew Nua, the master of the martial soul branch in Nodding City. A talent as extraordinary as yours is far too remarkable to be confined to the modest Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Might you consider joining our martial soul hall? I shall offer you the most generous terms, ensuring a boundless future for you." Xiao Chun felt a stir of interest. Indeed, it had come to pass. Ding! Detected a significant interaction between the host and Matthew Nua, whose status may influence the plot direction, triggering character sign-in. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received honorary guest token of the Martial Soul Hall, Nodding City Limited Edition, allowing access to certain low-tier resources of the Martial Soul Hall and special treatment. Reveal it at a critical moment, and it may just intimidate a few ill-fated souls. Congratulations, host. You have received a personal gift from Matthew Na, 10,000 soul coins. While modest, it is enough to buy a few popsicles. Xiao Chun stroked his chin, adopting a languid demeanor. Joining the Martial Soul Hall, you say? That sounds rather appealing. However, I must confess, I am somewhat lackadaisical and do not favor being overseen. Too many rules and restrictions tend to give me a headache. Furthermore, as for cultivation resources, the more, the better. After all, I have quite the appetite, and ordinary resources simply do not suffice. Matthew Newall was both amused and exasperated. This young man was extraordinarily gifted, yet his demeanor was as slippery as an elusive fox. Before Matthew could respond, Yu Xiaojing had already squeezed his way forward, gazing at Xiao Chun not as a mere talented junior, but as an enigmatic mentor, a guide through the labyrinth of life. He produced a precious little notebook and a quill, his face alight with an almost fervent thirst for knowledge. Xiao Chun, no, Master Xiao. Your technique in dismantling Xiao Yuan's wind blade appeared simplistic, yet it encompasses profound truths of the universe. I am still unclear on many aspects and humbly request your guidance. For instance, the instantaneous explosion and concentration of strength. Xiao Yuan's family swiftly received the news and stormed into the academy with an air of fury. Upon discovering their prodigious son sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, their faces turned a shade of iron. Several attendants hurriedly carried the unconscious Xiao Yuan away. Before departing, the steward of the Xiao family cast a deep, resentful glance at Xiao Chun, filled with malice, unwillingness, and a trace of profound apprehension. This battle firmly established Shiao Chan's reputation at Notting Academy and cemented his status as an undisputed authority within the institution. Simultaneously, other prominent factions within Notting City began to take notice of this suddenly emerging mysterious youth. Matthew, upon returning to the Martial Soul Branch Hall, dared not exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. He immediately reported the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding Shiao Chan's awakening in Holy Soul Village, as well as his remarkable feat of defeating Xiao Yuan with a single punch in the training ground, to the main hall in Martial Soul City via the highest level of encrypted communication. A few days later, a Scarlet Edict, personally signed by Pope Bibi Dong, reached Matthew, the branch master of the Martial Soul Division in Notting City, at an alarming speed, akin to a death warrant. Upon opening the edict, he found only one line of text, yet it bore an oppressive authority and murderous intent. At all costs, recruit this individual. Failure to comply will result in immediate execution. Simultaneously, on Shiao Chan's system panel, a brand new sign-in location, radiating a gentle golden light, quietly illuminated. Pope's Hall in Martial Soul City, not activated. How intriguing. Is this an invitation for tea in Martial Soul City, or a direct passage to my demise? Shiao Chan mused, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 6. Is the title Dolua coming in person? With 10,000 gold soul coins in hand, the Pope's patience is running thin. Matthew trembled as he clutched the scarlet papal edict, his hands shaking as if afflicted by advanced Parkinson's disease, cold sweat nearly saturating his soul emperor attire. Immediate execution. These simple 4 words felt like 4 looming mountains, making it arduous for him to even breathe. Veins throbbed on his forehead. What on earth has Shiao Chan stumbled upon? Or whose grave has he disturbed? How could His Holiness issue such a decree personally? The more he pondered, the more sinister the situation appeared. That lad was as slippery as an eel. If he turned out to be a stony nuisance from a cesspool, reeking and obstinate, then his position as the branch master in Notting City would surely come to an end. Meanwhile, Shiao Chan sat with his legs crossed, admiring the golden, yet to be activated icon of the Pope's Hall in Martial Soul City on his system panel, a grin stretching from ear to ear. So, is this a banquet of fate? Or are they eagerly presenting me with an experience gift pack? How delightful, truly delightful. No sooner had he spoken than the familiar electronic voice chimed in, echoing like a harbinger of good news. Ding. High risk, high reward. Congratulations, host. You have successfully attracted the special attention of the highest echelons of the Martial Soul Hall. The first ring of the special sign-in task chain has now been gloriously activated, within 7 days. Successfully check in at the core area of the Martial Soul Branch Hall in Notting City. Reward, advanced life-saving skill, mental barrier. With this, Mother will no longer worry about me being detected by old monsters, and it can effectively resist certain mental attacks. An additional gift, His Holiness the Pope's Blacklist highlights a focus roster rated at 10 points. A warm reminder, the higher the rating, the deeper His Holiness's concern for you. Dear host, continue your efforts to strengthen yourself, and strive to ascend to the top as soon as possible. Shiao Chan nearly spat out his tea upon reading this. Was the system truly trying to ensure he maintained an air of grandeur? The following morning, Matthew, sporting dark circles akin to a panda, forced a professional smile that resembled a grimace as he once again blocked Shiao Chan's dormitory door. Ahem, dear Shiao Chan, I bring you monumental news, truly monumental news. His Holiness holds you in high regard, praising you endlessly. He has specially granted you an exceedingly generous allocation of training resources and sincerely invites you to further your studies in Soul Master City. Just imagine, soul bones, lost secret techniques, unparalleled beauty. No, I mean unparalleled skills. Everything you desire will be provided to ensure your satisfaction. As he spoke, he furtively glanced at Shiao Chan, anxious that this young prodigy might misinterpret his words and inadvertently receive a one-day tour experience card to the Spirit Hall in a rather grim manner. Shiao Chan languidly yawned, used his pinky finger to scratch his ear, exuding an aura of sleepy indifference. Oh, Master Matthew, your information is remarkably astute. Heading to Soul Master City is feasible, yet I have always been rather delicate, prone to ailments. I fear I may not withstand the rigors of long-distance travel. If I do not possess at least 100,000 gold soul coins to ease my journey, what if I suffer from the local conditions and contract some grievous illness? That would surely undermine His Holiness's good intentions. He paused, then added, Oh, and regarding your Spirit Hall's hidden treasures, such as those legendary skill manuals and forbidden technique scrolls, could you kindly provide me with 100 or so to peruse? I wish to acclimate to the academic atmosphere of the sacred land of spirits. Otherwise, coming from the countryside, I might struggle to keep pace with the learning there and bring shame upon His Holiness. Matthew's eye twitched uncontrollably, his blood pressure skyrocketing, nearly causing him to spew blood across the grounds of Notting Academy. 100,000 gold soul coins. And you want 100 or so manuals? Are you planning to study in Soul Master City, or to completely empty my Notting branch? He raged internally. This young rascal is more ruthless than a bandit. It's as if he is plucking the feathers from a passing goose. Yet, the bloody edict from the Pope loomed over him like a sword of Damocles, forcing him to swallow the blood rising in his throat, biting his tongue, and suppressing his anguish. At that moment, Yu Xiaojang rushed in. cradling his precious notebook filled with incomprehensible scribbles, resembling a cat drawn by the scent of fish. Upon seeing Matthew, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. Master Matthew, you arrived just in time. I must tell you, I have devoted myself to comprehending Master Zhao's theories, pouring my heart and soul into it, and I have finally grasped about 1/10 or 1/12 of them. I sense that the soul power bottleneck that has troubled me for years is showing the slightest signs of loosening. This is truly an epic-making discovery. If the Spirit Hall could receive guidance from a genius like Master Xiao, how could they not unify the continent and establish a legacy for all time? As Matthew listened to Yu Xiaozhang's extravagant praise, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, this good-for-nothing certainly knows how to flatter me. If he were truly that remarkable, would he still struggle to surpass a mere soul master? However, he dared not voice such thoughts. In a nearby corner, Tang Sen silently observed Shiao Chan deftly maneuvering the esteemed Soul Emperor Matthew and the theoretical master Yu Xiaozhang, his heart a tumultuous river of mixed emotions. Despite priding himself on his cunning and intellect, which he believed to be far superior to others, in the presence of Shiao Chan, his once proud schemes and wisdom appeared as laughable as a child's play. Shiao Chan, what kind of prodigy are you? Emerging from the crevices of some stone, he clenched his fists tightly, feeling the unprecedented surge of his Xiantian skill racing within him. As a potent sense of crisis and an indomitable spirit flourished wildly in his heart. Over the past few days, whispers of negative rumors regarding Shiao Chan began to circulate quietly throughout Notting City. Some claimed he was ruthless, incapacitating others at the slightest provocation. Others said he was disrespectful, disregarding even the academy's teachers. There were even claims, with some credibility, that he had dubious connections with a notorious evil spirit master from decades past, practicing malevolent and tyrannical techniques. At the dormitory next to Shiao Chan and Tang San, odd surprises such as dead mice and rotten vegetable leaves occasionally appeared. Xiao Wu, infuriated, flushed with anger, puffed her cheeks and stomped her feet. Brother Shiao Chan, it must be that scoundrel from the Xiao family behind this. These despicable beings only know how to resort to such lowly tricks, too cowardly to confront us openly, stabbing us in the back instead. Yet Shiao Chan remained unfazed, merely instructing Wang Sheng calmly, investigate who the foolish ones are behind these slanders. Give them a friendly reminder to understand that while one may eat haphazardly, words should not be carelessly spoken. The next day, the noble students who had most relished spreading rumors appeared at the academy, each sporting bruised faces and limping like newly walking crabs. From then on, they fell silent on any topic related to Shiao Chan, avoiding him as if he were a cat to a mouse, taking great care to steer clear of any further friendly reminders. The legend of Shiao Chen's dominance at Notting Academy gained even more vivid strokes. Shiao Chen's formidable rise in Notting Academy, along with the Spirit Hall's remarkably proactive stance, was akin to a red-hot branding iron cast into the tepid waters of Notting City, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. The City Lord's mansion, various merchant associations, and even some soul master families that usually kept a low profile began dispatching spies to closely monitor this mysterious boy, merely 6 years old, who had stirred the very winds and clouds of Notting City. After a grueling and extraordinary negotiation, akin to sacrificing flesh to feed a tiger, Matthew finally gritted his teeth and tremblingly withdrew 10,000 gold soul coins from his personal treasury as a gesture of goodwill to Shiao Chan. Furthermore, he made an exception by granting Shiao Chan access to the primary library area of the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City. As for other matters, once you arrive in Spirit City, everything can be discussed. He desired nothing more than to swiftly send this plague, no, this revered figure away, allowing him to wreak havoc wherever he pleased without further tormenting his frail body. Shiao Chan, weighing the hefty bag of gold soul coins in his hands, wore a satisfied smile as he strutted into the heavily guarded core area of the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City alongside the visibly pained Matthew. Upon entering, a cheerful notification, akin to winning a 5 million jackpot, resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at the core area of the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City. Reward: Advanced Skill Spirit Barrier has been automatically equipped. Congratulations, host. Your soul power level has increased by 1. Current soul power level, level 12. The Pope's Blacklist has noted your profile with a focus of 10 points. Current cumulative focus, 30 points. Warning: continuously rising focus may lead to unpredictable and significant dangers. However, there is a minuscule chance of triggering hidden special plots or rewards. Please proceed with caution, host, and continue to strive. Simultaneously, in the magnificent Pope's Palace located 1,000 miles away in Spirit City, Bibi Dong reclined gracefully on her opulent throne, perusing a report transmitted by Matthew regarding Shiao Chen's audacious demands for a substantial sum of money. A chilling smile slowly crept across her breathtakingly beautiful face. What an insatiable and reckless little creature. It appears that he truly does not value my patience. Yueguan, a figure of enchanting beauty, both alluring and ambiguous, silently materialized in the center of the grand hall, slightly bowing. Your Holiness, Yueguan is here. You are to personally travel to Notting City and courteously retrieve the young one named Shiao Chan. Should he continue to be ungrateful, you know what to do. Bibi Dong's voice was calm and unwavering, yet it carried an icy, soul-chilling murderous intent. At your command, my beautiful holy lady. Yue Guan, the top-notch powerhouse of the Doluo continent. Bore a beguiling smile, his voice dripping with allure. He assured that he would make Shiao Chan deeply appreciate what true honor and true despair entail. In Nodding City, at the Spirit Hall branch, Shiao Chan had just savored the refreshing sense of security provided by the spirit barrier when, without warning, a deafening alarm, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, erupted in his mind. Level Super Danger Red Alert. Level Super Danger Red Alert. A profoundly terrifying soul power fluctuation, far exceeding the current world level limit, is rapidly tearing through space and approaching Nodding City at an astonishing speed. Target has been preliminarily locked. Host, you yourself. According to the initial assessment of the system, the approaching entity possesses a soul power level of at least 95, suspected to be a formidable tidal Delaw. Host, please prepare for battle immediately or devise an escape plan. An oppressive and suffocating aura, chilling enough to freeze one's very soul, surged forth like an invisible tide from the distant horizon. Xiao Wu instinctively began to tremble violently. Her once rosy and adorable face turned as pale as a sheet. Gripping Xiao Chen's sleeve tightly, her voice quivering with fear. Xiao Chen Gich. What a terrifying presence. Is it coming for us? Yet, Xiao Chen displayed no semblance of fear. Instead, a wild thrill coursed through him, and a nearly frenzied battle intent flickered in his dark eyes. He abruptly raised his head, directing his gaze towards the source of the oppressive force, and let out a boisterous, unrestrained laugh. Ha ha, this is splendid. A tidal Dolawa, you say? Perfect. Let me gauge whether your bloom is more exquisite or if my fists are mightier. This Dolawa continent is exhilarating. Chapter 7. The tidal Dolawa's Floral Gate Slaughter. The Shur God shadow shakes the heavens, scaring off the pinnacle Dolaw at 6 years old. The terrifying pressure, enough to make one's very soul tremble, was more ferocious than a level 10 typhoon, akin to millions of tons of seawater crashing down, instantly rendering the entire nodding academy breathless. The sky seemed to darken, and the air thickened like iron, causing countless teachers and students to weaken, unable to maintain their stance. Xiao Wu's delicate visage turned ghostly pale, devoid of any color. Her teeth chattering as she clutched Xiao Chen's clothing, her voice tinged with a sob. Xiao Chen Gij, this is so frightening. What kind of monster is approaching? Is it one of those wicked beings from storybooks that snatch children to boil for soup? Her large, watery eyes brimmed with terror, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. However, Xiao Chen felt as if he had just indulged in a chilled watermelon on a scorching summer day. Entirely at ease, and instead of fear, he erupted into a thunderous laugh. Ha ha, splendid. Finally, someone capable of warming up this little master. System, did you hear that? A grand visitor has arrived to deliver warmth. Is there an exciting surprise gift waiting to be claimed? Nearby, Matthew, a dignified six-ring soul emperor, felt utterly fragile before this overwhelming pressure, more so than a paper lantern. He felt his legs buckle, and with a thud, he knelt to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. An embarrassing warmth swiftly soiling his trousers. He rolled and crawled, his head knocking against the ground like a pestle, his voice shaking uncontrollably. Why, your majesty, tidal Delaw, please spare me. That rascal named Shiao Chan, no, our little ancestor, has nothing to do with our Nodding City Spirit Hall. He is merely a wild misfortune, born to bring calamity. Whether you choose to kill or maim, I shall not bat an eye. I only beseech your majesty to show mercy and spare the multitude of ants in Nodding City. Amidst the anguished cries of Matthew, the sky unexpectedly became adorned with a myriad of resplendent chrysanthemum petals, each shimmering with an enchanting glow. Following this, a figure of unparalleled allure, androgynous to the point of ambiguity, descended through the swirling petals like a phantom, clad in an opulent robe, with delicate fingers gesturing gracefully. Their peach blossom eyes sparkled with a hint of mockery, and their voice dripped with a seductive sweetness laced with an icy chill. Ah, beneath me stands the young lad. Xiao Chen is it? Quite a charming appearance, but alas. Her Holiness the Pope has expressed her profound admiration for you and wishes to invite you to the Spirit City for a delightful cup of fragrant tea, along with a conversation about life's aspirations. Xiao Chen, languidly picking his nose, then rolled the bit of gold between his fingertips and blew it away. Casting a sidelong glance at the ostentatious figure hovering in the air, his face openly displaying disdain and contempt. Tea, you say? With your demeanor, it seems less like an invitation for tea and more like a scheme to procure my kidneys for some illicit brew. Pray tell, old chrysanthemum, has the Spirit Hall truly run out of capable individuals, sending such an effeminate, peculiar creature as yourself? Are you attempting to nauseate me into willingly bequeathing my yet-to-warm million-year spirit ring? Impudent. Moonlight's countenance, once adorned with a hint of amusement, instantly darkened to the point of exuding an aura of palpable malice, as if it could saturate the air with ink. You insolent wretch, you dare disregard my courtesy. Since you refuse the wine of goodwill, I shall ensure you experience the full wrath of Her Holiness today. Let me enlighten you on why the flowers bloom so red, and why the chrysanthemum appears so withered. Ninth spirit skill, withered chrysanthemum, ground of wounds, soul severed. As the words fell, his ninth spirit ring, a blood-red artifact of 100,000 years, erupted with a blinding radiance. In an instant, the fluttering chrysanthemum petals appeared to be infused with a bloodthirsty essence, their edges sharpening like blades, emitting a piercing sound as they sliced through the air, surrounding Shiao Chan from all directions with the intent to shred him into a cloud of flesh. Is this all you've got? Such flamboyance. Akin to a peacock in full display, Shiao Chan smirked, barely raising an eyelid. Faced with this terrifying onslaught capable of instilling despair in any titled dual-level spirit master or below, he exhibited no inclination to evade. Instead, he activated the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique experience card. With a roar, a fierce aura reminiscent of ancient primordial forces erupted from his diminutive frame, enveloping him in a faint golden glow. At the same time, the perception of illusions reached its apex, revealing the seemingly flawless torrent of petals, their energy flow trajectories, and the core nodes of spirit power condensing with unparalleled clarity, rendering them utterly transparent to him. With a wild cry, he surged forward rather than retreating, his small figure akin to a cannonball, boldly charging into the deadly floral deluge, delivering a powerful punch. No matter if they were withered or rotten, before me, all shall be shattered. In that critical moment, on the brink of life and death, the long-forgotten system notification resonated in Shiao Chan's mind like a celestial melody. Ding! Detected that the host is engaged in a life-and-death confrontation with the level 95 title Delaw, Moonlight, Chrysanthemum Delaw, with life signs severely threatened. A rare golden signing opportunity has been successfully triggered. Shall the host proceed with the golden sign-in immediately? Nonsense. Sign. Hurry and let me sign my heart out. If I don't, I shall meet my untimely demise today and become mere fertilizer. Shiao Chan roared furiously within. Ding! Golden sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. For acquiring a divine level experience card, Azura Divine Thought Embodiment, pseudo, effect lasts for 10 minutes. Upon use, you may temporarily borrow a fragment of true Azura power, resulting in a dramatic surge in strength. Please use it with caution and avoid overindulgence. Almost instantaneously after the system's notification, an aura far more terrifying, chilling, and overwhelmingly domineering than that of Chrysanthemum Delaw erupted from Shiao Chan's being, akin to a dormant volcano awakening after eons. This presence was saturated with primal savagery and annihilation, as if it sought to drag the entire world into a sanguine abyss. The cruel grin and arrogance on Moonlight's face were abruptly frozen, as if grasped by an invisible hand. In its place arose boundless terror and disbelief. His enchanting voice twisted into a sharp, distorted shriek, completely unrecognizable. This is impossible. This pressure, it is the legendary Shur God, who commands slaughter. What manner of creature are you? He felt his once proud martial soul, the extraordinary chrysanthemum, trembling uncontrollably before this divine might, as if confronted by its natural nemesis, rendering even his soul power sluggish in its flow. Not only Moonlight, but the entire city of Notting, nay, within 100 miles, all living beings quaked beneath this sudden divine power. Far across the academy, Tang Sen felt a jolt from the depths of his soul, his visage paling in horror, his heart nearly skipping a beat. This power surpasses even that of the old Haggai encountered in the Star Doe Forest, referring to Bibi Dong's avatar. What else does Shiao Chan conceal? Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing, supported by Ma Xunhua, found his legs go weak, collapsing to the ground, his lips trembling, eyes vacant, as if witnessing a divine miracle, murmuring, divine might as fearsome as a prison. Is this truly a divine manifestation? The onlooking teachers and students had long since turned to stone, their minds a blank slate, even forgetting to breathe. At this moment, Shiao Chan was enveloped in a dim crimson light, his once pitch-black eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, brimming with cold, merciless killing intent. A hint of a bloodthirsty, cruel smile graced his lips, his voice resonating not as his own, but as the whispers of a demonic entity from the depths of the netherworld. Old Chrysanthemum, do you still wish to invite me for that so-called fragrant tea in the spirit hall? Or should I, in a fit of benevolence, offer you a taste of Mengpei's soup in hell? What do you say? As soon as he finished speaking, he took a gentle step forward, causing the azure stone ground beneath him to crack like a spider's web. Yu Guin was paralyzed with terror, retreating involuntarily, his heart already surging with tumultuous waves. The Pope's crimson decree, which demanded unwavering loyalty and threatened merciless extermination for defiance, flashed frantically in his mind. Yet, the uncanny and formidable presence exhibited by this 6-year-old child exceeded all his comprehension. He began to seriously doubt whether this was truly a prodigious youth or perhaps an unknown ancient being, feigning youth to ensnare the unsuspecting. Shiao Chan playfully extended his tongue to moisten his parched lips, his crimson eyes fixating intently on the already pale-faced J.D. Lu. As he advanced step by step, look at you, trembling like a startled quail. I have no desire to waste words with you. Now, you are presented with two choices. First, immediately kneel and respectfully bow 3 times, proclaiming thrice, Shiao Grandpa, I was wrong, I shall never dare again, and then scurry away, the farther the better. Second, Shiao Chan paused, his smile growing increasingly sinister, I shall ensure that this old chrysanthemum of yours withers completely, transforming into a true remnant. So you may understand why flowers bloom so red and ashes scatter so widely. At that moment, a cold and emotionless notification from the system echoed in his mind. System notification. Due to the host successfully activating the Azura Divine Thought, pseudo, the host's aura has leaked. The Pope's blacklist has successfully surpassed the critical observation threshold, soaring to 95 points. Warning, warning. The host is currently in an extremely dangerous red alert state, at risk of being personally targeted and obliterated by the Pope, BB Dong. Please, host, take care of yourself and enjoy your time. Exciting. This is what true excitement feels like. BB Dong, you old hag, I await your personal delivery of a head. Shiao Chan laughed maniacally in his heart, his fighting spirit only intensifying. Yu Guin's well-maintained visage fluctuated between green and pale, a mesmerizing display of emotions. He fixed his gaze on Shiao Chan, his eyes filled with resentment, unwillingness, and a deeper-seated fear. Ultimately, as if summoning every ounce of his strength, he forced out through clenched teeth, You wait. The humiliation you have inflicted today shall not be forgotten. When I reach the spirit hall, I will make you wish for death. Before he could finish, Yu Guin bit down on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence, and in an instant, he transformed into a flurry of shattered chrysanthemum petals. Fleeing desperately towards the horizon without a backward glance, fearing that this little monster, radiating the aura of the Azura, might indeed reduce him to mere remnants. As Yu Guin's frantic escape unfolded, the terrifying pressure that had enveloped the skies above Nodding City slowly receded like a tide. Shiao Chan regarded the direction of Yu Guin's departure with disdain, curling his lip. What a coward! He fled faster than a rabbit. Chapter 8. The aftermath of divine might shakes Nodding, the Pope's fury brews. As the cataclysmic power of the Azura Divine Thought ebbed like a receding tide, Shiao Chan felt as though his very essence had been momentarily siphoned away, reminiscent of the aftereffects of a challenging quest. However, this sensation was fleeting. Soon, a purer and more refined soul force surged within him, akin to a revitalizing elixir, swiftly dispelling any remnants of emptiness, leaving him with an invigorating sense of accomplishment. Casting a sidelong glance at the nearby petite figure of Xiao Wu, who trembled like a leaf in the wind, her pallid complexion revealing the terror she had endured from the earlier chaos, Shiao Chan mused to himself, is this all the resolve you possess? In the future, as you accompany me, such trivial disturbances will merely serve as an appetizer, merely a basic exercise in composure. Before he could finish his thoughts, a thud echoed through the air. Matthew Nua, the master of the Nodding City Spirit Hall, typically a figure of dignity and stature, had lost all semblance of composure. He crawled towards Shiao Chan. A pitiful sight, his trousers stained in an alarming manner, the atmosphere tinged with an unmistakable odor. Lord Xiao. No, esteemed immortal Xiao. Ancestor Xiao, Matthew Nua exclaimed, tears and snot mingling as he clutched Shiao Chen's leg, his voice quaking as if he were on the verge of collapse. I beseech you, spare my wretched life. The incident involving the chrysanthemum Doloa has no connection to our Nodding branch. He brought this upon himself, and I could not intervene. Should you have any commands, I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of flames without a flicker of hesitation. Panic-stricken, he feared that this 6-year-old harbinger of mischief might take offense and hold him accountable for the grievances of the Spirit Hall, rendering his plight more unjust than that of Doi. What he clutched was not merely a leg, but a living embodiment of catastrophe. Shiao Chan, in disdain, shook his leg, but could not dislodge this human pendant. Just as Matthew Nua lamented, stripped of dignity, Yu Xiaojing, invigorated as if infused with vitality, resembled a fervent devotee encountering their idol. His eyes shone with the brilliance of searchlights. Clenching his worn notebook and quill tightly, he stumbled eagerly towards Shiao Chan. A miracle. This is undeniably a miracle. He babbled excitedly, saliva flying as he proclaimed, the pinnacle of spirit power can truly evoke divine strength. Master Xiao, Senior Xiao, could it be that you, in that fleeting moment, were possessed by a deity? His fervor suggested he might kneel and sing a hymn of adoration at any moment. Meanwhile, in a distant corner, Tang San's handsome visage was clouded with a storm, his fists clenched tightly, sharp nails digging into his palms, drawing traces of blood. He fixed a steely gaze upon Shiao Chan, tumultuous emotions churning within him. The overwhelming sense of helplessness weighed upon him like a mountain, yet a fierce flame of defiance blazed within his heart. He could even sense that his dormant Haotian hammer martial spirit was trembling slightly within him, not out of fear, but rather an indignant rage and defiance stemming from being suppressed by an overwhelming force. Who on earth is this bastard? Tang San gritted his teeth, his heart roaring in frustration. At that moment, a familiar system notification echoed in Shiao Chen's mind, its tone jubilant as if he had just won 5 million in the lottery. Congratulations to the host for successfully intimidating the level 95 title de law, Moonlight, Chrysanthemum Gate. Your name is now renowned in Nodding City, showcasing your mischievous attributes and capabilities. Reward, the skill 8 steps to chase the cicada, beginner, has been credited. Essential for escaping pursuers. A must-have for home travel. Once used, everyone will sing its praises, and Mother will never worry about me being caught again. Red high-risk alert. Warning. Due to the host's accidental display of divine might, your profile has successfully surpassed 100 points of attention on the blacklist of the esteemed Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall, now ranking first. Congratulations. Friendly reminder. Her Majesty Bibi Dong has developed an intense scholarly interest in you, with a high probability of going to great lengths, even personally, to conduct a thorough and comprehensive vivisection study. The danger level at the Pope's Palace in Spirit City has automatically risen to a near-death experience. Please continue your reckless endeavors. Oh no, strive to enhance yourself, in hopes of engaging in friendly exchange with the Pope soon. Listening to this series of outrageous system prompts, Shiao Chan felt no hint of anxiety. Instead, a proud and provocative smile spread across his face. He abruptly lifted his head, addressing the empty sky with a booming voice that echoed throughout Nodding Academy. Bibi Dong, you old hag, listen well. Make sure to clean your neck and wait for me. It won't be long before I personally visit your decrepit Pope's palace to sign in. While taking a peek at whether the continent's first female Pope truly possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, or if she is merely an expired lowly who enjoys playing. Upon hearing these words, Matthew rolled his eyes, nearly terrified to the point of losing control for a second time. This little ancestor truly had a death wish. At this moment, Xiao Wu finally recovered from the overwhelming pressure earlier. She clung tightly to Xiao Chen's arm, her sparkling eyes filled with admiration, practically overflowing. Xiao Chen Gij, you are simply incredible. 100 times, 1,000 times more formidable than the great heroes my mother told me about in storybooks. Her voice was sweet and melodic, laced with a tremor of having survived a crisis. From now on, Xiao Wu would stick with Xiao Chun. Anyone who dared to bully him would face the wrath of her ancestral ate, reduced to mere pulp. She raised her delicate little fist, attempting to strike a fierce pose. But her adorably innocent face only made her appear endearingly cute. Meanwhile, far away in Spirit City, within the Pope's palace, a symbol of supreme authority, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the stillness before an impending storm. In the grand hall, Zhu Dola Yueguan, usually resplendent and proud, now knelt in a most humiliating manner at the center, a pitiful sight. His once magnificent robe lay in tatters, stained with dust and unknown liquids, his hair disheveled, and a trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. The vitality that typically radiated from him was utterly diminished, leaving no trace of the allure and haughtiness he usually embodied. Before him sat the breathtaking yet frigid figure of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, as he lamented his tragic experiences in Nodding City with tears streaming down his face. Oh, my beautiful Pope, you must take action on my behalf. Yueguan's voice was as high-pitched as a cat whose tail had been stepped on, filled with indignation and fear. That little scoundrel, Xiao Chun, no, that little monster. He is no mere human. He bears the aura of the god of Shura. Yes, the god of Shura. His murderous intent nearly purified me. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. As he wept, he embellished his tale, portraying himself as a valiant hero who had fought bravely, only to suffer defeat due to his opponent's underhanded use of divine power, magnifying Xiao Chen's horror and strangeness manifold. Seated upon her throne, Bibi Dong listened quietly, her phoenix eyes as deep and beautiful as the stars, revealing no sign of emotion. Yet, as Yueguan's lamentations continued, her aura grew increasingly frigid and perilous. Upon finishing his tale of the terrifying aura he attributed to Xiao Chun, a flicker of intense killing intent swept across Bibi Dong's flawless, ethereal visage. With a resounding thud, she slammed her Pope's scepter, a symbol of supreme authority, onto the ground, causing the hard obsidian floor to fracture like a spider's web, shaking the entire grand hall violently. What a remarkable Xiao Chun! What an heir of the god of Shura! Bibi Dong's voice was icy and devoid of any emotion. I shall see who dares to challenge the majesty of my spirit hall and injure one of my elders. Issue my decree. Command Ghostly Charm and Golden Crocodile Dolo to set out immediately for Nodding City. At any cost, bring that boy Xiao Chun back to me unharmed. Her voice paused, a chilling glint flashing in her phoenix eyes as her tone turned even more sinister. Should there be any resistance, eliminate without mercy, except for him. She had developed an unprecedented, almost pathological interest in the so-called secret of Xiao Chen's Shur God power and his astonishing growth rate. Such a perfect specimen was a rare find. At Nodding Academy, Xiao Chun was curiously examining the system interface, which had transformed from an ordinary checkpoint of the Spirit Hall into something extraordinary. At this moment, the checkpoint was pulsating with a blinding crimson light, beside which bold characters proclaimed a life and death struggle. The current difficulty has been manually adjusted by His Holiness the Pope to an invitation for effortless dissection and research mode. May the hosts seek their own fortune. Huh, do they still wish to capture me for dissection? A playful smirk danced at the corners of Xiao Chen's lips. Yet beneath it lay a chilling resolve for battle. Just splendid. I, too, wish to explore your so-called papal palace, to see what treasures warrant my personal attendance. He had never been one to passively endure. Since trouble was inevitable, why not seek it out and stir the waters even further? With this thought, Xiao Chun approached the still Matthew, who lay sprawled on the ground, appearing as though his very soul had departed. Hey, Old horse, stop playing dead, he kicked Matthew playfully. Startled, Matthew leaped up as if his tail had been stepped on, his face contorting into a grotesque grin more pitiable than tears. Lord Shiao, what can I do for you? Prepare for me 10,000 gold soul coins as compensation for mental anguish and travel expenses, Shiao Chan stated with unassailable confidence, adding, also, arrange the fastest, most luxurious carriage in Notting City that befits my esteemed status. I plan to take a stroll in Soul Master City and deliver a surprise to your Pope. Matthew nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing this. Teetering on the brink of fainting. 10,000 gold soul coins. The finest carriage. Does this little ancestor see me as a mobile ATM and free chauffeur? He yearned to cry, to refuse, yet the moment he met Shiao Chan's gaze, half smirking, yet undeniably commanding, he instantly wilted. With a mournful expression, his heart aching. He could only nod repeatedly. Yes, yes, I'll take care of it. I assure you, Lord Shiao, you shall be satisfied. Under another's roof, one must bow their head. Today, he was undoubtedly going to suffer for this blood debt. Before departing, Shiao Chen's eyes inadvertently swept over Tang San, who was hiding in the corner of the crowd. Observing him with a gaze laden with complex emotions, a smirk crept across Shiao Chen's face, unmasked and mocking. His voice low, yet audible enough for Tang San to hear clearly. Oh, isn't this the future Qianshou de Law, Tang San? What is the matter? Still fretting over your first and second spirit rings? Are you pondering how to wield that pitiful hammer with greater strength? As for me, I am about to visit Soul Master City, to confront and engage deeply with your Pope regarding life's aspirations. You should remain here in Notting City, diligently cultivating your so-called unparalleled way spirit, blue silvergrass. Just be careful not to wait until I have attained divine prowess, standing atop the gods, while you remain troubled over a few hundred-year-old spirit rings, turning your hair white in despair. That would be rather dull, wouldn't it, my defeated foe? You. Tang San trembled with rage at Shiao Chen's barbed taunts, his face flushed, teeth grinding in fury, wishing nothing more than to rush at Shiao Chen for a duel. However, the remnants of his rationality informed him that he was no match for Shiao Chen at this moment, and rushing forward would merely lead to his own humiliation. This sense of powerlessness was far more tormenting than death itself. Just then, Yu Xiaojing unexpectedly emerged from some hidden corner, clutching a hefty stack of manuscripts filled with various esoteric theories. He once again obstructed Shiao Chen's path, his face radiating an almost fanatical devotion. His eyes shining brightly as he gazed at Shiao Chen, his voice trembling. Master Shiao, please, a moment of your time. I have many perplexities regarding the secrets of the fusion of divine power and martial souls that you just mentioned, and I earnestly beseech you for your guidance. Does this imply that the evolution of martial souls ultimately culminates in? Shiao Chen, irritated by his relentless inquisition, waved his hand dismissively, cutting him off with bluntness. Enough. Your so-called top 10 core competencies of martial souls should have long been discarded into the latrine. Fusion? Spare me. Remember, the essence of martial souls is the manifestation of rules. It is the projection of the laws of heaven and earth. You haven't even scratched the surface, yet you aspire to soar to great heights? Return and contemplate deeply, you worthless fool, and do not disturb me. With that, Shiao Chen did not even glance at Yu Xiaojing, who was left in a state of shock, frozen in place, his expression fluctuating between pallor and flush. Yet, mere moments later, a fervor ignited in his eyes, even more intense and radiant than before. Rules, the manifestation of rules, the projection of the laws of heaven and earth. He muttered to himself in a daze, as if the gates to a new world had swung open, plunging him into a state of frenzied enlightenment. Soon after, Matthew, wearing a mournful expression, presented a heavy sack of gold soul coins and a lavishly adorned carriage, clearly of considerable value, to Shiao Chen. Shiao Chen accepted the gold coins without hesitation and, taking the still slightly dazed Xiao Wu by the hand, boldly climbed aboard the opulent carriage that would surely dazzle the eyes of many noble students, preparing to depart from the somewhat tiresome city of Notting. Just as the carriage wheels began to roll out from the imposing gates of Notting, the system's annoyingly cheerful prompt echoed in Shiao Chen's mind once more, seemingly out of nowhere. Ding. High energy ahead. The host is about to leave the beginner protection period free trial map, Notting City. A special hidden check-in point has been successfully triggered, Notting City Gate, a place that has witnessed countless fateful encounters and heroic figures, yet has also buried numerous foolish extras. May I ask the host if they wish to check in? Once you leave this village, this store will no longer be available. Sign in. I must sign in. Such an opportunity should not go to waste. Shiao Chen silently resolved. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for an extraordinary stroke of luck. Acquiring the epic passive skill, Taunt of Destiny, a title-type skill, which activates automatically upon equipping. The effect, there exists an exceedingly minuscule probability, akin to the likelihood of stepping in dog feces multiplied by winning a lottery jackpot, that adversarial targets may, at a critical juncture, experience a cerebral short circuit, leading to a dramatic decline in intelligence and the making of absurdly foolish decisions. This phenomenon is colloquially known as the reverse intelligence diminishing aura, specifically designed to target those who are self-assuredly clever. Those who have utilized it have found it rather exhilarating. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have also received a one-time life-preserving item, a substitute puppet, a low-grade common item. Its effect, it will automatically absorb a fatal blow on behalf of the host when faced with a lethal attack. Shiao Chan felt a surge of delight as two unexpected surprises emerged in his mind, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth, hinting at a wave of pleasure. The mockery of fate? A substitute puppet? How intriguing, it only grows more captivating. The carriage slowly rolled out of the gates of Nodding City, stirring up a faint cloud of dust. Shiao Chan lifted the carriage curtain and glanced back at the receding silhouette of the city walls, along with the minuscule figures below, appearing as insignificant as ants. His heart was calm, yet tinged with an indescribable anticipation. The spirit hall, BB Dong, and all those who wish to mold me like a soft persimmon. Here I come. Shiao Chan. However, scarcely had Shiao Chan's carriage exited the boundaries of Nodding City, having traveled only a few miles, when two streaks of light, exuding an aura of catastrophic terror, tore through the distant sky like comets of death. They approached with a speed unimaginable to ordinary minds, ripping through the heavens towards Nodding City, or more precisely, towards the unremarkable carriage occupied by Shiao Chan. The unmasked aura of lethal intent sent shivers down the spine, even from afar. Chapter 9. The Twin Doloa's Soul Chase and Death, the Emergence of Shura's Divine Might. The little ancestor's finger repels the foe. Outside Nodding City, upon the official road, Shiao Chen's ostentatious and conspicuous luxurious carriage had barely traveled a few miles, its arrogance still palpable. Suddenly, two overwhelming and oppressive auras descended from the heavens, akin to the weight of Mount Tai, unerringly locking onto the carriage. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, as if the heavens had split with thunder. The coachman, terrified, nearly ascended on the spot, while the steed emitted a sorrowful neigh, its forehooves trembling, almost collapsing. Amidst the swirling dust, two figures, resembling soul-harvesting specters from the depths of hell, positioned themselves firmly to block the carriage's path. The figure on the left, clad in a black robe, exuded a chilling aura, his face pale, as if deprived of sunlight for years, was one of the 9 elders of the spirit hall, known as the Phantom Doloa. The figure on the right, towering like an iron tower, his muscles bulging ominously, emanated an inherent authority even in repose, surrounded by a faint golden glow. He was the second offering of the spirit hall, a title Doloa of the 98th rank in the attack system, the Golden Crocodile. The oppressive pressure that made one's very soul tremble instantly solidified the air within a 100-meter radius into an iron block, rendering even the wind hesitant to exhale. Little Wu's delicate, rosy face suddenly turned as pale as rice paper. With a scream, she clung tightly to Shiao Chen's arm, trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. Her teeth chattering. Shiao Chan brother. What a terrifying villain. More frightening than that flower-faced one last time. The little girl was genuinely terrified. The murderous aura emanating from the two old men was far more chilling than the sharpest ice of the coldest winter. Oh, what a sight. Shiao Chan sat in the carriage, as composed as an old dog. Not only did he show no fear, but the excitement in his dark eyes shone brighter than any light bulb, a broad, arrogant grin stretching across his face. He felt an overwhelming joy. That old hag BB Dong truly esteemed him, dispatching 2 titled Duluos to escort him. Such a display, such treatment, remarkable. Far superior to that effeminate fool who could only release floral farts. He even had the leisure to internally call out to the system. System, are you listening? The service of delivering heads, experience packages, has arrived at my doorstep. Can these 2 old coots be signed in? Are there any buy 2 get 1 free luxury packages, or hidden benefits for gathering 7 titled Duluos to summon a divine dragon? The system remained silent, likely deeming the host's playful nature fully developed. No need to stoke the flames further. Humph, ignorant little spirits. You choose not to tread the paths of heaven, yet you dare to invade the gates of hell. The ghostly Doloa, with a face that was androgynous, revealed a cold smile, his voice sharp and grating, like nails on glass. By decree of His Holiness the Pope, surrender obediently, and you may suffer less pain. Otherwise, this day next year will mark your memorial. Before his words faded, 9 soul rings erupted in dazzling light around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, especially the final one, a blood-red 10,000-year soul ring, radiating a terrifying and heart-pounding aura. 9th soul skill, Shadow of Death. In an instant, the sky was filled with ghostly figures, as if 100 specters were on the prowl, each carrying a bone-chilling coldness and a potent aura of murder, surging toward Shiao Chen's carriage like a tidal wave, seemingly intent on devouring both him and his carriage, leaving not even a fragment of bone. The spectacle caused the coachman to faint from shock. Such trifling illusions dared to embarrass themselves before me? Like a monkey show? Shiao Chan scoffed, too lazy to rise. His footwork, the 8 steps of the cicada, instinctively activated, allowing his small figure to move within the cramped confines of the carriage with an ethereal grace akin to a butterfly flitting among flowers. Those seemingly lethal ghostly claws, capable of tearing steel to shreds, could not even brush the hem of his garment. Meanwhile, the eye of broken illusions quietly opened. In his vision, the deceptive ghostly figures became transparent, revealing the true form of the ghostly figure hidden among them, poised to strike with lethal intent. Its energy flow and movement trajectory were laid bare, utterly unable to conceal itself, as a sinister grin flickered across the specter's face. Believing itself to have gained the upper hand, a claw, exquisitely honed and strikingly angled, was poised to seize Shiao Chan's shoulder in a critical moment. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Alas, the specter let out a pained cry as, unbeknownst to him, a round, dark, and freshly steaming lump of dung had appeared abruptly beneath his feet. This esteemed title Dolois, caught off guard, slipped and lost his balance as though he had stepped on a banana peel, causing his seemingly inevitable strike to grasp at nothingness, nearly tripping himself in the process, resulting in a most undignified stumble, utterly devoid of any semblance of grace. With a hearty laugh, Shiao Chan could not contain his amusement, pointing at the specter with unrestrained glee. "Oh, old ghost, what is this latest technique of yours? A clumsy fall on flat ground? At your age? If your legs are no longer nimble, you ought to refrain from embarrassing yourself. Be cautious, lest you strain your old back. You may find no solace to weep in." Ding. The host's passive skill, Fate's Mockery, has successfully activated. Specter's intelligence temporarily reduced to 20, coordination to 30, and misfortune index at 50. The specter's face instantly turned a mottled hue, a disturbing blend of purple and white, his fury nearly prompting him to explode on the spot. When had he ever endured such indignity? Opportunity. A glint of cold light flashed in Shiao Chan's eyes. He would not squander such a chance to mercilessly strike a drowning foe. His right arm surged forth, the innate divine soul bone, the Shura left arm bone, erupted in a blinding dark red glow. A chilling aura of slaughter emanated from him. Shura's claw, with a low shout, a claw imbued with an unyielding ferocity, capable of rending the very fabric of space, shot forth like lightning, suffused with an endless malice. As it passed, the air crackled under the strain, and the myriad of ghostly figures was torn apart like ice beneath the sun, leaving a gaping chasm as it advanced towards the specter's very essence. Panic overwhelmed the specter, who realized the terrifying power of the blood-red claw exceeded his wildest imaginings. In haste, he crossed his arms defensively across his chest, gathering his soul power to withstand the onslaught. With a thunderous boom akin to a war drum, the specter was hurled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, carving a long trench in his wake. His arms throbbed with pain and numbness, his blood surged, and disbelief filled his eyes. How could this young imp possess such strength? Worthless, truly worthless, unable to subdue even a mere child. You have brought disgrace upon our spirit hall. Observing the specter's debacle, the golden crocodile Dolois could not help but unleash a furious roar. His formidable physique swelled, radiating a blinding golden light. In his true martial spirit form, the golden giant crocodile manifested behind him with a thunderous roar, a colossal silhouette exceeding 100 meters in length, adorned with thick golden scales, exuding an aura of ancient primal might. The terrifying pressure bore down on Shiao Chan like a tangible force, as 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, radiated a despairing brilliance from his colossal form. You little wretch, to perish beneath my 8th soul skill, the wrath of the crocodile god, is an accomplishment worthy of pride. Prepare to meet your demise. The voice of the golden crocodile Dolois resonated through the heavens, as a massive golden crocodile phantom opened its gaping maw. A golden shockwave, imbued with destructive power, surged forth as if to consume the very fabric of existence, hurtling towards Shiao Chan with thunderous ferocity. The might of this assault seemed capable of tearing apart the very space around it. In the face of such cataclysmic force, capable of obliterating ordinary soul masters in an instant, Shiao Chan stood his ground without flinching, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. The dazzling golden light instantly engulfed his diminutive figure, and the violent energy upheaved the ground beneath him, sending debris flying amidst a cloud of dust. "Brother Shiao Chan," Xiao Wu cried out in a piercing scream of despair, tears streaming down her face. The expressions of Gue Mei and the golden crocodile Dolois twisted into malevolent grins. To them, this little brat was doomed, his extraordinary talent insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the golden crocodile Dolois' 8th soul skill. However, as the blinding golden radiance began to fade and the dust settled, a crudely carved wooden puppet, its limbs shattered, fell with a thud onto the scorched earth, now in pieces. Yet, not far from the epicenter of the explosion, Shiao Chan emerged unscathed, standing with poise, even the hem of his garment unwrinkled. Leisurely brushing off non-existent dust, he yawned and languidly remarked, "I say, old crocodile, did you forget to eat last night? With this little strength, you couldn't even scratch me. Your bite is weak. You can't even gnaw through a wooden puppet." "What? A substitute soul guide?" Gue Mei and the golden crocodile Dolois exclaimed in unison, their gazes towards Shiao Chan transforming completely, stripped of their previous disdain and mockery, replaced instead with grave concern and palpable trepidation. What on earth was this young man? With his endless array of bizarre tactics, his preposterous strength, and now even possessing a legendary soul guide capable of sacrificing itself once. This could no longer merely be described as genius. He was an absolute anomaly. A monster cloaked in human guise. What? Are you dumbfounded? Afraid? Shiao Chan crossed his arms, a playful expression dancing across his face, reveling in their dismay. I say, you two ancient relics, nearing 200 years of age, with such meager skills, and yet you dare to emulate others in robbery, attempting to capture me for a bounty? Have your heads been caught in a door, or perhaps kicked by a mule? How about this? Shiao Chan extended a finger, shaking it playfully. Right now, immediately. Drop to your knees and respectfully bow 3 times to me, proclaiming, Shiao, I was wrong. I am not human. I shall never dare again. Since I am in a good mood today, perhaps I may consider sparing your lives, allowing you to return to that old hag BB Dong with my regards. What do you say? A fair deal, wouldn't you agree? You little beast. You seek death. The ghostly specter and the golden crocodile de law had never endured such a profound humiliation. Instantly, they were incensed by Shiao Chan's words, their fury igniting like a tempest. However, before they could unleash their wrath, Shiao Chan's gaze suddenly sharpened. Within him, the dormant million-year soul ring erupted with an unprecedented radiance, akin to igniting a dark crimson sun within his being. The bone of his left arm surged with bloodlight, emanating an aura of slaughter that was far more concentrated, purer, and overwhelmingly tyrannical than before, resembling an ancient demon god awakening from slumber, bursting forth from his diminutive frame. Behind him, a shadowy apparition of a towering Shura, wielding a grotesque and colossal blade, enveloped in an endless bloodlust, flickered and vanished, though merely a fleeting vision. The supreme pressure emanating from this true deity pierced the very souls of the ghostly specter and the golden crocodile de law like countless steel needles, instilling within them a primal dread that transcended mere fear of death. It felt as though they were not confronting a mere 6-year-old child, but an ancient god presiding over slaughter and gazing down upon all life. Unbeknownst to them, a long, archaic sword with a dark red blade, exuding a menacing aura, had materialized in Shiao Chan's grasp, its tip ominously pointed at the horrified duo. His voice, devoid of any emotion, chilled the air. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Vanish from my sight within a single breath. Otherwise, death awaits. The golden crocodile de law and the ghostly Dolua exchanged an involuntary glance, their eyes reflecting an unmistakable terror and a clear desire to retreat. This boy was no ordinary human. His strangeness was astounding. His power was outrageous. And the myriad of unheard of trump cards he possessed was staggering. The fleeting manifestation of Shura's might had left them paralyzed with fear, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. The Pope desired living captives to unravel the secrets he harbored. Yet, if this little harbinger of doom were to become enraged and eliminate them on the spot, it would be a monumental loss. Even if they miraculously triumphed, should they inadvertently slay this precious gem, they would have no explanation to offer the Pope. This venture was a losing proposition, no matter how one considered it. While the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. They thought, you little wretch, you are indeed formidable. Just wait. Upon reaching the Spirit Hall, Her Holiness the Pope will ensure that you wish for life but cannot attain it, and long for death yet cannot escape. The ghost de law feigned bravado, his lips quivering as he uttered words he scarcely believed himself. Without daring to linger any longer, he and the golden crocodile de law activated their soul rings, transforming into 2 disheveled streaks of light, retreating at a speed faster than when they had arrived. Not daring to look back as they fled toward the Spirit Hall, their desperate escape resembled that of prey pursued by an unparalleled beast, exerting every ounce of strength to avoid being caught by the little monster radiating the aura of a Shura. Brother Shiao Chan, you are simply too magnificent, too powerful. Woo-woo. You scared me to death, and yet you're so incredibly handsome. As she gazed upon the 2 once arrogant titled Duluos, now fleeing in a disheveled manner akin to lost dogs, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed with excitement. Clinging to Shiao Chen's arm, she bounced joyfully, her large, sparkling eyes reflecting a brilliance of admiration that could surely melt his heart. Congratulations, host. You have successfully intimidated the level 95 title de law ghostly charm and the level 98 title de law golden crocodile. The notorious reputation of the little tyrant in Nodding City continues to spread, enhancing your mischievous persona significantly, bringing you one step closer to your goal of becoming the continent's foremost troublemaker. The system has decided to reward you with a random fragment of a top-tier martial art, a minuscule amount of blood essence from a million-year-old soul beast, just a taste, dear, do not indulge excessively, and an increase in soul power by 1 level, raising your current soul power to level 13. Please continue your daring endeavors, or rather, keep creating brilliance. Soul Master City? Huh, I was destined to go there. With these 2 old fools scouting the path ahead, I need not trouble myself with directions. Shiao Chan weighed the freshly received, still warm rewards from the system in his hands, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his mouth. He kicked the coachman, who lay sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Stop feigning death, and get up. We are heading towards Soul Master City. I intend to deliver a grand surprise to your Pope. This sudden skirmish did not instill a shred of retreat within him. Rather, it was akin to pouring hot oil into a blazing fire, igniting a fervent battle spirit and an insatiable anticipation for the unknown challenges ahead. Mischief. Great mischief. Such is the mindset befitting a traveler from another world. However, just as Shiao Chan's luxurious carriage, under the coachman's tremulous grip, set forth once more along the official road, albeit at a leisurely pace due to the horse's trembling legs. A long-forgotten, yet ever-astonishing system alert echoed unexpectedly in his mind. This time, it was unprecedented, even more glaring than the previous warning faced against the chrysanthemum de law. Warning, warning, red alert. The host has thoroughly enraged Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall. Due to the exceptional reports brought back by the formidable ghostly charm and golden crocodile Duluos regarding your suspected possession of a complete divine inheritance, capable of annihilating tidal Duluos with a mere gesture, and the alarming revelations of your seemingly endless hidden cards akin to an armory, Bibi Dong has escalated your danger level from mere observation to a permanent designation of extermination level. Latest enemy intelligence report. Bibi Dong has covertly mobilized at least 5 or more tidal Duluos from the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall. Friendly reminder. Average level above 95. All seasoned veterans, capable of killing without hesitation, and has acquired some formidable forbidden item, forming a team codenamed God-Slaying Hunt and Persuasion, Physical. Rapidly encircling your current position from all directions. Estimated contact time, within half a day. Dear host, it seems this time things are truly perilous. The system has begun to scout for your next life's novice village. I wish you a fortunate rebirth, with divine equipment bestowed upon you at the outset. An unclaimed fiancé at your side, and the ability to stumble upon wealth with every step you take. In short, may good fortune accompany you always. Amen. Almost immediately after the system's cheeky prompt echoed in the air, Shiao Chan acutely sensed that not far ahead on the horizon, several formidable figures, exuding an unabashed aura of chilling malevolence and terror, were tearing through the atmosphere like harbingers of doom risen from the depths of hell. They approached with an astonishing velocity that defied human comprehension, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. The garments of these figures gleamed in the sunlight, reflecting the unique golden flame insignia of the Elder Hall members of the Spirit Hall, a symbol of supreme power and ruthless authority. Goodness, are they truly playing such a grand game? Shiao Chan gazed at the approaching deathly meteors, and rather than feeling any fear, he excitedly thumped his thigh. Now this is more like it. Come forth. Today, I shall show you what true surprise means. Chapter 10. The 5 Great Doa Pursue Relentlessly. Let me show you why flowers bloom so red. As the dust settled slightly, even before the coachman could regain his composure from the fright that nearly sent his heart racing out of his chest, 5 figures, as if choreographed, swiftly surrounded Shiao Chan's ostentatious carriage from all directions. Each presence emanated such a resonating wave of soul power that it felt as if the very air was distorting under the force. With a starting price of 95 level tidal Doloa, at the forefront stood an elder, his hair and beard nearly defying gravity, with hawk-like eyes fixated on the carriage. Wasn't he this the same golden crocodile Doloa who had fled faster than a rabbit earlier? The old man cleared his throat, attempting to regain an air of superiority, but his throat seemed to be choked with phlegm. Ahem, young Shiao Chan, His Holiness the Pope has commanded, those who are wise should surrender willingly. And you may be granted a complete corpse. Otherwise, before he could finish, another tidal Doloa with a sharp visage, clearly not of good repute, interjected, clutching a sinister-looking black metallic box. You insolent wretch, do not be so arrogant. This is the God-Slaying box, personally bestowed by His Holiness the Pope. It is specifically prepared for you, the accursed one bearing the legacy of deities. Today marks your demise, ha ha ha. The ominous black box radiated an unsettling aura of destruction, as if merely gazing upon it could ensnare one's very soul. Inside the carriage, Xiao Wu's petite face had drained of color, her small hands clutching Shiao Chen's clothing tightly, trembling like a candle flickering in the wind, tears welling in her eyes, ready to burst forth at any moment. Oh dear, with such a spectacle, one might think a film crew had forgotten to clear the set. Shiao Chan, rubbing his ears, appeared as an innocent soul just awakened from slumber, poked his little head out, and blinked his large eyes at the golden crocodile Doloa. Old man, who might you be? Oh, I remember now. You're that sniveling old crocodile who was terrified to the point of losing control at just a touch from my finger, crying and begging to go home. What is this? Unable to defeat a mere child, you've brought out all the ancient relics from your nursing home? Is it the trend in your spirit hall to band together and bully a defenseless, adorable 6-year-old like me? Do you still have any shame left? The face of the golden crocodile Doloa turned a deep shade of liver color, almost spewing blood in frustration as he stuttered, pointing at Shiao Chan without being able to articulate a coherent thought. This little rascal's tongue was sharper and more obstinate than a stone in a cesspit. At that moment, within Shiao Chen's mind, the familiar, cheeky sound of the system notification echoed with renewed vigor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering a high-level epic hidden storyline quest. 5 dragons playing with pearls. Friendly reminder. You are the pearl being toyed with. You have automatically accepted a time-sensitive, high-difficulty self-destructive sign-in task. Please, under the comprehensive and omnidirectional pressure of 5 tidal Duluos, average combat power of level 95, each possessing formidable skills, and with a tenacity akin to the corners of city walls. Successfully collect a strand of hair, or a piece of uniquely tagged fabric, from each of them as a precious token of your sign-in success. Quest Success Reward, Divine Level Stealth Technique, Beginner's Edition, repeatedly jumping and experiencing death, 1,000 points for professional self-destructive skills. Please strive, I have faith in you. Go forth boldly and aim to venture beyond the galaxy, racing towards the vast universe. Shiao Chan twitched his lips in exasperation. System. Do you believe my life is too comfortable, seeking to provoke me with hypertension-inducing challenges? Collecting hair? Do you think I'm a barber or an expert in harvesting organic chives? And what else with the experience version? I trust you as far as I can throw you. The God-slaying box. The name sounded like an extravagant, customized urn, quite peculiar indeed. With a sudden glimmer in his eyes, Shiao Chan donned a harmlessly radiant smile, then proceeded to do something astonishing that left everyone dumbfounded. He pulled out a small jade vial from his robe and, without hesitation, consumed the drop of precious million-year soul beast blood awarded by the system as if it were mere water. Burp. The taste is decent, though a bit stuck in my teeth. Boom. No sooner had he finished speaking than an ancient, cataclysmic force erupted from his diminutive frame. A terrifying and overwhelming might that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. It surged forth like a long-dormant volcano, merging with a power so domineering that it appeared ready to rend the very fabric of the cosmos. His once dark and vibrant eyes were instantly suffused with an enchanting crimson hue. Behind him, a vague yet towering shadow of a grotesque beast loomed, as if it could devour the sun and moon, unleashing a silent roar that resonated with the very soul. The terrifying aura that fused two supreme powers surged forth like a materialized tsunami, crashing violently upon the 5 titled Duluos surrounding it. Even though these seasoned warriors, known for their merciless prowess in battle, were taken aback, retreating a full step, their faces etched with a look of sheer horror, as if they had encountered a ghost. This young wretch, has he taken some illicit substance? Or was he simply born with extraordinary gifts? The audacity of this insolent wretch. Watch as I obliterate you. One particularly irascible titled Delaw, sporting a bushy beard and resembling a reincarnated butcher, could no longer contain his fury. With a thunderous roar, he activated his 8th spirit ring, releasing a colossal, earth-toned beam of spirit power, imbued with the terrifying might of mountain splitting, aimed directly at Shiao Chan. However, just as the beam was about to collide with Shiao Chan's visage, an extraordinary event occurred. With a startled exclamation, the mountain-splitting Doloa found himself slipping upon an invisible slab slickened with oil beneath his feet. His massive frame lost balance in a grotesque manner, causing the formidable spirit power beam to veer wildly, crashing with a resounding thud onto the raised posterior of another titled Doloa, the mountain-piercing Doloa, who had been preparing for a sneak attack. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the mountain-piercing Doloa as his body, propelled like a cannonball, plunged into a nearby mound of earth, leaving only his flailing legs visible, creating an undeniably awkward yet comical scene. Ding! The host's passive skill, Fate's Mockery, has been successfully triggered. The intelligence of the mountain-splitting Doloa temporarily reduced to 30, coordination to 50. Today's unfortunate attributes have been successfully bound. May good fortune accompany you, and perhaps next time, you might avoid such misfortune. Shiao Chan erupted in laughter, doubled over with mirth, nearly shedding tears. I must ask, are you elderly jesters merely clowns summoned by a monkey? And before the battle has even commenced, you are already staging an internal comedy of errors? Should I fetch a small stool and some snacks for a leisurely viewing? Curse it. This infuriates me. The mountain-splitting Doloa's face flushed crimson, wishing for a crevice to disappear into. At that moment, the previously terrified ghost Doloa, who had been shaken by Shiao Chan's earlier display, suddenly glimpsed an opportunity. With a flash of malice in his eyes, he transformed into a wisp of shadow, silently encircling Shiao Chan from behind. A sinister, shadowy claw, infused with a malevolent essence capable of corroding the soul, lunged for the vulnerable spot at the back of Shiao Chan's heart. Attempting the same trick twice? Do you take me for a fool? Without turning his head, Shiao Chan smirked with derision. In his mind, an enigmatic insight from the remnants of a random top-tier martial arts manuscript surged forth like an enlightening revelation. Almost instinctively, he formed a sword-like gesture with his fingers and casually slashed behind him. A slender yet razor-sharp blade of energy, shimmering with a faint golden hue, sliced through the air and effortlessly cleaved the ghost Doloa's assured claw and accompanying spirit technique into mere fragments. The lingering force of the sword energy struck fiercely against the face of the ghost Doloa, leaving a burning red mark that made him grimace in pain. Retreating several steps before finally stabilizing himself, a collective shock rippled through the hearts of all the titled Doloa, as they gasped in astonishment. What on earth is this extraordinary phenomenon? Is this young man's hidden trump card available in bulk? Old Viper, is that shabby box of yours intended for storing leftover meals? Hurry up and hand it over. I am in dire need of a chamber pot. Shiao Chan executed the 8 steps to catch the cicada to perfection, his petite figure transforming into a series of elusive afterimages amidst the encirclement of 5 titled Doloa, leaving them bewildered and dizzy. His true target was none other than the serpent spear Doloa, who had been hesitant to make a move while wielding the god-slaying box. The serpent spear de Loa, his spirit faltering, had never encountered such a slippery and elusive little ghost, akin to a wily loach. As he witnessed Shiao Chan's fists, radiating an aura of preciousness that he could not afford, hurtling towards his handsome visage, he was left with no choice. In a moment of desperation, he bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the god-slaying box, prematurely activating this formidable weapon. With a resonating hum, the jet-black metallic box trembled violently, its lid splitting open with a spine-chilling crevice. In an instant, a terrifying aura, colder than the coldest abyss and more malevolent than the most vengeful spirits, surged forth. Several chains, thick as a child's arm and adorned with sinister black runes, shot out like venomous snakes. Imbued with an eerie power capable of extinguishing souls and devouring all vitality, targeting Shiao Chan with blinding speed. By heaven, this is the real deal. Shiao Chan's pupils dilated as he felt the imminent threat. At this critical juncture, the system's newly awarded death substitute, a low-grade item, guaranteed genuine, activated dutifully. A blurred shadow detached from Shiao Chan, instantly transforming into his likeness. Before it could strike a heroic pose, the black chains pierced through it, reducing it to a mere pile of ashes that scattered with the wind. Meanwhile, Shiao Chan, propelled by the force of the impact, was sent flying several meters. And in midair, he expertly fished out a small packet of ketchup from his pocket, applying a dab to the corner of his mouth. Upon landing, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality drained, his complexion pale as though he had just emerged from a grave. Cough, cough. This wretched box possesses quite the power. Little thief, you shall pay. A title de Loa, sharp-nosed and covered in barbs, clearly a fierce character, tentatively named the spiny porcupine de Loa, observed Shiao Chan in a critical state, his eyes glinting with malice as he approached to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, the timid Xiao Wu, who had been anxiously hiding behind Shiao Chan, mustered all her courage. Do not bully my brother Shiao Chan, the young girl exclaimed, her large, sparkling eyes suddenly shimmering with an enchanting pink glow. Meanwhile, her first spirit ring ignited, unleashing the renowned entangling skill of the soft-bone rabbit. Numerous resilient tendril phantoms materialized from thin air, momentarily halting the ferocious movements of the menacing, a fleeting glimmer of confusion flickering in its eyes. Though it lasted merely a fraction of a second, it was ample time for Shiao Chan. Bibi Dong, you old witch, clean your neck and await my arrival. I am about to pay you a visit, bringing with me a grand surprise that will leave you weeping in delight. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, Shiao Chan let out a resonant howl towards the heavens, and with a speed that defied belief, he produced from his bosom a resplendent golden talisman, adorned with incomprehensible symbols, unmistakably of extraordinary origin. He thrust it forcefully onto the ground. All combatants, assemble. Obey my command. Vanish. A blinding golden beam, more dazzling than the sun and more brilliant than the stars, surged into the sky, capable of dazzling the eyes of every creature within 100 miles. The violent spatial fluctuations roiled like boiling water. As the golden light dissipated, all that remained was a bottomless pit, still emitting wisps of smoke, and 5 titled Duos, their eyes streaming with tears from the harsh radiance, desperately rubbing their eyes. Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu had long since vanished without a trace. Ah, you little beast. I shall tear you limb from limb, roared the golden crocodile de Law, incensed, as he and the other 4 titled Duos, equally distressed, frantically ravaged the surrounding area for dozens of miles, gouging the earth 3 feet deep, yet finding not a single trace of him. The news raced back to Spirit City with alarming speed. Within the hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong listened, her subordinates recounting in trepidation Shiao Chan's brazen farewell and the illustrious deeds of the 5 titled Duos. Her breathtakingly beautiful visage was now shrouded in a frost that could freeze the soul. With a resounding crash, she struck the luxurious gold table before her, a symbol of supreme authority, reducing it to dust. Good, very good, excellent. Shiao Chan is it. I shall remember you. Bibi Dong's voice was devoid of emotion, yet laced with the terrifying fury of a volcano ready to erupt. Transmit my secret decree. Mobilize all available forces of the Spirit Hall, including all offerings from the Elder Hall, and seal off every route leading to Spirit City. Furthermore, immediately notify the imperial families of the Star Luo and Heaven Do empires, instructing them to assist in apprehending this child. Any who harbor or fail to report him shall be deemed conspirators and shall face merciless execution. The entire Spirit Hall, and indeed the whole Deloa continent, was stirred by the actions of this mere 6-year-old child, inciting unprecedented turmoil. At this moment, the instigator Shiao Chan, after experiencing a dizzying sensation akin to riding 10 roller coasters, coupled with a nauseating feeling that nearly expelled his last meal, finally tumbled face first into a desolate wilderness, devoid of life. Before he could utter a curse, the system's ominous, slightly gleeful notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. On successfully utilizing the I am directionally challenged. Who am I afraid of random escape talisman, Golden Collector's Edition, with a complimentary 7-colored Mary Sue escape effect. Current landing coordinates, the outer edge of the God Burial Abyss, one of the 10 life-threatening zones in Doloa continent. A friendly reminder, this place is exceptionally perilous. inhabited by countless divine-level vengeful spirits. Even a title de law would emerge with difficulty, and for a level 98 individual. Survival hinges on the mood of the vengeful spirit responsible for the lottery that day. Wishing you a pleasant journey. May you achieve early reincarnation. Amen. Ding. A new sign-in location has been thoughtfully refreshed for you. The soul guiding stone tablet at the entrance of the God Burial Abyss. Shiao Chan nearly spewed blood upon reading this. I bought a watch last year. System, you deceitful wretch. The God Burial Abyss? Wouldn't it be more convenient to toss me straight into the 18th layer of hell to have tea with Yama? Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling malice surged from the unfathomably dark depths of the God Burial Abyss, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, as if a primordial beast had licked his spine with its icy tongue. It felt as if some slumbering, unparalleled monstrosity had been rudely awakened by his uninvited presence, casting a cold, disdainful gaze upon him, as if to say, "What are you looking at? Dare to look again?" Simultaneously, not far behind him, several familiar yet despairingly powerful auras, suffused with rage and lethal intent, tore through the air at a velocity that threatened to breach the sound barrier, rapidly encircling his position. Vaguely, he could hear the distorted roar of the golden crocodile Dalaw, echoing through the heavens and earth. "You little beast. Where do you think you can run this time? With no path to the heavens and no door to the earth, today I shall skin you alive, strip your tendons, and scatter your bones." With wolves in front and tigers behind, and a terrifying abyss in between, Shiao Chan thought, what an exhilarating predicament. Chapter 11. The Abyssal Sign-In bestows ghostly companions. 5 hounds chase a frenzied entry into the Forbidden Zone. The face of the golden crocodile Dalaw was as dark as a pot's bottom, while 5 titled Duluos surrounded Shiao Chun and Xiao Wu, blocking all escape routes, with the ominous God Burial Abyss looming behind them, instilling dread. "Ah, old codgers. Quite the seasoned professionals, I see. Have you gathered to send me off on my vacation?" Shiao Chun remarked, hands in pockets, bearing a mischievous smile that was utterly infuriating. Xiao Wu's face turned pale, her small hand gripping Shiao Chen's clothing tightly, her voice tinged with panic. "Brother Shiao Chun." In her mind, the system's insidious notification chimed in as expected. "Host, a warm reminder. You have successfully unlocked the glorious achievement of being sandwiched between foes. As for the survival rate, well, having some chance is better than none, right? You little beast. Today you cannot escape." The golden crocodile Doloa spat, his voice booming enough to rouse the dead from their graves. "Either obediently return with us to the Spirit Hall and face judgment from His Holiness the Pope, or throw yourself into this God Burial Abyss and feed the ghosts." 5 elderly gentlemen subtly shifted their positions, effectively obstructing all possible paths, leaving only a broad avenue leading to the entrance of the God-burying abyss. The implication was unmistakable. "Choose your own demise, young one." Alas, this truly posed a challenge for me. Shiao Chun raised an eyebrow, feigning exaggerated panic, and with a momentary misstep, he stumbled forward, his diminutive frame careening towards the ominous entrance marked by a stone tablet inscribed with ghastly symbols that exuded a foreboding aura. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. "Ha! This little fool has frightened himself," cackled a sharp-featured titled Dalaw, Serpent Spear Dalaw, his face a mask of derision. The other elderly men mirrored his disdain, their expressions betraying their expectations. However, none of them noticed the subtle smirk that curled at the corners of Shiao Chen's mouth at the moment of impact with the stone tablet. Ding! Successfully signed in at the God-burying abyss entrance stone tablet. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a special item. Low-level Grievous Spirit-friendly certificate, one-time use. Effect. This certificate allows a low-level Grievous Spirit from the outskirts of the God-burying abyss to refrain from hostility towards the host for 10 minutes, and in moments of goodwill, may even bestow upon the host a local specialty. Almost simultaneously with the system's notification, the stone tablet flickered with a faint, dark light. Suddenly, a spine-chilling, soul-wrenching wail emanated from the unfathomable darkness of the God-burying abyss, sending shivers down the spines of even the seasoned titled Duluos, such as the golden crocodile Dalaw, who could not suppress a shudder, their expressions shifting slightly. Clutching the invisible friendly certificate, Shiao Chen's feigned panic vanished without a trace, replaced by an audacious and provocatively arrogant grin. He leisurely raised his middle finger towards the golden crocodile Dalaw and the others, declaring, "Old geezers, thank you for escorting me to my new home. This place appears far more intriguing than your dilapidated spirit hall. I shall venture in to explore, you old fossils. If you dare, follow me in and warm my bed." With that, he wasted no time, grasping the still-dazed Xiao Wu's hand, and boldly stepped into the murky edge of the God-burying abyss without a backward glance. What? The eyes of the golden crocodile Dalaw and his companions nearly popped out of their sockets. This little rascal has lost his mind. What kind of place is the God-burying abyss? It is one of the 10 forbidden zones of life on the Doloa continent. Not even they, as titled Doluos, would dare to tread lightly there, let alone a mere 6-year-old child. A sinister smile crept across the pallid face of the ghost Dolaw. "Humph, an ignorant fool. Entering there is a dead end. We shall guard this entrance and see how long he can last. Once he is torn to shreds by the malevolent spirits within, we will go in and collect his soul bones." Precisely, lying in wait for the rabbit. The others nodded in agreement, finding the plan quite agreeable. As Shiao Chan stepped into the abyss of the gods of death, a suffocating miasma of death assailed him, cold and piercing, as if it could freeze one's very soul. The surrounding fog thickened, reducing visibility to less than 3 meters, while eerie wails echoed in his ears, reminiscent of ghostly lamentations. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, a shadow lunged forth from the nearby darkness, exuding a nauseating stench, and charged straight at Shiao Chan's face. The grotesque apparition, its body decaying and oozing, bore 2 flickering crimson orbs in its eye sockets, and its elongated, sharp claws glimmered with a sinister sheen. Indeed, it was a low-tier, vengeful spirit. Xiao Wu let out a piercing scream, instinctively shutting her eyes, her small frame trembling uncontrollably. Just as the spirit's claws were about to grasp Shiao Chan's forehead, a friendly token activated instantaneously. The menacing spirit skidded to a halt less than half a meter from Shiao Chan, almost tripping over itself, cocking its half-rotten head. Its maggot-infested nose sniffed vigorously at Shiao Chan, emitting an unintelligible gurgle, while the malevolent light in its eyes dimmed slightly, replaced by an expression that seemed confused. Then, to the astonishment of Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu, the low-tier vengeful spirit slowly retrieved a dark, glistening, wriggling mass from its tattered garments, emanating a peculiar and indescribable stench, like a century-old fermented tofu mixed with putrid flesh, and unceremoniously thrust it into Shiao Chan's hand. Afterward, it patted Shiao Chan on the shoulder, mumbling indistinctly, "Fresh, flavor, strange, eat," before wobbling back into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Shiao Chan glanced down at the writhing abomination in his hand, his lips twitching violently, and his stomach churned as if he might retch on the spot. Was this truly the legendary surprise or fright? "System, show yourself. I promise I won't harm you." Xiao Wu, cautiously reopening one eye, could hardly believe what she witnessed. Her mouth fell agape, momentarily forgetting her fear. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the abyss of the gods of death, the golden crocodile Dala and his 4 companions only heard a vengeful spirit's roar from within, followed by an unsettling silence. A cruel smile crept across the face of the porcupine Dala. Umph. It seems that little brat has been torn to shreds by the evil spirits inside. Truly fitting for him. That was quick. The golden crocodile Dala furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were not so simple. This little rascal was quite peculiar. There was no way he could be so easily dispatched. At that moment, deeper within the abyss, a presence far more formidable than the previous low-tier spirit stirred, a terrifying will, imbued with ancient wisdom and ferocity, awakening as if a dragon had slumbered friends. It sensed the unique aura emanating from Shiao Chan, a blend of azure divine power and the essence of a million-year soul beast, along with the subtle ripples caused by the friendly token at the level of rules, which sparked a deep, intense interest within it. Shiao Chan weighed the enigmatic piece of pulsating meat in his hand, suppressing the urge to hurl it away. He understood that the token of goodwill was merely ephemeral, effective only against low-tier malevolent spirits. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the 5 tidal Doa stationed at the entrance, resembling vigilant guard dogs, and his gaze shifted slightly. Suddenly, he inadvertently noticed a hidden path shrouded in thick black mist not far away, almost imperceptible, winding its way deeper into the abyss of the god of death, emanating an air of unknown peril. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered a hidden event task. Hide and seek in the abyss. Please make full use of the complex terrain of the abyss of the god of death and your astonishing talent for self-destruction to successfully toy with the 5 tidal Dala at the entrance for at least 1 hour, and entice at least 1 mid-tier or higher creature from the abyss to engage in an affectionate encounter with them. Task reward: Abyss Walker Cloak, damaged. Slightly enhances the host's concealment in shadows. No more worries about being discovered while hiding. 2,000 points for the professional self-destructive expert. Host, I have high hopes for you. Strive to reach new heights. Upon witnessing Shiao Chan once again turn peril into safety and receive such an exquisite gift, Xiao Wu's admiration for him surged like an unending river. Gathering her utmost courage, she softly declared, "Brother Shiao Chan, I am not afraid. I will try my best not to hold you back." "Well said, Xiao Wu." Such resolve. Shiao Chan responded to the 5 bewildered guardians at the entrance with an international gesture of goodwill, then firmly grasped Xiao Wu's hand and resolutely stepped onto the treacherous hidden path. "Let us go, Xiao Wu. Today, I shall let this pack of old hounds know the difficulty of inviting a spirit and the challenge of sending it away. I will also show them what it truly means to be a professional dog walker." As the 2 ventured a few steps down the eerie path, 2 colossal eyes, larger than lanterns and gleaming with an eerie green light, slowly opened amidst the dense black mist. A suffocating stench rushed towards them, accompanied by a deep, oppressive growl, reminiscent of a roar from the depths of the underworld, heralding the arrival of a far more terrifying crisis. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the abyss of the god of death, the golden crocodile Dala's expression shifted dramatically as his formidable spiritual energy keenly detected an anomaly. With a furious roar filled with indignation, he exclaimed, "Something is amiss. That little wretch's aura has not dissipated. Rather, it has ventured deeper into the abyss. This little rascal dares to toy with us. What? The other 4 Dolois were equally taken aback. Pursue. We must chase him down. Even if we have to turn this damned abyss upside down, we will drag him out. I will tear him to shreds with my own hands. The golden crocodile Dolois trembled with rage, disregarding the dangers of the abyss, and was the first to dart like a streak of light into the thick black mist. The remaining 4 title Dolois exchanged glances, steeling themselves, and reluctantly followed suit, compelled to step into this dread-inducing forbidden realm. Chapter 12. The adorable child walks the dog into the abyss of gods. The millennium-old demon battles the fierce python, and the system's sarcasm abounds. On Shiao Chan's side, those 2 emerald-green giant eyes were larger than the lanterns hung during the New Year festivities at the Butcher Wang's house in his village. As the pupils shifted, they locked onto Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu, the uninvited guests, with unwavering intensity. A foul, rancid wind nearly toppled Xiao Wu. Her face turned pale as she clutched Shiao Chan's arm tightly, her teeth chattering in fear. Goodness, this creature must have a remarkable diet. Its eyes were almost akin to searchlights. Instead of being alarmed, Shiao Chan felt a rush of exhilaration and even found time to comment. He subtly activated the 8 steps of the cicada beneath him, his form flickering amidst the dense fog, while simultaneously unleashing the Eye of the Void, which allowed him to instantly discern the true form of the giant-eyed creature. A massive python coiled in the passage ahead, its scales gleaming with an eerie light. A spiraled horn atop its head indicated it was no ordinary beast. Ding! Friendly reminder, 100 meters ahead lies the 9 nether soul-devouring python, a millennium-level, mid-tier magical beast, currently in a state of hunger and rather displeased, particularly irked by disturbances during its feeding or slumber. It has sensed the presence of fresh meat on the host, and is contemplating a change in diet. Fresh meat? Shiao Chan glanced down at the wriggling local delicacy in his hand, emanating an indescribable odor, his lips curling in dismay. So this was meant as an appetizer for the colossal creature? Shiao Chan gidge, what is that monster? Xiao Wu's voice trembled, her small hand nearly bruising his arm. Fear not, Xiao Wu. It is merely a rather large earthworm, Shiao Chan reassured her with a gentle smile, patting her hand. Perfect timing. With those old hounds hot on our tails, let us present them with a grand gift. With that, a clever idea sparked in his mind. He retrieved a resilient strand of spider silk from his soul-guiding device, carefully binding the wriggling delicacy to one end. Then, he waved it enticingly towards the 9 nether soul-devouring python, calling out in a teasing tone, Hey, big black long worm, look over here. I have something splendid for you. Would you care for a taste? This opportunity is fleeting. The python appeared momentarily stunned, its enormous triangular head tilting slightly. Its 2 giant emerald eyes fixated on the peculiar, aromatic morsel in Shiao Chan's hand. A low gurgling sound emanated from its throat, evidently stirred by a hint of appetite. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Shiao Chan vigorously swung the spider silk towards the direction from whence Jean Crocodile and the others were pursuing. The meat soared through the air, tracing a peculiar arc, trailing an irresistible fragrance deep into the fog. Hiss! The 9 nether soul-devouring python emitted an enraged hiss, clearly incensed by Shiao Chan's mockery. Its colossal form surged forward like a streak of black lightning, pursuing the delicacy and demolishing numerous sturdy, grotesque trees along its path, a sight to behold. Come, Xiao Wu, let us observe the spectacle, Shiao Chan urged, pulling Xiao Wu along as he breezed forward, unhurriedly trailing behind the 9 nether soul-devouring python. All the while retrieving 2 candy beans from his pocket, offering one to Xiao Wu. Here, have this to calm your nerves. On the other side, the golden crocodile Dolois and his 4 companions stormed into the god burial abyss, seething with fury. That wretched creature, I shall rend it limb from limb. The golden crocodile Dolois growled through gritted teeth, using his soul power to dispel the dense fog that enveloped them. Calm down, my lord, urged the second elder, his voice still cold, yet laced with caution. This god burial abyss is fraught with peril, we must tread carefully. The sinister aura of this accursed place made even the ghost Dolois uneasy. As if this mere god burial abyss could thwart 5 titled Doluos. The serpent spear Dolois scoffed. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than his foot slipped on a slick patch of moss, leading to a painful cry as he nearly fell. His posture quite comical. A muffled chuckle escaped the side from the spike porcupine Dolois. Embarrassed, the serpent spear Dolois flushed with anger. What are you laughing at? If you're so capable, then don't fall. Enough of this bickering. We have more pressing matters, the golden crocodile Dolois interjected impatiently, sensing a powerful surge of soul energy and a malevolent presence ahead. At that moment, an overpowering stench suddenly permeated the air, nearly causing the 5 titled Doluos to retch. What in the world is that foul odor? The spiked porcupine Dolois complained, pinching his nose. Be cautious. Something approaches. The ghost Dolois shouted sharply, detecting a formidable and aggressive force closing in rapidly. Before his warning could fully register, a colossal black shadow burst forth from the mist, accompanied by a deafening roar and a foul wind. It was the soul-devouring python of the 9 nether, lured by the local delicacies. This beast evidently regarded the 5 intruders as competitors for its prey or potential meals, opening its gaping maw wide enough to devour an elephant, unleashing a stream of viscous, corrosive venom like a high-pressure water jet towards them. That wretched beast seeks its own demise, roared the golden crocodile Delaw, incensed. As a formidable 98th level assault type titled Delaw, and the second elder of the Martial Soul Hall, he had never before been so brazenly provoked by such a creature. Martial Soul Manifestation. He bellowed, and the massive golden crocodile spirit materialized, charging to meet the oncoming wave of poison. With a thunderous explosion, the clash reverberated through the god burial abyss, as the venom and golden light intertwined, instantly corroding the surrounding trees and rocks, creating a scene of utter chaos. Damn it, this creature possesses a fearsome toxicity. Although the golden crocodile Dolaw managed to block the venom, his golden crocodile spirit had been marred, its brilliance dimmed. Everyone, attack together. Let us end this swiftly. The ghost Dolaw commanded, his form flickering as the ninth soul ring flared to life, unleashing countless ghostly apparitions that surged towards the soul-devouring python. The serpent spear Dolaw and the spike porcupine Dolaw, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed their martial souls, showering the 9 nether python with an array of soul techniques. Finally, the usually reticent 5th title Dolaw, the holy dragon Doa Toba Shi, made his move, summoning a majestic platinum dragon spirit that coiled in the air, its roars resonating throughout the abyss. In an instant, 5 titled Duluos found themselves enmeshed in a fierce battle with the 9 nether-devouring serpent, their soul power surging and shaking the very earth. Vibrant lights flickered and explosions erupted, creating a spectacle reminiscent of a Hollywood blockbuster. Hidden behind a massive boulder, Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu gazed in awe, their mouths agape. Wow, brother Shiao Chan, it's happening. It's happening. So much light, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she clapped her small hands red, completely forgetting her fear. Shiao Chan, wearing a gratifying expression, stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking, "Indeed, this welcome ceremony is quite grand and lively. I hope this colossal serpent proves to be a formidable opponent and exhausts their stamina." Ding. Congratulations, host. The first phase of the God Abyss hide-and-seek mission has been exceeded by enticing mid-tier beings from the God Burial Abyss to attack 5 titled Duluos. You have successfully lured a millennium-old 9 nether-devouring serpent into an amiable and engaging exchange with the 5 titled Duluos. System rating, 2,000 death-seeking points. Additional rewards, Mastery Performance Card, 3 minutes. X1, God Burial Abyss Terrain Map. Outer Incomplete Version, X1. System Commentary Mode activated. Tisk TSK, O host. Your talent for inciting enmity and creating chaos is truly astonishing. 5 titled Duluos, each with an average level above 95, have been thoroughly toyed with by you, and you've presented them with such a delightful surprise package. Their current mood must be more exhilarating than indulging in local delicacies. I am already looking forward to their expressions when they uncover the truth. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Just a common feat, nothing extraordinary. Shiao Chan humbly waved his hand, though inwardly he was overjoyed. The system was increasingly attuned to his inclinations. Observing the heated battle that showed no signs of resolution, Shiao Chan recognized the necessity to vacate the premises. He took Xiao Wu's hand and, referencing the recently acquired incomplete terrain map of the God Burial Abyss in his mind, stealthily made his way towards a relatively secure, marked direction. Come, Xiao Wu, let us find another vantage point to continue our observation, and perhaps uncover more treasures within the God Burial Abyss. Just as they had ventured a short distance, Shiao Chan abruptly halted, keenly sensing a faint, elusive wave emanating from the dense fog ahead, as if something were beckoning him. That sensation felt both familiar and foreign. Brother Shiao Chan, what's wrong? Xiao Wu whispered. Shiao Chan did not respond. Instead, his brow furrowed as he focused intently on the source of the disturbance. Meanwhile, the 5 titled Duluos, locked in combat with the 9 nether-devouring serpent, found themselves in a disheveled state, their faces smeared with dirt and exhaustion. They could scarcely believe that such a formidable soul beast lurked in the outskirts of the God Burial Abyss. What a cursed place! How can such a powerful soul beast exist here? The snake spear Delaw gasped, battered and nearly broken from the serpent's relentless attacks. The golden crocodile Delaw was equally enraged, feeling thoroughly outsmarted by that little rascal. As they finally managed to severely injure the 9 nether soul-devouring python and were prepared to eliminate it once and for all, the colossal serpent suddenly emitted a heart-wrenching wail. With a tremendous thrash of its massive body, it recklessly fled deeper into the God Burial Abyss, vanishing into the dense fog in an instant. Should we pursue? Inquired the porcupine Dolaw. Pursue? Nonsense, retorted the golden crocodile Dolaw, wiping the poisonous saliva from his face. Seething with rage. First, we must locate that little beast. I shall make him wish for death, but find none. However, as they angrily followed the faint trace left by Shiao Chan, they discovered that the boy's aura had abruptly vanished at a fork in the path, as if it had evaporated into thin air. Chapter 13. The Bear Cub Altar and the Ghost King. The unfortunate spirit displays its might. 5 dogs pursue and fury devours the bait. Following the peculiar, almost imperceptible wave, Shiao Chan navigated the twists and turns with an ease akin to strolling through his own backyard. Xiao Wu tightly grasped the hem of his garment, her small face reflecting her fear, as she thought, This place is terrifying. I want to go home. After traversing through an even thicker miasma, they emerged into a clearing encircled by countless eerie white bones. In the center of the clearing stood a dilapidated ancient altar, solitary and forlorn. The stone tablet at the heart of the altar was riddled with cracks, yet it faintly emanated a soft glow, exuding a thread of pure energy interlaced with a chilling stillness. Brother Shiao Chan, this place is so eerie, even scarier than the pigpen at the Butcher Wong's house. Xiao Wu's voice quivered as she shrank further behind him. Shiao Chan gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Do not fear, Xiao Wu. Perhaps this is the treasure trove of some ancient predecessor. We are here to seek riches." Ding. Congratulations to the host for having a discerning eye and discovering a special sign-in location. The Forgotten All Spirits Bone Altar. This place is filled with vengeful energy. Yet it has also served as a resting place for heroic spirits. Signing in may yield delightful surprises, dear. The system's teasing notification chimed in, dripping with schadenfreude. Sign in. Shiao Chan silently commanded, resolute in his decision. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He could not let this opportunity slip by. A wisp of ghostly light flickered from the altar's stone tablet, vanishing into Shiao Chen's being. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special summoning item, Spirit Summoning Blind Box, Bronze Level. X1, friendly reminder. Opening the box involves risk. Summoning must be approached with caution. What emerges depends entirely on whether the host has stepped in dog excrement today. This system assumes no responsibility for returns or exchanges. Reward, minor increase in soul power. Current soul power at level 13 peak. A bronze level blind box. Shiao Chan stroked his chin, sensing that the system's stinginess had reached new heights. Dog excrement luck? He mused, recalling that he indeed seemed to have stepped in something soft and squishy earlier. Just as he pondered the seemingly ordinary bronze box in his palm, the entire altar suddenly trembled. The mountain of bones on the ground emitted a series of sharp, grating sounds, as if stirred by an invisible hand, visibly converging and reassembling at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a towering figure of 5 meters, engulfed in a ghastly green flame, emerged from the heap of bones, the king of the undead. Its ribcage was distinctly visible, and 2 orbs of eerie green fire flickered within its hollow eye sockets. Clutching a colossal blade crafted from countless leg bones, it roared as it rose from the pile of bones, its vacant eye sockets fixated intently on the uninvited guests. Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu, clearly indicating that the ancient guardian of this place had been roused from its slumber. With a deafening roar, the king of the undead charged at the two, exuding a palpable aura of death and resentment, as if intent on devouring them whole. Almost simultaneously, at the entrance of the god burial abyss, the aged face of the golden crocodile darkened ominously. He bit his tongue fiercely, spraying a mouthful of essence blood upon the enormous golden crocodile spirit manifestation before him. Veins on his forehead bulged as he bellowed with fury, Bloodline's secret technique. The soul-locking crocodile of 10,000 miles. Reveal the precise location of that little brat. I shall teach him why the flowers are so red. Upon absorbing the essence blood, the golden crocodile spirit let out a thunderous roar, its previously ethereal head solidifying momentarily before whipping around, its massive jaws pointing directly towards the altar where Shiao Chan stood. Found it. Over there. The golden crocodile Delua's expression twisted into a grimace, though his energy momentarily waned, indicating the considerable toll of the secret technique. Chase. The remaining 4 titled Deluos galvanized their spirits, transforming into streaks of light as they hastened in the direction indicated by the golden crocodile. At the altar, confronted by the fiercely charging king of the undead, Shiao Chan swiftly pulled Xiao Wu behind him, his face betraying no hint of panic. Step back, let me show you a surprise, he declared, weighing the ethereal blind box in his hands. With a steely resolve, he thought, what will be, will be. Let us see what emerges. He commanded the system. Open for me. With Shiao Chen's order, the bronze blind box responded, opening to reveal a soft yet radiant glow. As the light dissipated, an apparition of a tattered Taoist priest emerged, clad in a patched robe. One hand held a bear's soul recruiting banner, while the other clutched a chipped porcelain bowl. With disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest and drowsy eyes, the spirit mumbled, "Oh, great celestial being, spare me some incense money. It has been days since I last had business." The disheveled Taoist spirit wobbled out of the blind box. The system fell into a profound silence, seemingly taken aback by this outcome. Shiao Chan felt that perhaps his luck today was not merely a stumble, but rather a direct affliction upon his face. Unfazed by the emergence of such an entity, the king of the undead swung its massive bone blade down with a whistling wind. The disheveled Taoist spirit, seemingly awakened by the fierce gust, jolted upright and instinctively raised the chipped bowl in front of him. Clang! A resonant sound of metal meeting metal echoed through the air. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly fragile bowl remained unscathed, while the forceful strike from the king of the undead left its arm numb, momentarily halting its assault. The disheveled spirit of the Taoist rubbed his eyes and mumbled in a daze, "Oh dear, who dares to disturb my meal? This is a precious heirloom, indeed." Suddenly, his eyes brightened at the sight of the bowl. "This bowl is remarkable." In that moment, Shiao Chen's eyes gleamed with realization. True mastery lies among the common folk. And this broken bowl concealed profound mysteries. Seizing this rare opportunity, he activated the Eye of the Void to its fullest extent, instantly locking onto the core of the soul fire within the chest of the 100 Bones Ghost King, a vibrant flame, yet dim at its center. There lay the creature's vital essence. With a swift motion, Shiao Chan propelled himself forward, transforming into a crimson blur before the 100 Bones Ghost King could react. His left arm radiated with the divine light of the gifted soul bone, the power of the Azura surging forth. His fingers morphed into claws, exuding a sharpness capable of rending anything, as he aimed directly for the core of the Ghost King's soul fire. Shattering Azura claw, although Xiao Wu's face paled in fear. Witnessing Xiao Chen's boldness instilled her with newfound courage. She clasped her hands before her chest, and the yellow halo representing her first spirit ring glimmered to life, emanating a gentle yet vibrant energy that sought to disrupt the oppressive aura of death surrounding the 100 Bones Ghost King. Though her spirit power was but a flickering firefly compared to the full moon for the Ghost King, it nonetheless caused a barely perceptible delay in the creature's movements. Prepare for an explosion, Shiao Chan shouted fiercely, as his power-infused claws struck true against the core of the soul fire. A chilling wail erupted from the 100 Bones Ghost King, a sound so piercing it seemed to penetrate the very eardrums of those who heard it. The king's massive form stiffened momentarily, and then, as if a stone had been cast into still water, the core of the soul fire began to violently ripple. Fissures spreading from Xiao Chen's claw. With a thunderous boom, the towering 5-meter figure of the 100 Bones Ghost King shattered, dispersing into a flurry of bone powder and pure soul energy. Among the chaos, a soul crystal, roughly the size of a fist, with a deep azure hue and shimmering with an otherworldly glow, tumbled forth from the debris. The disheveled spirit of the Taoist, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of excitement akin to a famished beggar presented with a lavish feast. He eagerly raised his broken bowl and inhaled deeply, managing to draw in a significant portion of the swirling soul energy, leaving him feeling rejuvenated, with even the lines on his face appearing somewhat smoother. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the pseudo 100 Bones Ghost King. Primary damage dealt by the host, with assistance from the spirit, deemed a kill by the host. You have acquired 100 Bones Ghost King Soul Crystal, medium grade, can be used to enhance mental strength, nourish specific martial spirits or soul entities, and serves as a primary material for certain special elixirs. And the favorability of the disheveled Taoist spirit has increased by 10. Having feasted, he now finds you more agreeable. Remember to summon him for such good fortune in the future. Xiao Chan bent down to retrieve the icy soul crystal, brimming with immense soul energy. Before he could examine it further, the furious roar of the golden crocodile Dala echoed from afar, clear as if whispering in his ear, "You little bastard. I can smell you. You cannot escape." In swift pursuit, 5 formidable figures, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent, approached the altar at an astonishing speed. "Oh, they are quite quick. These old hounds possess a keen sense," Shiao Chan remarked disdainfully, curling his lips. He tucked the soul crystal into his bosom and glanced at the disheveled Taoist spirit, who was contentedly patting his belly. A grin spread across Xiao Chen's face. "Oh, esteemed Taoist, do not indulge in nostalgia. Business beckons. Kindly delay those frenzied hounds for a moment, and I shall generously offer you half of this soul crystal." He waved the shimmering crystal enticingly. The Taoist spirit, upon hearing this, turned his murky eyes and assessed the rapidly approaching powerful presences before him, then shifted his gaze to the soul crystal in Xiao Chen's hand, smacking his lips. "How long must I delay them? There are quite a number of formidable opponents. I require more. No, I demand more soul crystals. Half is insufficient. At least 70% will suffice." Xiao Chen's lips twitched in irritation. This old Taoist was indeed one who would not act without assurance of reward. His gaze drifted beyond the altar, where a vast, bottomless chasm yawned. A stark scar torn into the earth. From the depths of the chasm, a call more potent and ancient than the previous strange vibrations seemed to resonate, stirring the Shura divine power within him. A glimmer of madness flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. "Deal. 70% it is. But you must delay them as long as you can." With resolve, he broke off a substantial portion of the soul crystal and tossed it to the Taoist spirit. "Very well. I am a man of my word." The Taoist spirit swiftly caught the crystal, his face lighting up with glee as he patted his chest in assurance. "I shall take my leave first, esteemed Taoist, until we meet again." Xiao Chan seized the still-dazed Xiao Wu and, without hesitation, activated his instant teleportation towards the abyss. In a flash of light, the two vanished from their original position. The next moment, as the 5 tidal Dalaw, including the golden crocodile Dalaw, stormed to the edge of the chasm, they beheld Xiao Chan and Xiao Wu materializing several dozen meters away across the abyss. Xiao Chan turned deliberately to wave mockingly at them. A mischievous grin plastered across his face. "You little brats." The golden crocodile Dalaw seethed with fury, nearly bursting with rage as he bellowed, his fist striking the edge of the chasm, reducing the hard rock to dust. Yet, even for these tidal Dalaw, crossing the seemingly bottomless chasm was no easy feat. Chapter 14. The scheme of the bear child in the abyss, the Taoist's mischief with the 5 old hounds. The ancient array's explosive teleportation. On the opposite side of the chasm, the Taoist spirit, one hand clutching a broken bowl and the other wielding a bear soul-summoning banner, faced the fiery glares of the 5, unperturbed, even stifling a yawn. My dear friends, such anger could be detrimental to your health, he drawled, leisurely pulling out several sheets of multicolored yellow paper from his robe, each inscribed with crooked symbols akin to a child's doodles. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the great Laozi reveal his presence. The Taoist chanted incantations, casually tossing yellow paper forward, bestowing upon them a few talismans, one to tread upon banana peels, another to seal the gaps while drinking cold water, and a crucial charm for moments of calamity. Go. The yellow paper ignited spontaneously, transforming into wisps of imperceptible blue smoke that swiftly permeated the bodies of the 5 members of the Golden Crocodile de Law. What a farce. The Serpent Spear de Law was the first to scoff at the supernatural, shaking his spear and unleashing his soul power, eager to charge ahead. However, as he exerted force beneath his feet, a sharp crack resounded, a seemingly solid edge of rock crumbled unexpectedly, causing him to stagger and nearly perform a perilous leap off a cliff. By heavens! The Serpent Spear de Law broke into a cold sweat, regaining his balance, his face paling. Ha ha ha, Serpent Spear, is your old body failing you? The Stinger de Law, intending to mock him, began to gather his soul technique, only to feel a sudden constriction in his chest as his soul power faltered, rendering his half-formed technique utterly ineffective, turning his face a deep shade of crimson. The Ghost de Law fared even worse. He attempted to unleash his phantom clones for disruption, but once summoned, they seemed to have collectively indulged in revelry, casting disdainful glances at one another and promptly engaging in a brawl, plunging the scene into chaos, much to the Ghost de Law's chagrin, as veins throbbed on his forehead. What kind of malevolent sorcery is this? Roared the Golden Crocodile de Law, feeling the flow of his soul power within him become sluggish, as if the gears of an old machine had rusted. On the opposite side of the chasm, Shiao Chan was nearly overcome with laughter. Taoist, you're incredible. Your skills are truly remarkable. The longer you hold them up, the more incense I'll burn for you later. No sooner had he spoken than he sensed the dormant Shura divine power within him resonate intensely with the seemingly bottomless chasm beneath his feet, as if something from the abyss was softly howling, beckoning him. Ding! Detected that the host is at the edge of a special territory. Identified a sign-in location. Entrance to the pseudo-Shura abyss chasm. The system's notification chimed in, tinged with a hint of mischief. Sign in, Shiao Chan silently declared. Such an opportunity should not be squandered. A flicker of blood-red and dark purple ethereal light dashed from the chasm's edge, merging into Shiao Chan's being. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the passive skill, Shura Battle Intent, Beginner. Effect. During combat, the host's battle intent increases, leading to a slight enhancement of all attributes, inflicting additional intimidation and damage to evil, chaotic, and undead beings. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the auxiliary skill, Abyssal Gaze, Beginner. Effect. Can briefly see through low-level illusions and disguises, sensing and tracking faint abyssal auras. Shura Battle Intent, Abyssal Gaze? Shiao Chan mused. These sound rather promising. Just then, from across the abyss, the Golden Crocodile de Law and his companions unleashed even more violent waves of soul power, evidently driven to the brink by the ill-fated talisman, preparing to force their way through. The chilling aura emanating from the chasm rendered Xiao Wu's face pale, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, something deep within Xiao Wu's bloodline seemed to stir. The imagery before her blurred slightly, and her mind was flooded with fragmented yet alarmingly clear premonitions of danger. Brother Shiao Chan, Xiao Wu tugged at the hem of his garment, her voice laced with uncertainty. I sense that place over there is perilous, extremely perilous. But it seems there is a location that is slightly safer. She pointed towards a direction along the craggy cliffs of the ravine. Damn it, break through. The Golden Crocodile de Law, unable to endure any longer, spat a mouthful of blood, merging it with his golden crocodile martial spirit. The ethereal image of the golden giant crocodile surged with brilliance, forcefully cleaving a path through the intangible misfortune, roaring alongside the other for similarly disheveled title de Law as they charged across the chasm. Kid, this is where my assistance ends. The disheveled Taoist, witnessing the chaos, chuckled softly. The energy from the half-piece of soul crystal in his grasp had been nearly depleted, and his form had grown somewhat ethereal. These old dogs are resistant to reason. Remember to prepare more hard currency next time. This poor priest takes his leave. With that, he transformed into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing without a trace, as if he had never existed. Thank you for your generosity, Taoist. Until we meet again. Shiao Chan clasped his fists in the direction where the Taoist had disappeared, then promptly activated Abyssal Gaze. Following the faint sense of safety that Xiao Wu had just discerned, he gazed towards the steep cliff. Indeed, amidst the natural rocks and sparse vegetation, a subtly concealed area revealed a feeble energy fluctuation, barely noticeable. Let us go, Xiao Wu, I trust you. Shiao Chan grasped her hand, his steps quickening to the utmost as he ascended the cliff like a monkey, reaching the designated location. Parting the trailing vines, a dark, narrow cave entrance appeared before them. The cave exuded a chill and dampness, permeated by the scent of decay, as if it had not been trodden by human feet for millennia. After cautiously delving several dozen meters, they emerged into a surprisingly spacious natural cavern. At the center stood a dilapidated ancient formation constructed from an unknown black crystal. The base of the formation was inscribed with intricate, archaic runes, most of which had dimmed and lost their vitality, though a few runes in the core area still emitted a faint glow, hinting at their extraordinary past. This object seems to have a long history. Could it be the legendary teleportation array? Shiao Chan mused, stroking his chin. With boldness that accompanied skill, he extended a finger, cautiously probing the runes at the core of the ancient formation with a trace of pure azure divine power. In an instant, the runes at the center of the ancient array erupted with brilliance, casting a distorted, ever-changing array of light and shadow. Within the shifting light, towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and the terrifying roars of beasts echoed, resonating with an oppressive aura that sent shivers down their spines. Waves of formidable soul beast energy surged forth, some of which even made Shiao Chan's scalp tingle. Xiao Wu's face turned pale with fright as she exclaimed, "Heavens! This feeling is 100 times more terrifying than when my father took me to the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Could it be the fabled core forbidden zone? Warning! Warning! Unknown region connected to the ancient array detected multiple life form signatures of over hundreds of thousands of years. Simultaneously detected were the exceedingly faint, yet highly concentrated remnants of divine battlefield rules. This area is perilously dangerous. It is advised that the host flee immediately. The farther the better. Ideally, retreat to the novice village to level up anew." The system's cold electronic voice carried an unusual hint of alarm. Danger? Oh. The more perilous the place, the more generous the rewards for signing in. Flee. Such an action is beneath my character. Shiao Chan was not daunted. Instead, he licked his lips, his eyes shimmering with a fervor surpassing that of a famished wolf encountering prey. System, is this ancient formation still operational? For instance, could we invite those frenzied old hounds trailing behind to the other side for a cup of tea, to reminisce and experience the local customs of the core area of the Stardow Forest? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Spirit City, within the papal chamber, Bibi Dong sat regally upon her ornate throne, her exquisite visage shrouded in an icy demeanor, clutching several urgent reports just relayed from the front lines. Her knuckles whitened from the intensity of her grip. Incompetence. All of them are worthless. 5 titled Doluos, and yet they cannot even capture a mere 6-year-old child, allowing him to toy with them, and even suspected of receiving covert assistance from a mysterious powerhouse. Bibidong's voice was frigid and piercing, rendering the elder responsible for intelligence below her silent, too fearful to lift his head. Transmit my secret orders. Mobilize the Spirit Hall's shadow guards. At any cost. I demand him alive. The secrets he possesses are far more than I had imagined. Vastly more. Within the cave, Shiao Chan was blissfully unaware that the Pope had set her sights upon him once more. He meticulously examined the structure of the ancient formation, merging it with the fragmented records of spatial theory from the top 10 core competencies of the Spirit Masters in his mind. Soon, he discerned that this ancient formation appeared to be an exceedingly unstable one-way teleportation array, its energy supply critically insufficient. It seemed to require a colossal amount of soul power or some unique energy source to barely activate it once. Brother Shiao Chan, they are almost here. Very, very close. At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly grasped Shiao Chen's sleeve tightly, her small face drained of color from anxiety and fear. The ominous premonitions in her mind had reached an extreme intensity, as if they were about to be engulfed by a torrent of ferocity. Outside the cave, the roar of the golden crocodile de law, filled with rage and murderous intent, was faintly audible, rumbling like distant thunder. Little beast, I can smell your stench. You are in this cave. Let us see where you intend to escape this time. Escape? That word does not exist in my lexicon. A glimmer of madness and resolve flashed in Shiao Chen's eyes. He forcefully pushed Xiao Wu towards a relatively concealed crevice in the cave. Xiao Wu, you must hide in that crevice. Remember, no matter what happens, do not come out. Once Xiao Wu was secured, Shiao Chen took a deep breath and resolutely stepped into the center of the ancient formation. At that moment, his dormant million-year soul ring and the Shur God-given bone on his left arm erupted with an unprecedented dazzling crimson light. He prepared to forcibly activate this damaged, uncertain ancient teleportation array using his immense soul power and the purest Shura divine strength. He was ready to take a significant gamble. Little wretch, I found you. With a thunderous roar, the formidable figure of the golden crocodile Dolo surged into the cave like a raging dinosaur. Upon spotting Shiao Chan, drenched in blood and exuding a terrifying aura at the center of the ancient formation, a sinister grin instantaneously spread across his face. Behind him followed the ghost Dolo, serpent spear Dolo, spike porcupine Dolo, and the previously silent holy dragon Dolo, Tuoba Shi, each of them emanating a powerful murderous intent that completely enveloped Shiao Chan. Just as they prepared to rush forward and utterly crush him, Shiao Chan abruptly channeled all his soul power, along with the Shura divine energy. and poured it unreservedly into the ancient formation that had lain dormant for eons beneath his feet. Boom! The entire cave trembled violently, as if a great dragon had stirred. The once dim runes atop the formation were instantaneously ignited, radiating a blinding light more brilliant than the midday sun. A force, irresistible and imbued with the essence of destruction and spatial rending, erupted from the heart of the formation, instantly enveloping the entire cavern. Panic gripped the faces of the golden crocodile Delaw and his companions, as they felt an overwhelming power tugging at their bodies. They attempted to retreat, but it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as they were inexorably drawn toward the resplendent core of light. Shiao Chan's maniacal laughter echoed amidst the dazzling radiance and violent spatial fluctuations, filled with mockery and madness. Old dogs. Behold the surprise package number 2, a 7-day tour of the Star Doe Forbidden Zone. No return ticket. Enjoy yourselves thoroughly. Ha! In a flash, the light vanished, and the cave returned to an eerie tranquility, leaving behind the desolate ancient formation, its ruins dimmed, and the lingering dust in the air, along with Shiao Chan's audacious laughter that echoed long after. Chapter 15. The God King sends dogs into the Forbidden Zone. Million-year soul ring re-evolution. Ancient gods awaken in the God Burial Abyss. Having forcibly drained himself to activate the broken teleportation array, Shiao Chan felt darkness enveloping him, his mind buzzing as if struck relentlessly by a brick, nearly collapsing to the ground in an intimate encounter with Mother Earth. Brother Shiao Chan, are you all right? Please don't scare me. Xiao Wu's anxious voice called out beside him, tinged with desperation, her small hand gripping him tightly, fearful that he might perish at any moment. Just as Shiao Chan felt he was on the verge of becoming Xiao Rengan Chan, a familiar, cheeky system prompt echoed in his mind. More comforting than even his own father, descending like a celestial melody. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully packaged and dispatched 5 unshakable dogskin plaster level titled Duluos to the luxurious experience zone of the Star Doe Surprise Package 7-day tour. This delivery service has been a resounding success. 5-star review, dear. In light of the host's creatively audacious actions, you are awarded temporary repair rights for the ancient formation, one-time use, no refills, and a fragment for the evolution of a million-year soul ring, Shura attribute, exceedingly pure, honest for all ages. Additionally, your soul power level has been forcibly elevated. Congratulations on receiving a level 14 soul power gift package. Shiao Chan nearly leapt with joy, his fatigue vanishing, as his heart soared with exhilaration akin to winning a 5 million lottery and discovering supermarket eggs on sale. Ha! The system, you are truly my reborn parents. This maneuver was worth it. A blood profit without loss. Can a million-year soul ring still evolve? Goodness, this cheat is astonishing. Even I am frightened. Meanwhile, the scene seemed to fast forward, performing a complete 360-degree spin before abruptly transitioning to an obscure corner of the Star Doe forest. The golden crocodile Delaw and 4 other prominent figures, who had just been displaying their might in the cave, now appeared as if they had taken 10 consecutive drops on a thrill ride, dazed and disoriented, their heads heavy and eyes sparkling like stars. In a lush jungle that felt as primitive as their grandmother's homes, towering ancient trees blotted out the sun, and the air was thick with a primal wildness and the distinct aroma of some large creature. Where are we? That little rascal transported us to some wretched place. The serpent spear Doloa shook his still dazed head, wearing an expression of utter confusion. Before they could comprehend their situation, a roar powerful enough to shatter the heavens echoed from nearby, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake were imminent. Shortly thereafter, a creature the size of a small mountain, its muscles bulging and fur as lush as if freshly airlifted from the African savanna, pounded its chest, larger than a water tank, producing a resounding thud, its blood-red eyes locking onto the 5 unwelcome intruders in its lair. Roar. Translation: where did these little grasshoppers come from, chattering away and disturbing my nap? Do they seek death? The golden crocodile Delaw's face instantly morphed from bewilderment to fury, pointing to the sky and cursing. Shiao Chan, I'll get you for this. I'll have my revenge. Just wait until I get out. I'll hang you up and beat you until you sing conquer. Yet, despite the thunderous threats, faced with the nearly tangible terror emanating from the Titan Great Ape, the 5 prominent figures swiftly transitioned from formidable hunters to quaking prey. Thus commenced a heart-stopping, chaotic survival reality show in the Star Doe Forbidden Zone, with a background score reminiscent of the Symphony of Fate combined with a Swana version of the heroic song. The scene then shifted back to the cave. Without hesitation, Shiao Chan directly consumed the million-year soul ring evolution fragment, which emitted an alluring glow. As it dissolved in his mouth, a surge of pure Shura divine power, smoother than silk and hotter than lava, flooded into his left arm's million-year soul ring like a torrent unleashed. The dark, golden, mysterious patterns on the surface of the soul ring seemed infused with the soul, becoming increasingly intricate and deep, faintly glowing with blood light, as an even more domineering and pure Shura aura began to emanate. Exhilarating. Shiao Chan felt as if he had been fully resurrected on the spot, fit enough to compete in the Olympic triathlon. He swiftly approached the dilapidated ancient array, and the system's notification chimed in once more. Ding! A new sign-in location has been refreshed for you. The dilapidated starry ancient road teleportation array, core hub, not activated. It looks impressive, yet it's merely for show. Want to use it? Better recharge, young one. Shiao Chan stroked his chin and attempted to communicate with the system. System, grant me temporary repair permissions for that ancient array. Let me take a look. The permissions have been utilized. The core runes of the ancient array have been temporarily activated, allowing for a single short-distance directional teleportation or an ultra-long-distance random teleportation. A friendly reminder, the destinations for ultra-long-distance teleportation include, but are not limited to, otherworldly restrooms, the foot basin of an unknown deity, the edge of a black hole, etc. Please choose wisely, dear host. Life is singular, and one should practice moderation in courting danger. As the permissions were engaged, several crucial runes on the ancient array glimmered faintly, casting shadows that no longer merely pointed towards the starry forest. Instead, a vague, vast expanse, shimmering with countless stars, began to materialize, a starry sky. Good heavens! Shiao Chen's eyes nearly bulged out. Could this ancient array truly serve as an interstellar courier station capable of teleporting across planets? If he succeeded in signing in, wouldn't the rewards be celestial? Little Wu gazed at the ancient array, its flickering starlight exuding an aura of both mystery and peril, her delicate face etched with concern. She gently tugged at Shiao Chen's sleeve. Brother Shiao Chan, this array looks quite frightening, more so than that terrifying Bone King we encountered earlier. Perhaps we should leave this place swiftly. Shiao Chen chuckled heartily, pulling little Wu into his embrace and patting her back, his voice brimming with youthful bravado. What is there to fear? With me around, the sky could fall, and it would merely serve as a blanket. Once I level up a few more times, I'll transform those old hounds chasing us into huskies and take you to that starry sky. Let us see if there are any alien rabbits with 3 eyes or colossal cosmic potatoes that breathe fire. Little Wu burst into laughter at Shiao Chun's grandiose declarations, her fears dissipating considerably as her head nestled against him, feeling utterly secure. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the Pope's palace within Spirit City, the atmosphere was as tense as ice. The attendant responsible for guarding the soul lanterns of the Elder Hall rushed in, panic-stricken, collapsing to the ground, his voice quivering like leaves in an autumn breeze. Your Holiness, the soul lanterns of the Golden Crocodile and the Phantom Elder, all 5 of them, have suddenly dimmed collectively and are swaying violently, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Seated upon the magnificent Pope's throne, Bibi Dong's exquisite jade teacup shattered in her grasp, disintegrating into dust. Her breathtaking visage was now veiled in a frost potent enough to freeze souls, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent, as if she sought to engulf the entire hall. Incompetent fools, all of them are worthless. Bibi Dong's voice was frigid and piercing, devoid of any emotion, yet brimming with volcanic fury. 5 titled Duluos. Not a single one could deal with a mere 6-year-old brat, and they allowed themselves to be played with. Relay my secret orders. Awaken the arbiter sleeping in the depths of the temple. I wish to see for myself who this Shiao Chan truly is and what manner of creature he represents. The arbiter of the temple, the most secretive and terrifying trump card of the Spirit Hall. They were once extraordinary titled Duluos in the annals of the Spirit Hall, who either voluntarily or involuntarily underwent a transformation through a certain forbidden secret technique. This alteration brought about bizarre changes to their physical forms and souls, stripping away much of their emotions, rendering them as mere emotionless killing machines who heed only the commands of the Pope. Each possessed uncanny abilities and immortality that far surpassed that of their peers. Simultaneously, in the city of Notting, Tang San, who was meditating cross-legged in his dormitory, suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation, as if something of utmost importance to him was being left far behind by another, never to be caught up with again. The Haotian hammer. His martial spirit stirred uncontrollably, emitting low, reluctant growls, while the Shantian's skill seemed to have been stimulated, accelerating its operation and fervently absorbing the surrounding celestial energy. Meanwhile, Master Yu Xiaojing had completely succumbed to a frenzied state. Clutching a piece of paper inscribed with Shiao Chen's assertion that the essence of martial spirits is a manifestation of rules, a projection of the laws of nature, he paced restlessly around the room, occasionally tugging at his hair, pounding his chest, and at times, dancing with excitement. The goose feather pen in his hand scribbled frantically on a fresh piece of parchment, creating incomprehensible symbols and lines, while he muttered incessantly, "Rules, projection, so that's it. So that's it. I understand. I finally understand. My martial spirit's 10 core competencies can advance even further. Ha ha, I, Yu Xiaojing, am indeed a genius of unparalleled brilliance in the realm of theory." Unbeknownst to Shiao Chan, his casual remark had propelled the master's theoretical research into a state of transcendence. He, along with the rejuvenated Xiao Wu, exited the concealed cavern and re-entered the eerie, enigmatic mists of the god-burial abyss. No sooner had they ventured a short distance than clusters of ominous entities, comprised of countless grievances and negative emotions, converged upon them silently from all directions, akin to sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Umph, a horde of mere phantoms dares to flaunt their skills before me? Shiao Chan scoffed, as the nascent Shura battle intent surged forth within him. A faintly blood-tinged aura, brimming with the essence of slaughter and destruction, radiated from him. Those once menacing clusters of grievances, upon encountering this Shura aura, shrieked like mice confronted by a cat, or slimes splashed with acid, emitting piercing cries as they scrambled away in a frenzy, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Wow, Brother Shiao Chan is so powerful. Those ugly creatures fear you, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her wide, watery eyes sparkling with admiration, nearly transforming into Shiao Chan's most ardent fan. Ding! A high-risk, high-reward sign-in task has been issued. Please delve into the core forbidden zone of the God Burial Abyss, the One Hunt Tomb, and complete the sign-in at the fragment of the battlefield rules of the deities, a broken piece, yet still formidable. Warning! This area is subject to unknown divine contamination, with extremely chaotic energy tides. Danger level: mere survival is a light matter, true peril is the norm. However, the rewards were so abundant that they could induce one to lose control and exclaim in fervent adoration for the system. Shiao Chan licked his parched lips, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The divine battlefield? Fragments of rules? It sounded invigorating. System, are you concerned that my life is too comfortable and thus seek to present me with some challenges? Nevertheless, I welcome it. Fortune favors the bold. If one does not court death, one will not perish. But if one cannot die, one can dare to take risks. Without hesitation, Shiao Chan activated the newly acquired auxiliary skill, Abyssal Gaze. In an instant, the foggy scene before him became clear, and the distorted shadows and chaotic streams of energy revealed a particular order to his eyes. Soon, beneath a nearly vertical and steep cliff, he discovered a hidden path obscured by dark red vines, resembling blood-soaked tendrils. The path emanated a faint yet pure aura of Azura, alongside a nauseating stench of divine corruption. Ah, it seems this is the place. A VIP passage reserved just for me? What splendid treatment. Shiao Chan took hold of Xiao Wu and boldly stepped onto the blood-colored path. They had barely taken a few steps when, amidst the dense crimson mist, a towering figure gradually emerged, clad in tattered black armor, wielding a gigantic sword riddled with scars. Two ghostly blue flames burned within its hollow eye sockets. The aura of death and brutality it exuded far surpassed that of the previous encounter with the Bone King. It was evidently a fallen heroic knight, deeply tainted by divine power. The vacant eye sockets of the fallen knight turned toward Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu, and a hoarse growl erupted from its throat, akin to the scraping of rusted iron. Those who trespass upon forbidden ground shall meet their demise. Death. My life is exceptionally resilient. Even the King of Hell dares not claim it. Instead of retreating, Shiao Chan advanced. As the Azura goddess bestowed soul bone on his left arm erupted in resplendent crimson light. The dormant million-year soul ring behind him subtly radiated an unsettling pressure, harmonizing with the newly awakened primary Azura battle intent. The surge of blood-red malevolence surged forth like a tangible force. The ghostly blue flames within the fallen knight's eye sockets momentarily faltered upon contact with this pure Azura battle intent, causing its previously fluid movements to become somewhat rigid and sluggish. Perfect. Let me test my newfound battle intent against this unholy creature and see whether your bones are tougher or my fists. In an instant, the fierce battle ignited. Each swing of the fallen knight's fractured sword carried a terrifying force capable of rending space and a heavy aura of death. Meanwhile, Shiao Chan, employing the peculiar footwork of 8 steps to chase the cicada, deftly maneuvered amidst the attacks, the Azura left arm bone occasionally unleashing fierce claw strikes, clashing against the gigantic sword, producing a resonant clang of metal. As the conflict progressed, Shiao Chan sensed the Azura divine power within him drawing closer to the so-called fragment of divine battlefield rules deep within this area, creating an increasingly potent and wondrous resonance between the two. He felt as though his strength was being passively and gradually enhanced, and his understanding and application of Azura divine power became increasingly effortless, as if some unseen force were guiding him. As Shiao Chan engaged in a fierce and unyielding battle with the fallen knight, caught in a moment of stalemate, the anxious little Wu, who had been hiding behind him, her palms drenched in sweat, felt an unprecedented surge of courage wash over her as she observed Shiao Chan fighting valiantly to protect her. She could not bear to see her brother face such a terrifying foe alone. In a moment of desperation, the long-dormant bloodline within her, descended from the ancient soft-boned rabbit royalty of 100,000 years, seemed to be stirred by the potent divine essence in the air and the pure Shura power emanating from Shiao Chan. In an instant, her large, shimmering eyes transformed into an enchanting shade of pink, and deep within her pupils, it appeared as if countless peach blossoms were swirling and blooming. An invisible force, imbued with irresistible allure, began to emanate from her, enveloping the fallen knight who was poised to deliver a deadly strike. The knight, with its eye sockets burning with ghostly blue flames, trembled at the sudden onslaught of this enchanting power, momentarily freezing in confusion, as if it had glimpsed something that captivated its very soul, revealing a fatal opening. Now was the time. With his vast combat experience, Shiao Chan would not let this critical opportunity slip away. Shura rending claw, he roared, as crimson light surged from his left arm, fingers morphing into claws, sharp enough to tear through anything, striking like lightning towards the knight's relatively weak chest armor and the pulsating core of ghostly blue soul fire beneath it. Crack. Swoosh. The hardened armor was effortlessly torn apart as if it were mere paper, and Shiao Chan's claws accurately shattered the soul fire core, the very essence of the fallen knight's life. A complex, reluctant, yet liberating shriek escaped the knight, its massive form suddenly stiffening, as if all its strength had been siphoned away, disintegrating into countless specks of ghostly blue light, dissipating within the dense blood mist. Ahead, as the blood mist gradually cleared, a half-human tall, ominously dark red stone tablet, marred with countless fine cracks, yet still radiating a chilling aura of terror and pure divine essence, emerged into view for Shiao Chan and Little Wu. This was the designated location for the system's sign-in, the fragment of the battlefield rules of the deities. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Shiao Chan's eyes as he prepared to take a step forward to complete this long-anticipated sign-in. However, at that very moment, an unexpected change unfolded. The core area of the god burial abyss trembled violently, without warning. It was as though an ancient colossal beast, having slumbered for countless eons, was suddenly stirring. The ground quaked, and the heavens trembled. A presence, far more terrifying than anything previously encountered, including the combined might of 5 titled Doloa, emerged, a primordial, desolate, malevolent will, filled with endless resentment and a desire for destruction, akin to an awakening ancient demon god, began to rise from the depths of the god burial abyss. A forbidden realm where even light dared not tread. A vague yet omnipresent whisper, reverberating with a terrifying authority and mockery, echoed deep within the souls of Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu. Ah, the essence of the Azura, how nostalgic it is. And she, has finally awaited. A fresh offering. Chapter 16. The divine monarch descends to slay the abyss lord. The adorable child receives a divine puzzle, stealing a fragment of the old monster's soul. The horrific will, or rather the voice of the abyss lord, roared forth as if countless vengeful spirits were trapped within a rusted metal horn, mingled with the screeching sound of nails scraping against glass. It left Xiao Wu's petite face as pale as a sheet, her legs trembling, nearly causing her to faint on the spot. A fresh offering, especially you, little Azura, and that little rabbit. The flavor must be exquisite. The old creature, having slumbered for tens of thousands of years, still possessed an odor so foul it could suffocate a 1,000-year-old soul beast with a mere breath. Unyielding, Shiao Chan advanced, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, grinning to reveal 2 rows of teeth that appeared particularly stark against the crimson mist. I am the heir of Azura. Dare you challenge me? If you have the audacity, crawl out from your coffin and spar with me. Let's see if I don't turn your brittle bones into firewood. This provocation was akin to inscribing the words self-destructive upon his forehead, adorned with a golden border, gleaming brightly. In his mind, the system's cold electronic voice now bore a hint of human-like despair. Warning, warning, a world-ending energy source has awakened. Host, heed this system's advice. The best course is to retreat. He who preserves the mountains need not fear the absence of firewood. This ancient creature is not to be trifled with. Yet, in a sudden shift, the familiar cheeky tone returned. However, this system has detected that the host is within the sign-in range of the divine battlefield rules. Should you complete the sign-in before the Abyss Lord fully descends, you will have a mere 0.0001 chance of, well, dying less disgracefully, and may even obtain a miraculous reward. Shall we gamble? It depends on whether you have stepped on fortune today. Gamble. I must gamble. The word cowardice does not exist in my life's dictionary. A brilliant light ignited in Shiao Chan's eyes. At this critical juncture, a pink glow abruptly blossomed in Xiao Wu's large, sparkling eyes, her pupils seemingly swirling with countless blooming peach blossoms. Behind her, a blurred yet benevolent and gentle giant rabbit apparition quietly emerged, vivid and lifelike as if it had traversed endless time and space, radiating maternal brilliance, miraculously momentarily severing the terrifying soul pressure emanating from the Abyss Lord. A splendid opportunity. Shiao Chan roared within, seizing this fleeting moment to breathe. Without a hint of hesitation, he extended his bloodied right hand and pressed it firmly upon the cold, rough, cracked fragment of the divine battlefield rules, still exuding an ominous aura. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Azura Divine Intent's Descent, 1-minute complete experience version. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special item, fragment of the demon god chessboard. This manifestation of rules from before the heavens were opened holds an unknown purpose. Yet it is undeniably impressive. Its true significance remains a mystery even to this system. Take your time to explore its depths. Ding. The bottleneck of your soul power has been shattered. Congratulations, host. Your soul power has surged to level 15. You are now one step closer to becoming a soul sage. Celebrate this achievement. In an instant, a vast and overwhelming surge of pure Azura divine power erupted from within Shiao Chan, akin to a volcanic explosion. His presence transformed dramatically at that moment. Ant, you dare to desecrate divine majesty. The Abyss Lord was evidently incensed by Shiao Chan's audacious act of climbing the tower before its very eyes. The resentment, death energy, and malevolence from the core of the god-burial abyss converged chaotically towards a singular point. In the blink of an eye, a colossal black claw, formed from countless vengeful souls and negative energies, loomed over half the sky, imbued with an intention to crush all living beings, and lunged fiercely toward Shiao Chan, Shiao Wu, and the fragment of rules. As the claw passed, the very fabric of space groaned under the unbearable weight, as if on the verge of collapsing. It's over. Shiao Chan, brother. Shiao Wu, witnessing the apocalyptic scene, hopelessly closed her eyes, her small frame trembling violently with fear. Just as that world-destroying claw was about to descend, a voice, cold, commanding, devoid of emotion, yet filled with unparalleled dominance, emerged from Shiao Chan, resonating throughout the god-burial abyss. Humph. A mere claw, coalesced from a remnant soul that has slumbered for countless millennia, dares to be audacious before me. Shiao Chan's once lively gaze had transformed into a pure crimson, devoid of any impurities, deep enough to seem capable of swallowing all light. Behind him, a towering, indistinct Azura phantom, radiating an aura of boundless slaughter and destruction, suddenly solidified. The phantom wielded an ancient, grotesque blood-red greatsword, enveloped in a palpable aura of bloodthirst, as though a true primordial deity had transcended time to descend upon this realm. Faced with the ominous black claw that obscured the heavens, Shiao Chan, now briefly possessed by the true essence of the Azura god, did not even bat an eyelid. His gaze merely sharpened slightly. In that instant, an invisible, yet seemingly capable of severing causality and tearing through reincarnation, blood-red sword intent manifested before the black claw, slicing through the air with a gentle motion. There was no earth-shattering roar, no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, a sound, a faint tearing noise, nearly imperceptible, echoed. The terrifying claw, which could instill despair even in tidal deluos, was effortlessly cleaved in twain, akin to butter melting under the scorching sun or a sheet of thin paper sliced by sharp scissors, silently disintegrating into pure resentment and death energy. Shrieking as it vanished into the air, leaving no trace behind. One thought, breaking myriad laws. One slash, severing the heavens and earth. Such is the might of the Azura god. No, it cannot be. This is true Azura divine power. Who are you? As the spectral claws shattered, the master of the abyss was engulfed in a cacophony reminiscent of a chorus of countless vengeful souls, for the first time betraying a hint of incredulous terror and seething rage. In that moment, the very core of the god-burial abyss trembled with seismic intensity. Countless terrifying monsters, dormant for eons, were roused from their slumber by the sudden divine might and the abyssal master's wrath, unleashing earth-shattering roars that transformed the once quiet forbidden realm into a chaotic hell on earth. An array of horrific auras surged forth, as if poised to tear everything asunder in the blink of an eye. Amidst this turmoil, the fragment of divine battlefield rules, fully activated by the power of the Azura god, emitted a violent hum. From the surface of its ancient cracks erupted blinding spatial light, violently tearing apart the void to create a highly unstable, arc-edged rift of darkness. With mere seconds remaining before the true essence of the Azura god descended, Shiao Chan felt as though his body was a balloon stretched to its limit, on the verge of bursting, the excruciating sensation almost driving him to madness. In a split second, he decisively scooped up the bewildered Shiao Wu, who had yet to recover from the cataclysmic reversal of events, and, just as the abyssal master's horrifying black beam, a manifestation of endless malice and destructive intent, was about to strike, he plunged into the ominous and perilous spatial rift. The chaotic spatial currents, ferocious enough to reduce even a tidal deluge to dust, sliced through Shiao Chan and Shiao Wu's bodies like a multitude of razor-sharp blades. Just when Shiao Chan anticipated that they would be reduced to mere cosmic pulp, the intricate and mysterious pink mark, which had flickered briefly on Shiao Wu's forehead, re-emerged without warning. The mark radiated a gentle yet remarkably resilient pink aura, akin to a warm cocoon, miraculously forming a small, relatively stable passage around them, shielding them from the frenzied spatial turbulence. Shiao Chan, wide-eyed in astonishment, struggled against the excruciating pain threatening to disassemble him, unable to contain his incredulity. Shiao Wu, your ability seems even more formidable than mine. It can automatically protect its master at the critical moment, far more reliable than my system. Almost simultaneously with Shiao Chan's invocation of the Azura god's true essence, as that pure divine might swept through the god-burial abyss, in the Pope's chamber of Spirit City. Thousands of miles away, Bibidong abruptly rose from her opulent throne. The exquisite soul-guided teacup, crafted from the finest warm jade and worth a fortune, was crushed in her grip, reduced to a fine powder scattered across the floor. A rare expression of shock and horror flickered across her breathtakingly beautiful visage. But even more prominent was a morbid excitement and nearly frenzied greed. This sensation was unmistakable, the essence of a deity, the true power of a god, and it was the Azura god. Bibidong's voice trembled with exhilaration, her eyes ablaze with the fire of ambition. Shiao Chan, the secrets you harbor are grander than I ever imagined. Vastly more so. Relay my secret orders. The Divine Judgment Squad, advance at full speed. To live is to meet others. To die is to uncover all their secrets. I must know how he came into contact with the divine. At the Nodding Academy, within the dormitory of Junior Soul Masters, Tang San, seated in meditation and striving to reach a higher realm, suddenly experienced an inexplicable fluttering in his heart, as if something of utmost importance was drifting away from him at an incomprehensible speed. His Haotian hammer martial spirit began to tremble uncontrollably, emitting a series of low, mournful cries filled with resentment and fury, as if lamenting for some unknown reason or roaring in anguish. The operation of the Xiantian skill nearly faltered, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. In the adjacent room, Master Yu Xiaojing had succumbed completely to a frenzied state. His disheveled hair framed bloodshot eyes. Clutching a stack of papers filled with notes on concepts such as manifestation of rules, divine projections, the illuminating theories of Master Shiao Chan, and the ultimate mystery of martial spirits being divinity. He vacillated between tears and laughter, at times pounding his chest in despair, at others dancing in manic joy, appearing utterly mad. So it is. I understand now. I finally comprehend. The ultimate form of martial spirits is divinity. Young friend Shiao Chan, no? Master Shiao Chan, you are the true god of theory. I, Yu Xiaojing, shall usher in an entirely new era of martial spirit theory. In a whirl of chaos. As though hurled into a washing machine and spun dry hundreds of times, Xiao Chun and Xiao Wu fell from a newly formed, rapidly closing spatial rift. Akin to two wayward cannonballs, they crashed through countless sturdy branches before finally plunging into a mire exuding a strong stench of decay and dampness, splattering mud everywhere. Ugh. What in the world is this place? It feels as if I've fallen into a cesspit. Xiao Chun, in a flurry, scrambled out of the foul-smelling mire, wiping the muck from his face. Before he could catch his breath, the system's familiar, somewhat gleeful notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully arriving at the unknown region of Doluo Continent, the Great Valley of Beasts, the novice area of the novice area, even more novice than the novice village. Please rest assured to take risks, as the average age of soul bees here is under 100 years, most of which cannot even condense a spirit ring. A new sign and location has refreshed for you. The Millennium Soul-Inviting Demon Flower. Extremely poisonous, extremely poisonous, extremely poisonous. Important things are stated thrice. Approach, and you shall perish. Touch it, and you shall ascend to the heavens. Sign in brings surprises. Oh, surprises that will make you question your very existence. Additionally, this system kindly reminds you that due to the commotion you caused while fleeing, you inadvertently attracted a remnant soul of that old monster. And it is currently pursuing you along the spatial fluctuations you left behind. It is expected to arrive at the battlefield in 10 seconds. Good luck, hee. What the hell? Can that old ghost's remnant soul really track me down? Is it like a sticky plaster? The corner of Xiao Chen's eye twitched violently. As the echoes of the spoken words faded, the spatial rift from which they had just emerged had yet to close completely. A familiar, chilling aura of malevolence and resentment surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. This essence swiftly coalesced in midair into a vague, yet menacing shadow, exuding boundless malice and murderous intent. Its hollow, venomous eyes fixated intently on Xiao Chun and Xiao Wu, who had just crawled out from the mire. Little brat, do you think you can escape? I shall shred your soul into 1,000 pieces, ensuring you never find peace in the afterlife. The voice of the remnant soul of the Abyss Lord was steeped in profound hatred. In the face of such an unabashed death threat, Xiao Chan exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he licked his parched lips, a glint of excitement igniting in his eyes, more fervent than that of a starving wolf catching sight of its prey. Come forth. I was just lamenting the lack of a worthy opponent. The divine might you witnessed earlier was not my own. Now, allow me to personally test the remnants of your power, old specter. At that moment, he acutely sensed the palm-sized fragment of the divine demon chessboard nestled in his grasp tremble slightly, emanating a faint yet peculiar attraction. Seemingly intrigued by the Abyss Lord's remnant soul, much like a famished glutton catching the aroma of a sumptuous feast, Xiao Wu, hold on tight. Fear not. Your brother is here. Xiao Chan swiftly pulled the still-shaken Xiao Wu behind him, his feet executing the 8 steps of the cicada to their utmost limit. Simultaneously, his eye of the void activated instantaneously, golden light flickering as it scanned the entirely foreign primal forest, seeking advantageous terrain to exploit. Today, we shall embark on a grand hunt for spirits. Let this ancient fiend discover why the flowers bloom so vividly. Chapter 17. The old ghost pursues souls into the canyon. Demonic flowers devour spirits to reveal their marvels. The divine demon chessboard begins to shine. Little brat, I have warned you, from the heavens to the earth. You cannot escape my grasp. The chilling voice of the Abyss Lord echoed through the canyon, imbued with a bone-chilling aura and intense murderous intent, transforming into a tangible black claw, akin to an eagle swooping down upon its prey, aimed directly at Xiao Chun's face. Countless vengeful spirits wailed upon that ghostly claw, sending shivers down the spine merely at the sight of it. Unperturbed, Xiao Chan even found the leisure to exchange winks with the pale-faced Xiao Wu, his lips moving in jest. Xiao Wu, do you see? This old specter is like a stubborn adhesive. Once it sticks, it cannot be shaken off. Soon, I shall demonstrate the reverse adhesion technique, ensuring it learns why the flowers are so vibrant and why certain things meet a gruesome fate. Brother Shiao Chan, in such dire circumstances, you still have the heart for such jests. Xiao Wu exclaimed. Beep. Host, a friendly reminder. You have been precisely targeted by the Vengeful Spirit card, and the opponent's intent to kill has reached its zenith. An embrace attack may be imminent. It is advised that you immediately kneel and sing conquer, perhaps sparing you a complete demise. After all, an unsightly death would be quite embarrassing for this system as well. The system's cheeky notification echoed in his mind. Shiao Chan rolled his eyes, dismissing the unreliable system with indifference. Simultaneously, he distinctly felt the palm-sized, warm fragment of the divine and demonic chessboard nestled within his embrace. Now vibrating intensely, akin to a glutton starved for 3 days and nights suddenly catching a whiff of a sumptuous feast, exuding an indescribable greed and longing. Oh, it seems today promises a splendid spectacle. A knowing smile curved at the corners of Shiao Chan's lips, with his feet executing the 8 steps of a cicada to perfection. His figure glided through the dense forest like a specter, leaving behind a series of fleeting afterimages. His mouth was equally busy, unleashing a torrent of provocative banter directed at the remnant soul of the Abyssal Lord trailing behind. Old man, your speed is abysmal. Slower than the old yellow dog guarding my village. With such pitiful skills, do you genuinely believe you can catch me? Perhaps in your next life. You should reincarnate as a rabbit spirit. You might stand a chance. Ha ha ha. Tell me, have you not bathed in millennia? The vengeful aura surrounding you could suffocate an elephant from 800 miles away. Do you understand the concept of environmental protection? It's every soul's duty to safeguard our surroundings. The remnant soul of the Abyssal Lord, incensed, howled in fury, its indistinct ghostly form twisting violently with rage, accelerating its pursuit. While toying with his pursuer, Shiao Chan, utilizing the insight bestowed by the abyssal gaze, swiftly pinpointed a plant deep within the canyon. Exuding a toxic aura and peculiar fluctuations of soul energy, the very location indicated by the system, the Millennium Soul-Calling Demon Flower. He deliberately altered his course, meandering leisurely toward it. Before long, a towering flower, several meters high, with petals of a bizarre dark purple hue, its edges adorned with densely packed backward hooks, and at its core, countless distorted, anguished faces silently screaming, emerged before Shiao Chan. Merely approaching it, he could detect a sickly sweet, yet putrid odor, while the vegetation within a radius of several dozen meters exhibited abnormal wilting and blackening, clearly indicative of its extreme toxicity. Warning! Warning! Ahead lies a high-energy toxic zone. A single breath could send you soaring to the heavens, and a mere touch could scatter your soul. Host, are you certain you did not come here to perform in a deadly contest? This system kindly reminds you to recharge for resurrection coins in advance, dear. The system's warning beep trembled with trepidation, evidently finding the demon flower's toxicity quite formidable. At this moment, the remnant soul of the Abyssal Lord was relentless in its pursuit, its materialized ghostly claw nearly grasping Shiao Chan's back. Just as the situation grew dire, Shiao Chan abruptly halted, turning to confront the deathly aura of the Millennium Soul-Calling Demon Flower, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he shouted towards the advancing remnant soul. Old man, I have prepared a delightful surprise gift for you. I hope you enjoy it. Catch. Simultaneously, he silently urged, System, do not dawdle. Sign me in at the Millennium Soul-Calling Demon Flower. Provide me with something exhilarating. Ding. Successfully signed in at the Millennium Soul-Calling Demon Flower, toxic enhanced version, lethal without compensation. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the special skill, Soul Devouring of 100 Poisons, Beginner. Enabling control over all toxic plants within a 100-meter radius, effects doubled on the Millennium Soul-Calling Demon Flower, commanding, as if an extension of oneself, and bestowing upon them the terrifying trait of devouring souls to enhance their own being. Congratulations, host, you have gained temporary affinity with the Demon Flower, limited to this battle. Expiration imminent. Explanation rights reserved by this system. Almost at the very moment the sign-in was completed, the Millennium Soul-Attracting Demon Flower, which had merely exuded a lethal stillness, suddenly thrashed violently, as if invigorated by a generous dose of adrenaline. Numerous dark purple vines, as agile as venomous serpents and adorned with barbs, erupted from the ground, intertwining to form an impenetrable net. The myriad distorted faces nestled within the flower's core seemed to come alive, emitting a chilling and piercing wail that felt as though it could penetrate the very essence of one's soul. Their target was none other than the remnants of the Abyss Lord's soul, which had just rushed forward, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. The Abyss Lord's remnant was momentarily stunned by the unforeseen change, only to realize it was ensnared in the web woven by the demon flower's vines. The intense toxic miasma emanating from those vines and the peculiar, soul-targeting suction force instilled a sense of dread and discomfort in its very essence. You wretched creature! How dare you plot against me? The Abyss Lord's remnant roared in furious indignation, its ghostly form, forged from resentment, erupted in a fierce black light, attempting to forcibly break free from the bindings of the vines. However, under the influence of Shiao Chan's soul-devouring skill, these demon flower vines became remarkably resilient, ensnaring it as tenaciously as a maggot clings to bone, while continuously siphoning its pure soul energy to replenish themselves. As the balance of power shifted, the Abyss Lord's remnant began to visibly weaken, just as it was entangled in a relentless struggle with the Millennium soul-attracting demon flower. Its soul energy being drained by these two competing forces, the fragment of the divine chessboard, which had remained quietly nestled in Shiao Chan's embrace, suddenly erupted in a brilliant duality of black and white light. In an instant, this radiance coalesced into a palm-sized, whirling vortex upon Shiao Chan's chest. An overwhelming and unreasonable devouring power, even more formidable than that of the Millennium soul-attracting demon flower, surged forth from this vortex. Upon its emergence, this devouring force resembled a glutton starved for 8 centuries, voraciously consuming the soul energy that the Abyss Lord's remnant had inadvertently released during its struggle. It even sought to claim a share of the soul energy that the Millennium soul-attracting demon flower had painstakingly extracted from the Abyss Lord's remnant. Embodying an audacious sense of entitlement, the Millennium soul-attracting demon flower could only stare in disbelief, feeling as though it had toiled endlessly, only to have its hard-earned wages intercepted by the boss's friend. No, this is the power of the divine and demonic. What on earth have you obtained? The Abyss Lord's remnant bellowed in terror and despair, sensing its foundational soul energy being ravenously consumed by 2 distinct, yet equally domineering forces. It yearned to escape, but found itself ensnared by the vines of the demon flower. It wished to resist, yet its soul energy flowed away like a flood unleashed from a dam. In the final moment before its complete dissolution, the Abyss Lord's remnant summoned its last vestiges of strength to unleash a curse filled with malice and resentment, its voice resonating deeply within Shiao Chan's soul. You little wretch. Do you think you have triumphed? The divine chessboard is the most ominous entity in the heavens and the earth. When it is fully assembled, it shall herald the blood sacrifice of all realms. I shall await you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Ha ha. As the final, unwilling and frenzied roar of the Abyssal Lord's remnant soul dissipated into the air, its indistinct specter transformed entirely into the purest essence of spiritual energy. The vast majority of this energy, akin to rivers flowing into the sea, was absorbed by the fragment of the divine demon chessboard nestled against Shiao Chan's chest, while only a meager portion was begrudgingly consumed by the Millennium soul-attracting flower nearby. The palm-sized fragment, having absorbed such an immense quantity of pure soul energy, exhibited even clearer and more profound ancient patterns upon its surface, subtly emanating an aura of boundless desolation, as if it were infused with the terrifying essence of primordial chaos. The fragment's size seemed to visibly enlarge, becoming warmer to the touch, no longer exuding the chill it once did. Shiao Chan felt waves of exquisitely pure soul energy continuously flowing back into his body through the chessboard fragment, nourishing his soul and mental strength. The soul power, previously diminished by the repeated use of his hidden cards, now surged with renewed vigor, the bottleneck loosening, hinting at a potential breakthrough to level 16. Beside him, Xiao Wu witnessed this enchanting scene unfold, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside, her large, watery eyes filled with disbelief. She rubbed her eyes and pointed at the now tranquil, yet even more unfathomable, chessboard fragment on Shiao Chan's chest, stammering, Shiao Chan, did you just consume that terrifying old monster? Shiao Chan flashed a grin, revealing a row of pearly whites. Something like that. It's a case of resourceful utilization. A little feast for my precious treasure. Just as he sighed in relief at having dealt with the troublesome remnant soul, the entire Beast Mist Canyon suddenly trembled violently, without warning. The ground shook as if some colossal entity was awakening from the depths below. Following this, a deafening roar, filled with boundless savagery and hunger, erupted from the deepest part of the canyon. The overwhelming pressure emanating from this beast surpassed that of the Millennium Soul beasts previously encountered, even dwarfing the might of the Millennium 9 Nether Soul devouring python he had faced at the outer fringes of the God-burial abyss. Truly, this canyon was no ordinary place. Ding. Friendly reminder, due to the significant disturbance caused by your recent battle and the delectable soul energy released upon the Abyssal Lord's demise, you have successfully attracted the attention of the canyon's hidden overlord and ultimate gourmand, the 3-headed Crimson Demon Hound, 5,000 years of cultivation, perpetually in a state of hunger. Particularly irked by brawls occurring at its doorstep and the careless littering of soul refuse that disrupts its appetite, it is now quite angry, and the consequences could be quite severe. Bon appetit. Hee. The system's gleeful voice echoed once more, adding fuel to the fire. Within the dense shadows of the forest, 3 pairs of malevolent eyes, as large as lanterns and glimmering with a bloodthirsty red light, gradually illuminated. Emerging from the shadows with a heavy gait was a terrifying beast, its size comparable to a small truck, engulfed in ominous dark red flames. It bore 3 grotesque heads of a dog, each dripping with foul saliva. Its 3 crimson eyes were fixated on Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu, whom it perceived as tender morsels, its throat emitting ominous gurgles of hunger. Goodness, the benefits in this novice village are astonishing. A buy one get one free deal with an upgrade. Shiao Chan's lips twitched in disbelief, unable to suppress a curse, yet a flicker of unreserved excitement and madness danced in his eyes. He caressed the fragment of the divine chessboard at his chest, which had just completed its evolution, emanating a more potent aura. A bold and audacious plan swiftly took shape in his mind upon glancing at the 1,000-year-old soul-calling flower beside him, which had grown more sinister and dangerous after consuming the remnants of the Abyss Lord's soul energy. Perfect. I'll use this blind brute of a dog to test the new functionality of my cherished chessboard, while simultaneously providing my flower with some premium fertilizer. It's a fitting end for it. Chapter 18. The devouring chessboard strikes back, revealing divine secrets in the Valley of Death. The three massive heads of the Crimson Demon Hound resembled lit firecrackers in their fury, simultaneously opening their gaping maws. A putrid gust, mingled with repulsive saliva, rushed towards Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu. Yet, Shiao Chan remained unfazed, a smirk of disdain curling at his lips. 3 heads, but still just dogs? Today, I shall enlighten you, foolish mutt, on what it means to juggle 3 dogs, although the jewels in question are your very own heads. Before his words could settle, the familiar, mischievous system prompt echoed in his mind. Warning! Warning! A high-energy dog tormenting scene is about to commence. The 3-headed Crimson Demon Hound with 5,000 years of cultivation has successfully switched to its frenzied hunger mode, and you, dear host, are the most delectable and enticing target in its eyes. A friendly reminder, being torn apart by 3 dog heads will incur additional fees for body reconstruction services, which are quite expensive and non-negotiable. Announcing a daring task, please bravely mount the middle dog's head of the 3-headed Crimson Demon Hound, and gently feed it the booger you just extracted, while affectionately calling it a good dog. If successful, you shall be rewarded with a divine dog whistle, an epic rarity, with a single blow summoning all female dogs within 100 miles, including but not limited to the neighbor's recently whelped pup. Guaranteed effectiveness, no exceptions. Get lost. Shiao Chan nearly spat blood in exasperation. This ridiculous system concocted tasks increasingly absurd, the rewards growing ever more outrageous. What use was a divine dog whistle? Was he to open a pet matchmaking service? Dismissing the system's absurdities, Shiao Chan, with a swift thought, turned to the 1,000-year-old soul-calling flower, which had become even more eerie and perilous after absorbing the Abyss Lord's soul energy, and bellowed, "Little flower, stop dawdling. It's time to feast. Let the 3-headed foolish hound savor your venomous dragon drill set, and do not forget to add spice and heat. Howl, as you command, my master." The millennia-old soul-calling flower, seemingly invigorated, began to sway violently, unleashing numerous dark purple vines, more robust and resilient than before, akin to venomous serpents emerging from their lairs, hissing as they darted toward the 3-headed crimson mastiff. Simultaneously, its colossal stamen abruptly unfurled, emitting vast clouds of intoxicating, dense toxic mist, accompanied by sharp, piercing cries that seemed to taunt. Come forth. Inflict harm upon one another. My venom is specifically designed to remedy all forms of discontent, particularly for you. The foolish hound with 3 heads, clueless as to which is in charge. The 3-headed crimson mastiff was evidently taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly inconspicuous flower to attack it. The central head, consumed by fury, opened its maw to unleash a torrent of seething crimson inferno, reeking of sulfur and charred flesh. The dark red flames, searingly hot, instantly incinerated a significant portion of the encroaching toxic vines, reducing them to charred remnants. The other 2 heads were not idle. The left head, with a glint of menace in its eyes, conjured several ethereal claws shimmering with ghostly light, slicing through the air and aiming directly for Shiao Chan's throat. Meanwhile, the right head spewed forth a mouthful of highly corrosive venom, akin to a torrential acid rain, engulfing Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu. Be careful, brother Shiao Chan, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face draining of color and fear as she instinctively moved to shield him. Xiao Wu, step back. Watch how I deal with this mad dog, Shiao Chan urged, pulling Xiao Wu behind him. His gaze hardened as he directed an intense roar within his heart toward the slightly warm fragment of the demonic chessboard resting against his chest. You worthless piece of junk. Don't feign death. If you do not emerge to assist me, I swear I will use you as a night pot. Let you experience something new every day. The fragment of the chessboard seemed to truly sense Shiao Chan's unabashed malice and threat, trembling violently in response. In the next moment, a hazy black and white chessboard apparition, imbued with an ancient and primordial aura, unfolded beneath the feet of the 3-headed crimson mastiff, enveloping a radius of several dozen meters. What transpired next left Shiao Chan nearly slack-jawed in astonishment. The left head, which had been ferociously unleashing ethereal claws, suddenly seemed possessed, twisting its head without warning and biting down fiercely on the neck of the right head. Howl! The right head, taken aback by the pain, emitted a wretched scream. Having never endured such indignity, it erupted in rage, disregarding the enemy before it, and retaliated by sinking its teeth into the ear of the left head. The central head was left bewildered, glancing left and right, its eyes filled with existential queries. Who am I? Where am I? Why are my brethren fighting? For a moment, it forgot to attack. This chessboard even possesses an internal conflict aura and friendly fire effect. Remarkable. Truly a divine artifact. In a dramatic turn of events reminiscent of ancient wisdom, the phrase dogs bite dogs, a mouthful of fur, echoes in the air. Shiao Chan, nearly applauding in delight, finds this theatrical twist even more exhilarating than a performance. Observing that Shiao Chan seems to have temporarily gained the upper hand, Xiao Wu, however, is acutely aware that the three-headed crimson demon hound, a soul beast with a lineage spanning 5 millennia, remains exceptionally fierce. Even amidst internal conflict, the terrifying aura it exudes fills her with trepidation. In a moment of urgency, her large, expressive eyes ignite with an entrancing pink glow, a manifestation of her bloodline power inherited from the 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit royal lineage, pushed to its utmost limits. Do not bully my elder brother Shiao Chan. You grotesque creatures, cease at once. Behold my soul-snatching gaze. An invisible force, imbued with alluring charm and mental impact, strikes with the precision of an arrow, targeting the central head of the three-headed hound, which was on the verge of awakening to unleash its crimson infernal flames once more. The fierce glint in its eyes falters, its movements momentarily stilled by a sense of confusion, as if it has glimpsed something of exquisite beauty that captivates its very soul. Well done, Xiao Wu. A divine assist. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Shiao Chan transforms into a streak of crimson lightning, unleashing the Shura sky-rending claw. With a thunderous roar, the soul bone bestowed by the Shur God on his left arm erupts in a resplendent red light, manifesting 5 solid, blood-red claw shadows, seemingly capable of rending the heavens. And with a piercing whoosh, they strike towards the enormous eye of the central hound. Simultaneously, the millennium-old soul-attracting flower seizes this rare chance. Its main bloom, resembling a gaping abyss, suddenly unfurls, revealing countless barbed fangs glimmering with a chilling light. In a flash, it sinks its fangs into the neck of the left hound's head, which had been distracted by its companion's skirmish, injecting myriad venomous thorns that rapidly draw forth its pure soul power and life essence. A chilling howl of agony, filled with despair, erupts from the three-headed hound, its voices resonating in unison. The eye of the central head explodes under the might of Shiao Chan's claw, blood and brain matter gushing forth, while the left head withers rapidly under the relentless siphoning of the soul-attracting flower, its vitality visibly diminishing. With 2 of its heads severely wounded, the once ferocious 5,000-year-old soul beast spirals into madness. The remaining intact right head lets out a roar filled with unwillingness and resentment, its dark red fur bristling like steel needles. In mere moments, it begins to expand dramatically, an overwhelming energy coalescing within, akin to a nuclear bomb on the brink of detonation. You despicable ants! I shall fight to the death, it bellows, confronted with the impending cataclysmic self-detonation of the three-headed hound. The fragment of the divine chessboard that had served merely as an auxiliary tool on Shiao Chan's chest suddenly erupts with an unprecedented intensity, casting a stark black and white illumination across the entire gorge. Not only did it fail to release the defensive energy as Shiao Chan had anticipated, but it instead actively formed a rapidly spinning, unfathomable vortex of energy before Shiao Chan's chest. A force of devouring power emerged, 100 times more terrifying and domineering than when it had consumed the remnants of the Abyss Lord's soul. This tremendous suction force forcibly drew in the vast soul energy, blood, and flesh essence that were on the verge of self-detonation within the three-headed crimson demon hound, along with its soul filled with bitterness and resentment, slowly pulling them into the black and white whirlpool. The curse, steeped in malice, uttered by the remnants of the Abyss Lord, echoed clearly in Shiao Chen's mind. Akin to a demonic chant, the divine demonic chessboard is the most ominous entity in the universe. When it gathers completely, it shall herald the blood sacrifice across all realms. A chill swept through Shiao Chan's heart. This accursed object was indeed no ordinary foe. It was profoundly sinister. A subtle, almost imperceptible tremor accompanied by a hint of relief resonated from the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed this forceful feeding feat. The fragment of the divine demonic chessboard finds the flavor to be exquisite. It eagerly awaits your next offering. Your soul power has been nourished by pure energy, resulting in a passive enhancement. Congratulations on achieving level 16 Soul Master. You draw ever closer to becoming a soul sovereign, a cause for celebration. Additional reward, three-headed hound soul essence, epic material, usable for enhancing martial spirits or soul bones, with a slight chance of comprehending the three-headed hound's innate skill. However, please be cautioned. There is a chance that the host may grow an additional doghead in certain indescribable areas after use. Exercise caution, as the consequences are yours to bear. Lastly, this system must solemnly warn the host. The fragment of the divine demonic chessboard has successfully activated its greedy devouring trait. If its insatiable appetite is not satisfied for an extended period, it will begin to randomly consume all living beings around the host that possess soul energy, including but not limited to your companions, your pets, and even you. Dear host, please ensure timely feeding, lest the consequences be dire. The fierce battle finally came to an end, leaving behind a massive pit, dozens of meters in diameter and unfathomably deep. along with the lingering stench of blood and charred remains in the air. The millennial soul-calling flower, having consumed a portion of the dissipated energy, now appeared even more mesmerizing and eerie, emanating a more concentrated poisonous gas. The fragment of the divine demonic chessboard, resting against Shiao Chan's chest, radiated a disquieting hunger, akin to an insatiable ancient beast, eyeing the world with predatory intent. Shiao Chan felt the connection to this fragmented object deepen, accompanied by an escalating sense of impending danger. Just as he prepared to meticulously examine his spoils and ponder how to utilize the troublesome three-headed hound soul essence without actually growing a dog head, a sudden cracking sound erupted from the depths of the immense pit created by the self-detonation of the three-headed crimson demon hound, which then abruptly began to collapse downwards. A deep, unfathomable chasm emanating a faint yet pure golden glow, intertwined with the enigmatic fluctuations of an ancient formation, lay before him. Good heavens! Was this cursed place truly a labyrinth of traps within traps? After vanquishing the lesser foes, one must confront the greater, and upon defeating them, hidden realms awaited? It resembled a cunning Russian nesting doll come to life. Shiao Chan could not help but utter a profane exclamation. However, before he could approach the alluring golden entrance, the fragment of the divine chessboard nestled upon his chest, still satiated from a recent feast, suddenly quaked with unprecedented intensity. A vague yet blood-soaked vision, steeped in the aura of slaughter, projected itself into his mind like a guiding beacon. This vision materialized into a rudimentary yet distinctly directed map. The arrow on the map did not point toward the resplendent golden entrance, which was evidently brimming with treasures, but rather directed towards another location deep within the canyon. From that direction, a terrifying aura, potent enough to make the divine chessboard fragment quiver with excitement, resonated. This presence was more primal, more savage, and infinitely more delectable than even the previous three-headed crimson demon hound or the remnants of the abyssal lordess soul. Chapter 19. The divine concealed cavern, the deceptive god, and the devouring chessboard of fate, the throne of 10,000 bones binding the dragon's soul. Shiao Chan stood rooted in place, gazing at the dazzling golden entrance before him, then glancing at the life-threatening crimson map in his mind, his lips twitching in frustration. On one side lay a footbath potentially used by celestial beings, promising perhaps divine water or elixirs of immortality. On the other, the kitchen of the underworld, serving as a source of superlative sustenance for this wretched chessboard. Shiao Chan's heart was a tempest of conflict. He anxiously tugged at his hair, wishing to pry the accursed chessboard from his chest and use it as a toilet brush, allowing it to experience the concept of poison countering poison. I warn you, he exclaimed, my patience is finite. Should you dare to act up again, believe that I will use you as a washboard, forcing you to kneel until you crumble. As if sensing Shiao Chan's blatant malice, the fragment of the divine chessboard trembled even more violently, buzzing as though a long-suffering specter were whispering incessantly in his ear. A bone-chilling, insatiable hunger attempted to burrow into his mind, seeking to warp his very essence. It felt as if the chessboard were roaring at him. You insolent child. Find me sustenance at once. Delay further, and I shall devour you as an appetizer. Curse you. Shiao Chan's temples throbbed, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. He forcefully summoned the pure essence of his Shur divine power, erecting a crimson barrier between himself and the chessboard's will, barely managing to stave off the terrifying hunger that threatened to engulf him. This insatiable contraption was becoming increasingly audacious. Shiao Chan gnashed his teeth, mentally cursing the lineage of this wretched chessboard. Coughing softly, Shiao Chan forcefully suppressed the fiery emotions within, managing to squeeze out what he believed to be a charming smile. He winked at the concerned little Wu beside him. Dear Sister Wu, please keep watch at this cave entrance for me. If anything seems amiss, just shout outrage. I assure you, I will be swifter than a rabbit. He paused momentarily, lowering his voice and hinting with a knowing glance. Perhaps within lies a bikini once worn by deities. Heh, that would be quite a treasure, and the rewards for signing in would be substantial. Little Wu, amused yet blushing at his irreverent words, retorted, Shiao Chan, you're being absurd. At such a time, you still make such jokes. Despite her words, witnessing Shiao Chan's confident demeanor eased her anxious heart somewhat. Shiao Chan laughed heartily, choosing not to elaborate further. With a swift motion, he slipped into the glittering golden cave like an eel. He was all too aware that this precarious chessboard demanded a swift resolution. Otherwise, if it became ravenous, it might very well consume him. The interior of the cave was a veritable wonderland, far from the dark and damp he had imagined. It resembled a scaled-down golden palace. A delicate blend of sandalwood, and, perhaps, some exquisite perfume wafted through the air. Most striking was a small altar in the center, entirely constructed of gold, upon which rested an oddly shaped crystal, no larger than a fist. Its surface was riddled with fine cracks yet pulsed with a faint divine resonance, gently floating and emanating a soft, albeit slightly decayed, golden glow. Ah, what a splendid hiding place for a treasure. I wonder if this treasure is of human or ghostly origin, Shiao Chan mused, stroking his chin, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Ding. Detected a sign-in location, golden pseudo-deity altar, a worthless trinket left behind by an unknown minor deity. seemingly impressive but ultimately just a fade. Likely unworthy even to carry the shoes of a true god. In his mind, the system's familiar, somewhat mocking voice echoed. Sign in. Shiao Chan proclaimed without hesitation. Ding. Sign in at the golden pseudo-deity, altar successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a special skill, divine disguise, beginner level. Capable of simulating a faint divine aura for a short duration. This may deceive divine beings with poor eyesight or lower-tier divine servants with limited wits. But proceed at your own risk. Should it fail, the system assumes no responsibility. Additional reward, damaged divine power crystal, small piece, containing a trace of mixed divine power. Barely useful for repairing inexpensive soul-guiding devices, or slightly enhancing your soul techniques when their power is insufficient. Better than nothing, I suppose. Shiao Chan grimaced, expressing strong dissatisfaction with the meager rewards. Damn system, can't you be more generous? Always handing me these subpar, incomplete items. I'll be doomed by your stinginess eventually. Just as Shiao Chan lamented the system, the pseudo-divine crystal atop the altar suddenly blazed with golden brilliance. A wave of decayed, depraved, and resentful ancient consciousness surged forth from the crystal, akin to a shark detecting the scent of blood. It transformed into a blurred golden phantom, grinning malevolently as it lunged towards Shiao Chan, evidently intent on usurping his gifted young body. How dare you, an ancient specter long departed from the mortal realm. Attempt to seize my vessel? Perhaps in your next life, you might be reborn as a female ghost, which could grant you some chance, at least a pleasing appearance. Shiao Chan scoffed derisively. He was too disinterested to engage physically with a mere thought. The divine power of the Azura within him and the fragment of the divine chessboard on his chest trembled in unison. The once mighty golden phantom of consciousness let out a heart-rending scream, akin to a monkey scalded by a red-hot iron or being struck by 1,000,000 volts of electricity, a sound so piercing it could rupture eardrums. Its once solid form faltered, flickering like a candle in the wind. Before it could react, the divine chessboard fragment erupted with intense black and white light, forming a miniature vortex that forcibly drew away most of the golden consciousness's energy, devouring it completely with a series of crunching sounds reminiscent of chewing wax. The remaining vestiges of its soul were effortlessly crushed into the most refined spiritual energy by the overwhelming Azura power within Shiao Chan, benefiting the chessboard fragment. After devouring this fallen consciousness, the chessboard fragment seemed to belch in satisfaction, yet its desire for the superlative resources from the distant dog food production base intensified, becoming more urgent and fervent. The blood-red map projected in Shiao Chan's mind grew clearer and more detailed, even beginning to extract his soul energy as a navigation fee. An undeniable will compelling him to embark immediately. Any delay would result in direct enforcement. By the heavens, this wretched chessboard, having devoured everything, turns its back on me so swiftly. It's as if it has never known loyalty. Did I perhaps disturb your ancestors in my previous life, or steal your beloved? Shiao Chan felt an overwhelming urge to erupt in fury. This contraption was even more relentless than a debt collector. Reluctantly, Shiao Chan donned a sullen expression and exited the golden cavern, grumbling under his breath. Brother Shiao Chan, are you alright? Was there any danger inside? Upon his emergence, Xiao Wu rushed forward, her concern evident. I'm fine. Just encountered an old lecher wanting to take advantage of me, but I sent him packing with a few swift strikes. Shiao Chan replied nonchalantly, then grasped Xiao Wu's hand, his tone turning serious. Xiao Wu, we cannot linger here. We must hasten to another location. I sense great trouble is approaching. He had no time to elaborate. The fragment of the chessboard felt like a ticking time bomb, and he dreaded what may transpire if he did not satiate its hunger. Thus, with a heart full of suppressed ire, he led Xiao Wu, following the inexorable guidance of the chessboard towards the deepest recesses of the beast's mysterious canyon, where an ominous presence stirred even his own heart with trepidation. The deeper they ventured into the canyon, the more bizarre and desolate the surroundings became. The towering ancient trees have become sparse, replaced by jagged stones and parched earth. The air is thick with the pungent scent of blood and decay, and even the breeze carries a chilling aura that sends shivers down the spine. What horrifies Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu further is the multitude of skeletal remains of soul beasts that litter the ground, some still frozen in the throes of their final struggles. Their bones are marred with ghastly claw marks and bite wounds, clearly evidencing a brutal slaughter. Xiao Wu's complexion grows increasingly pale. Her lineage, stemming from the regal soft-bone rabbit of 10,000 years, grants her an acute sense of impending danger. At this moment, her mind involuntarily flashes with fragmented yet profoundly horrifying images, an unending sea of corpses and blood. A colossal throne crafted from countless ivory bones rising into the heavens, upon which the vengeful souls of myriad soul beasts seem to silently roar, converging into a grotesque dragon of bones that emits a soul-chilling howl. Xiao Chan gidge. No, we cannot proceed any further. Xiao Wu's voice quivers with despair as she clutches Xiao Chen's arm tightly, her small hand trembling violently from fear. Ahead lies hell. True hell. If we go there, we will die. We will all perish. Xiao Chen's heart sinks as well. Xiao Wu's intense reaction clearly indicates that the lurking danger ahead far exceeds his imagination. Yet, The shattered chessboard upon his chest pulsates fiercely. An insatiable and brutal will relentlessly assaulting his mind, urging him to hasten, to move faster. Hell! Shiao Chan takes a deep breath, pulling Xiao Wu behind him. His gaze resolute. Xiao Wu, do not fear. With me here, even if it's hell, I shall venture forth and turn it upside down. I shall see whether this hell is stronger, or if my fists are. Despite his bravado, he remains acutely vigilant. At last, after traversing a blood-tainted wasteland of jagged stones, their surroundings open into a vast expanse. Before them lies an immense basin, seemingly cleaved by the strokes of ancient titans. In the center of the basin stands a towering throne, 1,000 meters high, constructed entirely from countless gigantic skeletal remains of soul beasts, looming like a primordial demon, exuding an aura of endless desolation and death. Atop the throne rests a colossal dragon, its size comparable to a mountain, its body shrouded in dark red, tattered scales. Resembling the long-corroded remains of an ancient dragon, cruelly impaled by 9 massive black stone pillars etched with intricate ancient runes, firmly affixed to the throne. Though it has long since lost its life force, the dragon's carcass continues to radiate an oppressive aura of terror and an overwhelming sense of resentment and unwillingness, as if it were narrating to the entire world the endless agony and torment it endured in its final moments. Ding! Detected an ultra-high-risk sign-in location, the core of the white bone throne, where the ancient dragon soul is imprisoned, located at the dragon's brow. A friendly reminder. The resentment here is overwhelming, and the malevolent energy is palpable. Within the dragon corpse, remnants of the ancient dragon soul may still linger. If it locks onto you, dear host, you will possess a 99 probability of meeting your demise on the spot, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. Upon successful sign-in, there is a significant chance of receiving special rewards, dragon soul fragments, ancient level, infused with a trace of exceptionally pure dragon lineage power, which, when devoured, can greatly enhance both the body and soul, and there exists a minuscule probability of comprehending a fragment of dragon lineage innate abilities. However, the side effects, well, you understand. Additionally, random dragon lineage talents, pseudo, effects random, power random, duration random, all dependent on luck. Non-elite users should exercise caution. Almost simultaneously with the system's notification, the fragment of the demonic chessboard on Shiao Chan's chest erupted with unprecedented vigor upon sighting the colossal ancient dragon corpse. As if it had been injected with 100,000 stimulants and consumed an entire bottle of blue pills, emitting a deafening hum that threatened to shatter his eardrums. A desire, 100 times stronger, greedier, and more frenzied than ever before, surged forth from the chessboard fragment. It yearned to devour. It craved the remnants of the ancient dragon soul within that colossal dragon carcass. That pure dragon soul power was, to it, the most exquisite feast imaginable. Shiao Chan, overwhelmed by this sudden turn of events, felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He was prepared to suppress the frenzied chessboard at all costs and risk completing the sign-in to see if he could reap some benefits. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The ancient dragon corpse, long since deceased for 10,000 years, cold to the touch and devoid of any life force, had one of its previously tightly shut, mountain-sized dragon eyes suddenly open without warning. A massive eye socket, ablaze with ghostly blue soul fire, deep and hollow, seemed to transcend eons of time, locking onto the minuscule Shiao Chan standing at the edge of the basin like an insignificant insect. A chilling, brutal, and terrifying dragon soul will, filled with boundless resentment and a desire for destruction, erupted like a long-dormant volcano, sweeping across the entire basin with a cataclysmic force. Again, the aura of Azura. Again, the scent of the demonic chessboard. You wretched thieves, you marauders. This emperor, even if my soul is shattered and my spirit obliterated, will ensure that you are utterly torn apart, dragged down with me into eternal damnation, never to return. The dragon soul will, brimming with endless malice and madness, roared directly into the deepest recesses of Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu's souls. The entire white bone throne began to tremble violently at that moment. Countless piles of stark white bones, stacked upon the throne, emitted a cacophony of grating sounds. As if awakening from a slumber, ready to transform into a bone-wielding army that devours the unwary. A terrifying pressure descended like a tangible force. Chapter 20. Dragon Soul's Blood Feast. The demonic chessboard. The collapse of the 10,000 bone throne. The abyssal maw devours gods and demons. The awakening will of the ancient dragon's soul struck like an epic mental assault on Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu. A myriad of invisible steel needles driven by primal fury piercing into their minds. Xiao Wu let out a soft whimper, a streak of crimson gracing her lips, her petite frame nearly succumbing to a faint reminiscent of a fragile rabbit. Shiao Chan felt as if his entire head was about to be obliterated by the dragon's morning ire, stars dancing before his eyes, and blood began to seep from his orifices. He forced himself to channel the power of the Azura, struggling against the onslaught with his piercing eyes. Internally lamenting, what in the world? This old dragon's remnant spirit is far more ferocious than the former master of the abyss. This venture was a tremendous loss. Just as Shiao Chan felt his soul teetering on the brink of collapse, the all-too-familiar, cheeky system notification brazenly interrupted. Ding. It has been detected that the host is currently enveloped in an atmosphere of the dragon's wrath, an exceptional opportunity for mischief. Therefore, a limited-time reckless mission is hereby issued. Pluck a tooth from the dragon's maw. What will you do about it? Mission details. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient dragon's soul, successfully extract a resplendent dragon tooth from its majestic mouth, and with your captivating voice, passionately shout thrice. What are you looking at? What will you do about it? Care to settle this outside? Mission reward. Dragon tooth dagger. A high-quality replica, sharp enough to rival a butter knife at a 5-star hotel, complete with armor-piercing, bleeding effects, but with a minuscule chance of triggering a love me, hurt yourself backlash, such as tripping and the dagger precisely hitting a vital artery. Entirely standard procedure. The system bears no responsibility for any mishaps. Damn it. Shiao Chan nearly spewed blood in frustration at the system. Is this pathetic system trying to make me a live demonstration of 100 ways to court disaster, only to trend on social media? Before Shiao Chan could further contest with the system, the insatiable hunger emanating from the chessboard on his chest erupted, spurred by the tantalizing aroma of the ancient dragon's soul. It was as if a glutton who had starved for 8 centuries had stumbled upon a lavish banquet, and it was free. It began to voraciously siphon the azura power and vital essence from Shiao Chan's body without regard for his consent, displaying a brazen demeanor of entitlement, attempting to compel its own strength to devour the seemingly nourishing dragon soul as a snack. The ancient dragon's soul was no meek prey. The ethereal blue flame flickered ominously in its hollow eye sockets, evidently perceiving Shiao Chan and the suddenly frenzied chessboard as mere fodder. The terrifying power of the dragon's soul, combined with the chessboard's insatiable hunger, created a fierce tug-of-war within Shiao Chan, akin to a climactic showdown in a contest of strength. Shiao Chan felt like a mere rope being frantically tugged by 3 opposing forces, on the verge of snapping into several pieces at any moment. What in the world? Whom have I offended? How did I become the rope in this absurd tug-of-war? Shiao Chan grimaced in agony, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Amidst the excruciating pain, a flicker of near madness flashed in his eyes. He bore the torment of his soul being torn asunder, and with a steely resolve, he summoned the insatiable, devouring essence of the divine chessboard to its utmost limit. He then bellowed at the raging dragon soul, which was poised to obliterate him and the chessboard in a single sweep. Hey, you over there, old mudfish. What are you staring at? Look closely. The true culprit that doomed you is this wretched chessboard. Yes, it's this very piece upon my chest. It left you without a shred of dignity back in the day, and now it seeks to swallow both you and me as a late-night snack. If you have any guts, deal with it first. I promise to cheer you on from the sidelines, waving my flag and spamming 666 in support. The hollow eye sockets of the ancient dragon soul flared with a surge of azure soul fire, evidently ignited further by Shiao Chan's heartfelt provocation, pouring gasoline onto its already blazing fury. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, the dragon's soul unleashed a torrent of power, akin to the Milky Way cascading down or a deluge unleashed, surging forth towards the divine chessboard with overwhelming force. Feeling the imminent threat of annihilation, the chessboard erupted in response. Its black and white brilliance intensified, coalescing before Shiao Chan into a colossal, rapidly spinning phantom that seemed capable of devouring all. It began to voraciously grind and consume the torrent of dragon soul energy, yet it simultaneously intensified its extraction of Shiao Chan's life essence, akin to the relentless compounding of high-interest loans, determined to drain him dry. Now was the moment. Seizing this rare opportunity of a dog-eat-dog scenario, Shiao Chan propelled his 8 steps to chase the cicada technique to its utmost limit. He transformed into a blurred crimson shadow, braving the overwhelming pressure of the ancient dragon soul's will and the chessboard's insatiable pull as he charged toward the elevated head of the colossal dragon corpse, zeroing in on the seemingly vital area of its brow. Along the way, he was repeatedly blasted by the released energy waves, hurtling through the air like a kite with severed strings, bones cracking and insides churning. Yet, he grit his teeth, fueled by a reckless will that embraced death if failure was imminent, rising time and again to continue his charge. Finally, just as he felt consciousness slipping away, transforming into a puddle of despair, his bloodied and dirt-streaked fingers trembled as they grazed the cold, rough, dark red scales of the dragon's brow, which emitted a faint, peculiar resonance. In an instant, a tumultuous torrent of chaotic memories, brimming with endless sorrow and resentment, surged into his mind like a breached dam. In the battlefield of gods and demons, amidst an endless torrent of blood and fire, the ceaseless carnage unfolds. A formidable figure, Ashura wielding a blood-red giant sword, stands resolutely. Before him lies a black and white chessboard, stained with the blood of deities and demons, emanating an ominous aura. Ultimately, a resounding dragon's roar pierces the heavens, filled with boundless resentment and deep-rooted malice. Traitor! Countless fragmented images flash through his mind like a revolving lantern, each scene imbued with catastrophic energy that strikes his head with excruciating pain, as if his very skull were on the verge of exploding. Yet, amidst this turmoil, he faintly grasps ancient secrets long sealed away, secrets potent enough to upend the entire understanding of the Doluo continent. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at the extremely high-risk location, the core of the white-bone throne of the ancient dragon soul, located at the brow of the dragon corpse. Through this sign-in, you have admirably demonstrated the principle that one may avoid calamity, but daring greatly can yield tremendous rewards. The system is deeply gratified. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, a strand of the ancient dragon soul's essence, purified and compressed through 81 processes, boasting unparalleled purity, containing a trace of the dragon race's primordial power. Upon consumption, it will significantly enhance your physical strength and soul resilience. As for side effects, well, your body may exhibit certain irreversible tendencies towards draconification, including, but not limited to, the emergence of dashing dragon horns, a majestic dragon tail, and dazzling dragon scales. The specifics of your transformation, what you grow, how much, and how swiftly, depend entirely on your individual constitution and subsequent investment in care. The system assumes no responsibility for any after-sales service or psychological counseling following a failed transformation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special talent, Dragon Might, beginner level. Upon activation, it can exert a bloodline-level suppression effect on lower-tier dragons and impure dragon-blooded subdragons. It can also instill a degree of intimidation in other oblivious beings, such as causing them to soil their trousers. The specific effects are for you to experience firsthand. Ding! Your soul power level skyrockets, as if propelled by a rocket. Congratulations, host. You have successfully ascended to the pinnacle of a level 17 soul master. You are one step closer to becoming a soul zone. Congratulations. Where's the applause? What the hell? Draconification? Am I destined to become a hybrid? Oh no. A human dragon? When I step outside, should I enter the men's room or the women's? No. Wait. Should I go to the animal enclosure or the human quarters? Shiao Chan, upon hearing the system's rewards, nearly found himself cracking open on the spot. Just as Shiao Chan was deeply troubled by his potential future identity, the chessboard of gods and demons seized the fleeting opportunity presented by the ancient dragon soul's momentary lapse in focus due to memory shock. Its devouring power surged dramatically, akin to a ravenous vacuum cleaner encountering a floor strewn with diamonds, or a great whale gulping water, as it began to voraciously consume the already scant primordial power of the ancient dragon soul. Roar! Unyielding. This emperor will not yield. The ancient dragon soul emitted a cry filled with infinite despair and sorrow, its massive dragon soul silhouette visibly dimming and thinning, as if it might dissipate into the air at any moment. Yet, within its hollow dragon eyes, the ethereal blue flames flickered with an intensified brilliance, brimming with a madness and resentment that seemed ready to engulf all in a cataclysm. Simultaneously, as the ancient dragon soul's power swiftly waned, the throne of bones, constructed from countless skeletal remains of soul beasts, could no longer maintain its form, emitting a cacophony akin to shattering bones, beginning to tremble violently and fracture. Countless massive skeletal remains, piled atop the throne, ignited with a ghostly blue fire in their vacant eye sockets. They moved stiffly, their decayed joints creaking with an unsettling sound, descending like a tide from the precarious throne. In the blink of an eye, an endless army of skeletal warriors, radiating an aura of profound silence and lethal intent, encircled Shiao Chan and Shiao Wu at the center of the basin, their overwhelming murderous energy threatening to stain the heavens crimson. Ah, ghosts! Oh, the horror! Shiao Wu trembled at the terrifying scene, her face as pale as parchment, on the verge of tears. Yet, amidst the extreme terror and the residual pressure of the ancient dragon soul, a remarkable and unprecedented transformation occurred within her. Stemming from her lineage as a royal of the 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, her large, watery eyes instantly transformed into the most exquisite, purest pink gemstones, and within their depths, countless alluring peach blossom sigils began to swirl. An invisible pink halo, imbued with an irresistible charm and soothing power, emanated from her petite form, rapidly radiating in all directions. The once ferocious and bloodthirsty skeletal army, charging towards them with a furious roar, faltered the moment they encountered this dreamlike pink aura. Their advance slowed, with many halting completely, their hollow eye sockets reflecting a glimmer of near obsession and enchantment, as if ensnared in an exquisite illusion, their previously overwhelming hostility diminished by more than half in an instant. Just as this unfathomable transformation unfolded, the ancient dragon soul, on the brink of being entirely consumed by the divine demon chessboard, summoned its last vestige of strength to emit a curse that resonated deep within Shiao Chan's soul. Filled with boundless resentment and unwillingness, the bearer of the divine demon chessboard shall ultimately be devoured by the board, reduced to the next pathetic puppet guarding it. I shall await you on the road to the underworld. Ha 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 ha. However, before the echo of its vengeful curse could fully fade, a fragment of the dragon's essence, refined to perfection and shimmering with a prismatic glow, suddenly split from the dissipating dragon soul. This essence surged forth like the most brilliant meteor across the night sky, resembling a bolt of lightning transcending eons, and in a manner that Shiao Chan could not comprehend. It shot directly into his brow with a swift motion, vanishing without a trace. Its purpose remained enigmatic, sending alarm bells ringing in Shiao Chan's heart. After the divine and demonic chessboard completely devoured the primordial dragon's soul, intricate and ancient patterns on its surface began to slowly unveil a vivid miniature dragon design, entwined with ominous black and white energies. Although the maddening hunger emanating from the chessboard temporarily subsided, its overall aura grew colder, more sinister. Imbued with an indescribable sense of terror and peril, it conveyed a chilling and vague thought to Shiao Chan, a thought both blunt and forceful, yet undeniably domineering. The next offering must be stronger. With a tremendous roar, the white bone throne, constructed from countless colossal soul beast remains, could no longer sustain its massive form after losing the suppression of the primordial dragon's soul. It shattered and collapsed with a thunderous sound, sending bone dust swirling into the sky, obscuring the sun. In the place where the throne once stood, a bottomless abyss emerged, its diameter exceeding a terrifying kilometer, continuously radiating an ancient, terrifying darkness far surpassing that of the primordial dragon's soul, an abyssal maw that instilled a profound sense of despair. This gaping maw, dark and profound, seemed to be the true entrance to the underworld, like an ancient beast of prey, opening its cavernous mouth wide enough to devour the heavens and earth, awaiting new prey. Before Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu could recover from the immense shock of the throne's collapse, two blood-red points at the bottom of that chilling abyss began to glow ominously. Larger than the brightest stars in the night sky, yet cold and indifferent, filled with an endless sense of desolation and death. Then a voice, seemingly echoing through eons of time from the primordial age, resonated deep within their souls, imbued with a chilling mockery and anticipation. At last, I have caught a whiff of the nostalgic scent of Azura, along with this accursed, nauseating chessboard. Hee, this time, you amusing little insects shall not escape. Chapter 21. The Old Octopus Seeks Disciples. Bearchild Shiao Chan enters full deception mode. Shiao Chan was initially pondering whether he might grow a dragon tail in the future. But suddenly, something even more terrifying emerged. The two blood-red spotlights at the bottom of the abyss grew increasingly bright, making Shiao Chan feel like a little white mouse being targeted by a giant tiger, every hair on his body standing on end. What on earth is this monstrous thing? Even more frightening than that old mud eel. Shiao Chan thought frantically, though he maintained an outward appearance of calm. The ancient voice resounded once more, laced with a sinister amusement at playing with its prey, the offspring of Azura. Along with that revolting chessboard, the voice paused, as if it had caught a whiff of something intriguing, a trace of Tien Yuying's lingering fragrance. How fascinating, truly fascinating. Suddenly, the dragon's reverse scale at the center of Shiao Chan's brow felt as if it were seared by a red-hot iron, causing him to nearly jump in pain. Subsequently, a wave of vengeful dragon soul warnings surged into his mind. Beware, for this creature is the ancient world-devouring squid, which once consumed half of a divine chessboard. Even the Azura was defeated by it within the illusory dreamscape. My word, it truly resembles an octopus. Shiao Chan was taken aback. Although the old dragon's soul had been devoured, the information it left behind proved to be quite valuable. What astonished Shiao Chan even more was that the usually gentle and soft bunny spirit, Xiao Wu, had a peach blossom mark on her forehead that now flickered with a fluorescent pink light, its radiance even causing the blood-red giant eye in the abyss to momentarily pause in surprise. The voice from the abyss carried a hint of astonishment. Tien induction? No. It was something even more pure. Remnant seal of the Moon Sovereign? What secrets do you conceal within, young lady? The fragment of the divine chessboard on Shiao Chan's chest sensed the aura of the half-chessboard from the entity in the abyss, stirring an excitement akin to that of reuniting with a long-lost brother, while simultaneously expressing an unprecedented desire for the energy emanating from Xiao Wu's Moon Sovereign Remnant Seal. Ding! Special plot trigger conditions detected. The Abyss Lord, residual soul of the world-devouring squid, harbors a unique obsession with the complete divine chessboard and the power of the Moon Sovereign. Friendly reminder, the host may attempt to utilize the essence of the dragon's reverse scale as a guide, with the Moon Sovereign Remnant Seal as a key, to pry open the Abyss Lord's memory flaws, potentially uncovering a glimmer of hope. However, do be cautious not to endanger yourself in the process, dear. Shiao Chen's mind whirled, and an idea swiftly formed. Since this old squid was so intrigued by the chessboard and the mark on Xiao Wu, it surely harbored some unspeakable secret. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain that felt as though his bones were being crushed under immense pressure, he shouted into the abyss, "Old squid, stop your tricks. You merely wish to gather this broken chessboard and find the Moon's sovereign relic to escape this cursed place, don't you? Coincidentally, I might be able to assist you." An eerie silence enveloped the abyss for a few seconds before it erupted in a furious roar. "Little worm. You know too much." Countless tentacles, thicker than water barrels, emerged from the depths, each adorned with a multitude of blood-red eyes, sending shivers down Shiao Chen's spine. "You wish to survive? First, take a journey through my 10,000 dreams purgatory and allow me to assess your worth." Before the words had fully escaped its maw, The surrounding scenery twisted and morphed instantaneously. Shiao Chan felt as if he had been thrust into a colossal washing machine, spinning uncontrollably until the scene before him transformed into a gigantic marketplace. What is this bizarre dreamscape? Shiao Chan gazed at the bustling crowd around him, where vendors enthusiastically peddled an array of peculiar items, including three-headed fish, singing carrots, and winged pigs. Even more absurdly, each vendor bore the old squid's visage, selling their wares while grinning ominously. Young one, would you like to purchase some fresh fare? Special today, buy one, get one free. The old squid's taste was undeniably unique. Shiao Chan couldn't help but scoff, yet he soon realized that the power of the dragon's soul at his brow was guiding his perception eye, enabling him to discern the flaws within these illusions. The seemingly authentic stalls were, in fact, formed from black tentacles, while the customers were merely distorted manifestations of resentment. More importantly, through these illusions, Shiao Chan glimpsed fragments buried deep within the Abyss Lord's memories, an insatiable thirst for power, a profound fear of failure, and a deep-seated hatred towards a figure wielding the other half of the chessboard. Just as Shiao Chan prepared to delve further into this enigma, the Moon Emperor's residual mark on Xiao Wu suddenly radiated a brilliant light. The pink luminescence, akin to a gentle spring rain, swept through the area, causing those terrifying illusions to melt away like snow under the sun. Impossible! The Moon Emperor's forbidden light? Who are you a descendant of? The Abyss Lord roared with a mixture of fury and astonishment. In a moment of inspiration, Shiao Chan intuitively employed the dragon's reverse scale at his brow as a conduit, channeling his Azura divine power towards Xiao Wu's Moon Emperor mark, amplified through the shards of the divine chessboard adorning his chest. A peculiar energy emerged. A fusion of Azura malevolence, the overwhelming essence of the dragon's soul, and the sanctity of the Moon Emperor. Shiao Chan aptly named it the Dragon Moon Azura power. This newfound strength began to erode the Abyss Lord's myriad dreams of torment, as the distorted illusions crumbled as if they had encountered their nemesis. The Abyss Lord emitted a pained shriek, as a long-buried memory was forcibly unearthed. It had once devoured half of the divine chessboard, seeking to seize the Moon Emperor's sacred relic, only to be severely wounded in a joint assault by the Shur God and the Moon Emperor. Banished to the abyss and ensnared by seals related to the sacred relic's fragments. Only by gathering the complete chessboard and locating the true relic could it hope to escape. The Moon Emperor's residual mark in Xiao Wu was indeed the key to unlocking this sacred artifact. Shiao Chan grasped this critical information, his heart soaring with joy. He called out to the abyss, "Old octopus, your seal is weakening, isn't it? Do you wish to emerge for some fresh air? Let us negotiate a deal. You assist us in eliminating those pursuers outside, the scoundrels from the spirit hall, and share half of the treasures within this gorge. And I will have Xiao Wu help you completely lift the seal." With a mischievous grin, Shiao Chan shifted his tone. "Otherwise, we would rather perish than live in disgrace. We can go down together. After all, I'm still young. I have little to lose." The Abyss Lord found itself in a dilemma. The temptation of liberation was immense. Yet it recognized that this young rascal was not easily trifled with. After a moment's silence, it feigned concession. "Very well. As long as you assist me in breaking free, all shall be as you say. First, eliminate those ants." From the gaping maw of the abyss, several beams of eerie green light shot forth, precisely targeting a location at the gorge's edge. Shiao Chan faintly heard several screams. It seemed the executors from the spirit hall had stealthily reached this place. Nurtured by the Dragon Moon Azura power, a crescent moon mark appeared beside the newly formed mini-dragon pattern on the shard of the divine chessboard adorning Shiao Chan's chest. The chessboard conveyed to him a message. It could sense the approximate location of the other half of the chessboard and harbored a profound yearning for the Moon Emperor's sacred relic. Shiao Chan felt his soul power beginning to stir, hinting at a potential breakthrough beyond level 18. Now that the troubles outside were resolved, the Abyss Lord's voice grew increasingly perilous, its blood red eye fixated on Xiao Wu. "It is time to fulfill your promise, little girl. Offer up your Moon Emperor's residual mark." Shiao Chan felt a sense of unease. This cunning old fox was indeed not so easily dealt with. Just as he pondered how to continue his deception, the dragon's reverse scale at his brow suddenly erupted with its final resplendent radiance. A majestic dragon-shaped phantom enveloped both Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu, while a forgotten ancient teleportation array, emanating starlight from the abyss's depths, was stirred by this surge of power, unleashing violent spatial fluctuations. Once again, the foolish dragon had a trick up its sleeve. There was no escape. The Abyss Lord, in a fit of rage, thrust a colossal tentacle, blocking the sun, towards the dragon phantom and the teleportation array. Chapter 22. A perilous struggle between gods and demons. The Starfall Forbidden Zone's divine mandate. Howling wolves under the moon encounter old friends? Damn it, that tentacle is thicker than my toilet brush at home. Shiao Chan gazed at the massive tentacle, its diameter exceeding 10 meters, covered in blood-red eyes, hurtling towards them with immense force, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. In this critical moment, the dragon's reverse scale at his brow blazed with an intensity akin to a red-hot iron, and then it erupted with a thunderous roar. A majestic and powerful ancient dragon soul phantom, stretching hundreds of meters in length, surged forth from Shiao Chan's brow, its golden flames burning fiercely in its eyes. reflecting a resolve to face death with ferocity. Get out of the way, little brat. I shall carve a path for you. The dragon soul's voice resonated like a thunderclap, shaking the very foundations of the abyss. Its tail, as thick as a mountain, rose high, shimmering with brilliant gold, akin to a divine axe splitting the heavens. With a resounding clash, the dragon's tail met the tentacle, and in an instant, the world seemed to fall silent. The next moment, a cataclysmic energy storm erupted, and Shiao Chan felt as though he had been thrust into a colossal juicer, his insides nearly shattered. With a violent cough, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Yet the impact was astonishing. The Abyss Lord's formidable tentacle was forcibly flung away, its blood-red eyes bursting one after another, green blood raining down like a tempest. Damn you, foolish dragon! I shall eradicate you completely. The Abyss Lord roared in a fit of rage, as more and thicker tentacles emerged from the abyss, writhing like gigantic black pythons, seeking to constrict them. Yet, the ancient dragon's soul was beyond caring. It burned its last remnants of origin power, fiercely tearing through the void with its claws. With a resounding rip, an unstable rift in space, its edges crumbling, was forcefully torn open, unleashing a haunting cacophony of spatial storms from within. You little brat, remember this. The divine and demon chessboard will one day claim your life. The dragon soul's voice grew increasingly frail. With a final flick of its tail, it hurled Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu directly into the rift, urging him to protect the Moon Sovereign's residual imprint on her. That artifact was 1,000 times more crucial than he could imagine. Shiao Chan could only shout a hurried thanks to the old dragon before being engulfed by the chaotic currents of space. Behind him, the Abyss Lord's frenzied roar echoed. You shall not escape. A drop of dark green liquid, shimmering with enigmatic runes, pierced through the chaotic spatial currents, silently merging into Shiao Chan's shadow, before vanishing without a trace. In the chaotic void, Shiao Chan felt as though he were ensconced within an industrial-grade washing machine. The world spinning around him as an intense surge of pure dragon power relentlessly battered against his limbs. The excruciating pain compelled him to cry out. And upon glancing down, he was astonished to find golden dragon scale patterns faintly emerging beneath his skin, his nails sharpening to a lethal point, presenting the unmistakable visage of a human-dragon hybrid. Goodness, was he destined to become a monster? When he ventured outside, would he require a human identification or a beast certificate? Shiao Chan felt tears welling in his eyes, while the divine chessboard upon his chest pulsated with excitement, ravenously consuming the myriad energies wafting through the spatial turbulence. Even seizing upon remnants of the Abyssal Lord's power, the dragon and moonshadow markings on the chessboard shimmered brilliantly, and a pure essence of soul power surged back to Shiao Chan, propelling his soul power level to an impressive 17, with the faintest hint of touching the threshold of 18. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was enveloped in the gentle pink glow emanating from the lunar royal remnant on her forehead. Her complexion was pale, yet she remained unscathed by the direct onslaught of the spatial chaos. It was uncertain how long they had been tumbling through the turbulence. But at last, they were ejected from a suddenly gaping rift in the void. Boom. Like two shooting stars. Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu crashed onto an expanse of pitch-black earth, kicking up a cloud of dust, spitting out the black soil from his mouth. Xiao Chan struggled to rise, utterly speechless at the sight before him. They stood in a desolate and vast forbidden land, devoid of sun or moon, where shattered remnants of countless stars floated slowly, emitting a faint glow. Even more astonishing were the colossal skeletons scattered across the ground, some resembling deities, while others were clearly remnants of some fearsome monstrosity. Each bone towered several meters high, exuding a potent aura of divine corruption and fragments of brutal laws. Ding! You have arrived at the special sign-in area, Starfall's Divine Silence, Periphery. Current sign-in location, the fallen altar of the nameless war god, ruined. Sign-in reward preview. Fragment of the unyielding will of the war god. Fragment of the damaged divine armament. Warning, this area is severely tainted by divine corruption. Prolonged stay may result in irreversible mutation. Please complete the sign-in and leave promptly. Xiao Wu, are you alright? Shiao Chan hurriedly supported the pale-faced Xiao Wu. Brother Shiao Chan, I'm fine, just feeling quite peculiar here, she replied, rubbing her forehead where the lunar royal remnant was gently warming, emitting a subtle pull towards the depths of the forbidden land. Simultaneously, the divine chessboard on Shiao Chan's chest began to tremble violently, exuding a powerful desire, yet pointing in an entirely different direction from Xiao Wu's perception. This wretched chessboard was causing mischief once more. Shiao Chan glared at the board upon his chest and resolved. First, let us sign in and regain some strength. Xiao Wu, don't rush. Let me see what local specialties this place has. Perhaps it can aid in your recovery. In the depths of the Pope's palace within the spirit hall of Wuhuan City, the luminous point representing Shiao Chan on the Fate Star disc flickered wildly before abruptly dimming, only to reignite in an unknown realm, its brilliance and sinister aura surpassing all previous measures. How intriguing. More secrets are finally being unveiled. A glint of greedy yet frigid light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. Convey my orders. Awaken the holy Sunxian Xuanji and instruct him to lead the divine punishment knights on a mission. sparing no effort to capture the blasphemer Shiao Chan and unveil all the secrets he harbors. In the desolate expanse of the Starfall God's silent land, Shiao Chan cautiously approached the dilapidated altar constructed from colossal bones. Towering at approximately 10 meters, the altar was entirely formed from the ribs of an unknown giant beast, emanating faint divine fluctuations. At that moment, several beasts, covered in dark crystalline armor and exuding red light, resembling wolves yet the size of calves, surged forth from the shadows. Bark, bark, bark. What in the world are these creatures? Are they dog-headed men? Startled, Shiao Chan quickly assumed a combat stance. The Starfall demon wolves were acutely sensitive to the presence of living beings. Upon spotting Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu, they emitted piercing howls and charged forward recklessly. Dragon might. Shiao Chan called out softly, unleashing the newly awakened pressure of his dragon lineage combined with the murderous aura of the Azura, which instilled a modicum of intimidation in the Starfall demon wolves. However, these creatures proved to be far more resilient than anticipated. Azura sky-rending claw. Shiao Chen's claws struck like lightning, clashing head-on with the first charging demon wolf. The strength of his dragon-transformed body had indeed seen a notable enhancement. Yet the formidable defensive capabilities of these wolves' crystalline shells were astonishing, leaving only shallow scratches with each strike. Be careful, brother Shiao Chan. In a moment of urgency, Xiao Wu suppressed her discomfort, the residual glow of the Moon Emperor's mark on her forehead swirling as a soft yet oddly authoritative pink halo radiated outward. The Starfall demon wolves, caught in the halo-esque glow, momentarily hesitated, their red light dimming as confusion and apprehension flickered in their eyes. A prime opportunity. Seizing the moment, Shiao Chan unleashed the power of Azura in conjunction with his dragon might, swiftly dispatching 3 demon wolves and successfully reaching the altar. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Obtained fragments of the unyielding will of the war god and a severely damaged piece of divine armament armored gauntlet. Additional reward. Due to the host completing the sign-in in a divinely tainted environment, their willpower has been tempered, resulting in a slight permanent enhancement of mental strength. Soul power elevated to level 18. A faint glow merged with the fragments of the gauntlet, which, despite its severe damage, regained some semblance of vitality, emanating a soft metallic sheen. At that moment, from the depths of the Forbidden Land, a distant, mournful howl resonated, imbued with an oddly familiar essence, causing the Moon Emperor's mark on Xiao Wu's forehead to flicker violently. Her eyes widened with shock and disbelief as she exclaimed, "That voice, it seems to be." Chapter 23. The Divine and Demon Chessboard Devours the Star Soul. A momentous transformation upon signing in at the Forbidden Land. The Holy Sun descends with a heavy intent to kill. The haunting howl reverberated through the silent expanse of the Starfall God's silent land, making Shiao Chan feel as though his very soul was being drawn away. Even more astonishingly, the crescent mark on Xiao Wu's forehead seemed to receive some kind of secret signal, dazzlingly flashing with a pink glow, nearly illuminating her entire face in a rosy hue. Goodness, Xiao Wu, are you trying to become a neon billboard? Shiao Chan couldn't help but jest. However, Xiao Wu was too preoccupied to pay attention to his banter, her beautiful eyes reflecting shock and disbelief as she clutched Shiao Chan's sleeve tightly. Brother Shiao Chan, that voice, it seems to belong to Deming. Deming? Who is that? Your online friend? Shiao Chan was utterly perplexed. Yes, he is the friend I met in the forest, a powerful silver wolf. Xiao Wu eagerly explained, her eyes shimmering with excitement. At that moment, the divine chessboard on Shiao Chen's chest also began to stir restlessly, like a ravenous glutton who had not eaten for 800 years, fervently vibrating and incessantly conveying a simple, yet crude thought to his mind. Over there. There is something delicious. Hurry. If you don't go now, someone else will take it. Can you calm down, you pesky chessboard? I'm not your personal attendant. Shiao Chan mentally grumbled, but outwardly, he patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder. Since it's your friend, let us go take a look. However, this place is quite sinister, so stick close to me. The two ventured forth in the direction of the wolf's howl, trudging through the desolate, forbidden land. Along the way, various star beasts tainted by divinity emerged to provoke them, including a 3-headed stellar leopard, a bone-spiked hedgehog enveloped in black smoke, and a bizarre creature that Shiao Chan could not name, resembling a cross between a mushroom and a turtle. Whatever comes, it shall perish. Shiao Chan brandished the damaged divine armor he had just equipped. Although it was somewhat worn, it was nonetheless a component of divine-grade equipment, and combined with his Shura sky-rending claw, it became a veritable harvester of star beasts. As a millennium-level stellar leopard pounced toward him, Shiao Chan deftly sidestepped and struck back with a claw imbued with dragon might against its head. Crack! The ferocious stellar leopard was instantly sent reeling, its 3 eyes spinning as if it had been struck by a cartoonish blow. Xiao Wu watched on, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother Shiao Chan, you're amazing. These monsters seem like little chicks in front of you. Oh, it's just a small display, a routine operation. Shiao Chan feigned indifference, though inwardly he was elated. The sensation of being revered by the little girl was far more exhilarating than leveling up. Just as Shiao Chan basked in the thrill of praise, a tremendous rumble echoed from ahead. The two scaled a mound formed by colossal remnants of stars, and the sight that greeted them made them both gasp in astonishment. Before them stood a colossal wolf, its size comparable to a small mountain, entirely covered in silver fur, with a crescent moon mark on its forehead, howling towards the heavens. Its sheer size was staggering. Even one of its paws was as large as Shiao Chan himself, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating, its presence rivaling that of a titled Doloa. My goodness, could this creature be a transformed hound of heaven? Shiao Chan's mouth twitched. Yet, Xiao Wu was overwhelmed with excitement, tears brimming in her eyes. Deming. It really is Deming. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice, the giant wolf's star-like, luminous eyes instantly locked onto her. Upon catching sight of the crescent mark upon Xiao Wu's forehead, the entire wolf was taken aback, its expression akin to that of a street vendor who suddenly realizes their customer is Jack Ma, the aura of the Moon's sovereign. This is inconceivable. The great wolf spoke, its voice rumbling like thunder. Little girl, are you a descendant of the Moon Sovereign? Moon Sovereign? Xiao Wu blinked in confusion. What are you talking about? Deming? I am Xiao Wu, the soft-boned rabbit Xiao Wu. Do you not remember me? The great wolf, known as the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf, revealed a complex expression, a mixture of excitement and sorrow. So it is true, the bloodline of the Moon Sovereign has indeed found its way to the Spirit Beast clan. No wonder you possess such a pure lunar aura. Its gaze shifted to Shiao Chan, instantly becoming wary. The inheritor of the Azura legacy. And that ominous aura of the chessboard. What brings you here? Shiao Chan felt the palpable pressure emanating from the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf, veins throbbing at his temples. The old wolf's strength was no jest. Should a confrontation arise, even 10 of him combined would not withstand a single swipe. Old wolf, do not be alarmed. We are here in search of the Moon Sovereign's relics, and perhaps we can assist you in your predicament. Shiao Chan attempted to maintain his composure, gesturing towards the chessboard on his chest that was vibrating uncontrollably. As for this troublesome object, it behaved like a husky spotting a slipper, desperate to take a bite. But fear not, with me around, it shall not wreak havoc. The Howling Moon Celestial Wolf scrutinized Shiao Chan for a lengthy moment, its eyes assessing whether he was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. Very well, since the Moon Sovereign's bloodline has chosen you as a companion, I shall trust you this once. The wolf sighed. I am Howling Moon, one of the guardian beasts under the Moon Sovereign's command. After the Divine War, I was trapped here, safeguarding the Starfall altar left by the Moon Sovereign. Just as Howling Moon was about to continue recounting its past, the divine chessboard on Shiao Chan's chest erupted with an unprecedented fervor, an overwhelming greed threatening to overwhelm his sanity. Goodness, is this wretched chessboard plotting a rebellion? Shiao Chan clutched his chest, feeling as though a hole had been opened in his heart, wind rushing uncontrollably in. Ding! Detected the supreme material ancient star core fragment that the divine chessboard can devour for evolution. Upon consumption, the chessboard will unlock new functionalities and significantly benefit the host. The target is 3,000 meters away. Immediate action is advised. The system's notification sparked a glimmer of excitement in Shiao Chan's eyes. What a marvelous find. Though this troublesome chessboard is a nuisance, the rewards upon each evolution are undeniably enticing. Old wolf, that object you are guarding, does it perchance contain a star core or something of the sort? Shiao Chan inquired tentatively. Instantly, the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf became alert, its silvery fur standing on end. So you are indeed after the star core. The star core is crucial for maintaining the balance of this forbidden realm. Should it be taken, catastrophic consequences will ensue. Calm down, calm down. Shiao Chan quickly waved his hands. I was merely asking. How about this? Let us first visit the Moon Sovereign's Starfall altar. Perhaps we can uncover some clues to help you escape your predicament. The Howling Moon Celestial Wolf hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, follow me. The trio journeyed deep into a canyon surrounded by colossal meteorites. In the heart of the canyon stood an ancient and sacred altar, constructed entirely of a type of jade that emitted a faint lunar glow. Its surface intricately carved with countless exquisite lunar phase patterns. A notification chimed. Discovered sign-in location. Moon Emperor's Starfall altar. Signing in grants the Moon Emperor's blessing, fragment, and a star map compass, replica. Without hesitation, Shiao Chan initiated the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Moon Emperor's blessing, fragment, significantly enhancing your resistance to dark energy and mental attacks, and allowing you to momentarily draw upon a sliver of lunar power to bolster yourself or your allies. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the star map compass, replica, which can roughly locate special areas and energy nodes within the Starfall Divine Silence. Soul power has surged to the pinnacle of level 19, merely a step away from level 20. A refreshing energy, akin to moonlight, surged into Shiao Chan's body, rendering him light as a feather, as if personally graced by the moon goddess herself. Just as he reveled in the exhilaration of newfound strength, his shadow suddenly twitched unnaturally. The dark green liquid left by the Abyss Lord seemed to have received a signal, exuding a barely perceptible aura of malice. Damn it, I almost forgot. That old octopus is certainly up to no good. A chill ran through Shiao Chan, yet now was clearly not the time for such concerns. For at that moment, the sky above the Starfall Divine Silence abruptly tore open with a resounding crack. A magnificent warship, ablaze with golden flames and resembling something out of a video game, burst through the space barrier, gradually descending to this place. Upon the ship stood a strikingly handsome youth clad in golden divine armor, wielding a shimmering angelic sword. Coldly surveying the terrain below, the aura emanating from him was even more terrifying than that of the howling moon wolf, radiating a sacred and formidable light, as if an angel had descended to reap the wicked. Blasphemer Shiao Chan. The youth's voice boomed like thunder from the heavens, shaking the entire canyon. By the command of His Holiness the Pope, I have come to take your life. Behind him, dozens of equally formidable divine punishment knights stood in formation, their murderous intent threatening to stain the sky crimson. What the hell? Where did this delusional character come from? Shiao Chen's lips twitched, calling oneself a saint. Why not just call oneself a holy mother? The howling moon wolf, sensing the familiar angelic power radiating from Qian Xuanji, roared in fury. It's a lapdog of the spirit hall. Kid, that is the fanatical believer of the angel god, Qian Xuanji, incredibly powerful. And his knightly order is comprised of reckless lunatics. You must flee. Upon hearing this, rather than retreating, Shiao Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. The demon chessboard sensed the rich divine energy emanating from Qian Xuanji, igniting a desire to consume. This is getting interesting. Shiao Chan smirked wickedly. Old wolf. Hold them off for a moment. I will retrieve that star core. Perhaps with its power, I can eliminate these pretentious fools in one fell swoop. Are you insane? If the star core is taken, even the howling moon wolf attempted to dissuade him. Trust me, Shiao Chan had already activated the newly acquired star map compass, which clearly indicated that the fragment of the star core lay within the depths of the massive meteorite crater in the canyon. Qian Xuanji evidently noticed Shiao Chen's movements as his golden figure dove down like a shooting star. Thinking of escaping? Dream on. Shiao Chan watched the dazzling figure descending, mentally ridiculing. Could this fellow have traversed here from some idle drama? His appearance and lines are even more exaggerated than a K-drama protagonist. Old wolf, I beg you. Shiao Chan shouted towards the howling moon wolf, before sprinting madly towards the meteorite pit. Although the howling moon wolf felt reluctant, upon seeing Xiao Wu's eager gaze, he let out a howl to the heavens. Very well, I shall join you in this madness. The massive wolf paw struck towards the divine punishment knights, causing the ground to tremble. Though those knights were well trained, they found themselves utterly suppressed by the howling moon, who was at the level of a title de law. Upon witnessing this, Qian Xuanji's expression shifted, and the angelic holy sword in his hand erupted with brilliant light. Beast, how dare you obstruct this holy sun? Beast, you old fool. The howling moon wolf roared, striking at Qian Xuanji. The account for your betrayal of the moon emperor remains unsettled. Qian Xuanji raised his sword to block, but was sent flying several dozen meters by the immense force, his expression darkening. So you're the moon emperor's lackey from back then. It seems this harvest exceeds my expectations. As the two masters engaged in fierce battle, Shiao Chan had already stealthily approached the edge of the meteorite pit, utilizing the concealment effect of the moon emperor's blessing. This was akin to an invisibility potion in a game, as even the divine punishment knights failed to notice him. Haha, this operation is secure. Shiao Chan thought triumphantly, then leaped into the deep pit. At the bottom of the meteorite pit lay a spherical space, with a fist-sized star core fragment suspended in the center, emanating a terrifying wave of energy. It resembled a miniature sun, distorting the air around it from the intense heat. The demon and god chessboard sensed the presence of the star core, vibrating eagerly as if a glutton had spotted a buffet, urging Shiao Chan to act quickly. All right. Stop hounding me. You sound like a debt collector. Shiao Chan reached for the star core fragment. The moment his fingers touched the star core, the demon and god chessboard devoured it in one gulp. Boom. An unprecedented surge of energy erupted within Shiao Chan. He felt as though he had been plugged into a super powerful charger, with every cell frantically absorbing energy. A new starry mark appeared beside the dragon and moon shadow insignias on the surface of the demon and god chessboard. An energy far purer than any previous experience surged back into Shiao Chan, allowing his soul power to break through the bottleneck and reach level 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to level 20, automatically acquiring the first soul ring. The system has detected the presence of Shura, Dragon Clan, Moon Emperor, and starry fourfold divine powers within the host, automatically merging and optimizing to generate a unique soul ring. 4 symbols reincarnation ring, 10,000-year quality. Soul skill, 4 symbols unification, allows for a brief fusion of 4 divine powers, significantly enhancing attack power, defense, and movement speed for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 24 hours. Wow, this is absolutely exhilarating. Shiao Chan felt the surging power within him, nearly unable to suppress a roar towards the heavens. However, at that moment, the system suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Warning! Warning! The divine and demon chessboard, having continuously consumed high-energy items, is about to enter a state of energy overload and slumber. Before sleeping, it will randomly unleash a backlash of rules, with unknown consequences. Please prepare yourself mentally. What? This too? Shiao Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Why didn't you mention this earlier, you wretched system? As soon as the words left his mouth, the divine and demon chessboard erupted with a bizarre wave of energy, and Shiao Chan felt his vision blur, the entire world becoming indistinct. When his sight regained clarity, he was astonished to find himself outside the crater, while a doppelganger of himself had appeared at the bottom of the pit. What in the world is this? Shiao Chan's eyes widened as he regarded the other version of himself. Aside from a slightly dazed expression, it was an exact replica. Ding. Backlash effect of the rules. Mirror splitting. A portion of your consciousness has been separated, forming an independent entity. Duration unknown. This doppelganger possesses 50 of your strength, but its personality may be the opposite of your own. The opposite personality? A sense of foreboding welled up within Shiao Chan. Sure enough, the doppelganger suddenly grinned widely, beaming a radiant smile. Hello everyone. I am Shiao Chan's benevolent doppelganger. I am here to save the world, spreading love and justice. Shiao Chan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This was far worse than the backlash. Even more alarming, after the core of the star was taken, the entire desolate land of the fallen stars began to tremble violently. Countless suppressed ancient vengeful spirits and slumbering monstrous beings awakened due to the shattered balance, releasing thunderous roars. Roar, hiss, cackle, terrifying cries echoed, as if the gates of hell had been flung open. Qian Sun sensed this terrifying upheaval, though her expression changed slightly. Her gaze towards Shiao Chan grew more avaricious. To cause such a commotion, this boy's secrets are greater than I imagined. The Howling Moon Wolf King, however, wore an expression of despair. It's over. The balance has been disrupted. Once these ancient fiends awakened completely, at that moment, Shiao Chan's benevolent doppelganger suddenly shouted, "Do not be afraid. Justice will ultimately triumph over evil. I will use love to transform all the monsters." With that, this fool actually charged towards the awakening terrifying creatures. What the hell? Come back. Shiao Chan was frantic. You're just offering yourself up as a sacrifice. Chapter 24. The benevolent doppelganger's heartfelt redemption. Qian Sun the Holy Sun goes berserk. Do not be afraid. Justice will ultimately triumph over evil. I will use love to transform all the monsters. Shiao Chan watched in disbelief as his benevolent doppelganger rushed towards the group of awakening terrifying beings, utterly stunned. What the hell? Is this really my doppelganger? Has its intelligence been absorbed by the chessboard? Shiao Chen's mouth twitched, trying to redeem monsters. Does it think it's Ultraman? The benevolent doppelganger charged into the throng of monsters, radiating an aura of saintliness as he called out to a towering starbone tyrant, which had just emerged from the depths, enveloped in a shroud of black smoke. Hello. I am Shiao Chan. Can we be friends? This starbone tyrant, towering 3 stories high and adorned with 6 heads, each brimming with a multitude of blood-red eyes, paused momentarily in surprise at the doppelganger's words, only to erupt in collective fury. With a thunderous roar, the starbone tyrant unleashed a torrent of black flames from all 6 heads, incinerating the ground around the benevolent doppelganger into a glassy surface. Oh dear, are you angry? That's all right. I understand your pain. The doppelganger danced amidst the black flames, surprisingly deflecting most of the onslaught with his peculiar halo of pure goodness. In midair, Qin Xuanji nearly tumbled off his flying sword upon witnessing the scene. Where on earth did this fool emerge from? And how is he unscathed by the tyrant's assault? Even more troubling was the fact that the doppelganger's heartwarming charm not only infuriated the starbone tyrant, but also drew the attention of other awakening monstrosities in the vicinity. In an instant, several fearsome entities, rivaling those found in a Contra game, roared and surged toward the doppelganger's position. This is disastrous. Shiao Chan observed the gathering of beasts, veins throbbing at his temples. Was this foolish doppelganger attempting to summon every creature from the Forbidden Grounds? A handful of unfortunate divine punishment knights found themselves directly in the path of the starbone tyrant's charge, instantly sent flying, tracing a graceful parabolic arc through the air. Help! Save us! The knights flailed desperately mid-air, resembling cannonballs launched from a catapult. Qin Xuanji's face turned an unflattering shade of green with rage, incompetence, unable to handle even a foolish doppelganger. At that moment, Shiao Chan, in his true form, encountered his own troubles as several starbone demonic wolves, drawn by the scent of his divine power, circled menacingly. Just in time. A perfect opportunity to test my new technique. A flicker of excitement sparked in Shiao Chan's eyes. For symbols returned to 1. Instantly, the bloody intent of Azura, the oppressive might of the Dragon Clan, the sanctity of the Moon Emperor, and the enigmatic power of the stars erupted from him simultaneously. These 4 distinct divine energies miraculously merged, causing Shiao Chan's aura to swell, enveloping him in a resplendent spectrum of colors. Wow, this effect is even cooler than those in cinemas. Shiao Chan reveled in the surging power within him, nearly succumbing to the urge to strike a pose. The starbone demonic wolves, sensing this terrifying pressure, instinctively recoiled several steps, their eyes betraying a flicker of human-like fear. For symbols Azura Claw, Shiao Chan transformed his hands into claws, the vibrant glow coalescing into massive claw-like apparitions. With a single strike, not only did it embody the slaughtering force of Azura, but it also carried the rending might of the Dragon Clan, the purifying light of the Moon Emperor, and the annihilating energy of the stars. With a ripping sound, the starbone demonic wolves barely had time to scream before being torn asunder, disintegrating into motes of starlight. Little Wu, observing from the sidelines, beamed with admiration. Brother Shiao Chan is so impressive. The name of that technique sounds incredibly formidable. The Howling Moon Wolf nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, this lad's talent is extraordinary, managing to fuse four entirely incompatible divine powers. In the air, Qian Xuanji sensed the terrifying power erupting from Shiao Chan, and his expression instantly grew somber. The fusion of multiple divine powers? This child must not be allowed to live. The radiance of the angelic holy sword in his hand surged dramatically as he bellowed to the divine punishment knight order behind him. Form the angelic judgment battle array. Suppress that beast. Dozens of divine punishment knights immediately shifted their formations, and golden beams of light shot into the sky, intertwining to create a colossal ethereal image of an angel. The Howling Moon Wolf felt the targeted suppression and became noticeably sluggish. Damned angelic divine inheritance. It specifically counters our lunar attribute divine beasts. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Xuanji transformed into a brilliant golden light, aiming directly at Shiao Chan. Shiao Chan, today marks your demise. Just as the battle reached its zenith, an unexpected event transpired involving the benevolent avatar. A starlight unicorn, tainted by divine corruption, was poised to attack the benevolent avatar. But upon contact with the pure benevolent halo surrounding him, its blood-red eyes suddenly regained a flicker of clarity. With a sorrowful whinny, the starlight unicorn seemed to recall memories from before its corruption. It glanced at the benevolent avatar, then at the angelic judgment battle array, suppressing the Howling Moon Wolf, and flames of fury ignited in its eyes. In the next instant, the unicorn, having regained part of its consciousness, turned and charged towards the angelic judgment battle array, its horn emitting dazzling starlight that struck precisely at the array's weak point. Boom! The angelic judgment battle array trembled violently, causing several divine punishment knights to spew blood from the backlash. What? Qian Xuanji was taken aback. Impossible. How could the starlight unicorn attack us? The Howling Moon Wolf seized the opportunity to break free from its restraints and nodded in gratitude to the unicorn. Thank you, old friend. Shiao Chan was equally astonished by the scene. My foolish avatar truly managed to redeem a monster? What divine intervention is this? At that moment, the slumbering demon god chessboard on Shiao Chan's chest suddenly stirred. The three symbols of stars, dragon shape, and moon shadow flickered with a subtle light, seemingly guiding towards a certain direction. Meanwhile, the lunar imprint on Xiao Wu's forehead also sensed something. She pointed towards the depths of the star-fallen altar guarded by the Howling Moon Wolf. Brother Shiao Chan, over there are treasures. Shiao Chan activated the star map compass, which indeed indicated a strong energy fluctuation deep within the altar. Let us go investigate. Shiao Chan made a decision. Old wolf, hold this pretentious fool at bay. Seeing Shiao Chan attempt to flee, Qian Xuanji would not allow it, unleashing a flurry of golden sword energy. Trying to escape? Dream on. In the state of four symbols convergence, Shiao Chan's perception heightened, easily tracking the trajectory of the sword energy. Calmly, he dodged, redirecting Qian Xuanji's attack towards the nearby frenzied horde of star skeleton beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The golden sword energy struck the star skeleton tyrant, instantly inciting the already irritable creatures. Roar! Several star skeleton tyrants collectively howled, abandoning the benevolent avatar to charge towards Qian Xuanji in the sky. Qian Xuanji's expression darkened. This brat actually used my attack to draw aggro? The entire battlefield fell into utter chaos. The Knight of Divine Punishment is pursued by the malevolent star skeletons, while Qian Xuanji is besieged by tyrants, and the kind-hearted doppelganger is joyfully befriending a starlit unicorn. Seizing the chaos, Shiao Chan grabs Xiao Wu and dashes towards the depths of the altar under the cover of the Howling Moon Wolf. At the innermost part of the altar lies a fragmented stone tablet, inscribed with ancient lunar characters. Ding! Hidden check-in location discovered. Moon Emperor's secret stone tablet. Check-in. Ding! Check-in successful. Acquired the Moon Emperor's fractured protection skill, granting temporary immunity to mental attacks and curse-type spells. Ding! Obtained star pattern memory crystal, containing the memory of the ancient teleportation array's activation method. Just as Shiao Chan completes the check-in, the entire Starfall Divine Silent Realm suddenly trembles violently. In the sky, countless dark red spear of the fallen gods begin to coalesce, emanating a terrifying aura of annihilation. This is bad. The rules of annihilation have been triggered. The Howling Moon Wolf's expression changes drastically. Everyone will be subject to indiscriminate attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spears of the fallen gods rain down like a torrential storm, causing devastating casualties among the Knight of Divine Punishment, with soul-bone equipment scattered everywhere, painting a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic film. Qian Xuanji is also forced into a precarious situation by several spears, his splendid divine armor severely damaged, devoid of any trace of the saint's grandeur. Curiously, the kind-hearted doppelganger remains unscathed. The spears of the fallen gods inexplicably deflect away as they approach him, failing to inflict harm. My main body. There is a way here, he exclaims excitedly, rolling unharmed into a collapsed cave amidst the rain of spears. Peering down through the cave's entrance, Shiao Chan discovers a shattered ancient teleportation array radiating faint starlight at the bottom. At that moment, the slumbering divine demon chessboard suddenly conveys a clear intent. The ancient teleportation array is merely an appetizer. The true feast lies on the other side of the array, connected to the Moon Emperor's sacred relic and a certain nemesis of the Azura, to shield Shiao Chan and the others while activating the teleportation array. The Howling Moon Wolf begins to burn his wolf soul essence. Kid, hurry. I will pave the way for you. The giant wolf's silver fur ignites, transforming the entire wolf into a silver meteor, colliding fiercely with the pursuing Qian Xuanji and several star skeleton tyrants. Boom. The Howling Moon Wolf detonates part of his demon core, creating a horrific explosion that temporarily seals off the passage, while a strand of silver wolf soul mark flies towards Xiao Wu's forehead. Girl, the future of the Moon Emperor depends on you. The valiant howl of the wolf reverberates through the explosion. Qian Xuanji, severely injured in the blast, sees Shiao Chan and the others about to teleport away and roars with venomous rage. Shiao Chan, I will remember you. Above and below, the spirit hull will surely tear you to shreds. Simultaneously, he secretly activates the drop of dark green liquid left by the Abyss Lord within Shiao Chan's shadow. With great effort, Shiao Chan suppresses his grief and presses the star pattern memory crystal into the core of the ancient teleportation array. The array erupts with dazzling starlight, enveloping Shiao Chan, Xiao Wu, and the kind-hearted doppelganger together. Old wolf, I will remember you. Shiao Chan steps into the teleportation portal with reddened eyes. In that fleeting moment of teleportation, he seems to glimpse a pair of cold, enormous eyes watching them at the end of the passage, filled with malice and greed. As the light dissipates, the three find themselves standing upon a desolate, lifeless black plain. The sky was adorned with 3 blood-red crescent moons, emanating an ominous crimson glow. A warning echoed, ding, alert. You have arrived at the unknown divine domain of March's ghostly abyss, extremely dangerous. Abyssal mark tracking detected. A fragment of the will of the Abyssal Lord, the devouring ancient squid, has locked onto your coordinates. At the moment the system issued its warning, the benevolent doppelganger suddenly clutched its head, emitting a low, anguished groan. My head, it hurts. The halo of pure goodness surrounding it flickered erratically, and a glimmer of cunning, reminiscent of the Abyssal Lord, occasionally flashed in its eyes. Chapter 25. The Awakening of the Chess Spirit, Consuming the Rules. Luring the Abyssal Lord into the depths of the Blood Moon, the March ghostly incarnation devours souls. The benevolent doppelganger abruptly pressed its head, howling in pain. The radiant halo of purity dimmed instantly, as if tainted by ink, the holy white light swiftly devoured by an eerie dark green, with fine cracks appearing along the edges of the halo. Warning. The divine and demon chessboard's rule backlash mirror division is being interfered with by external forces, nearing uncontrollability. Abyssal mark tracking is rapidly eroding the core consciousness of the doppelganger. The mechanical voice of the system conveyed an unprecedented urgency. Shiao Chen's expression shifted drastically. Damn. Problems arise now. Although this benevolent doppelganger was not particularly astute, it served as a crucial shield in dire moments. If that ancient octopus truly seized its essence, the consequences would be unimaginable. Before he could finish his thought, the 3 blood-red crescent moons in the sky suddenly flared with intensity, and the bizarre crimson light cascaded down as if it were a tangible entity. The entire ghostly abyss trembled violently. Countless black stone tablets, inscribed with fragmented runes, shot up from the ground, as if a long-dormant forest of tombstones had been awakened. These tablets varied in height, some towering 100 feet, adorned with ancient inscriptions that twisted and were nearly indecipherable, exuding a heart-stirring primordial aura. Shiao Chan inhaled sharply. What in the world is this place? Did we disturb a graveyard? Little Dance clutched Shiao Chan's sleeve tightly, a flicker of trepidation and unease emanating from the depths of her soul reflected in her beautiful eyes. Brother Shiao Chan, these tablets, they seem to be whispering. I feel very uncomfortable. What alarmed Shiao Chan further was that the benevolent doppelganger's gaze suddenly turned vacant, and it began to recite obscure ancient syllables unconsciously. As it chanted, the towering rule tablets quivered slightly, resonating with an indescribable wave of energy that spread throughout the area. Could it be that this fellow was truly possessed by something? Just as Shiao Chan moved to approach, he sensed that the Abyssal Lord's lingering will, which had been subtly entwined around the benevolent doppelganger, was being forcefully suppressed by an even older, colder, and more mechanical will. This nascent will, akin to ancient, unmelting ice, conveyed a simple yet pure intention: rules, completion, consumption, evolution. Simultaneously, the fragment of the divine and demon chessboard that had remained dormant on Shiao Chen's chest erupted with astonishing heat, startling him. Upon the chessboard, the symbols of stars, dragon shapes, and moon shadows began to spin at an unprecedented velocity, as if striving to break free from their constraints. The core of the divine and demon chessboard, the chess spirit, has begun to awaken. Lost realm of rules detected. The core of this place, the 10,000 laws source steel, harbors the opportunity to complete the chessboard. A chess spirit? Such a hidden setting exists? Shiao Chan was astonished, lamenting how the system had kept such secrets from him. Host's permissions are insufficient. The chess spirit lies dormant and requires specific conditions for awakening. This is a fortuitous encounter. Before Shiao Chan could inquire further, a thunderous roar resonated from the sky, filled with boundless fury. Damn you, chess spirit! How dare you awaken? And you, little spawn of Azura, you shall all serve as nourishment for my restoration. Shiao Chan looked up to see a colossal, unmatched octopus phantom slowly materializing between the three blood moons. Its tentacles were thicker than mountains, adorned with countless crimson eyes that gleamed with greed and brutality. Merely gazing upon it was enough to shatter one's soul. Old octopus, your appearance is quite unappealing. Shiao Chan managed to suppress his discomfort and retorted, could you perhaps adopt a more refreshing form? The master of the abyss was utterly enraged. And I shall obliterate your very soul. As he bellowed, the surface runes of the rule stones contorted violently. Some morphed into grotesque moss, others into spinning blades, while a few collapsed into bottomless, pitch-black voids. A trap of twisted rules. Shiao Chan felt a surge of alarm as a group of ghostly guardians, enveloped in waves of rule energy, emerged from the shadows of the steel surrounding them. The leader of the guardians, composed of obsidian-like material, spoke in a voice as grating as grinding stones. Those who trespass into the ghostly abyss shall perish. We are merely here to admire the relics. Shiao Chan replied earnestly, attempting to engage in amicable discourse. The guardian leader appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unaccustomed to such an absurd response. Just as the guardians were about to launch their assault, a radiant glow emanated from the crescent mark on Xiao Wu's forehead and the soul imprint of the howling moon wolf simultaneously. A soft, silvery halo spread like ripples in water. In a bizarre turn of events, the twisted, grotesque traps of rules began to revert to their original forms under the silver light, as if melting away like snow. The movements of the ghostly guardians also slowed, as if ensnared in an invisible mire. Xiao Wu, your ability, Shiao Chan exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy filling him. Xiao Wu, somewhat bewildered, replied, I am not sure. I just feel that deep within the ghostly abyss, a place is calling to me. She pointed towards an ancient temple illuminated in crimson by the blood moon. There, a familiar aura resides. Beep. Hidden sign-in location blood moon temple detected. It is recommended that the host sign in promptly. This is just what I need. Shiao Chan grasped Xiao Wu's hand, and they rushed towards the temple. The kind-hearted doppelganger, still with hollow eyes, seemed to possess an instinct, following closely behind while deftly avoiding the remaining subtle traps. Their journey was fraught with tension yet devoid of peril, and the trio swiftly reached the Blood Moon Temple. The temple, ancient and weathered, was constructed from a black stone material that flickered with a dim blood light, its eaves intricately carved with patterns depicting the phases of the moon. At the center of the temple stood a gigantic skeleton, its presence exuding a suffocating divine power, even after countless ages had passed. Beep. Level sign-in location remains of the moon's sovereigns general discovered. Sign-in. Beep. Sign-in successful. Acquired moon shadow elusive steps, divine level agility, merging with the rules of the moon. Beep. Acquired the imperfect moonlight divine pattern, which can temporarily enhance the power of the moon emperor's residual imprint. A refreshing energy, akin to moonlight, surged through Shiao Chan's entire being, illuminating the profound essence of movement. With a mere thought, his form transformed into a fleeting silver shadow, gliding gracefully within the temple. Such astonishing speed. Upon exiting the temple, his benevolent doppelganger suddenly halted, its vacant gaze fixated on a distant point deep within the ghostly abyss. There lay something of greater significance. Following the direction indicated, Shiao Chan beheld, at the farthest reaches of the heavens and earth, a colossal black steel towering into the clouds. The radiance of the three blood moons converged upon it, forming a slowly revolving crimson vortex, emanating an oppressive force far exceeding that of the previous temple. The source monument of all laws. Shiao Chan's heart raced, and the divine demon chessboard on his chest vibrated violently. Ding! A super main quest has been issued. Proceed to the source monument of all laws. Assist the chess spirit and the divine demon chessboard in devouring the fragmented core of the rules of the three-moon ghostly abyss. Success rewards. Significant evolution of the divine demon chessboard, unlocking new functions, permanently resolving the mirroring split backlash, and host soul power level 3. Soul power level 3. Shiao Chan's breath quickened. This was an opportunity he could not miss. Just as they prepared to set forth, the surrounding space suddenly twisted, and a dense, ink-green demonic shadow seeped forth from the void, coalescing into a massive octopus tentacle adorned with blood-red eyes. Ha ha ha, the Hound of Azura, host to the chess spirit. Do you think you can escape my grasp? Once again, it was this foul octopus. Shiao Chan frowned in annoyance. What skill was there in ambushing? The abyssal shadow screeched, its tentacles thrumming with a stench of blood, charging forth with an unimaginable speed. Shiao Chan immediately employed the moonshadow evasion, his form becoming a series of silver arcs, narrowly weaving through the onslaught of the demonic shadow. Haha, can't catch me, can you? Frustrating, isn't it? He taunted as he deftly dodged. Yet, he soon realized that this demonic shadow possessed remarkable resilience and strength far exceeding its previous form. With a quick flick of his eyes, he abruptly veered towards a towering rule steel, bellowing, "Old octopus, if you dare, come and collide with this steel." The abyssal shadow, predictably, took the bait, roaring in pursuit. Its colossal tentacles imbued with abyssal power, crashing down upon the rule steel. Boom! The steel erupted with a blinding brilliance of rule light. A terrifying backlash akin to a volcanic eruption shattered the tentacles of the abyssal shadow, scattering ink-green energy wildly. Ah! The shadow shrieked in anguish, its form dimming significantly. This is what you get for your own folly. Shiao Chan chuckled coldly. Moments ago, in evading the shadow's pursuit, his palm had inadvertently brushed against a smaller steel. At that instant, the power of the Azura within him resonated peculiarly with a force contained within the steel. A faint yet distinct gravitational rule manifested in his mind. Is it possible to do this as well? Enlightenment struck Shiao Chan, prompting him to attempt to invoke that sensation. In an instant, he perceived the gravitational force around him intensify, his form sinking heavily. With another thought, the gravity suddenly lessened, rendering him as light as a swallow. This is not a mere act of seizing without cost. Rather, it is through the oppressive line between life and death. Utilizing the peculiar power of the Azura and the acute perception awakened by the divine and demonic chessboard, that a faint trace of the underlying rules has been fortuitously captured. The abyssal shadow, struggling to reassemble under the backlash of these rules, was infuriated to see Shiao Chan harnessing the power of the stone tablet. Boy, do not become complacent. With such strength, what need is there for pride? Choosing not to linger further with the shadow, Shiao Chan, accompanied by Xiao Wu and his benevolent doppelganger, surged at full speed towards the legendary source tablet of all laws. At last, the fabled source tablet, towering into the clouds, lay before them in its entirety. This monolith, dark as ebony, seemed to uphold the blood-red firmament, its surface intricately engraved with countless profound runes, each seemingly encapsulating the essence of a fundamental principle. The radiance of the three blood moons cascaded upon its apex, forming a colossal and eerie vortex of crimson light, emanating a terrifying pressure capable of shattering souls. Upon sight of the source tablet, the benevolent doppelganger's hollow gaze suddenly ignited with an almost frenzied desire. Unique patterns, identical to those of the divine and demonic chessboard, began to manifest upon his skin, compelling him to step forward, one deliberate stride at a time, towards the towering edifice. Hey, what are you doing? Shiao Chan's heart raced, instinctively attempting to intervene. In the heavens above, the Abyssal Lord's suppressed rage erupted with cataclysmic force, resounding like a thunderous roar that shattered the very fabric of reality. All of you, halt. A colossal appendage, larger than mountains and solid as the earth itself, tore through the void amidst the blood moon, imbued with an aura of utter annihilation, descending upon the source tablet and the advancing benevolent doppelganger with devastating intent. This strike was far beyond the capabilities of the previous shadow. It was but a mere glimpse of the Abyssal Lord's true might. Chapter 26. The Tomb of Tablets hides peril. The chessboard navigates the Abyssal Monarch. Beneath the otherworldly blood moon, a terrifying entity lurked. Boom. A gigantic octopus limb, enshrouded in a viscous green liquid, rent the sky, wielding the power to obliterate mountains, emerging from the blood moon to crash violently upon the source tablet. The air, laden with immense pressure, became suffocating, resonating with explosive sounds. Shiao Chan's pupils constricted. That force was sufficient to reduce both him and Xiao Wu, along with this mountain, to mere dust. Xiao Wu, into the tablet grove. That ancient monster cannot enter. Before his words had fully echoed, Shiao Chan grasped Xiao Wu's waist, activating the moonshadow displacement to its utmost limit, transforming into a silver blur almost imperceptible to the naked eye, narrowly slipping into the desolate confines of the source tablet grove just as the shadow of the colossal limb loomed overhead. Xiao Wu, caught off guard by this sudden surge of speed, felt dizzy, the wind howling in her ears. Meanwhile, the benevolent doppelganger lagged slightly, stumbling clumsily like a startled duck in pursuit. Boom! The earth-shattering sound erupted. The gigantic octopus limb slammed into the edge of the grove, yet it was as though it had collided with an invisible barrier. An imperceptible wall of rules manifested abruptly, shimmering with arcane runes, effectively nullifying the cataclysmic force. A tidal wave of energy surged outward like a tsunami, causing the entire March Ghost Plain to tremble violently, the ground fracturing, stones flying. My hand of divine and demonic power. Outside the steel forest, the chilling wail of the Abyss Lord reverberated through the heavens, filled with incredulous anger. Is this the forbidden domain of all laws? Curse it! That group of old, unyielding ants actually left behind such a contingency. Shiao Chan steadied himself within the steel forest, casting a glance back at the Abyss Lord outside the forbidden area, clutching a severed tentacle, blood of the demon gushing forth. A cold smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Old fool, do you now understand the meaning of being on the hot seat? Within the steel forest, a peculiar power of rules, entirely distinct from the outside world, surged like a tidal wave. Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu immediately felt their bodies grow heavy. As if ensnared by invisible shackles, their movements becoming sluggish. Xiao Wu furrowed her delicate brows, a flicker of confusion dancing in her beautiful eyes. It feels so heavy. Brother Shiao Chan, it's as if I'm carrying a mountain. Ding. You have entered the core radiation zone of the source steel, the realm of rules. The power of rules here is highly concentrated and chaotic, External attacks below the divine level will be significantly weakened. Warning: the rules within the realm are unpredictable. Please act with caution. The realm of rules? Shiao Chan's eyes brightened. It sounded extraordinary. The divine demonic chessboard on his chest suddenly grew warm, flying out on its own and hovering in midair, slowly rotating. A translucent, intricately designed spirit of the chessboard emerged, its eyes glimmering with a chilling blue light. Source rules: devour, evolve. A mechanical and cold voice resonated directly in Shiao Chan's mind, devoid of any emotion. In an instant, the surface of the chessboard radiated light, projecting a three-dimensional map of the realm. Several flickering points of light were clearly marked, akin to treasure guides in a game. A built-in navigation system? With the old monster block outside, has this become my self-service feast of rules? Shiao Chan's mind stirred, turning to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, the chessboard has indicated several rule nodes. Let us explore them and see if we can further obstruct that old octopus outside. Xiao Wu nodded obediently, sensing something from the residual imprint of the moon's sovereign on her forehead, the silver light flickering slightly. Brother Shiao Chan, I feel as though these steels are alive. No sooner had she spoken than the previously dazed, kind-hearted doppelganger suddenly trembled, its eyes swirling with dark green and pure white light, its expression contorted in agony. My head aches. There is a voice urging me to collide with it. Strike that stone steel. Uncontrollably. It charged directly toward a dark red steel engraved with intricate flame runes. Bang! The steel exploded. A passageway adorned with crimson patterns materialized, roaring flames surging forth, instantly illuminating half the steel forest, a scorching wave of heat rushing toward them. Fool! That was one of my reserved contingencies. The Abyss Lord's furious roar came from outside, filled with anguish, lamenting the pathway to incinerate the heavens that took a millennium to arrange. Shiao Chan's pupils contracted, swiftly pulling Xiao Wu to evade the blistering flames of the passageway. This foolish doppelganger, is it friend or foe? Chess spirit, mark that path. It may serve as a trap for that old octopus in the future. The chess spirit mechanically nodded, instantly adding a crimson danger marker to the map. Let us proceed to the first node. Following the guidance of the chessboard, the two soon arrived at a marked location. Before him stood an ice-blue monument, exuding an aura of chilling coldness, entirely translucent, as if hewn from ancient glacial ice. Its surface was adorned with a delicate layer of frost, and the surrounding air crystallized into fine ice particles. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's moon monarch mark radiated warmth, and she pointed at the monument with a hint of astonishment. Brother Shiao Chan, this monument, it seems to be calling to me. It feels like the power of Sister Moon. Sister Moon? Shiao Chan paused momentarily, then dismissed the thought. Seizing an opportunity, he placed his hand firmly upon the monument. Sign in. Ding. Successful sign in at the Cold Moon Rule node. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Moon Concealment, Beginner, allowing for brief invisibility and concealment of presence in moonlight or environments infused with lunar energy, significantly reducing detection probability. Xiao Wu's Moon Monarch mark absorbed a fragment of the Cold Moon Rules, slightly enhancing the Moon Goddess protection skill. A refreshing energy, akin to the light of the moon, surged through Shiao Chan's limbs, making his aura feel ethereal and indistinct, as if merging with the shadows around him. Wow, Brother Shiao Chan, you seem to have become faint, Xiao Wu exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Just then, the Abyss Lord outside the illusory domain seemed to sense the fluctuations of rules within the monument grove, emitting a low growl. You little brat, stealing from my forbidden domain? You seek death. Several immensely condensed emerald green mental shockwaves pierced through the subtle weak points of the rule barriers like venomous serpents, carrying an evil essence that targeted Xiao Chun and Xiao Wu directly. Xiao Chen's gaze turned icy. Old fool, do you think you can strike from afar? The recently acquired protection from the Moon Monarch, a temporary effect generated by the synergy of Moon Concealment and Xiao Wu's Moon Goddess protection, activated automatically, conjuring a hazy barrier of moonlight that barely shielded against most of the mental onslaught. Simultaneously, with a thought, Xiao Chan invoked the gravitational rule he had just grasped, suddenly imposing a reverse distortion field along the trajectories of the mental shockwaves. Turn for me. The emerald green shockwaves, akin to inebriated men, wobbled and altered their course, crashing violently into several ordinary blank monuments nearby. Boom, boom, boom. A series of rule explosions reverberated through the grove, shattering the monuments and sending fragments flying. Puff. Outside the illusory domain, the Abyss Lord emitted a muffled groan of pain, evidently suffering from a significant backlash, his aura momentarily waning. Splendid. Xiao Wu clapped her hands in excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. Xiao Chan smiled with pride. This is what one might call retribution. Suddenly, the divine demon chessboard glimmered, and the chess spirit's ethereal form visibly solidified slightly. It instinctively flew toward the exploded fragments of the monuments, absorbing several remnants of the shattered mental and explosive rules into the chessboard, resembling a whale drawing in water. Ding. The divine demon chessboard, chess spirit, has initially mastered the ability to absorb rules, capable of extracting and analyzing pure rule fragments in combat or specific environments. Is it possible to do that? Xiao Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. This chessboard can upgrade itself to gain experience? What a delightful surprise. He gazed at the next node marked on the chessboard, a distorted stone tablet, exuding intense spatial fluctuations, with the surrounding space rippling like water. Just as Shiao Chan prepared to move, the benevolent doppelganger exhibited an unexpected reaction. He stared intently at a nearby stone tablet flickering with faint lightning, and suddenly, with a thud, he knelt on the ground, fervently bowing his head and murmuring incantations. Great Thunder God and Thunder Mother, spare me. I acknowledge my mistakes and shall not dare again. Crack. As he struck his head against the lightning tablet, a slender purple arc of electricity actually burst forth from its apex. This arc seemed to possess a consciousness, darting away in an instant and striking a nearby ordinary rock with pinpoint accuracy. The rock was instantly reduced to dust, and a faint, nearly imperceptible will of the Abyss Lord was obliterated before it could even emit a cry, reduced to nothingness by that delicate lightning. Ah, my millennia-old Thunder Soul Stone. The beacon of my will. The roar of the Abyss Lord echoed from the outside world, filled with genuine rage and despair, as if he had lost a beloved son. You wretched bandits. Thieves. Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their laughter and tears. This foolish doppelganger. Could it truly be a humanoid instrument of causal law? The corners of Shiao Chen's mouth twitched slightly. At that moment, the map of the enigmatic domain on the divine demon chessboard updated once more. The path leading to the heart of the myriad laws source tablet became distinctly clearer for a brief moment. Yet at the end of that path, beside a colossal energy source marker that stirred both the chess spirit's trepidation and greed, a chilling, blood-red skull marker emerged. It appeared that the core area held immense opportunities, yet also perilous dangers. Shiao Chan stroked his chin, his expression turning grave. Meanwhile, the benevolent doppelganger, having been lightly brushed by the residual energies of the lightning stone tablet, seemed to possess an even deeper shade of green in his eyes. His mouth twisting into a stiff and eerie smile as he whispered, so many rules, all belong to me. Xiao Wu instinctively tightened her grip on Shiao Chen's sleeve. Chapter 27. The chess spirit devours the source tablet, the doppelganger sacrifice for the Abyss Emperor. The Blood Moon Divine Eye Locks reincarnation. You. Could it be that you've truly been possessed by that old octopus? Shiao Chen's heart raced as he fixated on the doppelganger's unnerving smile. Xiao Wu quietly retreated behind him, a flicker of fear crossing her beautiful eyes. The benevolent doppelganger emitted a strange, raspy laugh, his eyes flickering wildly between dark green and pure white light, unstable and chaotic. Rules, delectable rules, are all mine, ours. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stumbled and charged directly toward a stone tablet inscribed with chaotic rules. The air around the tablet twisted violently due to the fluctuations of the rules, almost materializing into a vortex. He's gone mad. A vein throbbed on Shiao Chen's forehead as he prepared to intervene. The divine demon chessboard swiftly interposed itself before him. The chess spirit's phantom solidified entirely, radiating a metallic sheen, as a cold electronic voice reverberated through the stone forest. Low-level rule-corrupted entity, attempting to taint the core of the source tablet? Exterminate. A beam of light, interwoven with black and white rules, shot from the chessboard, piercing precisely into the doppelganger's brow. The benevolent doppelganger's movements abruptly ceased. A strand of pure dark green mist was forcibly extracted from its 7 orifices, coalescing in the air into a thumb-sized emerald orb that exuded a nauseating stench. Such technique is remarkably professional, Shiao Chan silently praised. Outside the steel forest, the Abyssal Lord sensed the severing of the mark and let out a thunderous roar. Damn the chess spirit. How dare it disrupt my endeavors? Little brat, once I break through this wretched barrier, I shall obliterate your very soul. Countless tendrils violently assaulted the barrier of rules, sending ripples of energy scattering in explosive bursts. The old octopus grew anxious. Shiao Chan smirked. The chess spirit turned towards Shiao Chan, its tone remaining cold and mechanical. The heart of all laws in the core area is about to reveal itself. Hurry. The rules here are chaotic, which will facilitate my rapid absorption and evolution. The map on the divine and demonic chessboard glowed even brighter. A winding path clearly directing them to the deepest part of the source steel. Excellent. The old octopus is busy breaking walls outside. Let us go treasure hunting. Shiao Chan took Little Dance by the hand, skillfully avoiding several traps radiating dangerous light as guided by the chess spirit. Brother Shiao Chan, these traps seem entirely ineffective against you. Little Dance's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. Professional archaeology, you see? Shiao Chan raised his chin with pride. As they passed a collapsed altar ruin, Little Dance's moon monarch imprint suddenly became scorching hot, pointing directly at an inconspicuous stone slab beneath the ruins. Brother Shiao Chan, there is something calling to me from below. It feels very sorrowful. Shiao Chan instructed the chess spirit to scan, revealing faint spatial fluctuations beneath the stone slab. He struck the slab with his palm, shattering it to reveal a small recess containing a charm that emitted a gentle moonlight. Moon Soul Protection Charm. One-time use can withstand 1 lethal psychic attack. A fine treasure. Shiao Chan carefully stowed it away. Just then, the benevolent doppelganger, temporarily under the chess spirit's control, suddenly turned towards another stone steel flickering with spatially distorted rules and charged recklessly at it. Bang! The steel shattered, revealing a minuscule spatial rift that emanated a profound aura. Outside, the Abyssal Lord let out an even more furious roar, clearly indicating this was also part of his design. The old octopus had many tricks up its sleeve. Shiao Chan felt a surge of alarm. Seizing the opportunity, the chess spirit darted out, transforming into a vortex that devoured the fragments of spatial rules emanating from the shattered steel. The celestial markings on the chessboard brightened slightly, and a clear understanding of spatial rules flooded into Shiao Chan's mind. He swiftly gained a deeper comprehension of the flow of rules around him. Through the spatial rift, they rapidly approached the core area of the heart of all laws. Here, the power of the rules was dense, as if tangible, manifesting as colorful light ribbons dancing and colliding in the air, with a palpable pressure that made one's heart race. The blood-red skull marker on the map radiated an ominous crimson glow. Little Dance, if anything goes awry, you must leave first. Shiao Chan spoke solemnly. Little Dance stubbornly shook her head. Wherever you go, brother Shiao Chan, I shall follow. No sooner had she spoken than the dark green orb that the chess spirit had severed unexpectedly exploded. A shadowy, sinister laugh of the Abyssal Lord surged forth from it, lunging directly at the chess spirit, which was slightly unsteady from devouring the rules. Fool, did you truly believe my mark could be so easily stripped away? This is a grand gift I have prepared just for you. The Abyssal Lord's voice was laced with treachery. The old fellow's schemes run deep. Shiao Chan's pupils contracted. The azure light in the chess spirit's eyes flared intensely, its tone unusually laced with a chilling fury. How dare lowly abyssal creatures vie for brilliance with me? The demonic chessboard erupted with a terrifying suction, fiercely contending against the phantom of the Abyss Lord, as the surrounding threads of law were utterly shattered. Who dares to provoke me? Shiao Chan's gaze hardened. Without hesitation, he slapped the Moon Soul Protection Talisman onto the chess spirit's phantom and simultaneously channeled all his strength into the four elements converging as one, fervently infusing his power into the demonic chessboard. Devour him. With Shiao Chan's strength and the talisman's enhancement, the chess spirit's momentum surged dramatically, and a semblance of a sinister curve appeared on its mechanical visage. It seized the head of the Abyss Lord's phantom and coldly declared, "The laws shall reverse, consume." Impossible. I am the ancient squid of the world-devouring abyss. How could a broken chess spirit contend with me? The phantom of the Abyss Lord let out a reluctant howl. Yet under the overwhelming suction, it was torn apart inch by inch, ultimately transformed into pure energy and completely devoured by the chess spirit. The chess spirit's presence surged further, and the starry insignia on the chessboard glowed ever more brilliantly. What the? The chess spirit can still deliver harsh words? Shiao Chan was taken aback. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the core region of the Monument of All Laws. The entire monument forest trembled violently, and countless stone tablets crashed down. Boom! A heart of myriad laws, radiating with colorful brilliance and pulsating like a living heart, slowly ascended. With each pulse, it summoned the surrounding forces of law to form violent tides. Is this the heart of myriad laws? Shiao Chan gasped. However, before he could examine it closely, a gigantic, frigid, blood-red eye, seemingly formed from countless vengeful spirits, quietly opened above the heart of myriad laws. That eye resembled a blood moon suspended in the abyss, emanating an oppressive ancient aura that transcended the eons, tightly locking onto Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu. A voice, ancient and chilling, resonated in their minds like a cold wind from the underworld. Reincarnation, once again reincarnation. This time, I shall break this damned cycle. Chapter 28. The Eye of Reincarnation and the Storyteller. Shiao Chen's banter lured the divine heart, and his foolish clone unexpectedly became the key to breaking the situation. The ancient, icy voice froze Shiao Chen's thoughts like a thousand-year-old glacier. A chill surged up his spine, as though he were being targeted by a primordial beast. Good heavens! That gaze is more terrifying than my high school homeroom teacher. Shiao Chan silently complained, forcing a stiff smile. This esteemed one-eye brother? Moon sister? Pleased to make your acquaintance, but your entrance is rather grand. My little bunny is utterly frightened. He patted the trembling Xiao Wu, secretly urging the chess spirit. The blood-red eye hovered high in the sky, like a weeping blood moon, looking down upon them. Insects, your appearance has disrupted the established trajectory. The voice bore no trace of emotion. The host of the demonic chessboard, the inheritor of Azura, and the remnants of the Taiyan's fire. Each reincarnation brings forth your detestable variables. Variables? Reincarnation? Shiao Chen's eyes darted. Brother, what do you mean? We merely passed by, looking to enjoy the scenery, without intending to disturb your meditation. Is reincarnation a game save? How wonderful. I just accidentally selected the wrong class. Can I restart? The chess spirit transmitted urgently. Host. The opponent is a rule conglomerate from the March Ghost Plains, akin to fragments of the heavenly will in this realm, wielding a portion of reincarnation's power. Extremely perilous. It seems to be seeking a disruptor or wishes to eliminate all variables. Astonishing. A true powerhouse. Shiao Chan felt a chill in his heart, yet maintained a playful demeanor. Under the gaze of those blood-red eyes, Xiao Wu's forehead, marked by the Moon Emperor's remnants and the howling Moon Wolf spirit's imprint, suddenly flickered wildly. A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within her. She sensed a familiar, yet alien grief hidden deep within those crimson eyes. Who are you? Why do I feel such sadness from you? She could not help but tremble as she spoke. The blood-red gaze swept over Xiao Wu. Pausing momentarily, the remnants of the Taiyan's twilight remained so pure, yet alas, they are but fading embers. Suddenly, the heart of all laws erupted in brilliance. Its pulsating frequency intensified, while the surrounding rule light waves surged like a raging tide. A hint of astonishment flickered in the blood-red eyes. The moment has arrived earlier than anticipated? Following its gaze, Shiao Chan beheld his benevolent avatar, for reasons unknown. Kneeling before the heart of all laws, the avatar murmured fervently, "O great heart, bestow upon me the power of love and peace. I shall use it to redeem all evil in this world and fill it with light." What on earth is this fool doing? Shiao Chan was at a loss for words. He observed as the murky green aura, tainted by the Abyssal Lord, was gradually stripped away and purified beneath the radiance of the heart of all laws. An extraordinary force of pure benevolent rules was invoked, resonating in harmony with the heart. The blood-red eyes widened in surprise. Pure intent? No, this is a distorted anchor point. Anchor point. Shiao Chan was perplexed, yet his intuition suggested this was an opportunity. This formidable being seemed quite invested in the transformation of his avatar. "Hey, it appears you are quite interested in this heart as well." Shiao Chan shouted. "Why not strike a deal? You let us go, enlighten us about the nature of reincarnation, and I shall assist you in conquering this heart. Or, I can help you find what you seek. What say you?" He gestured towards the benevolent avatar, wearing an expression that implied he had plenty of such characters. Simultaneously, the chess spirit communicated, "Host, the heart of all laws is one of the foundational rules of this realm. If it can be devoured, the chessboard will be entirely restored. Even deciphering some mysteries of reincarnation, we can utilize the benevolent avatar to invoke the resonance of the heart, in conjunction with my forced consumption." The blood-red eyes scoffed. "The wisdom of ants dares to negotiate with me? Very well, since you are variables, I shall grant you a chance. Should you gain its approval before the heart loses control, or survive under its power, I might reveal some truths to you." Ding! A highly dangerous plot mission triggered. The gamble of reincarnation. Under the gaze of the blood-red eyes, seize or assist the chess spirit in devouring the heart of all laws. And survive. Rewards. Unknown divine level item. Unlock reincarnation fragment information. Soul power level 5. Soul power level 5? Delightful. Shiao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Akin to a hungry wolf spotting its prey. System prompt. A special sign-in opportunity is available near the heart of all laws. Damn it. Fortune favors the bold. Let us do this. Shiao Chen's eyes gleamed with determination as he roared at the chess spirit. "Make your move. Coordinate with the avatar." Turning to Xiao Wu, he exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, use your lunar monarch power to influence that heart." He then dashed towards the heart of all laws, preparing to sign in. The chess spirit transformed into a stream of black and white light, charging directly at the heart of all laws. The pure benevolent power emanating from the good avatar resonated increasingly with the heart of all laws, prompting it to emit a gentle halo. Xiao Wu activated the remnants of the lunar monarch, cascading silver light to soothe the raging rules surrounding them. In the instant Shiao Chan approached the heart of all laws, he successfully completed the sign-in. Ding. Signed in beside the heart of all laws, inactive. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine level passive skill rule affinity, beginner, which slightly enhances the perception speed and controllability over all rules. Additionally, you have obtained a one-time item, the Law Translocation Talisman. This skill arrived at an opportune moment. The system finally performed a commendable act. Shiao Chan immediately activated Rule Affinity, seeking to establish a deeper connection with the heart of all laws. With the dual assistance of the good avatar and Shiao Chen's Rule Affinity, the chess spirit voraciously absorbed the dissipating rule power from the heart of all laws. Akin to a great whale consuming water, the constellations on the chessboard, along with the dragon shapes and moon shadow marks, grew increasingly resplendent. So many rules, delectable, utterly delightful. The chess spirit emitted a satisfied murmur. Suddenly, the gaze of the blood-red eyes turned icy. Clever tactics. Yet if you dare to covet powers that do not belong to you, you shall bear the consequences. A wave of terrifying pressure, 100-fold stronger than before, descended, distorting the very fabric of space. In a moment of peril, the good avatar resonated with the heart of all laws, and the purged murky aura of the Abyss Lord within him erupted violently. The murky aura intertwined grotesquely with the pure benevolent power, merging together. He let out a monstrous roar, his eyes transforming into a pure dark green. All of this is mine. The chessboard belongs to me. Power, rules, strength. Everything shall belong to me, the Abyss Monarch. The good avatar radiated an eerie glow, attempting to usurp part of the heart of all laws power, targeting the chess spirit directly. By the heavens, this troublesome entity is causing me a headache. Shiao Chan exclaimed in despair. That old Abyss Lord just won relent. Old octopus, how much longer will you persist? This is my avatar. I haven't even had the chance to toy with it properly, and you wish to claim it? Shiao Chan cursed furiously, thinking quickly. He suddenly looked up and shouted at the blood-red eyes, "Brother Eye, this fellow has been tainted. He seeks to steal your heart and disrupt the cycle. Just look at his demeanor. He is clearly no good." The blood-red eyes were indeed provoked, or rather, incensed by such a desecration of the cycle. A pillar of crimson light, imbued with the power of endless reincarnation, descended in an instant, striking the corrupted good avatar directly. An ant dares to meddle in the cycle? Prepare to perish. Seeing his plan succeed, Shiao Chan wasted no time activating the law translocation talisman. In a flash of light, he, along with Xiao Wu and the chessboard that was ravenously absorbing energy, including a portion of the heart of all laws, instantaneously relocated to a blind spot of the blood-red eyes assault. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated throughout the monument forest. The corrupted good avatar was pierced through by the crimson light, emitting a piercingly tragic scream. The stubborn will of the Abyss Lord was utterly obliterated under the relentless force of reincarnation. The benevolent avatar's body was shattered into countless pieces. "Hey, old octopus, this time it's truly over, isn't it?" Shiao Chan thought to himself, feeling a sense of grim satisfaction. Although this avatar was foolish, its demise did not evoke any sorrow in him. Yet, an extraordinary transformation occurred. From the fragments of the benevolent avatar's disintegrated form, wisps of pure white light emerged. These luminous specks remained untouched by any dust and were immune to the forces of reincarnation. Instead, they actively absorbed a portion of the pure energy emanating from the blood-red light pillar. They floated gracefully, ultimately penetrating the heart of all laws. Shiao Chan was left speechless. Willpower, pure will resonating with reincarnation. The voice from the blood-red eyes echoed with unprecedented astonishment. Impossible. Is this the opportunity to break the stalemate? At the moment the pure white light specks merged, the heart of all laws trembled violently. The power of its internal laws became exceedingly ferocious, yet curiously bypassed both Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu. Was this resonance? The crescent mark of the Moon Emperor on Xiao Wu's forehead also established a peculiar connection with the heart of all laws. Shiao Chen's mind went blank, as if time had come to a halt. "Host, quickly, now is the time." The chess spirit's urgent voice reverberated in his mind. The heart of all laws was reconfiguring its structure, presenting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shiao Chan, jolted into action, immediately summoned all his strength to harmonize with the laws. The three great seals of the chessboard, the stars, the dragon form, and the moon shadow, radiated an unprecedented brilliance, forming a tricolored vortex that frantically tugged at and absorbed the essence of the laws surging within the heart of all laws. The blood-red eyes silently observed the unfolding events, neither obstructing nor assisting, as if awaiting a final outcome. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted as a certain invisible barrier of the heart of all laws was completely pierced by the chess spirit. A surge of purest origin power of the laws flooded into the divine demon chessboard. The chessboard shook violently, and a fourth, indistinct mark, a shape of an eye, slowly emerged on its surface. The fourth seal. Shiao Chan was astounded. Was the chessboard on the path to gathering the 7 Dragon Balls? The blood-red eyes spoke suddenly, their tone imbued with an ineffable complexity. "Interesting. This realm has indeed encountered genuine variables. Perhaps this time, something can truly change." A colossal stream of information surged into Shiao Chen's mind like a burst dam, laden with fragments concerning reincarnation, vast and profound. Reincarnation was not merely the repetition of a singular world, but rather an entanglement and connection among countless parallel worlds. The divine demon chessboard served as a key, not merely a vessel of power. Every cycle of reincarnation bore variables, the hopes to shatter the loop. The blood-red eyes were both the executors of reincarnation and seemingly in search of a means to break free. "Enough. If this continues, your soul will shatter." The chess spirit forcefully severed the influx of information. Shiao Chen's orifices bled, his head throbbed painfully, yet his gaze sparkled with an unusual brightness. The blood-red eyes slowly closed, their voice gradually fading into the distance. "Variables, continue onward. Perhaps when we meet again, I can provide a clearer answer." As the blood-red eyes vanished, the entire stone forest began to tremble violently, collapsing as the power of the laws spiraled into chaos, transforming into a storm of destruction. "Host, we must leave immediately. The March Ghost realm has become unstable." The chess spirit urged anxiously. Shiao Chan abruptly seized Xiao Wu, gazing at the fragmented expanse, his teeth clenched. "Let us go. Anywhere is better than this cursed place." At that moment, the residual mark of the moon sovereign on Xiao Wu suddenly emitted a radiant silver beam, resonating with a chaotic void node in the distance. "Brother Shiao Chan, over there." Xiao Wu pointed towards a direction. "I can sense an exit." "Then let us take a gamble." Shiao Chan tightened his grip on Xiao Wu and dashed towards that solitary glimmer of hope. Chapter 29, The Starry Flesh Mill. Signing in at the demonic slaughterhouse, Xiao Wu, in a fit of rage, devoured the stars. Shiao Chan felt as though his soul had been cast into a colossal grinding wheel, each roll accompanied by excruciating pain that threatened to shatter his bones. His vision erupted between the extremes of blinding light and engulfing darkness, while the air was filled with the piercing wails of the fabric of space being torn apart. Bang! The two were violently hurled out like rags, Shiao Chan's back crashing onto a metallic ground that shimmered with a sinister dark red hue, carving a scorched trail several meters long. Cough, cough. This wretched place is even more thrilling than the mass graves of the March Ghost Plains. Shiao Chan spat out a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva, struggling to rise as he shielded Xiao Wu closely behind him. Xiao Wu's complexion turned pale, tightly clutching Shiao Chan's sleeve, her body trembling slightly as she surveyed their surroundings. In the boundless starry sky floated numerous fragments of land, varying in size. Some shards were adorned with grotesquely twisted metal structures, glimmering ominously, while others were pure charred rock, as though scorched by divine fire for eons. Each piece of star debris, each landmass, emanated a faint, blood-red aura, as if steeped in the grievances of countless souls. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood mingled with rust, provoking a visceral reaction. Ding! Warning! The host has entered the level of exile and hunting, the Starfall Slaughterhouse. Detected high concentrations of demonic resentment, shattered rule sources, and alien life forms. The danger level here is extremely high. Immediate evacuation is advised. However, the rewards for signing in here are significantly enhanced, with a chance to acquire fragments of demonic armaments, insights into cosmic laws, and rare items such as enslaving alien soul rings. Level? System. Are you trying to kill me? Shiao Chen's lips curled into a defiant smirk. Before he could finish his thought, the demonic chessboard on his chest surged with heat, the fourth eye-shaped mark pulsating wildly. They're coming. More than one. Shiao Chen's pupils constricted as the affinity to the rules allowed him to clearly sense multiple malevolent presences locking onto them. Hiss. Several bone whips, glimmering with a ghostly green light, silently shot forth from the shadows of a massive star fragment, aiming directly at their hearts. The foul stench of saliva dripped, accompanied by the sickening sound of grinding bones. Fresh flesh. A hoarse, greedy voice echoed in their minds. Get lost. Shiao Chen advanced rather than retreating, shielding Xiao Wu even more securely. In an instant, the power of the Azura surged through his right fist, intertwining blood-red and dark golden radiance exploding forth. The eye-shaped mark precisely locked onto the distorted energy core behind one of the bone whips. Boom. The force of his punch tore through the air, producing a deep, resounding explosion. A creature, resembling a grotesque fusion of a mantis and a scorpion, its body covered in dark green armor, was sent flying from the shadows by Shiao Chen's strike. Its compound eyes glimmered with a cruel light as a skeletal whip shattered under the force of a punch. Dark green fluid sprang forth. The creature emitted a sharp shriek, and several more skeletal whips struck with even greater precision. Simultaneously, its abdominal cavity pulsated, as if brewing a nefarious attack. Dare to resist? Shiao Chen scoffed, taking a step that allowed him to evade the whips like a wraith, drawing near another lurking monster. Another punch landed squarely on its energy convergence point at the head. Boom. The second creature exploded, disintegrating into a shower of shattered bones and green liquid. Ding. Check-in point detected. Shiao Chen approached the remnants of the first severely injured creature attempting to flee and crushed its skull beneath his foot. Check-in. Ding. Successfully checked in at the Star Skeleton Predator's lair. Small. Congratulations, host, on acquiring basic Star Realm adaptive skin, enhancing resistance to the harsh environments of the Star Realm. Obtained 3 small star energy crystals, containing pure Star Realm energy, capable of rapidly restoring soul power or aiding in cultivation. Better than nothing. Shiao Chen stored the 3 thumbnail-sized crystals, emitting a faint glow. At this moment, the crescent mark on Xiao Wu's forehead throbbed violently, uncontrollable silver radiance spilling forth. Brother Shiao Chun, she exclaimed, pointing towards a direction deep in the starry sky. Over there, Sister Moon, her power. Following her gaze, Shiao Chun beheld a massive, shattered moon-shaped rock quietly suspended in the distant darkness. It radiated a faint yet pure silver glow, its surface marred by grotesque cracks and holes, as if it had endured unimaginable devastation. Sister Moon's legacy? A glint of determination sparked in Shiao Chen's eyes. Let us go take a look. Just as they set off, a piercing roar of engines erupted from behind the side of the star skeleton. Several figures mounted on fearsome metallic beasts charged forth, clad in rough alloy armor and wielding an array of energy weapons, exuding a menacing aura. Leading them was a burly one-eyed man, his metallic eye gleaming with a red light. Hey, 2 more lost lambs. He cackled. Kill the man for meat, and the woman. Haha, I'll enjoy her first. The one-eyed man licked his cracked lips, his greedy gaze lingering on Xiao Wu. You lot go. Don't kill the girl. A rabble of miscreants. Shiao Chen's expression turned icy. The eye-shaped emblem of the divine demon chessboard had already discerned the attack trajectories and energy weaknesses of this ragtag group. He tapped his toes on the metallic ground, transforming into a blurred afterimage as he activated the Moon Shadow stealth technique. Moon Shadow clones. 4 identical energy clones of Shiao Chun materialized, converging on the Star Realm marauders from different directions. What? Clones? The one-eyed man gasped, nearly tumbling from his mount. Uft, uft, uft. The clones intertwined with the main body, their fists and feet raining down as the marauders failed to mount any meaningful resistance, falling like dumplings. Their metallic beasts wailing as they exploded. In an instant, Only the one-eyed man remained. Shiao Chan kicked him off his beast, pinning him down with a foot on his chest. Now speak, what is that moon-shaped rock? What treasure is worthy of my check-in? The one-eyed man coughed blood, terror evident in his eyes. And master, spare my life. That is the land of weeping moons, indeed, a forbidden realm of the blood-eyed lord. Within, it is said to harbor the core of the star moon, capable of significantly augmenting one's power. The blood-eyed lord? Shiao Chan raised an eyebrow. Yes, he is the sovereign of this star domain. Legend has it that with a mere glance, he can obliterate celestial bodies. Those who dare to trespass into the forbidden land are doomed. The one-eyed brute trembled. Oh, how fortuitous. I shall pay him a visit. With a surge of force, Shiao Chan incapacitated the one-eyed man, who let out a wail before fainting. Xiao Wu tugged at his sleeve, her concern palpable. Brother Shiao Chan, that blood-eyed lord fear not. Shiao Chan ruffled her hair reassuringly. I am here. As they approached the moon-shaped rock, Xiao Wu's remnants of the Moon Empress reacted more intensely. Silver light nearly bursting forth from her being. Brother Shiao Chan, I sense that sister moon she is weeping, and there is an exceedingly malevolent force. Xiao Wu's voice trembled with sorrow. Shiao Chan's expression grew grave. He too felt it. The aura of blood and resentment was 100-fold stronger than before. At last, they arrived at the edge of the land of weeping moons. A colossal blood-red monument loomed, inscribed with countless twisted and writhing symbols, emanating a chilling and sinister aura. Ding! Check-in point detected. Without hesitation, Shiao Chan pressed his palm against the cold monument. Check-in. Ding. Successfully checked in at the Moon-Weeping Monument in the blood-eyed Forbidden Land. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Moon Empress's secret technique, Moon Shadow Thousand Phantoms, remnant skill, capable of creating numerous illusions infused with lunar energy to bewilder enemies, possessing a certain degree of lethality. Mental power significantly enhanced. Soul power has broken through to level 20. System rewards the second soul ring, the 10,000-year Moon Soul Grievance Ring. A torrent of immense and chilling energy surged into Shiao Chan's body, shattering the barriers of his soul power. A soul ring, flickering with hues of ghostly purple and dark silver, with countless anguished faces barely discernible upon its surface, emerged around him. The Moon Soul Grievance Ring, Moon Shadow Thousand Phantoms, Starfall. Shiao Chan absorbed the information of the new soul technique, as well as the vast resentment contained within the soul ring. Brother Shiao Chan, what a formidable aura. Xiao Wu marveled, yet a hint of unease lingered. A trivial matter. Shiao Chan suppressed the slight agitation brought by the soul ring. The two ventured deeper into the forbidden land. Twisted moonlight intermingled with blood-colored mist, the air thick with palpable resentment that assailed their minds. Countless blood-red eyes flickered in the shadows, belonging to enslaved Moon Soul servants and mutated star beasts. Shiao Chan activated Moon Shadow Thousand Phantoms, sending forth hundreds of illusions radiating lunar light in all directions, diverting much of the oncoming fire. Meanwhile, his true self, employing Moon Shadow Stealth and the Eye of Truth, stealthily advanced towards the heart of the Forbidden Land amidst the chaos. In the innermost depths of the Forbidden Realm, a colossal crystal sphere, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, was pierced and bound by numerous grotesque blood-red chains, suspended in the void. The crystal sphere radiated an extraordinarily pure moonlight, yet at this moment, it appeared dim and lifeless, as the blood-red chains incessantly siphoned its energy. Within the sphere, a diminutive, nearly transparent silhouette of a girl curled up, weeping silently. Her tears transformed into specks of starlight, yet the moment they fell, they were greedily consumed by the blood-red chains. Sister Moon. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu was overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down her face. Do not bully Sister Moon. With a thunderous roar, the remnants of the Moon Emperor's mark on Xiao Wu's forehead and the emblem of the howling moon wolf spirit erupted in an unprecedented brilliance of silver light. A terrifying force of the lunar essence surged from her being, akin to an ancient deity awakening, sweeping forth from within her. The strength was so formidable that the blood-red chains emitted a mournful cry under the strain, their crimson glow dimming in response. The pure power of moonlight surged violently from Xiao Wu, resonating with the core of the star and moon, and began to reverse the corruption contained within the blood-red chains, purifying the tainted energy. Meanwhile, outside the Starfall Butchery, in the distant unknown depths of the cosmos, a throne forged from billions of bones and shattered divine gold loomed. Upon it sat a one-eyed giant, enveloped in an endless shroud of bloodlust, who suddenly opened its enormous eye, resembling a blood-red star. Who dares to disturb my moon's heart? Seek death. A roar filled with the will of annihilation shattered countless stars. The blood-eyed lord unleashed a cataclysmic beam of crimson light that tore through the cosmos, sending tremors throughout the entire star domain. Shiao Chan watched as the beam, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, hurtled towards him, his pupils narrowing in response. This strike was more terrifying than any foe he had faced before. Xiao Wu, behind me, he shouted, tightening every fiber of his being. Just then, the divine chessboard on his chest erupted in radiant light. The fifth mark, a crescent moon emblem resembling Xiao Wu's Moon Emperor remnant, materialized in full solidity. With a hum, A vast aura of lunar divinity radiated from the chessboard, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters in the starry sky. In the pitch-black cosmos, countless spectral stars appeared, and moonlight cascaded like flowing mercury. The chess spirit's cold electronic voice resonated with an unusual tremor. Fifth seal of the lunar star-moon realm, activate. Within this domain, the moonlight flowed endlessly, and the star power surged unceasingly. All attributes of the host and allied units were amplified, while those of enemy units were suppressed, allowing for the tidal forces of the star and moon to counterattack. Excellent. Shiao Chan felt an explosive surge of power within himself, as if he had become one with this realm of stars and moon. The moment the lunar star-moon realm unfolded, Xiao Wu's petite figure basked in the pure moonlight and starlight. Her resonance with the lunar spirit within the core intensified. This sensation made her feel as though she could harness all the lunar power beneath this starry sky. Facing the imminent crimson beam, Xiao Wu did not retreat but advanced instead. With a fierce shout, she thrust her hands forward, channeling the boundless moonlight into a more solid silver beam, bravely colliding with the oncoming force. With a resounding boom, the two beams exploded in the starry sky, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that swept in all directions. Countless star remnants were reduced to dust by the shockwave, and the entire area of the weeping moon was violently shaken. The blood-eyed lord's enormous eye widened in disbelief, emitting a roar of incredulity. Impossible. What is this domain? What of that girl? How could her power surge so dramatically? I am a being of the tidal Dolua level. Tidal Dolua? Shiao Chan scoffed. In my realm of the Tane Star Moon, even gods must bow to me. Seizing the moment of the blood-eyed lord's astonishment, Shiao Chan swiftly dashed towards the core of the star moon, now completely purified by the power of the Tane. Without hesitation, he pressed his hand down. Sign in. Ding. Successfully signed in at the Tane Star Moon core, moon spirit residing. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the god-level eye technique, Tane Divine Eye, beginner. Capable of piercing illusions, perceiving the flow of energy, and enhancing Tane-type powers. Obtained a special item, Guardian of the Moon Spirit, can be bestowed upon Xiao Wu. A crescent-shaped silver pendant appeared in Xiao Chen's hand, radiating a gentle lunar glow. Without a glance, he tossed it to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, catch. She received the pendant and donned it. Instantly, she felt the ethereal image of a little girl within the core of the star moon smiling sweetly at her, as if whispering sister. Simultaneously, Shiao Chan activated the Tane Divine Eye. The energy flow of the blood-eyed lord became vividly clear to him. Though he appeared to be engulfed in a torrent of blood energy, the core of all that power was concentrated in the enormous crimson orb of his left eye. Sister Xiao Wu, don't hold back. Shiao Chan grinned, his Shura sword aimed directly at the blood-eyed lord's solitary eye. This ancient being's weakness lies in his left eye. Smash it to pieces. All right, brother Shiao Chan. With the guardian of the moon spirit, Xiao Wu's connection with the moon spirit grew ever stronger. A hazy phantom of a lunar palace emerged behind her, channeling the power of the star moon. The stars themselves seemed to serve her, transforming into countless lunar blades. Guided by Shiao Chen's precise direction through the Tane Divine Eye, those lunar blades tore through the void, all aimed at the vital point of the blood-eyed lord's singular eye. Boom, boom, boom. The blood-eyed lord was forced to retreat, his crimson armor shattering piece by piece. The area around his eye was now a gruesome spectacle, a gushing fountain of blood. Damn you little wretch. The blood-eyed lord roared in fury. Yet, under the suppression of the Tane Star Moon realm, his attacks were significantly weakened, unable to harm either Xiao Chan or Xiao Wu. Cornered, the blood-eyed lord's eye suddenly blazed with a fierce crimson light, unleashing a roar of defiance. You despicable insects. How dare you force me to this extent? Then let us perish together. Blood sacrifice to the heavens. Demon, I devour stars. This fiend began to madly burn his life essence and the power of the earth's veins within this forbidden land. The entire weeping ground of the shattered moon began to tremble violently. Numerous star remains were drawn towards his eye by an invisible, terrifying force. Attempting self-detonation? A cold glint flashed in Shiao Chen's eyes. Did you consult me regarding this chessboard? The Tane Star Moon realm of the divine and demonic chessboard suddenly contracted, forcibly channeling the vast energy the blood-eyed lord sought to detonate, along with the star remains being drawn into the chessboard. The chess spirit excitedly conveyed, high-quality energy, can enhance the fifth mark. The crescent mark on the chessboard shone even brighter, resembling a true full moon suspended in the center of the board. No, my power. The blood-eyed lord watched in despair as his energy was forcibly absorbed by the enigmatic chessboard, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. His aura diminished at a visibly rapid pace. Now was the moment. Shiao Chan seized this rare opportunity. The powers of Azura, dragon, god of war, and the force of the lunar star merged flawlessly within him. The four symbols converged into the Star Moon reincarnation slash. A terrifying sword chi, infused with the profound essence of life and death, sliced through the air. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu summoned the power of Yulinger to unleash her most formidable strike, the extinguishing divine light of the moon. The silvery divine radiance merged seamlessly with Xiao Chen's Star Moon reincarnation slash in the air, transforming into a peerless assault capable of rending the fabric of the cosmos. striking precisely at the exposed flaw of the blood-eyed lord, whose power had been drained, targeting the frantically pulsing yet significantly weakened single-eyed core. With a piercing cry of utter despair, the blood-eyed lord wailed, "No." His colossal form disintegrated inch by inch within the divine light of the star moon, ultimately dissolving into countless crimson specks, vanishing into the starry void. All that remained was a dim, lifeless blood-red eyeball and a token inscribed with strange runes, gently floating in the abyss. Ding. Successful sign-in at the site of the blood-eyed lord's demise. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Blood Fiend Magic Eye. Can merge with the Lunar Divine Eye. Obtain special item, Arena Jurisdiction Order, Blood Moon's Lament. Soul power elevated to level 28. An elevation of 8 levels? Shiao Chan eagerly retrieved the spoils, particularly intrigued by the Jurisdiction Order. The token bore a simplified map of this star domain, marked with the ancient characters Blood Moon's Lament. Brother Shiao Chan, Yulinger wishes to come out for some fresh air. Xiao Wu's voice reached him. She had successfully liberated Yulinger from the core of the star moon. The little girl's ethereal form transformed into a gentle radiance, merging into the crescent mark on Xiao Wu's forehead. Upon this mark, intricate starry patterns quietly appeared. Sister, thank you for rescuing me. Yulinger's joyful voice echoed within Xiao Wu's heart. I will share some memories regarding the Moon Emperor and the ancient star path. Xiao Wu felt her mind enriched with fragmented yet precious memories, enhancing her command over lunar power. Just as Shiao Chan bent down to examine the Arena Jurisdiction Order, an icy will, far more terrifying than that of the blood-eyed lord, suddenly descended. The entire Starfall Arena seemed to awaken at that moment. Countless star remains began to pulsate rhythmically, akin to the heartbeat of some unimaginable colossal being. A detached, emotionless voice resonated deep within the souls of Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu. A new ruler has been born. How intriguing. With your token, come to the 10,000 Stars Coliseum to prove your worth. Otherwise, it will guide the cleanser to find you. Do not keep me waiting too long, little ones. The terrifying will receded like a tide, leaving the two trembling with trepidation, along with a jurisdiction order in Shiao Chan's grasp that faintly vibrated. Casting a weak beam of light towards a distant direction, the 10,000 Stars Coliseum. Shiao Chan gripped the token tightly. Gazing into the dark expanse indicated by the arrow, a flicker of excitement and gravity shimmering in his eyes. Xiao Wu clutched his arm, her voice barely above a whisper. Brother Shiao Chan, shall we go? A smile broke across Shiao Chan's face as he reciprocated her grasp. Of course we shall go. The true master of the slaughterhouse has sent an invitation. How could we possibly refuse? In the boy's eyes burned a fierce warrior spirit and a yearning for the unknown journey ahead. Chapter 31. The Arena of 10,000 Stars. The interstellar octopus demands a toll, and Shiao Chan teaches a lesson with a single punch. This wretched place is more chilling than a horror film set. Shiao Chan tightened his grip on the jurisdiction order of the slaughterhouse, the blood-red arrow flashing frantically, as if it were a harbinger of doom. Xiao Wu's grip on his arm tightened, her voice trembling. Brother Shiao Chan, perhaps we should sign in somewhere else? Fear not. The more perilous the location, the greater the rewards. Shiao Chan grinned, stepping onto the luminous bridge formed by moonlight. The two traversed the eerie Starfall slaughterhouse with great speed, the fractured remnants of stars around them exuding a haunting aura of death. Suddenly, a colossal interstellar dock emerged before them. Countless derelict spaceship fragments lay haphazardly strewn, resembling a gigantic junkyard. Oh, what's this? A toll booth? No sooner had Shiao Chan spoken than a thunderous voice echoed in his mind. This road is mine. To pass this place, you must pay the toll. From the depths of the dock emerged a grotesque creature, its size comparable to a small asteroid. With 8 metallic claws and rusted alloy armor, it leered at Xiao Wu with a single greedy eye. 100-star essencer, leave the girl behind. The octopus beast drooled with utter depravity. Shiao Chen's face darkened instantly. You dare demand a toll from me, you piece of scrap? Scrap. The octopus beast erupted in fury. You insolent brat. Even the blood-eye lord gives me some respect. Blood-eye lord? Shiao Chan produced a dim crimson eyeball and tossed it casually. You mean this trash? The octopus beast's eye nearly popped out. Impossible. How could the Lord of Blood-Eye be smashed by my punch? Shiao Chan flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth. Care to give it a try? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he activated his God Eye. The octopus beast's metallic exterior appeared as transparent as paper to him. The position of its energy core laid bare. What? Its weakness is there? Shiao Chen's lips twitched, but the urgency of vanquishing the foe took precedence. In a swift motion, his fist, infused with the power of the Azura and Dragon, shot towards the beast's concealed weak spot. Wait, not there, boom. A deafening crash resonated as the hard metallic shell caved in. The octopus beast writhed in agony, its 8 claws flailing wildly. Ah, it hurts. Spare me, please. Shiao Chan stepped on its single eye. What is the situation with the Arena of 10,000 Stars? It is. The arena serves as the playground for the master of the slaughterhouse. Newcomers must undergo a bloody qualification round. The octopus beast whimpered. Winners are recorded, while losers become fodder for the beasts. And more? Shiao Chan pressed down harder. The strongest champion of the star domain will receive a reward from the master of the slaughterhouse. Those are divine treasures. At least you know your place. Now be gone. The octopus beast, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled back into the dock. Before departing, I shouted loudly, "Take care, sir. Do come again." As I continued on my way, a scene of utter astonishment unfolded before me. An indescribably colossal and terrifying edifice loomed, suspended within a blood-red nebula. The entire Colosseum was forged from grim white bones and congealed flesh, with countless vengeful spirits wailing upon its surface. The dense aura of bloodlust was nearly palpable. Good heavens! How many lives must have perished here? Xiao Wu's face turned pale. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. What a remarkable place. There must be significant rewards awaiting us. Ding! Detected a high-level sign-in location, the Shura killing pit of the 10,000 Stars Colosseum. Sign-in rewards associated with slaughter, gladiatorial combat, and indomitable will await. Incredible! Xiao Chan was nearly propelled with enthusiasm. Xiao Wu, we are about to strike it rich. Before the enormous skeletal entrance of the Colosseum, 2 rows of bull-headed demonic sentinels wielded massive crimson axes. One of them spoke, "Newcomer? Either participate in the qualifying rounds or leave. Then let us participate. Who fears whom?" Xiao Chan boldly strode toward the skeletal gate, resolutely placing his palm upon the icy bones. Sign in. Ding. Successfully signed in at the Shura killing pit of the 10,000 Stars Colosseum. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine passive skill, Frenzied Bloodlust, Beginner. Soul power elevated to level 29. A violent aura of slaughter surged within him, and Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened, becoming as keen as a blade. The surrounding bull-headed sentinels instinctively recoiled, their eyes betraying trepidation. How intriguing. It had been some time since he had encountered such pure murderous intent. An ancient voice emanated from within the skeletal gate. A gaunt old man draped in a black robe emerged slowly, exuding an aura of death, his eye sockets deep set, like flames of ghostly fire. "I am the overseer of the Colosseum, Bone Calamity, responsible for the registration of newcomers." The old man scrutinized Xiao Chan, a strange smile curling upon his withered lips. "You are quite amusing. Would you care to engage in a grand challenge?" Xiao Chan raised an eyebrow. "What sort of challenge?" "Directly challenge the reigning star, domain champion." Bone Calamity chuckled ominously. "If victorious, the rewards of the slaughterhouse lord shall be yours. If defeated, Xiao Wu quickly grasped Xiao Chen's sleeve. "Brother Xiao Chan, this is far too dangerous." Xiao Chen's eyes brightened. "How fascinating. What is the champion's background?" "A 6-armed Shura king from the abyss, undefeated for 300 matches." Bone Calamity licked his cracked lips. "It relishes tearing challengers to shreds." "Enough. Spare me the details." Xiao Chan waved his hand. "When does it begin?" Chapter 32. The 6-armed Shura king becomes shattered. Master Xiao shatters stars with a single punch, and the lord of the slaughterhouse kneels in plea. The air within the 10,000 Stars Colosseum was thick with the stench of blood as the gaunt Bone Calamity stood atop the viewing platform, grinning malevolently. "Ladies and gentlemen, today this oblivious little brat dares to challenge our star domain champion." The blood pit bubbled, and a massive figure began to rise slowly. The towering 6-armed Shura king, 3 stories high, with 6 robust arms entwined in bloodlust, bared its menacing fangs. "Roar, ants, dare to challenge me." Xiao Chan glanced upward, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Is this the best you can offer? Even my pinky toe surpasses this wretched creature." The announcement resonated throughout the arena, plunging the crowd into an immediate silence. Spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that someone dared to show such contempt for the champion with 300 consecutive victories. The Shura king froze for 3 seconds, then erupted in fury. "Seeking death, I shall shatter your bones one by one." 6 powerful arms clenched into fists, hurtling towards him. Xiao Chan remained unfazed, his resolve unwavering amidst the violent intent that surged around him. A crimson and dark golden light shot into the sky, an aura of dread enveloping the arena. The Shura king momentarily hesitated. What? This murderous intent? Xiao Chan had already made his move. With the Moonshadow Phantom Step, his figure vanished like a wraith, moving with a speed that eluded even the 6 eyes of the Shura king. The Moonshadow illusion manifested, creating hundreds of illusory images of Xiao Chan, each radiating genuine energy. The Shura king was thrown into a state of utter panic, his 6 arms flailing wildly, yet striking nothing but air. The audience erupted in astonishment. The champion is being overwhelmed. It's too fast to comprehend. Bone Disaster gaped in disbelief. This defies logic. At that moment, a glimmer of insight flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. Under the gaze of the tiny divine eye, he discerned an unusual dark knot within the Shura king's energy flow. Is he putting on an act? How intriguing. Xiao Chan continued his performance, landing blows upon the Shura king like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. The Shura king was forced to retreat, roaring in disbelief. Impossible. How could I be defeated by a mere child? Quite the performance, Xiao Chan thought, a cold smirk forming within while feigning impatience. Enough, the game ends here. For types of power converged within him, coalescing into an unparalleled punch. For symbols unite. Just as Xiao Chen's fist was about to strike, a cunning glint flashed in the Shura king's eyes. Suddenly, his 6 arms shifted position, abandoning defense to form a peculiar seal. Blood Soul Sacrifice. Boom. The Shura King was prepared to self-destruct, aiming for mutual destruction. The crowd gasped in horror. Bone Disaster's expression shifted dramatically. It's over. The Shura King has lost his mind. Yet, the smile on Shiao Chan's lips grew ever more playful. I've been anticipating this move. Tying sealing heaven. A silver light enveloped the Shura King, completely sealing the self-destructing energy. The Shura King's expression changed drastically. You knew all along? From your first mistake, your acting was far too poor, Shiao Chan replied, delivering a punch that shattered the seal along with the Shura King, erupting into a cloud of blood mist. The arena fell into a profound silence. Bone Disaster, snapping out of his shock, scurried to Shiao Chan's side. Master, you are incredible. This is the champion's token, just as the golden token was bestowed upon him. Shiao Chan's slaughterhouse command suddenly radiated with brilliant light, merging with the two tokens. The map upon the tokens became increasingly detailed, revealing mysterious markings. At that moment, a terrifying pressure descended from above. The entire arena trembled beneath this force, causing the audience to cower on the ground. A crimson light converged, revealing a figure shrouded in endless bloodshed. With eyes like crimson stars, they emanated an aura of inexhaustible slaughter, the master of the slaughterhouse. Shiao Chan looked up at this legendary being, a smile breaking across his face. Finally willing to show yourself? The master of the slaughterhouse scrutinized Shiao Chan, disbelief flashing in their eyes. Young one, you are formidable, truly formidable. I have never encountered such a gifted being. After a brief pause, he continued, would you be willing to become my right hand and jointly explore the true secrets of this battlefield of fallen stars? Shiao Chan raised an eyebrow, amusement sparking within him. This individual was not seeking trouble, but rather attempting to recruit him. Cooperation? That is acceptable. However, I only ally with the strong. And Shiao Chan wore a smile that was both playful and enigmatic as he regarded the master of the slaughterhouse. I do not work for free. The master of the slaughterhouse's gaze shifted slightly. What do you desire? This slaughterhouse is far more complex than you imagine. It is not merely a place of exile, but rather a living ancient battlefield. I need you to awaken its core deep within. A system notification chimed in. Ding. Main quest activated. Assist the master of the slaughterhouse in awakening the core of the battlefield of fallen stars. Quest rewards. Unknown divine level treasure. Unlock information about the ancient star battlefield and gain partial authority from the master of the slaughterhouse. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Shiao Chan's eyes, and he grinned widely. Deal. However, if this core does not meet my expectations, or if you dare to play tricks, Shiao Chan pointed to the bloodstains of the six-armed Shura King beneath him, then I shall not hold back. The master of the slaughterhouse regarded Shiao Chan intently before turning away. The blood-red portal slowly opened behind him, leading to the unknown depths of the starry sky. Follow me, lad. The true game begins now. Chapter 33, I don't fall for that. The blood-red portal burst open with a thunderous sound. The moment Shiao Chan stepped through, a tide of battle intent surged towards him. Countless projections of divine weapons floated in the sky, each exuding an aura of terrifying lethal intent. The earth flowed with a scarlet battle will, churning like molten lava. The powerful roars of battle souls echoed from all directions, pounding against his eardrums. This is the true visage of the battlefield of fallen stars. The master of the slaughterhouse's eyes sparkled with greed as he surveyed this ancient battleground. What we need to awaken is the legendary immortal battle heart. It requires your life imprint as a catalyst. Shiao Chan smirked coldly. In simpler terms, you wish to exploit me? Ding. Super sign-in location detected. Remains of the eternal battle soul's command flag. The moment the system notification sounded, Shiao Chan's eyes lit up. In the distance, the broken command flag radiated overwhelming battle intent, its surface marred with bloodstains. Wait. Over there before the master of the slaughterhouse could finish his sentence. Shiao Chan had already darted forward. Sign in. As his palm touched the flagpole, the ground erupted violently. 100 battle demon general emerged from the depths, wielding a colossal axe. Its battle intent rolling like a tsunami. Ding. Acquired divine level passive, command of the war god, can intimidate and command lower level battle souls. Shiao Chan grinned widely. This is perfect. Command of the war god. An invisible pressure instantly expanded, halting the demon general's axe midair. For symbols converge, breaking the army. A fist struck the weak point on the demon general's chest, causing it to stagger back. Fragments of battle souls rained down like a torrential downpour. Since you refuse to obey, become my subordinate. Channeling the command of the war god to its fullest, the 100 battle demon general knelt on one knee. I am willing to serve my master unto death. The master of the slaughterhouse's pupils contracted slightly, inwardly cursing this lad as a born battlefield locust. In the briefest of moments, Shiao Chan forcibly recruited over a dozen elite battle spirits. Ahead lay the core altar, with the battle demon leading the way. That heart is terrifying. Be cautious, master. Upon reaching the altar's center, a colossal dark red heart, measuring 1,000 meters in diameter, hovered in midair. Its surface was marred by grotesque cracks, pulsating with a terrifying malevolence at each beat. Countless ethereal spirits were ensnared by blood-red chains surrounding it, their mournful wails echoing in the air. This is the legendary immortal battle heart. The Lord of the Slaughter Ground appeared fervent, producing a sacrificial artifact inscribed with blood-red runes. Infuse your original divine soul into it, and you shall awaken the battle heart. Shiao Chan's Tian divine eye had already discerned the truth. This artifact bore a nefarious, soul-devouring blood curse. Proceed, but what if an unforeseen mishap occurs? Fear not, I shall handle it personally, the Lord of the Slaughter Ground urged, a cold sneer forming in his heart. Once your soul is drained, I shall be the absolute sovereign here. Just as Shiao Chan prepared to turn the tables, Shiao Chan, be careful, Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed, the lunar imprint on her forehead erupting with blinding divine light. The imprint pointed accusingly at the heart of the immortal battle heart. Yulinger cried out anxiously, the treasure of Sister Moon Sovereign. It has been ensnared by that malevolent heart. Boom. The battle heart quaked violently from the Tian divine power, and the imprisoned spirits howled in unison. Among them, a headless spirit clad in tattered golden armor suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, forcefully breaking free from the blood-red chains. Audacious rodent! How dare you covet the Moon Sovereign's relic? A thunderous roar echoed in their minds. Die! The Lord of the Slaughter Ground's expression changed dramatically as he unhesitatingly redirected the sacrificial artifact. It shot towards Shiao Chan's forehead like lightning. Fool, do you truly believe I would share? Your soul and that girl are the finest nourishment for the battle heart. The sharp sacrificial artifact loomed larger in Shiao Chan's pupils. In the nick of time, a cold smile curved at the corners of Shiao Chan's mouth. The true hunter often appears in the guise of prey. Alas, you are simply not worthy. Chapter 34, Soul-Devouring Blood Curse. The Divine King's Bridal Attire. With a mere thought, Master Shiao shattered the plot, reducing the Lord of the Slaughter Ground to ashes. You little wretch. Your soul shall be the most exquisite sustenance for the immortal battle heart. The Lord of the Slaughter Ground's visage contorted with rage, his emaciated right hand gripping the sacrificial artifact, unleashing a torrent of soul-devouring blood curse aimed directly at Shiao Chan's forehead. The blood-red curse's power erupted from the artifact, forming a colossal blood-colored web in the air, with each thread radiating a terrifying ability to devour souls. This old fool intends to ensnare everything at once. A cold smile lingered on Shiao Chan's lips. As the Tian divine eye instantly activated, the purplish-golden light swirling within the depths of his gaze, the energy pathways of the blood curse became vividly apparent to him, revealing that the seemingly impenetrable network of curses contained dozens of backlash nodes. Fool, to toy with souls? You are still too inexperienced. Shiao Chan's voice dripped with barely concealed mockery, as effortless as witnessing a primary school student flaunting their multiplication tables. What? The Lord of the Slaughter Ground paused, taken aback that this brat dared to talk back. But soon, he laughed, for the sacrificial artifact was now mere inches from Shiao Chan's forehead. The terrifying suction suddenly erupted. Shiao Chan, Xiao Wu gasped, acutely aware of the terrifying power of the blood curse, a force that specifically devoured the soul, sending chills down her spine. The headless golden-armored spirit also slightly raised its colossal axe, seemingly preparing to strike. Yet, Shiao Chan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. He turned their own tactics against them. With a low shout, the Shur divine power within him awakened like a slumbering volcano, surging forth, intertwining with the newly acquired, frenzied killing intent, instantly transforming into a blazing red lotus of infernal fire. The moment the red lotus blossomed, the entire space was drenched in crimson. More horrifyingly, Shiao Chan brazenly reached out and seized the ritual vessel of the master of the slaughterhouse. Are you insane? The master's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Was this young man seeking his own demise? However, in the next instant, the smug expression on his face froze completely. He felt his soul being violently tugged by the ritual vessel. No, this is impossible. My blood curse cannot. The master's voice trembled as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Shiao Chan, through the lunar divine eye, discerned the backlash node of the blood curse and, utilizing Shura divine power, in conjunction with frenzied killing intent, forcibly reversed the direction of the soul-devouring blood curse. In simpler terms, he had turned the master of the slaughterhouse himself into the target of the blood curse. Did you think I was a novice? Shiao Chan scoffed, the ritual vessel in his grasp beginning to operate in reverse. Such a primitive trap was one he had encountered countless times while gaming back on Earth. The power of the blood curse surged like a breached dam, violently rebounding against its master. The master let out a piercing scream as his body visibly shriveled at an alarming rate. The very curse that was meant to consume Shiao Chan's soul now transformed into a scythe reaping his own life. Is this what they call lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot? Shiao Chan observed the master's plight with considerable satisfaction. Though it was not his foot that was crushed, but his head. I refuse to accept this. I will not accept this. The master's body had turned into a desiccated corpse, yet his consciousness remained alert, acutely aware of his soul being devoured bit by bit. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. Shiao Chan released the ritual vessel and clapped his hands, stating, remember in your next life, no matter how intricate the schemes, one must always consider the opponent's capabilities. Boom. A tremendous explosion resounded as the master's body disintegrated into a cloud of powder. All that remained was a fist-sized, brilliantly luminous star core suspended in the air, alongside the now soulless ritual vessel. This demise certainly bore a sense of ritualistic grandeur. Shiao Chan nodded in satisfaction before reaching out to collect the star core. This object was clearly no ordinary item. It might even serve as a luminous pearl. You are quite formidable. The headless golden armored spirit lowered its axe, the hollow helmet turning toward Shiao Chan, its deep voice resonating in the space. You are worthy of the Moon Emperor's treasure. Thank you for the compliment. Shiao Chan responded graciously, then curiously regarded the ancient spirit, remarking, however, your appearance is rather unique. Was it designed specifically to instill fear? The golden armored spirit. It had lived through countless ages and had never encountered such a direct junior before. Cough. Shiao Chan, could you possibly be more serious? Xiao Wu softly reminded him from the side. Although she found Shiao Chen's earlier demeanor quite impressive, they were now facing an ancient spirit. I am being quite serious. Thank you very much, Shiao Chen replied innocently, raising his hands in mock surrender. Just look at how earnestly I dealt with that old wretch. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the wildly pulsating, immortal war heart. At this moment, the enormous heart throbbed even more violently, seemingly affected by the demise of the master of the slaughterhouse. Deep within the heart, the essence of the Moon Emperor's treasure grew increasingly distinct. Next came the moment to open the treasure chest. Chapter 35. The immortal war heart opens the blind box. The Moon Emperor's legacy bestows Xiao Wu. Bloodline awakening takes flight. With a crisp sound, Shiao Chan stepped onto the ashes of the master of the slaughterhouse. This old wretch met his end rather cleanly, leaving no remnants behind. Is this what they call scattering ashes? Shiao Chan glanced down at his feet, feeling as though he was treading not on ash, but on a profound sense of accomplishment. The headless golden armored spirit silently observed from the side, a hint of helplessness emanating from its hollow helmet. The thought process of this junior is indeed quite peculiar. Cough. Brother Shiao Chan, could you please refrain from stepping on it? Xiao Wu quietly reminded him, feeling it was somewhat unbecoming. Unbecoming? Shiao Chan raised an eyebrow. That old thing just tried to siphon my soul. Stepping on him twice is rather courteous. No sooner had he spoken than the massive immortal war heart began to throb violently. Boom, boom, boom. Each heartbeat reverberated through the entire space, as if a living heart was awakening. A system notification chimed at the opportune moment. Ding. Detected level sign-in location. Immortal War Heart. All Souls Furnace. This place contains countless battle soul essences. Would you like to sign in? Shiao Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such fortune. He dashed forward to the war heart, pressing his palm against the searing surface of the heart. Boom. A terrifying battle intent surged into his body, akin to a stampede of thousands of horses. Gritting his teeth against the onslaught, beneath the gaze of the moon god, he could distinctly see countless battle souls' remnants swirling within the heart. Some wielded long spears. Others swung colossal swords. Some fought barehanded, yet each radiated an indomitable fighting spirit. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a level reward. Immortal Battle Soul, initial level. This skill can devour, fuse, and command countless battle souls, transforming them for personal use, with limitless growth. Additional reward. Heart of the Divine, pseudonym. Contains a trace of divine essence, which can accelerate the condensation and comprehension of divine power. As Shiao Chan sensed the two new powers coursing through him, a smile crept onto his lips. This is quite the windfall. Young man, your luck is commendable. The headless golden armored spirit finally spoke, its deep voice echoing through the space. However, the true treasure lies deeper within. It raised its massive axe, pointing towards the innermost part of the immortal war heart. There. A flicker of ethereal light danced like a firefly. What is that? Shiao Chan inquired curiously. The heart of 7 apertures. Transformed from the blood of His Majesty the Moon Emperor. The voice of the golden armored spirit resonated with profound reverence, capable of reflecting myriad laws, harmonizing with the elements, and safeguarding the soul. This artifact was the treasured possession of the Moon Emperor, worth its weight in gold. As the words fell, a brilliant silver light suddenly erupted from the lunar mark on Xiao Wu's forehead. The radiance surged forth like a tidal wave, creating a powerful resonance with the 7-hearted crystal. The entire space was illuminated by this silvery brilliance, as if the Moon Palace had descended upon the mortal realm. Xiao Wu covered her forehead, feeling the boiling of her bloodline, a sensation so familiar, akin to reuniting with a long-lost kin. Shiao Chen's tiny divine eye swept across, and he immediately comprehended the significance. The 7-hearted crystal and Xiao Wu's bloodline were a match made in heaven. Xiao Wu, this item is destined for you, Shiao Chen declared without hesitation, proceeding to carefully envelop the translucent heart with his divine power. The 7-hearted crystal, no larger than a fist, was as transparent as crystal, yet within it seemed to flow a galaxy. Each pulse emanated pure lunar energy, breathtaking in its beauty. Brother Shiao Chan, this is too precious, Xiao Wu said, her eyes glistening with moisture, her voice trembling. I have said it before, we are in this together, Shiao Chan replied, presenting the 7-hearted crystal before her. A treasure for a beauty, is that not fitting? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed as she nodded earnestly. Taking the 7-hearted crystal, she could feel the immense vitality contained within. How do I use it? She asked nervously. Simply fuse with it, the golden armored spirit elucidated. This artifact recognizes its master. As long as one possesses the Moon Emperor's bloodline, it will integrate perfectly. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wu pressed the seven-hearted crystal against her third eye. In an instant, the heart transformed into a beam of silver light, vanishing into her forehead. Boom. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Wu. The pressure far surpassed that of an ordinary soul emperor, even nearing the level of a soul saint. A silver silhouette of a laurel tree materialized behind her, becoming increasingly solid. An ethereal yet breathtakingly beautiful woman adorned in a gown of moonlight slowly emerged. Though her features were obscured, her noble and elegant aura made it difficult to gaze directly upon her. This is the Moon Emperor. The voice of the golden armored spirit trembled. The true Moon Emperor had manifested. Shiao Chan was equally astonished. The mark on Xiao Wu's forehead was undergoing a monumental transformation. The once blurred imprint began to clarify, revealing a vividly lifelike laurel mark, as if real laurel leaves were embedded in her third eye. Crack, crack. Her soul power surged wildly. Level 58, 60, 65, 70. Xiao Wu's cultivation astonishingly ascended to the level of a soul saint. Countless arcane lunar runes swirled around her, and her mind flooded with fragmented memories, the legacy of the Moon Emperor. I see. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly, Sister Moon Emperor's past. She once ruled the entire starry sky. Meanwhile, Shiao Chan stood guard beside her, studying the divine heart, imitation, within him. Though this object was merely a replica, the divine essence it contained was indeed remarkable. He could sense the recovery and purification speed of his Shur divine power significantly accelerating. How intriguing. This artifact acted like a cultivation accelerator. Xiao Chan nodded to himself, realizing that with the aid of the signing system, the speed at which his strength could be enhanced would double. 10 minutes later, Xiao Wu slowly opened her eyes. A silvery brilliance danced within her gaze, and her entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. If the previous Xiao Wu resembled the innocent and charming girl next door, now she embodied the noble and elegant celestial maiden of the Moon Palace. Brother Shiao Chan, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, gazing at him. I have awakened the second stage of the Moon Emperor's bloodline. She raised her hand, and silvery moonlight coalesced in her palm into a blooming lotus flower. The moment the lotus unfurled, the surrounding space was purified. Even the lingering scent of blood dissipated without a trace. Impressive. Xiao Chan marveled sincerely. Our strength has ascended to a new level. A radiant smile adorned Xiao Wu's face. Not solely due to the enhancement of her power, but also because Xiao Chan had unhesitatingly bestowed upon her a precious artifact. This trust and affection were far more invaluable than any treasure. By the way, I discovered some intriguing things from the memories of inheritance, Xiao Wu said mysteriously, winking. The treasures left by my elder sister, the Moon Emperor, are not limited to this one. Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, what other wonders are there? There are additional points of inheritance from the Moon Emperor along the ancient starry path, Xiao Wu indicated towards the sky, suggesting that she had left something in a higher dimension. Just then, the eternal battle heart suddenly ceased to pulse. The entire space began to collapse, and countless battle soul phantoms let out anguished howls. Oh no, this place is about to collapse. The golden armored spirit urged, we must leave quickly. Wait, Xiao Chen suddenly recalled something. What about these battle souls? His newly acquired eternal battle soul skill could subjugate these beings. Chapter 36. Master Xiao enlists ancient super soldiers. The new boss of the battlefield officially emerges. Since it is the universal furnace, Xiao Chen's gaze fixated intensely upon the still faintly pulsating eternal battle heart. A wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. These battle souls shall belong to me. As soon as the words left his lips, the passive skill, Eternal Battle Soul, was instantly activated. An invisible force of devouring energy erupted from within Shiao Chan, akin to a famished beast suddenly catching the scent of a grand feast. The divine might of God of War's command followed closely, spreading a pressure akin to that of a celestial emperor across the expanse. Roar! Countless spirits of heroes erupted into chaos. Even the previously obedient war demon now revealed a fierce countenance, wielding a massive axe that gleamed ominously. Master, are you about to extract our last ounce of value? The demon general's voice was tinged with despair. Can we negotiate for a complete corpse? A complete corpse? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. Fear not. You shall be reborn in a more advanced form. That sounded suspiciously like the rhetoric of a cult leader. An ethereal warrior, armed with a spear, bellowed, brothers, let us fight back. Exactly. Why should we yield to his whims of fusion? We have our dignity too. The battle souls instantaneously erupted into rebellion, weapons glinting menacingly, their murderous intent surging like a tidal wave. The scene became exceedingly lively, reminiscent of an ancient melee. TSK, quite spirited, Xiao Chan nonchalantly rolled his wrist. However, such spirit becomes a mere jest in the face of absolute power. Suppress. The explosive emergence of the demonic divine power unleashed an overwhelming aura of divine authority, harmonizing with the sanctified essence of the heart of God, pseudo, thereby creating an absolute field of suppression. The movements of all the heroic spirits came to an abrupt halt. akin to game characters frozen by the press of a pause button. What caliber of power is this? The voice of the battle-hardened general quivered, and I felt as though I were an ant before a dragon. Do you now perceive the disparity? Shiao Chan scoffed, thinking it would have been better had this been known earlier, sparing everyone the fatigue. The immortal battle soul transformed into a colossal black vortex, frantically pulling at the heroic spirits. I do not wish to become mere experience points. Mother, I want to go home. Someone save us. The anguished cries of the spirits echoed, resembling the lamentations of small creatures caught by mischievous children. However, Shiao Chan was not faring any easier. The process of merging with countless battle souls was excruciating, even more so than childbirth. Each heroic spirit assimilating into his being was accompanied by a heart-wrenching agony, as though myriad steel blades were slicing through the depths of his soul. Damn, this was even more exhilarating than staying up late grinding dungeons. Shiao Chan gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Fortunately, his will was resolute, and the frenzied killing intent acted as a mental stimulant, keeping him perpetually alert. The rebellious spirits were forcibly crushed under his might, merging into his power system. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated within Shiao Chan, as his soul power surged uncontrollably. Level 30, Level 31, Level 32. Each breakthrough was accompanied by a qualitative leap, and the demonic divine power within him grew ever more refined. This lad is truly a monster. Xiao Wu watched in astonishment. Such a level of fusion would have caused others to explode in a catastrophic demise. The headless golden armored spirit could not help but express awe. No wonder he earned the Moon Emperor's prized acknowledgement. This talent is indeed terrifying. Level 35, Level 38, Level 39. Ultimately, Shiao Chan's soul power stabilized at the pinnacle of Level 39, a mere step away from Level 40. At this moment, all the battle souls within the immortal battle heart had been entirely absorbed by him. The immense heart's radiance dimmed and gradually shrank, eventually transforming into a blood-red heart-shaped emblem. The emblem flew towards Shiao Chan's chest, slowly merging with the location of his heart. Buzz! An unparalleled sensation of strength coursed through his being. Shiao Chan felt as though a dimensional space had opened within him, storing the memories and skills of countless battle souls. This sensation was akin to having activated a cheat. Satisfied, Shiao Chan clenched his fist. With the myriad battle souls at his command, who could possibly stand against him? Just then, the headless golden-armored spirit suddenly knelt on one knee, its gigantic axe propped before it, the hollow helmet directed towards Shiao Chan. The breaking army golden guard under the Moon Emperor pays homage to the new master. The deep voice reverberated through the space, imbued with profound respect. I vow to serve the new master, clearing paths through thorns and creating new glories. Shiao Chan blinked, somewhat incredulous. Wait, you say you are a subordinate of the Moon Emperor? Indeed I am. The golden guardian of the breaking army nodded, recalling the time when the Moon Emperor reigned supreme among the stars, and he was one of her most trusted generals. But how did you end up headless? Shiao Chan inquired curiously. A professional hazard? The golden guardian fell silent for a moment, then replied, I perished in battle. Oh, that's indeed tragic, Shiao Chan said sympathetically, patting his shoulder. However, fear not. By serving alongside me, I assure you shall regain your dignity as a person. Thank you, my master. The golden guardian's voice trembled with excitement. To serve his master once more was a divine blessing for him. Just as this heartwarming scene of master and servant unfolded, the entire Starfall butchery suddenly trembled violently. Crack! Howl! Countless spatial rifts spread open, as if the very world were on the brink of collapse. This is bad, Xiao Wu exclaimed. It's going to cave in. No, Shiao Chan frowned, his tiny divine eye scanning the surroundings. This is due to the immortal battle heart I have integrated, which has lost its core support. What should we do? Should we flee? Xiao Wu asked anxiously. Flee? Shiao Chan smirked. Why should I escape? He extended his right hand, channeling the recently integrated mark of the immortal battle heart within him. Simultaneously, he extracted the star core left by the master of the butchery, unleashing a terrifying surge of stellar power. Stand still, he bellowed, the sound resonating like thunder. The energy of the star core merged flawlessly with the strength of the immortal battle heart, forming a vast and stable force field. The core region, on the verge of collapse, stabilized instantaneously, and the spatial rifts began to heal gradually. How is this possible? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. You can actually control the entire butchery? Ding. Host has completely mastered the Starfall butchery, damaged, and gained partial jurisdiction. This location can serve as the host's secret stronghold, providing functions for cultivation, storage, and transportation. The system's notification echoed at the perfect moment, further delighting Shiao Chan. Not bad at all. It seems I have joined the ranks of the bourgeoisie, he mused, surveying the area. Though somewhat dilapidated, it was spacious and concealed enough. The Golden Guardian exclaimed with excitement. Master is indeed wise. With this stronghold, our movements will be much more convenient. Indeed, Shiao Chan nodded, then turned to Xiao Wu. What do you think, Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu blinked, then suddenly smiled. I think it's wonderful, like having our very own secret base. Then it's settled. Shiao Chan clapped his hands. From this day forth, this shall be our headquarters. He felt the surging power within him and looked at the loyal Golden Guardian, his spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. With a cultivation level of 39, the memories of countless battle souls, the loyalty of a divine general under the Moon Emperor, and now a dedicated secret stronghold. This turn of events was nothing short of a windfall. By the way, Golden Guardian, Shiao Chan suddenly remembered something. How much do you know about the other legacies of the Moon Emperor? The Golden Guardian respectfully replied, Master, the Moon Emperor has left legacies scattered throughout the cosmos, with the most significant among them. Chapter 37, The Return. The mysterious powerhouse outside Nodding City, as Yu Xiaozhang's theories crumble once more. Master, there remains an abandoned one-way teleportation array at the edge of the butchery, which can reach near Doloa Star. The Golden Guard of the Breaking Army reported in a low, reverberating voice, his hollow helmet directed respectfully toward Shiao Chan. Satisfied, Shiao Chan nodded. This return journey had indeed spared him considerable trouble. Excellent, let us depart. He turned to Xiao Wu. Are you ready to head home? Absolutely. Xiao Wu clapped her hands with excitement. I've missed Grandpa Jack so much. And the others in the village as well. What about Tang Hao and his son? Shiao Chan asked with a mischievous smile. Don't you miss your old companions? Xiao Wu pouted. What is there to miss? I am now a formidable soul sage. Tang Sen probably hasn't even reached the soul sect level, right? Huh. That may not be the case. Xiao Chan winked mysteriously. After all, he has Tang Hao as his father. He might very well have accumulated enough rare treasures to reach level 40. That won't matter. Xiao Wu confidently shook her small fists. I am now a woman of the Moon Emperor bloodline. This remark nearly made Shiao Chan laugh aloud. This girl is adorably inflated with confidence. Golden Guard. Transform into the spirit ring form and conceal yourself, lest you frighten ordinary folk, Shiao Chan instructed. Yes, master. The Golden Guard of the Breaking Army flickered, transforming into a dark golden spirit ring that encircled Shiao Chan, its presence entirely suppressed. This is a divine general under the Moon Emperor, even in a residual soul state. Its power is not to be underestimated. If the people of the Doloa continent were to discover such a bodyguard beside Shiao Chan, their jaws would surely drop to the ground. Let us go. The three stepped onto the teleportation array, and a dazzling light flashed. In the next moment, the familiar aura of the Doloa continent enveloped them. Verdant mountains and rivers, the songs of birds, the fragrance of flowers, and the faint ripple of soul power. Ah, the air of my homeland is so fragrant. Shiao Chan inhaled deeply, his face alight with ecstasy. They landed in the soul-returning gorge on the outskirts of Nodding City. A tranquil and profound place, perfect for a low-key return. However, as soon as they touched down, Shiao Chan instinctively stretched his body. Crack! His joints emitted a crisp sound, and simultaneously, a terrifying pressure, infused with the power of the Shur God, indomitable battle souls, and the aura of the Moon Emperor, uncontrollably radiated outward. This pressure, though fleeting, was thunderous to sensitive soul masters. What the hell? Nearby, two middle-aged men reminiscing about the past instantly erupted in alarm. Who is that? This pressure Flinders sprang to his feet, unleashing his 48th level soul power, his eyes filled with wariness. Beside him, Yu Xiaozhang turned pale, his teacup crashing to the ground. His glasses ask you, what level of powerhouse is this? Yu Xiaozhang adjusted his glasses, a flicker of scholarly curiosity sparking in his eyes. As a theoretical master, he possessed keen perception of various power fluctuations. That momentary pressure undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary tidal Doloa. Could it be a hidden, unparalleled powerhouse? Yu Xiaozhang forced himself to remain calm, attempting to mobilize his soul power to sense the source of the pressure. However, just as he began to expand his mental energy, Shiao Chan took notice. He cast a dispassionate glance in the direction where Yu Xiaozhang was concealed, his gaze as tranquil as water, devoid of any murderous intent. Yet, such an ordinary gaze seemed to encompass the terrifying essence of the birth and demise of stars, the cyclical passage of eons. With a gasp, Yu Xiaozhang felt as though struck by lightning, a mouthful of blood nearly escaping him. His mind became a blank canvas, and his entire consciousness plunged into a state of chaos. That single glance was more formidable than the most harrowing of mental assaults. What was even more despairing was that his proud 10 core competencies of martial souls, the theory of martial soul mutation, appeared utterly trivial and laughable beneath that gaze. What theories? What competencies? In the face of absolute power, these notions were nothing more than scraps of paper. Master, what has happened? Flinder hurriedly supported the swaying Yu Xiaozhang, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. The person who had exuded such pressure looked even younger than Tang San by several years. How could this be possible? Did such unreasonable genius truly exist in the world? My theory, Yu Xiaozhang murmured in a daze, his mental fortitude collapsing in an instant. Throughout his life, he had taken pride in theoretical research, even with modest personal strength. His profound theoretical foundation allowed him to carve out a niche within the realm of soul masters. Yet now, with just a single glance, he found himself questioning his very existence. Let us go, no need to watch the show any longer. Shiao Chan withdrew his gaze and, accompanied by Xiao Wu, began walking towards Nodding City. He held no genuine interest in these two insignificant beings. However, Yu Xiaozhang's reaction was rather amusing. He was likely questioning his life at this very moment. Brother Shiao Chan, who were those two people just now? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. One is Flinder. The headmaster of Shrek Academy, and the other is the renowned theoretical master, Yu Xiaojing. Shiao Chan replied nonchalantly, the one who proposed the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Oh, so he is the owner of that useless martial soul? Xiao Wu realized, understanding why he was so weak, terrified by merely a glance. Do not underestimate him. Xiao Chan shook his head. Theoretical knowledge can sometimes hold greater significance than raw power. However, he cast a mischievous glance behind him, acknowledging that, indeed, in the face of absolute strength, theory appeared somewhat pale. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing was grappling with the greatest crisis of his life. His worldview, values, and even the very meaning of his existence had been utterly overturned by that fleeting glance. Is my theory truly flawed? Yu Xiaojing trembled as he posed the question. Does such unreasonable genius truly exist in this world? Flinder, with a complex mix of emotions, looked at his friend, uncertain how to offer comfort. As a soul master of level 48, he too had felt that terrifying pressure. Such a level of power was undoubtedly beyond what an ordinary titled Delaw could possess. Even more alarming was the fact that the individual exuding such pressure appeared so remarkably youthful. This had surpassed the limits of his comprehension. The continent is on the verge of change, Flinder murmured, a sense of ominous foreboding rising within him. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun had already embarked on the path towards Holy Soul Village. He planned to visit Old Jack first, then proceed to Shrek. The timing was just right. Tang San should also be in the village. What do you intend to do? Xiao Wu blinked her eyes, wondering if he was trying to show off. Show off? Am I the kind of person to do that? Xiao Chen firmly denied it, declaring, I am merely returning home to visit family. Humph, Xiao Wu rolled her eyes, clearly wanting to witness Tang San's astonished expression. You caught me, Xiao Chen admitted without reservation. He indeed wished to see that lad's reaction. After all, we were once brothers through adversity. The two chatted and laughed, quickly approaching Holy Soul Village. In the distance, Xiao Chun spotted the familiar large banyan tree at the village entrance. Beneath it, a familiar figure was quietly cultivating. The blue-silver grass martial soul surrounded him, appearing unremarkable, yet the intensity of his focus left a lasting impression. Tang San. A meaningful smile crept across Xiao Chen's lips. Old friend, I have returned. Chapter 38, Shrek's Sign-In Upgrade. Dai Mubai was unexpectedly defeated in one move, leaving the 7 monsters in collective silence. Xiao Chun and Xiao Wu arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy, gazing at the dilapidated sign that seemed on the verge of collapse, and Xiao Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Is this truly the legendary Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu blinked, feeling as though it resembled a condemned building. Do not underestimate it. Xiao Chun shook his head. This is the Monster Academy, home to many remarkable talents. As soon as he finished speaking, an incessant series of system notifications echoed. Ding. Detected level sign-in point, Shrek Academy gate, sign-in reward. 3 basic soul power enhancement potions. Ding. Detected level sign-in point, 7 monsters dormitory, sign-in reward. 3 celestial grade herb growth liquids. Ding. Detected level sign-in point, mimetic training ground, damaged. Sign-in reward, mimetic training ground core, upgradable. 1 spatial stability anchor. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. Brother Xiao Chun, you are daydreaming again. Xiao Wu curiously inquired. What are you thinking about? Oh, nothing much. Just find this place quite intriguing. Xiao Chen smiled. Come, let us explore. As they stepped through the academy gates, a mocking voice laced with malice echoed towards them. Oh, where did this little couple come from? Have you taken a wrong turn? This is not an amusement park. Dai Mubai leaned against a pillar, his mismatched eyes scrutinizing Xiao Wu with undisguised greed, which was utterly distasteful. This fellow was still the same. He couldn't resist when encountering a beautiful woman. Xiao Wu frowned, clearly repulsed by his gaze. Xiao Chen's eyes turned icy. Mind your eyes. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to help you remove them. Dai Mubai was taken aback, then instantly erupted in fury. As the leader of Shrek, when had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner? You seek death. The evil-eye white tiger martial soul instantly manifested, platinum fur enveloping him, claws glinting with a cold light. The 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, simultaneously shone, unleashing a terrifying wave of soul power. White tiger's fierce light wave. Dai Mubai unleashed a lethal strike, a white beam infused with destructive energy hurtling directly toward Xiao Chen's face. He intended to incapacitate Xiao Chun outright. However, in the face of an attack potent enough to severely injure a soul sect, Xiao Chun didn't even release his martial soul. He merely remained composed, flicking his fingers calmly. Ding! A concentrated surge of soul energy erupted from his fingertips, meeting the white tiger's blazing light waves with astonishing swiftness. Contrary to expectations, there was neither a violent explosion nor the thunderous clash of energies. Dai Mubai's proud finishing move crumbled like paper before that slender force, instantly shattered. The residual energy, undiminished, struck fiercely against Dai Mubai's chest. With a resounding thud, he was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a colossal hammer, crashing into a wall and leaving a gaping hole in its wake. A cloud of blood erupted into the air, and after a few futile struggles, he succumbed into unconsciousness. A single move, and a decisive victory. Oscar, passing by, dropped his sausage to the ground, while Ma Hongjun found himself unable to swallow the chicken leg in his mouth. Ning Rongrong stood frozen in shock. The arrival of Flander, Zhao Wujia, and Tang San, who had just returned from the village, left them all dumbfounded. A profound silence enveloped the entire Shrek Academy. How could a soul master of level 37, a paragon among spirit masters, be defeated so effortlessly? This was inconceivable. Oscar rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had he truly witnessed Dai Mubai being vanquished? Ma Hongjuan's voice trembled with uncertainty. As Shrek students, they were acutely aware of Dai Mubai's prowess, a force capable of contending with the soul sect. Tang San's gaze was fixed intently on Shiao Chan, then shifted to the equally unfathomable Xiao Wu standing beside him. His mind was a tempest of thoughts. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. The fluctuations of Xiao Chen's soul power surpassed that of the soul sect, possibly reaching the level of a soul king. The same was true for Xiao Wu. How could such a transformation occur in less than a year since they left the Holy Soul Village? My purple extreme demon eyes failed to perceive him. My Shintian skill, my mastery of hidden weapons, all the extraordinary experiences I brought from Tang's sect, what do they amount to before him? For the first time, Tang San found himself grappling with profound doubts about his own talent and fortune. Shiao Chan, undeterred by the astonished gazes surrounding him, proceeded directly toward the simulation training ground. Brother Shiao Chan, aren't you going to comfort them? Xiao Wu asked with a sly smile, sensing their shock. Comfort them? Why should I? Shiao Chan shrugged. It's not as if I prompted him to make a move. Upon reaching the simulation training ground, he unhesitatingly chose to sign in. Ding. Successfully checked in at level sign-in point. Simulation training ground, damaged. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Simulation Training Ground Core, upgradable. X1, Spatial Stabilization Anchor, single use, X1. Simulation Training Ground Core, upgradable, enables the construction or upgrade of existing simulation training environments, enhancing training efficiency by 300. Spatial Stabilization Anchor, single use, can fix a spatial node and establish a teleportation marker. What a remarkable find. Shiao Chan nodded in satisfaction. With this core, his training efficiency would soar. He then made his way to the 7 Monsters Dormitory building. Ding. Successfully checked in at level sign-in point, 7 Monsters Dormitory. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Celestial Herb Growth Liquid X3. Celestial Herb Growth Liquid facilitates the rapid evolution of ordinary herbs to celestial grade, with effects determined by the quality of the herb itself. This is even more extraordinary. With this remarkable object, will one ever lament the inability to find celestial herbs? Simply gather a few ordinary plants, douse them with the elixir, and instantly they ascend to the extraordinary. Shiao Chan. A quivering voice emerged from behind. Turning around, Shiao Chan beheld none other than Flander. The director of Shrek Academy appeared pallid, his gaze towards Shiao Chan suffused with trepidation. Director Flander, I trust you are well. Shiao Chan replied with a faint smile. I appreciate your previous assistance outside Nodding City. Flander jolted as recognition dawned upon him. The young man exuding an aura of terrifying power outside Nodding City was none other than the person before him. Shiao Chan, are you here to study at Shrek? Flander inquired cautiously. Given Shiao Chan's earlier display of prowess, the notion of him being a mere student seemed utterly implausible. Study? Shiao Chan shook his head. I merely came to visit an old friend. However, I must admit, the environment here is quite intriguing. This statement heightened Flander's anxiety. What did he mean by intriguing? Surely this powerful figure harbored some intentions toward Shrek? Dai Mubai has offended you. I apologize on his behalf. Flander bowed deeply, pleading. I hope you will overlook the transgressions of a lesser individual. Not a problem. Shiao Chan waved his hand dismissively. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he grasped Xiao Wu's hand, preparing to depart. Wait. Tang San could no longer restrain himself. Shiao Chan, how is your strength so formidable? Shiao Chan turned back, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Formidable? Perhaps it is merely a gift of nature. This remark pierced Tang San's heart like a dagger. A gift of nature? Having traversed from the Tang sect with unparalleled skills and mastery of hidden weapons, did this not also constitute a remarkable talent? Yet, why was there such a chasm between them? Impossible. Tang San gritted his teeth, declaring, no one could achieve such a level in such a brief span. You must possess some secret. Shiao Chan chuckled. A secret? Observing Tang San's distorted expression, he continued. Everyone harbors secrets, do they not? For instance, your hidden weapons. Tang San's pupils constricted. How did he know about my hidden weapons? Could it be that he has already discerned my true identity? Fear not. I have no interest in your secrets. Shiao Chan waved his hand. However, allow me to impart a saying. A frog at the bottom of a well will never comprehend the vastness of the sky. With that, he truly departed alongside Xiao Wu, leaving a multitude of bewildered gazes in his wake. Flander and the others cast their eyes upon the unconscious Dai Mubai, then back to the receding figure of Shiao Chan. Rendered speechless, the Shrek's 7 monsters experienced, for the first time, what it meant to encounter a being beyond comprehension. Teacher, Tang San's voice was hoarse. Is he truly just an ordinary villager? Flander sighed, shaking his head with a pained smile. An ordinary villager? One capable of effortlessly defeating a soul master of level 37? If such ordinary villagers exist, then what do we, as soul masters, amount to? Sanner, Flander placed a comforting hand on Tang San's shoulder. This world is vast, far larger than we can fathom. Beyond every mountain, there are greater mountains. Beyond every person, there are greater individuals. Tang Xin clenched his fist silently, feeling, for the first time, the weight of defeat. From childhood to adulthood, whether in the Tang sect or in this world, he has always been a paragon of excellence. Yet today, that sense of superiority has been utterly shattered. As Shiao Chan emerged from Shrek Academy, his mood was exceptionally buoyant. Shiao Chan, you were quite mischievous just now. Xiao Wu chuckled slyly, while Tang Xin appeared nearly despondent. What do you mean by mischievous? Shiao Chan replied earnestly. I am merely helping him grasp reality. This is a precious lesson in life. What do you plan to do next? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Shiao Chan glanced at the elixir of celestial herbs in his hand, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Of course, I shall seek some ordinary herbs and subsequently create a few celestial products to amuse myself. Chapter 39. The Celestial Herbs Awakening astonishes all. Xiaoya's team? No. It is the Divine Preparation class. In a secluded valley concealed by Shiao Chan using the power of the Divine Demon chessboard, the air shimmered with celestial light. Seated cross-legged, Shiao Chan held 3 bottles of resplendent, celestial herb growth elixir that glimmered enticingly under the moonlight. Before him lay a collection of peculiar herbs gathered from the Starfall Butchery and the Soulfall Gorge, each brimming with vitality, just a step away from their final transformation. Breaking Army, are you certain these herbs possess a solid foundation? Shiao Chan inquired of the humanoid form of Breaking Army's Golden Guardian, now restored to corporeal form. The Golden Guardian appeared as a robust, resolute middle-aged man, though his hollow eye sockets left a lasting impression. He responded respectfully, my lord. These herbs have absorbed the essence of countless stars over the years at the Starfall Butchery, establishing a profound foundation, particularly the star tear grass, if successfully catalyzed. Its efficacy shall rival that of the legendary Heartbreak Red. Xiao Wu squatted nearby, curiously prodding a silvery little herb. Xiao Chan, can you truly make them transcend to celestial beings overnight? It seems even more miraculous than magic. Magic? This is far superior, Xiao Chan chuckled lightly. Watch closely. This is the moment to witness a miracle. He summoned the immense soul power within him, activating both the Tiny Divine Eye and the Blood Evil Demon Eye, precisely controlling every strand of energy. The growth elixir, enveloped in his soul power, was gradually poured over the herbs. In an instant, the entire valley was illuminated by celestial radiance. At the moment the first star tear grass came into contact with the elixir, its leaves began to grow wildly, the silvery brilliance intensifying until it formed 7 crystalline, tear-shaped fruits. Wow, the effect is astounding. Shiao Chan could not help but exclaim, for the system's rewards never failed to impress. Ding! Detected the creation of the celestial herb, 7-star tears, which counters various forms of mental pollution, significantly enhancing mental capacity upon consumption. Following this, the second and third herbs matured, with a total of 13 celestial herbs ripening that night. Among them, the most satisfying to Shiao Chan was a herb exuding moonlight, the Moon Laurel Cold Blossom, seemingly tailor-made for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, please consume this Moon Laurel Cold Blossom. It will purify your Moon Sovereign bloodline, likely enabling you to reach level 80 directly. Xiao Wu took the celestial herb, feeling the rich lunar energy coursing through it. Her eyes filled with gratitude. Xiao Chan, you are so kind to me. No need for sentimentality. Hurry and eat it. Xiao Chan gently patted her head, reminding her that there were important matters to attend to shortly. After consuming the Laurel Cold Blossom, Xiao Wu found herself enveloped in a silvery cocoon, her Moon Emperor bloodline beginning to awaken with fervor. Half an hour later, the cocoon shattered, and Xiao Wu's soul power surged from level 70 to 79, just a step away from becoming a soul de loi. Meanwhile, the breakthrough Golden Guard obtained a Golden Battle Horse Grass, a divine herb specifically designed to enhance combat intent and the aura of slaughter, perfectly suited to his attributes. After consuming it, his loyalty to Shiao Chan soared to an unwavering devotion. My lord, I now feel capable of taking on 10 Shrek members. The breakthrough Golden Guard exclaimed excitedly, shaking his fists in exhilaration. Do not get carried away. Your current strength is suppressed to the level of a soul de loi. Yet you are indeed far superior to the average level 90 powerhouse, Shiao Chan replied with a satisfied nod. In addition to Xiao Wu and the breakthrough Golden Guard, Shiao Chan had 3 more team members selected from the Starfall Arena, 2 human prodigies with unique martial souls, and 1 descendant of a 10,000-year soul beast that had recently transformed. All were bound by Shiao Chan's immortal battle heart, mark, their loyalty at maximum capacity. Following the consumption of the divine herb, all 3 broke through to the Soul King level, their martial souls undergoing varying degrees of evolution. Notably, the descendant of the 10,000-year soul beast saw its original fox martial soul evolve into the 9-tailed celestial fox, with a shocking configuration of completely black soul rings. Alright, the team is essentially formed, Shiao Chan mused, surveying the luxurious lineup with satisfaction. Tomorrow, they would head to Heaven-Do City to register for the Soul Master competition. It was time for the world to witness what a true monster looked like. The next day, at the registration office for the Soul Master competition in Heaven-Do City, the bustling hall was filled with voices as various academy teams queued to register. Among them was Shrek Academy, where Tang San's expression remained grim. Still recovering from the shock Shiao Chan had inflicted upon him the previous day. Master, is that Shiao Chan really that formidable? Oscar quietly inquired of Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing sighed in resignation. Did you not see Dai Mubai being defeated in a single strike? Such power is likely beyond that of an average soul saint. At that moment, the doors of the registration hall swung open, and 6 figures gracefully entered. Leading the group was Shiao Chan, with Xiao Wu by his side. Her aura more ethereal than before, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the Moon Palace. Following closely was the breakthrough Golden Guard, who, despite suppressing his aura, still emanated a faintly menacing presence that caused those nearby to instinctively retreat. What astonished onlookers most were the 3 team members behind them. Though they appeared youthful, the fluctuations of their soul power were unfathomable. Particularly striking was the smallest girl, who, despite her seemingly harmless exterior, exuded an oppressive aura that weighed heavily upon even the Soul King-level powerhouses present. Goodness, the beauty of this team is simply astonishing. Someone could not help but exclaim. But the key is their strength. Do you feel that sense of pressure? They are not here merely to compete. They are here to overwhelm. Shiao Chan approached the registration window and smiled faintly at the staff member from the Spirit Hall responsible for registration. Hello, we are here to register for the competition. Please present the Academy certification and the team member information. The staff spoke in a businesslike manner. The Academy certification is waived. We are an independent team. Shiao Chan produced the identification he had meticulously prepared, and the team name was revealed, Dawn's Radiance. The staff accepted the documents and commenced their routine inquiries. What is the age distribution and soul power levels of your team members? The average age cannot exceed 25, and there must be at least one Soul King among the members. Shiao Chan replied nonchalantly. The average age is 14, with the lowest soul power being that of a Soul King and the highest a Soul Doloa. What? Not only the staff, but even all the teams queuing nearby were rendered speechless. An average age of 14? A minimum soul power of a Soul King? What extraordinary configuration was this? Yu Xiaojing's teacup dropped to the ground once more, his glasses askew. Impossible. This completely contradicts the growth patterns of Soul Masters. A Soul King at 14? What nonsense. Master, your theoretical framework, Flender cautiously interjected. Silence. Yu Xiaojing shouted in frustration. My theory is sound. It is this world that has gone mad. At that moment, a discordant voice interrupted. Humph. They must be falsifying their ages and ranks. I refuse to believe anyone can attain the rank of Soul King at 14. The speaker was the captain of the second team from the Tiando Royal Academy, a 23-year-old Soul King. He stepped forward defiantly, eager to provoke Shiao Chan. Jin Wei's gaze turned icy, a barely perceptible aura of menace sweeping across the room. The captain immediately crumpled to the ground, his pants dampening as he muttered repeatedly. Spare me, spare me. A hush fell over the crowd, a profound silence enveloping the hall. Just when everyone thought the shock had reached its peak, the most unassuming girl, a member transformed from a 100,000-year spirit beast, casually released her martial soul. 5 inky black soul rings slowly rose, each radiating a sense of annihilation. Black soul rings? 5 of them. A 100,000-year soul ring? What sort of monster was this? The entire registration hall descended into a deathly silence, with all eyes fixed on the Dawn's Radiance team, as though witnessing a myth. Tang San's complexion turned a ghastly shade of green. His pride in the blue-silver grass martial soul was rendered a mere joke in the face of such an assemblage. What of the Xintian skill? What of the mastery of hidden weapons? All became insignificant in the face of absolute rank supremacy. The staff trembled as they completed the registration. Dawn's Radiance team, registration successful. Shiao Chan nodded with satisfaction, preparing to depart with his team. Before leaving, he glanced back at the utterly despondent Yu Xiaojing, a playful smile gracing his lips. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Shiao Chan paused. The youngest girl in our team is only 12 years old. As the words settled, chaos erupted once more in the hall. A 12-year-old Soul King? With 500,000-year soul rings? This was no longer mere genius. This was the offspring of a deity. Chapter 40. The competition begins. A battle concluded in 3 seconds. Dawn's Radiance sets the record for speed. The arena in Tiando City was abuzz with excitement. This colossal structure, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators, was basking in its moment of glory as it hosted the opening of the elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. In the VIP section, the Snow Knight Emperor sat upright in his resplendent yellow dragon robe. The esteemed leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, elegantly savored his tea, while Yu Yuanjin of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the various teams. Your Majesty, what is your impression of this year's competition? Ning Fengji inquired, setting down his cup with a tranquil demeanor. The Snow Knight Emperor stroked his beard thoughtfully. I have heard of several formidable teams, particularly one named the Dawn Divine Light. The Minister of Rites beside him added, their registration caused quite a stir. Oh, now you have piqued my interest, remarked the Snow Knight Emperor. Please elaborate. Their average age is merely 14, and the lowest among them is a Soul King, replied the minister. Yu Yuanjin nearly spilled his tea, exclaiming what? At that moment, the host's voice resonated throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, The first match of today is about to commence. On one side, the seasoned powerhouse, the Savage Lion Academy, faces off against the emerging dark horse, the Dawn Divine Light. The audience erupted with excitement. The Savage Lion Academy? They have made it to the finals for 3 consecutive years, murmured a spectator. A new team? They will likely be taught a harsh lesson. I wager the Savage Lion Academy will conclude this battle within 10 minutes. On the competition stage, the 7 members of the Savage Lion Academy stood in formation. Their captain, Mo Kwang, a 38th level Soul Emperor, emanated a potent aura of beastly ferocity. Casting a scornful glance at the Dawn Divine Light team, he smirked derisively. A bunch of little brats dare to compete? Brothers, let us end this swiftly and not disappoint our audience. The other 6 team members erupted in laughter. Captain, are we being too cruel? One asked. Who cares? They brought this upon themselves, Mo Kwang retorted. In stark contrast, the Dawn Divine Light team remained remarkably composed. Shiao Chan stood with his hands in his pockets, not even releasing his martial soul. Xiao Wu casually tidied her hair, seemingly indifferent to their opponents. The stoic Jingguang Jinwei displayed no expression, while the girl who had transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast appeared to be in a daze. The spectators frowned at this sight. Is this new team here to entertain us? Not even releasing their martial souls. Is this a sign of contempt for their opponents? They will be finished in no time. The referee, positioned in the center of the arena, raised his right hand. In the first preliminary match, the Savage Lion Academy faces the Dawn Divine Light. Mo Kwang grinned menacingly as he unleashed his martial soul, a golden lion phantom roaring behind him. 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, slowly rising. Children, let me show you what a true powerhouse looks like. The other team members followed suit, releasing their martial souls. The vibrant soul rings shimmering and sending tremors through the air. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Indeed, the Savage Lion Academy boasts an impressive lineup. 6 Soul Emperors and Soul Kings. How will those children stand a chance? Yet, the Dawn Divine Light team remained unfazed. Shiao Chan even yawned. Xiao Jiao, it's your turn. Let's not waste time. The petite girl, the transformed 100,000-year soul beast Xiao Jiao, nodded and leisurely advanced. Just her? Mo Kwang blinked in surprise before becoming furious. You dare to insult us. Begin. The referee's voice rang out just as Xiao Jiao sprang into action. Her figure vanished instantaneously, not even fully releasing her soul rings, with only the first black soul ring illuminating. First soul skill, Nine-Tailed Phantom. In an instant, 9 identical figures of Xiao Jiao appeared on the competition stage. Mo Kwang's pupils constricted. A clone? No, this is... Before he could finish his thought, the 9 Xiao Jiaos struck simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. 7 muffled sounds echoed almost at once. The 7 members of the Wild Lion Academy barely had time to react before being struck by the 9 figures. Flying off the stage like cannonballs, Mo Kwang crashed through the first row of the spectator railing, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, frothing at the mouth. Even more humiliatingly, this esteemed captain of the Soul Emperor had lost control, a foul odor emanating from beneath him. From the referee's call to the conclusion of the battle, a mere 3 seconds had elapsed. The 100,000 spectators were as silent as if enchanted, not a sound to be heard. In the VIP area, the Snow Knight Emperor gripped the armrest tightly, his knuckles turning white. For the first time, Ning Fengji's elegant visage betrayed a look of astonishment. Yu Yuanjin even stood up in disbelief. This is impossible. The host stammered as he picked up the microphone. The match is over. The Dawn Radiance team has emerged victorious. The audience erupted in chaos. Am I seeing things? 3 seconds? The Soul Emperor of the Wild Lion Academy was eliminated in a single move? What kind of monster is that little girl? In the Shrek Academy's resting area, Tang San's face turned pale. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Jiao, watching her collect the 5 black spirit rings, an overwhelming despair welling up within him. All the esoteric techniques and hidden weapon mastery were mere jokes in the face of such absolute power. What tormented him further was seeing Xiao Wu gazing at Xiao Chun with unabashed admiration, a light in her eyes he had never witnessed before. Xiao Wu. Tang San's voice trembled. Third brother, did you see? Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement. Xiao Chen's team is incredible. Tang San felt as though his heart had been brutally pierced by a dull blade. Yu Xiaojing adjusted his glasses. His voice hoarse. This contradicts the growth patterns of soul masters. Master, your theory, Flender cautiously reminded. The theory is not wrong. Yu Xiaojing nearly roared. This world has gone mad. On the competition stage, Xiao Jiao clapped her hands, showing no signs of fatigue. Xiao Chen approached, his tone nonchalant. You were still a bit slow. Aim to finish in 1 second next time. This remark echoed through the microphone, plunging the entire soul arena into silence once more. 1 second? That speed seems beyond human capability. The other competitors exchanged glances, many beginning to contemplate whether to forfeit and return home. Competing against such a monstrous team is hardly worth it. It would be better to return to farming. In the VIP section, the Snow Knight Emperor finally regained his composure and spoke quietly to the attendant beside him. Immediately investigate the backgrounds of all members of the Dawn Radiance team. The more detailed, the better. Yes. The attendant hurried away. The envoy from the Star Luo Empire had also produced a communicator, his fingers swiftly documenting everything that had just transpired. This intelligence must be relayed back home immediately, otherwise, the emperor would go mad. The murmurs among the audience grew louder. The legend of 3 seconds had been born. Who would dare compete against the Dawn Radiance team in the future? I suspect they are gods descended to earth. The observer from the Spirit Hall, Cardinal Salas, rose with a grave expression. As a senior member of the Spirit Hall, he was acutely aware of the implications of the recent event. 100,000-year spirit ring, and 5 of them at that. Such an entity could undoubtedly alter the very fabric of the continent. He felt an urgent need to relay this news to His Holiness the Pope without delay. Shiao Chan descended from the competition stage with his team, his demeanor remarkably serene, as if the earlier spectacle was entirely expected. Captain, who is our next opponent? Xiao Jiao inquired with curiosity. I'm not sure, but they should be relatively similar. Shiao Chan shrugged. Who among you wishes to stretch your legs? The war god Golden Guard eagerly cracked his knuckles, saying, My lord, allow me to take this one. It has been far too long since I engaged in a proper battle. Very well, you'll take the next match. As they passed by the Shrek Academy's resting area, Xiao Chan paused and glanced at Tang San, whose face was ashen. Brother San, are you alright? His tone remained calm, yet it struck Tang San's ears like a thunderclap. Tang San opened his mouth, but was unable to articulate a response. You'll gradually acclimate, Xiao Chan reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. After all, this world is vast. Having said that, he led his team away from the resting area. Tang San watched Xiao Chen's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Why is the disparity so great? Do I still have a chance? Following closely behind Xiao Chan was Xiao Wu, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. She glanced back at Tang San, a fleeting complexity crossing her gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by her admiration for Xiao Chan. Brother Xiao Chan, where shall we go next? Let's find a place to rest for a bit, Xiao Chan replied, glancing at the sky. We have another match tomorrow. Will there be teams willing to compete against us? Of course, Xiao Chan chuckled. There are always those who dare to face danger. Chapter 41. An invitation from the Pope. Has Xiao Chan triggered a divine-level sign-in, revealing Bibi Dong's secret? In the VIP lounge of the Great Spirit Arena in Heavendo City, the crystal screen repeatedly showcased Xiao Jiao's 3-second sweep of the arena. Freezing on the moment, she retracted her 5 black spirit rings. Emperor Shui Yi tightened his grip on the teacup, his hand trembling slightly. In all my years, I have never encountered such a young spirit king, let alone one with 500,000-year spirit rings. Ning Fengji stroked his beard, his eyes glinting with curiosity. I am quite intrigued to discover who could cultivate such a prodigy. It surely cannot be the handiwork of the 3 sections. Yu Yuan shook his head. If our blue lightning tyrant dragon family possessed such resources, would we still need to depend on others? Just as the 3 were engrossed in their discussion, footsteps echoed from outside. A guard hurriedly entered, announcing, Your Majesty. Envoys from the Spirit Hall seek an audience. The Spirit Hall? Emperor Shui Yi furrowed his brow. Let them enter. As the door swung open, 2 figures stepped inside. The man on the left, with a visage as exquisite as jade, donned a lavish robe, exuding an alluring grace in his every gesture. To his right stood a gaunt figure clad in black, emanating an ominous aura. Jiao Doloa Yuguan, Gue Doloa Gue Mei, Ning Fengji, and Yu Yuan both rose simultaneously, their expressions grave. The appearance of 2 titled Doloa was certainly no trivial matter. Yuguan delicately adjusted his orchid fingers, his voice high-pitched and refined. It is a pleasure to finally meet you all. We have come at the behest of His Holiness the Pope to seek the young friend Xiao Chan from the Dawnlight Brigade. Xiao Chan. The Snow Knight Emperor felt a jolt. What could Bibi Dong want with him? This was not a question for His Holiness to inquire. The specter of Gue Mei chuckled ominously. Pray tell, where might young Xiao Chan be at present? The Snow Knight Emperor's expression darkened, yet faced with 2 formidable title Doluos, he dared not be overly assertive. They should be in the resting area designated for the participating teams. Thank you, replied Yueguan and Gue Mei, turning to depart. Ning Fengji called out from behind, Gentlemen, do take care. Might I inquire what business His Holiness has with Xiao Chan? Yueguan glanced back with a charming smile. Naturally, it is something of great merit. Once the 2 had left, silence enveloped the VIP room. After a lengthy pause, the Snow Knight Emperor finally spoke. It seems the Spirit Hall has also taken note of this Xiao Chan. The personal involvement of 2 titled Doluos signifies the weight of Bibidong's concern. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow. If Xiao Chan were to be courted by the Spirit Hall, we would find ourselves in quite the predicament. Yu Yuanjin interjected. Meanwhile, within the Pope's palace in Spirit City, Bibi Dong, adorned in her resplendent papal robes, sat regally upon her elevated throne. Before her, a crystal orb floated, displaying the match footage of Xiao Chen's team. How intriguing, Bibi Dong murmured, her crimson lips parting. A 14-year-old captain, a team member who clears the field in 3 seconds. Such a combination surely indicates the guidance of a skilled mentor. Her gaze lingered on Xiao Chen's visage, a youthful yet profound countenance that piqued her interest. Particularly, this Xiao Chan, though appearing merely as a boy, exuded an air of maturity and depth in his eyes. Bibi Dong rose and approached the window, reflecting, if he could be of service to me, the plan to unify the continent would progress much more smoothly. She turned to the heir, addressing, Yueguan. Guimei should be arriving shortly, correct? Indeed, Your Holiness, a voice echoed within the hall. BB Dong nodded. Excellent. I am eager to discern what makes this Shiao Chan so exceptional. In the resting area of the Great Soul Arena's participating teams, Shiao Chan was engaged in a discussion with Xiao Wu regarding the arrangements for the upcoming match. Brother Shiao Chan, tomorrow's opponent is Thunder Academy. I hear their captain is a level 40 Soul Master. Xiao Wu perused the information. Level 40? Shiao Chan chuckled. Let Bro Jun take the lead. He could use a bit of exercise. Bro Jun, the Golden Guard, eagerly rubbed his hands together. My lord, I assure you I will conclude the battle within 3 moves. Do not be excessive. Shiao Chan waved his hand. Let us afford them some dignity. At that moment, the door to the resting area was pushed open. 2 figures entered, causing the temperature in the room to plummet several degrees. This is... Xiao Wu's expression shifted. Bro Jun immediately stood, hand resting on his weapon at his waist, titled Duluos. Yu Egwan surveyed the room, his gaze ultimately settling on Shiao Chan. You must be the young friend Shiao Chan. Shiao Chan looked up at the visitors, a hint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Titled De Yueguan. Titled Dongane. It is an honor to finally meet you. Oh. Yu Egwan replied, somewhat surprised. You are familiar with us? Who does not know the names of 2 such esteemed titled Duluos? Shiao Chan rose. I am unaware of the purpose behind your late visit, esteemed seniors. Guime sneered. Late? It is merely 3 in the afternoon. Time does indeed fly. Shiao Chan retorted unperturbed. Might I inquire as to the reason for your afternoon visit? With a light chuckle, Yu Guan retrieved a golden invitation from his bosom. His Holiness the Pope extends an invitation to young Shiao Chan for a meeting in the Spirit City. As the words left his lips, a notification echoed in Shiao Chan's mind. Ding! A strong focus from the special storyline character BB Dong detected, triggering a special character sign-in task. BB Dong's gaze. Task requirements. Accept the invitation, proceed to the Spirit City, and complete the sign-in before Pope BB Dong. Task rewards. Affinity with the Rakshasa God, medium, a strand of divine particle, exceptional quality, a fragment of BB Dong's secret. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Shiao Chen's eyes. Affinity with the Rakshasa God, BB Dong's secret? This was far more intriguing than any soul ring or soul bone. He extended his hand to accept the invitation, his tone composed. Please convey my gratitude to His Holiness the Pope. I shall be punctual. Yu Guan and Gue Mei exchanged glances, both astonished. They had expected a mere teenager to be flustered by the Pope's invitation, yet Shiao Chen remained unfazed, as if it were the most ordinary occurrence. What captured their attention even more was the faint aura emanating from Shiao Chen that left them feeling unsettled. This youth was undoubtedly extraordinary. Very well, Yu Guan said, retracting his elegant fingers, his tone turning serious. We shall escort the young friend to the Spirit City after the competition. Then I am in your debt, Shiao Chen replied with a cupped fist. Once the 2 titled Deloa departed, the atmosphere in the resting area relaxed. Shiao Chen Gij, do you think the Spirit Hall has any ulterior motives for summoning you? Xiao Wu asked with concern. They likely wish to win us over, Shiao Chen mused, toying with the invitation in his hand. After all, our displayed strength is indeed commendable. The breakthrough Golden Guard frowned. My lord, BB Dong is not to be trifled with. Should we consider? No need. Shiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. She is not yet inclined to take action against us. Besides, his gaze fell upon the golden papal seal on the invitation, a playful smile gracing his lips. I too wish to meet this legendary pope. The news swiftly spread, causing a stir throughout the entire Heaven Do City. The Spirit Hall had dispatched 2 titled Deloa to personally invite a mere teenager. What did this signify? It indicated that BB Dong's regard for Shiao Chen surpassed everyone's expectations. In the Shrek Academy's resting area, Tang San's expression darkened upon hearing the news. The Spirit Hall, he ground his teeth, they have indeed made their move. Yu Xiao Gang adjusted his glasses. If Shiao Chen is won over by the Spirit Hall, it poses a grave danger to us. Master, should we? Flinder hesitated. What can we do? Yu Xiao Gang sighed. Faced with such power, what can we accomplish? Tang San clenched his fists. I refuse to accept this. Clearly I am. What are you? A voice came from outside. Shiao Chen entered, a gentle smile adorning his face. Third brother, what were you about to say? Tang San's expression stiffened. In nothing. Is that so? Shiao Chen approached him. Why do I hear someone lamenting their discontent? Shiao Chen. Tang San shot up, his eyes ablaze with the fire of unyielding spirit. Who exactly are you? Why are you so powerful? Me? Shiao Chen chuckled, remarking that he was merely an ordinary traveler. Or rather, an unremarkable soul master. Ordinary? Tang San scoffed. An ordinary soul master could not possess such formidable strength, nor could they command the attention of the Spirit Hall. What do you believe I am? Shiao Chen observed him with keen interest. Taking a deep breath, Tang San replied, I believe you are, like me. Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the room. A flicker of surprise crossed Shiao Chen's eyes, which soon erupted into laughter. Haha, Brother San, your imagination is truly boundless. I do not jest, Tang San insisted, rising with fervor. I can sense that you and I are both. Both what? Shiao Chen interjected. Tang San opened his mouth, yet the words eluded him. A traveler? Such declarations could scarcely be made in front of so many witnesses. It appeared that Brother San had not fully grasped the implications. Patting him on the shoulder, Shiao Chen reassured him, but fret not. Time will reveal all. With that, he turned to depart. Wait, Tang Xin called after him. Be cautious of Bibi Dong in Wuhuan City. Shiao Chan paused, glancing back at him. Thank you for the warning. Exiting the Shrek resting area, Shiao Chan's smile gradually faded. How intriguing that Tang San had discerned his true identity. Yet, it was to be expected. As another traveler, he could sense the anomalies in their midst. My lord. It seems Tang San is aware of something. The breaking army golden guard remarked from behind. And what of it? Shiao Chan replied dismissively. His current strength is hardly worthy of even serving me. Should we? The guard gestured ominously. No need. Shiao Chan shook his head. He still holds potential value. Besides, I am rather curious to see how my presence alters Tang San's fate. Isn't that precisely the amusement I seek? That night, Shiao Chan lay in bed, perusing a golden invitation. Inscribed in archaic script were the words, Pope Bibi Dong cordially invites Shiao Chan to the Papal Hall in Wuhan City for a meeting 3 days hence. At the bottom, an exquisite papal seal adorned the invitation. What secrets does Bibi Dong harbor? Shiao Chan mused softly. Chapter 42. A phenomenon at the Papal Hall. The Roshana secret realm opens for Shiao Chan. Bibi Dong loses composure. In Wuhuan City, atop the Papal Mountain, Shiao Chan gazed in awe at the magnificent structure before him. Reflecting on its grandeur, this was indeed the epicenter of power in Doa continent, surpassing even the majesty of the Forbidden City. Yu Guan, elegantly adjusting his sleeves nearby, remarked, Young friend Shiao Chan, His Holiness has been awaiting your arrival. Please lead the way, esteemed elder, Shiao Chan replied, nodding to Xiao Wu and the others behind him. You all wait for me outside. I shall return shortly. Xiao Wu clenched her fist. Be careful, brother Shiao Chan. The breaking army golden guard communicated directly, my lord. Should any unusual circumstances arise, I shall rush in to assist you. Shiao Chan waved his hand with a smile. Rest assured. Bibi Dong is unlikely to pose a threat to me. The moment he stepped into the papal hall, he was met with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The vast hall spanned hundreds of square meters, its towering ceiling adorned with intricate mythological carvings. 6 massive stone pillars supported the grand space, each intricately engraved with the reliefs of the hall's successive popes. In the deepest recesses of the grand hall, a woman clad in a resplendent purple papal robe sat regally upon a throne fashioned from gold. It was Bibi Dong. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Shiao Chan was nonetheless awed by the commanding presence of Her Holiness. Majestic and dignified, these 8 words aptly describe Bibi Dong. She resembled a noble female leopard, languidly perched upon her throne, yet ever poised to unsheath her claws. Young friend Shiao Chan, I have long admired your reputation. Bibi Dong's voice reverberated through the hall, imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. Your Holiness is too kind, Shiao Chan replied, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. I am merely an ordinary soul master. Ordinary? Bibi Dong chuckled lightly. A soul master capable of summoning both Yu Guan and Gue Mei simultaneously is hardly ordinary. One would be hard-pressed to find a second such individual across the continent. Shiao Chan shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps it is my charm that draws them. This remark nearly caused Yu Guan to lose his composure. How audacious of this youth to jest before the Pope. Yet, Bibi Dong was not angered. Instead, she regarded Shiao Chan with keen interest. Fascinating, you exhibit no signs of trepidation in my presence. Why should I be nervous? Shiao Chan retorted playfully. You are not going to consume me. Bibi Dong rose gracefully and descended the steps, each footfall resonating rhythmically, as if echoing the very beat of Shiao Chan's heart. She approached him, halting just a meter away, and for a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Shiao Chan could detect a subtle fragrance emanating from Bibi Dong, a unique scent that embodied both feminine grace and the assertiveness of a ruler. May I inquire your age? Young friend, Bibi Dong asked. 14, he replied. What is your martial soul? The celestial eye of the moon. And your soul power level? 41. Bibi Dong nodded approvingly. Impressive, a 14-year-old soul master, a true prodigy on this continent. Too generous, Shiao Chan thought to himself. If only you knew I was merely at 39 a few days ago, your jaw would surely drop. And what of your companions? Bibi Dong continued. That girl named Xiao Jiao, a 12-year-old soul king with 5 10,000-year spirit rings. What is her background? This question left Shiao Chan feigning discomfort. I'm afraid that is a matter of business confidentiality and cannot be disclosed. A flicker of displeasure crossed Bibi Dong's eyes. Young friend, do you realize with whom you are conversing? Of course, the continent's foremost powerhouse, Pope Bibi Dong, Shiao Chan replied with a smile. Yet even you cannot compel me to divulge what I wish to keep private. This statement made even Yu Guan break into a sweat. The temper of Her Holiness was not to be trifled with. However, Bibi Dong did not erupt in anger, but rather chuckled softly. What a sharp-tongued little fellow you are. Turning back to her throne, she resumed her seat. Since you are unwilling to share, let it be. The primary reason I summoned you today was to inquire about your thoughts on the Spirit Hall. Quite favorable, Shiao Chan considered, at least far superior to those decaying aristocrats. Would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong asked, getting straight to the point. Well, Shiao Chan feigned contemplation. Allow me to ponder this. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. Arrived at the check-in location, Papal Hall, before Bibi Dong. Would you like to check in? In the depths of his heart, Shiao Chan silently chanted. Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained moderate affinity with the Rakshasa god. a strand of divine particle, which has automatically merged into the essence of the host's soul, and a fragment of the key to the secrets of Bibi Dong's legacy. The moment the sign-in was completed, a peculiar wave of energy erupted from Shiao Chan's body. It was an extraordinary sensation, as if something within him had awakened. The power of the Shur God, the indomitable will of slaughter from the immortal warrior's heart, combined with the recently acquired affinity for the Rakshasa god, created a marvelous resonance within Shiao Chan's being. This resonance, astonishingly, triggered a strong response from a certain force deep within the Pope's hall. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from the rear of the Pope's hall. The entire structure trembled. Bibi Dong's expression drastically changed as she abruptly rose from her throne. What is this? How can this be possible? A chilling, malevolent yet seductively powerful wave of divine energy erupted from the rear hall of the Pope's hall. It felt as though some ancient existence was stirring from its slumber. The Rakshasa secret realm? Bibi Dong gasped. How could it activate on its own? Yu Guan fell to his knees, exclaiming, Your Holiness, what is happening? Shiao Chan observed the unfolding scene, his heart a blend of astonishment and exhilaration. He never anticipated that such a simple act of signing in would provoke such a significant disturbance. Bibi Dong fixed her gaze on Shiao Chan. Disbelief etched in her eyes. It is you. You must have done something. I have done nothing. Shiao Chan replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I am merely standing here. Yet, Bibi Dong remained unconvinced. She sensed that the unusual activity of the Rakshasa secret realm was undoubtedly linked to the young man before her. That secret realm was her greatest mystery and the key to inheriting the Rakshasa god's legacy. Typically, even she required immense mental strength to enter, let alone to activate it voluntarily. Yet now, it had opened on its own due to Shiao Chan's presence. What did this signify? It indicated that there was something within Shiao Chan capable of awakening the Rakshasa power. At that moment, a dark purple spatial rift appeared on the wall of the rear hall of the Pope's hall. The rift, approximately 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, emanated a heart-stopping aura of mystery. Through the rift, a glimpse of a blood-red world could be discerned. The door to the Rakshasa secret realm, Bibi Dong murmured. Meanwhile, far away in the Tiando Imperial Palace, Qian Rinxue sensed an unusual presence. While she was in her study attending to official matters, a sudden and intense wave of divine energy surged from the direction of Wuhuan City. It felt as though a force, entirely opposite to her angel god Wuhuan, yet of equal caliber, had awakened. What is this? Qian Rinxue set aside the documents in her hand, her brow furrowed. Her angel god Wuhuan trembled, a natural reaction when in the presence of a power of the same level. Moreover, she sensed an odd emotional fluctuation, reminiscent of her mother. Bibi Dong, what on earth is happening in Wuhuan City? Qian Rinxue stood, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within her. Within the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong had completely lost her composure. She approached Shiao Chan step by step, her eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Who on earth are you? Shiao Chan gazed at the door to the Rakshasa secret realm before him, then glanced at the blood-red token that had suddenly appeared in his hand, inscribed with the words Key to the Rakshasa Inheritance. This was the hidden reward bestowed by the system, related to Bibi Dong's secrets. A playful smile crept upon his lips as he mused. Bibi Dong, it seems your little secret is about to be unveiled by me. You dare? Bibi Dong retorted angrily. That belongs to me. Belongs to you? Shiao Chan interrupted. Your Rakshasa divine inheritance? At this, Bibi Dong felt as if struck by lightning. Her greatest secret had been unveiled by a mere 14-year-old boy. Impossible. How could you possibly know? I not only know about your Rakshasa divine inheritance. Shiao Chan toyed with the token in his hand, but I also comprehend the significance of this secret realm to you. Bibi Dong's complexion turned pale. What do you want? I desire nothing. Shiao Chan shrugged. I merely think that since this secret realm has opened for me, it wouldn't be too much to explore it, would it? Absolutely not. Bibi Dong firmly rejected. It is far too dangerous inside. Dangerous? Shiao Chan chuckled. To me, danger often signifies opportunity. Observing the tension in Bibi Dong's expression, he felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the effect he had longed for, causing the prominent figures from the original narrative to be thrown into disarray by his presence. The sensation of controlling everything was utterly exhilarating. Shiao Chan strode toward the door of the Rakshasa secret realm, not bothering to look back as he said, Bibi Dong, thank you for your hospitality. Once I emerge from within, we shall discuss the matter of cooperation at length. Stop! Bibi Dong shouted furiously. I will not allow you to enter. But Shiao Chan had already stepped through the threshold of the secret realm. Chapter 43, Bibi Dong witnesses a miracle. Her heart in turmoil. Could he be my calamity? Inside the Rakshasa secret realm, an ominous wind swept through. As Shiao Chan stepped into the dark purple rift in space, it felt akin to transitioning from an air-conditioned room into a sauna, albeit one with sub-zero temperatures. Wow, the ambience here is quite impressive. Surrounded by a sea of blood-red hues, countless wailing souls roared and lunged at him, clawing and gnashing. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have quaked in terror at such a spectacle. But Shiao Chan, he merely yawned. Is this it? The eye of the dark god swiftly opened, rendering the so-called terrifying phantoms as trivial as children playing house in his eyes. The myriad of battle souls subdued within his undying will scoffed audibly, while we, The true battle souls have yet to speak. You wildlings dare to act like big shots here? With a casual release of the Shur divine power, the wailing souls scattered in an instant, fleeing faster than rabbits. Is this what the legendary Rakshasa divine trial entails? Shiao Chan stroked his chin, pondering. This is less challenging than the minor monsters I encountered in the slaughterhouse. The Rakshasa inheritance key in his hand began to glow, guiding him onward. As he walked, he offered commentary on his surroundings. The DCOR style here, with its blood-red and dark themes, evokes quite the melancholic vibe. These stone carvings are well-crafted, though their expressions are a bit exaggerated, resembling someone straining in a restroom. Oh, is there more here? Though it may seem as though it emerged from a mortuary, there is at least a semblance of ritual. As one traverses the path, a colossal altar comes into view. The altar, hewn entirely from obsidian stone, is intricately adorned with a plethora of bizarre runes. At the very center, a sphere of pure and suffocating divine power, an essence of the Rakshasa, hovers with an aura of deep violet, seemingly imbued with boundless malevolence and destruction, instilling dread with but a glance. Ah, this must be the ultimate prize. A flicker of excitement ignites in Shiao Chan's eyes as he assesses its quality, far surpassing the trifles he had previously consumed. Without a moment's hesitation, he settles cross-legged upon the altar and begins to channel his cultivation method. Come forth. Let me gauge your true weight. The Rakshasa divine power is forcibly drawn forth, gradually flowing into Shiao Chan's being. In an instant, he feels as though he has been struck by lightning, with every cell in his body quaking in fervent agitation. Yet, this agony is fleeting, swiftly replaced by an indescribable sensation of exhilaration, akin to sipping an ice-cold beverage on a sweltering summer day, refreshing him from head to toe. Oh, this feeling is simply transcendent. Shiao Chan's soul power begins to surge uncontrollably. Level 40, level 41, level 42. His soul power escalates as if propelled by a rocket, while behind him, a soul ring of a deep purple, almost obsidian hue, begins to coalesce. This soul ring is unlike any ordinary one. It emanates a heart-stopping aura, as if it harbors demons from the abyss. More terrifying still, its color is so dark that it can only belong to a legendary million-year soul ring. Outside the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong senses the terrifying fluctuations of soul power emanating from the Rakshasa secret realm, leaving her momentarily stunned. How could this be possible? Her voice trembles slightly. The essence of that soul power is unmistakably the Rakshasa divine power. Moreover, there is a pressure she has never encountered before, one that can only belong to a million-year soul ring. A million-year soul ring? Yueguan's voice shifts in pitch. Do such rings truly exist in this world? Gue Mei kneels in submission, exclaiming, "This pressure makes my martial soul tremble." Bibi Dong fixates intently on the entrance to the Rakshasa secret realm, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. She has always believed herself to be the chosen one of the Rakshasa, that this secret realm was her exclusive opportunity. Yet now, a mere 14-year-old boy not only effortlessly enters the realm, but also acquires the Rakshasa divine power she has long coveted. Even more unbearable is the realization that Shiao Chan has manifested the legendary million-year soul ring, an existence so far beyond her reach, even as a 99th level ultimate Dolaw. Who is he? Bibi Dong's voice quavers, her proud visage betraying a rare expression of panic. Suddenly, an absurd thought pierces her mind. Could it be that Shiao Chan is the true chosen one of the Rakshasa, while she is merely a substitute? The moment this thought arises, her heart feels as though it has been mercilessly stabbed. Throughout her life, she had maintained an air of haughtiness, never deigning to show any semblance of weakness to any man. Yet, at this moment, confronted by the extraordinary talent displayed by Shiao Chan, her heart stirred with ripples of emotion she had never experienced before. It was a complex amalgamation of shock, resentment, jealousy, and a trace of excitement she was reluctant to acknowledge. Within the depths of the Rakshasa secret realm, Shiao Chan was wholly absorbed in the ecstasy of cultivation. Level 48, level 49. As his soul power reached the pinnacle of level 49, he completely absorbed the essence of the Rakshasa's primal divine power. Behind him, the million-year soul ring solidified into form. Slowly, Shiao Chan opened his eyes, and a glimmer of deep violet light flickered within them. Oh, this Rakshasa divine power is indeed impressive, far purer than I had anticipated. He rose to his feet, feeling the surging strength within him. The fourth soul ring. A million years. Such a rarity across the entirety of Dolawa continent. It was time to test out this fourth soul skill. With a thought, the fourth soul ring illuminated. Fourth soul skill, Rakshasa judgment. Instantly, the entire secret realm was enveloped in a terrifying aura of pressure. The vengeful spirits, previously trembling in the corners, were sent into a frenzy, their souls scattering in fear. The power was adequate, albeit a bit too loud. Shiao Chan nodded in satisfaction. He turned towards the exit of the secret realm, a playful smile gracing his lips. Bibi Dong, your little secret has been uncovered. Chapter 44. Qian Rinchue's astonishment. You bear the scent of light. The divine's second martial soul has descended. As the fissures of the Rakshasa secret realm gradually sealed, Shiao Chan stepped out from the dark purple space, still suffused with the rich aura of Rakshasa divine power. That recent encounter was exhilarating, akin to the thrill of unboxing a surprise. Ah, with this million-year soul ring in hand, I've hit the jackpot. In high spirits, Shiao Chan felt a whimsical tune bubbling within him. However, he was met with Bibi Dong's gaze, which was a tapestry of complex emotions, shock, resentment, disappointment, and an unusual sentiment she was unwilling to confront. You actually succeeded? Her voice trembled slightly. She could distinctly sense the pure waves of Rakshasa divine power radiating from Shiao Chan, a force she had long coveted yet could never fully control. And here was this 14-year-old boy, effortlessly claiming it as his own. Not too shabby, Shiao Chan shrugged. The interior decor is a tad macabre, but the quality of the treasures is quite commendable. Yu Guan and Gui Mei exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. This young man dared to describe the Rakshasa secret realm as macabre. Furthermore, his nonchalant demeanor suggested he had merely strolled into a convenience store for a pack of cigarettes. Such composure transcended mere bravado. At that moment, an elegant figure appeared at the entrance of the Pope's hall. The newcomer was tall, with cascading golden hair that flowed like a waterfall, and an angelic visage adorned with an innate air of nobility. It was none other than Xue Qinghe, the prince of the Tiando Empire, who was, in truth, Qian Rinxue. Mother, I sense a fluctuation of divine power. What transpired? Qian Rinxue's voice was as cold and clear as jade, inquiring about the events that had unfolded. Bibi Dong's expression shifted. Shuer, what brings you here? My angelic martial spirit suddenly exhibited unusual activity. Qian Rinxue's gaze fell upon Shiao Chan, seeking to uncover the reason. The moment her eyes met his, her pupils constricted abruptly. It was an extraordinary sensation, akin to discovering light in the depths of darkness, warm and inviting. Her six-winged, angelic martial spirit trembled slightly within her, a natural response to encountering divine power of the same rank. You are the renowned Shiao Chan? Qian Rinxue appraised him, intrigued by the rumors of this prodigious youth. You flatter me, Shiao Chan replied with a smile. I merely possess a stroke of good fortune. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow. She sensed the chilling aura of the Rakshasa divine power emanating from Shiao Chan. Yet what concerned her more was the hidden essence beneath this malevolent force, something fundamentally different from angelic power, yet sharing a similar nature. Fascinating, a smile graced Qian Rinxue's lips. I wonder what young Master Xiao thinks of our angel statue at the Spirit Hall. A glint of insight flashed in Shiao Chen's eyes. The system had long detected the angelic power within Qian Rinxue, and now, an opportunity had arisen. The angel statue. Shiao Chan feigned contemplation. I have always held a keen interest in the power of light. Might I have a glimpse? Qian Rinxue glanced at Bibi Dong, and upon seeing her approval, nodded. Of course. The Angel Hall, located to the east of the Pope's Hall, is one of the most sacred places within the Spirit Hall. As they pushed open the heavy temple doors, a wave of pure light energy enveloped them. The interior of the temple was spacious and radiant, dominated by a towering angel statue over 10 meters high, meticulously carved from pure white divine stone. The six-winged angel's likeness was lifelike, emanating a warm and sacred glow. Remarkable. Shiao Chan mused inwardly. Is this the statue of the angel god? It certainly is far more pleasing to the eye than those chaotic evil god statues. Qian Rinxue stood before the statue and reverently bowed. This is the guardian deity of our spirit hall, the statue of the angel god, she said softly. Throughout the ages, bearers of the angelic martial spirits within the spirit hall have come here to seek the deity's protection. Shiao Chan nodded and approached the statue. Ding. You have arrived at the sign-in location, before the angel god statue. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a tiered reward. Divine Second Martial Spirit, the Holy Dragon King of Light. Reward. Angelic Radiance. Passive skill. Purifies evil. Significantly enhances the potency and affinity of light attribute skills. Boom. The moment the sign-in was completed, an overwhelming aura of pure and radiant divine light erupted from within Shiao Chan. This essence was so pristine that it sent shivers down one's spine, akin to the warmth of a rising sun. Even more astonishing was the ethereal image of the Holy Dragon King of Light slowly coalescing behind him. It was a colossal dragon, several dozen meters long, its body adorned with scales that sparkled like diamonds, crowned with majestic dragon horns, and its expansive wings overshadowing the sun. As the Dragon King's apparition manifested, the entire angel hall was enveloped in a dazzling brilliance. A thunderous roar reverberated through the temple, echoing to the heavens. The voice was both authoritative and sacred, as if it emanated from a divine realm. Qian Rinxue widened her eyes, utterly stunned. Her six-winged, angelic spirit manifested uncontrollably. 6 pure white wings unfurling behind her, harmonizing with the ethereal silhouette of the radiant Holy Dragon King. What astonished her even more was that her angelic spirit was, in fact, paying homage to the radiant Holy Dragon King. It was a submission that sprang from the depths of her very lineage, akin to the instinctive reaction of a lesser deity before a superior one. How could this be? Qian Rinxue's voice trembled. How could my angelic spirit? She fixed her gaze intently on Shiao Chan, disbelief evident in her beautiful eyes. There is a scent of light about you, Qian Rinxue murmured. Purer and warmer than my grandfather's divine statue. Shiao Chan felt the surging divine power of light within, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The radiant Holy Dragon King spirit. This was an existence of a higher order than the angelic spirit. If the angelic spirit was the monarch of the light element, then the radiant holy dragon king was its emperor. I apologize, perhaps it is the fragrant shower gel I used today, Shiao Chan jested. Qian Ringshu, are you seriously talking about shower gel at a time like this? But in the next moment, she was deeply captivated by the increasingly potent aura of light emanating from Shiao Chan. It felt like a comforting bonfire in the harsh winter, warming her very soul. Your spirit. Qian Ringshu pointed at the silhouette of the radiant holy dragon king behind Shiao Chan. What kind of spirit is this? The radiant holy dragon king. Shiao Chan replied nonchalantly. It's considered a rather rare spirit. Rare? Qian Ringshu nearly choked on the word. This was not merely rare. It was clearly a legendary divine-level spirit. Moreover, it was the pinnacle of the light element. After cultivating her angelic spirit for so many years, she had never encountered a light spirit of a higher tier. Yet today, she not only witnessed one, but also saw her own angelic spirit paying respect to it. Impossible. Qian Ringshu shook her head. There cannot exist a light spirit superior to the angelic spirit in this world. Oh, Shiao Chan chuckled. What if I told you? My radiant holy dragon king spirit is divine level? Upon hearing this, Qian Ringshu was utterly petrified. Divine level spirit? Wasn't that something that only existed in legends? Moreover, a divine level spirit of the light element. She gazed at the imposing silhouette of the radiant holy dragon king behind Shiao Chan, a tempest of emotions surging within her. If it truly was a divine level spirit, it would explain why her angelic spirit expressed reverence toward it. Yet this also meant that the seemingly harmless youth before her possessed a talent beyond her reach. Who exactly are you? Qian Ringshu's voice quivered slightly. I am merely an ordinary soul master. Shiao Chan shrugged. I just happen to be fortunate enough to awaken two rather decent spirits. Two. Qian Ringshu's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean, two spirits? Indeed, Shiao Chan nodded. The Dark Moon Eye and the Radiant Holy Dragon King. One leans towards mental prowess, while the other leans towards the power of light. Qian Ringshu felt as though her worldview had been utterly upended. Twin martial souls? And of such extraordinary caliber? Was this even human? At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the hall. Schwer, Bibi Dong's figure appeared at the entrance. Having sensed the terrifying fluctuations of divine light emanating from the angel temple, upon witnessing the ethereal silhouette of the holy dragon king behind Shiao Chan, she stood transfixed. What kind of martial soul is this? Bibi Dong's voice trembled slightly. She could distinctly perceive the purity of that divine light, rivaling the power of her own Rakshasa energy, and in some way, it seemed to subtly suppress her own. Mother, he possesses two martial souls. Qian Rinshu's voice quavered, and they are both divine. Bibi Dong's expression instantly turned pale. Divine twin martial souls? Such an existence could no longer be described merely as a genius. This was a true prodigy, a favored child of the divine. Gazing at Shiao Chen's youthful visage, she felt an unprecedented sense of crisis swell within her. This boy would undoubtedly become the greatest variable in her quest to unify the continent. Yet, simultaneously, another emotion surged within her heart. If she could harness such a genius for her own purposes. Shiao Chan, Bibi Dong inhaled deeply, striving to keep her voice composed. Your talent surpasses my imagination. You flatter me, Shiao Chan replied, dismissing it with a wave. It was merely good fortune. Good fortune? Bibi Dong nearly laughed in disbelief at his words. To call divine twin martial souls mere luck? What then was she, a rank 99 limit Doloa, to consider herself unlucky? Regardless, Bibi Dong slowly continued. You are the most outstanding genius I have ever encountered. The gates of the spirit hall will always be open to you. Shiao Chan nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your kindness, your holiness. Standing beside them, Qian Rinshu gazed at Shiao Chen's calm visage, a myriad of indescribable emotions flooding her heart. It was a peculiar sensation, a blend of shock, curiosity, and a hint of something she herself was reluctant to acknowledge, an infatuation. Shiao Chan, Qian Rinshu suddenly ventured, May I touch your holy dragon king's light? Chapter 45. The first contest between the two maidens. Bibi Dong's midnight discussion, Qian Rinshu's invitation for sparring. The ethereal silhouette of the holy dragon king gradually dissipated, and the angel temple returned to its previous tranquility. Shiao Chan retracted his aura, appearing as relaxed as if he had merely yawned. Meanwhile, Qian Rinshu, whose once frosty gaze now sparkled with intrigue, fixated on him. Ahem, Shiao Chan scratched his nose. Miss Qian Rinshu, your gaze upon me is rather disconcerting. Qian Rinshu's cheeks flushed, and she quickly averted her eyes, though she soon found herself stealing glances again. Having cultivated the angel martial soul since her youth, she had never before encountered such pure divine light. The warm and sacred aura compelled her to draw closer. Shiao Chan, Qian Rinshu's tone bore a hint of trepidation. Is your holy dragon king martial soul truly innate? Of course, Shiao Chan nodded as if it were self-evident. It couldn't possibly be an acquired addition. Qian Rinshu found herself in a state of bemusement at the metaphor. Install it. Is she equating the martial soul to a computer component? At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from outside the hall. Schwer, are you inside? The figure of Bibi Dong appeared at the entrance. She had changed out of the resplendent attire of the Pope and donned a flowing purple gown, exuding less authority and more of the charm of a mature woman. Mother, Qianren Shui greeted obediently. Bibi Dong's gaze lingered on Shiao Chan for a few seconds, her profound eyes swirling with emotions. The recent surge of divine light energy was palpable even within the Pope's hall. A divine twin martial soul. Such an existence transcended her understanding. Schwerer, Bibi Dong spoke softly, you may return now. I have matters of significance to discuss with young friend Shiao Chan. Qianren Shui felt a trace of reluctance, but complied with her mother's command. Before departing, she turned to Shiao Chan and said, Shiao Chan, your light power is quite extraordinary. In the near future, I would like to seek your guidance. As the words left her lips, she herself was taken aback. Seek guidance. She, a rightful heir of the angel god, wished to consult a mere 14-year-old boy. Yet, inexplicably, she yearned to know more about Shiao Chan. Shiao Chan smiled. If the opportunity arises, I would be glad to. Qianren Shui nodded with satisfaction before leaving. Only Shiao Chan and Bibi Dong remained in the hall, and the atmosphere suddenly shifted to something more delicate. Bibi Dong approached the statue of the angel god, gently caressing the base. I never anticipated that the angel temple would welcome such pure light energy, she mused softly. Perhaps it is destined. Your grace, you flatter me, Shiao Chan replied casually. Leaning against the statue, I merely have had the fortune of luck. Bibi Dong turned to face him, her beautiful eyes locking onto Shiao Chan's. Shiao Chan, do you know? I have encountered many prodigies, yet none like you. Oh, Shiao Chan raised an eyebrow. What makes me so special? Exceedingly special, Bibi Dong took a step closer. A divine twin martial soul, effortlessly merging with the power of the Rakshasa, along with a composure that transcends your years. She paused, her tone tinged with curiosity. Who exactly are you? Shiao Chan did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a small feather ornament from his pocket. It was a little trinket awarded by the system during his recent registration at the Angel Temple, emanating a soft golden hue and radiating warmth. This is rather beautiful, Shiao Chan remarked, twirling the feather ornament. What do you think, your grace? Bibi Dong's pupils constricted. That is the angel feather. Only those who have undergone the trials of the angel god may obtain such a sacred artifact. Where did you acquire it? I found it earlier in front of the statue, Shiao Chan shrugged. Perhaps it belonged to some senior. Found it. Bibi Dong was nearly amused to the point of exasperation by his reasoning. How could an artifact of such caliber simply be found? Yet, observing Shiao Chan's nonchalant demeanor, she suddenly grasped a terrifying reality. To Shiao Chan, the angel feather might indeed be considered an inconsequential item. This unruffled attitude left her with an unprecedented sense of defeat. Shiao Chan, Bibi Dong took a deep breath, resolved to be forthright. Your talent is exceedingly rare, a treasure found once in a millennium. If you are willing to assist me, the future of the spirit hall shall be shared between us. She paused, her voice laced with a hint of temptation. Including the power of the Rakshasa. Shiao Chan halted his playful manipulation of the feather ornament, regarding Bibi Dong with a smile that danced on the edge of irony. Does your holiness believe I need such a thing? This rhetorical inquiry left Bibi Dong utterly taken aback. Did he truly need it? What lay beneath this question? Did Shiao Chan find her offer lacking allure, or did he simply not desire it at all? Bibi Dong discovered she could not fathom the young man before her. His confidence seemed genuine, emanating a tranquility that suggested he held dominion over all. You. Bibi Dong opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. For the first time in her long life, she was rendered speechless in a negotiation by a single phrase. Shiao Chan chuckled softly, resuming his playful manipulation of the angelic feather. Your holiness, I can sense your yearning when you mention the power of the Rakshasa. Yet, simultaneously, I perceive your reluctance. Bibi Dong's body trembled slightly. He had seen through her. This young man was not only formidable in strength, but possessed a keen psychological insight as well. What do you wish to know? She asked, forcing a smile. For now, it is not urgent, Shiao Chan replied, tucking away the angelic feather. However, I am curious. Your holiness Bibi Dong, your story must be quite remarkable. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Remarkable? If betrayal, hatred, and suffering could be deemed remarkable, then indeed, her story was. Yet, these were secrets she had never shared with anyone, not even Qianren Shui. Why did this youth evoke in her a compulsion to confide? The hour grows late, Bibi Dong said, forcibly shifting the topic. Shiao Chan, you shall rest in the Pope's palace tonight. Very well, Shiao Chan nodded. I appreciate your holiness's hospitality. After Bibi Dong departed, Shiao Chan stood alone within the angelic temple, a playful smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. This mother-daughter duo from the spirit hall seemed to harbor a profound interest in him, one seeking to win him over, the other yearning for closeness. It felt akin to witnessing a captivating drama, where he played both the audience and the lead. Early the next morning, as Shiao Chan emerged from his guest chamber, he encountered a maid standing respectfully at the door. Young Master Shiao Chan, this is for my lady. Shiao Chan accepted a beautifully crafted letter, unfolding it to reveal Qianren Shui's elegant handwriting. Young Master Shiao Chan, having witnessed your radiant martial soul yesterday, I found myself deeply inspired. If you do not find it distasteful, I would be honored to engage in a discussion and exchange insights regarding the mysteries of the light. Respectfully, Qianren Shui. Upon finishing the letter, Shiao Chan couldn't help but smile. The esteemed inheritor of the angelic lineage had proactively extended an invitation for discourse. Should this news reach the ears of others, it would surely leave them astounded. Please convey to your lady that I shall consider it, Shiao Chan instructed the maid. After she bowed and departed, he tucked the letter away, and the cool visage of Qian Rinxue surfaced in his mind. How intriguing indeed. Last night, Bibi Dong's invitation for a shared dominion, followed by Qian Rinxue's challenge this morning, presented an intriguing dilemma for him. However, for Shiao Chan, such a choice was inherently captivating. After all, who decreed that one must select only one option? Humming a cheerful tune, he made his way toward the Pope's palace, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Chapter 46. Divine Guidance from the Angel of Trials. Qian Rinxue's heart secretly yearns. Shiao Chan aims to seize the Sea God Island. In the morning light of Spirit City, sunshine cascaded through the clouds onto the earth. As Shiao Chan emerged from his guest room, he noticed Qian Rinxue awaiting him in the courtyard. Today, she had shed her disguise as Xue Qinghe and revealed her true appearance. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, and she donned a form-fitting white gown, radiating an aura of purity. Here so early? Shiao Chan yawned. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed slightly. Not at all. I merely sensed something during my cultivation. All right, enough explanations. Let us get to the point. How do you wish to spar? Excitement sparkled in Qian Rinxue's eyes. I have prepared a dedicated training ground just behind the Angel Temple. It is protected by a barrier, ensuring no external disturbances. The two made their way to the training ground behind the Angel Temple, an expansive area adorned with unique white stone and intricate soul power formations. Standing at the center, Qian Rinxue took a deep breath. Shiao Chan, I will give it my all. As her words faded, her six-winged angel martial spirit materialized behind her. The immaculate wings unfurled, and divine light instantly enveloped the entire training ground. Angel's light, Qian Rinxue exclaimed, summoning countless golden light swords that rained down upon Shiao Chan. Standing his ground, Shiao Chan did not even release his martial spirit. He merely raised his right hand, and an invisible pressure surged forth. The light swords halted abruptly 3 meters from him before dissipating slowly. Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? You didn't even use your martial spirit. Your divine power application is overly rigid, Shiao Chan said as he approached her. The essence of angelic divine power lies in light and purification. Yet you treat it merely as a conventional means of attack. At this rate, not only will you struggle to pass the Angel's ninth trial, but mastering the fundamental control of divine power will also become a challenge. Qian Rinxue stood stunned, lauded as a genius since childhood. She had never encountered obstacles while cultivating her angelic martial spirit. Yet, Shiao Chan's words imparted a profound revelation she had never experienced before. Then what should I do? Her voice trembled slightly. Shiao Chan stepped closer, less than a meter away. First, you must understand what divine power truly is. He slowly raised his hand, and the ethereal visage of the holy dragon king of light flickered behind him. A stream of pure, gentle divine light emanated from his being, as soft as a spring breeze, devoid of any aggression. Divine power is not the same as soul power. It possesses its own will and characteristics. Angelic divine power seeks purification and protection, yet you have continuously forced it into acts of aggression. Shiao Chan's voice was soft, akin to asking a monk to take a life, an endeavor that would naturally not come easily. Qian Rinxue felt the surge of divine power emanating from Shiao Chan, leaving her utterly mesmerized. The purity of this force surpassed even that radiated by the statues within the angelic temple. Your divine light. Qian Rinxue stammered. Attempt to relax. Do not control the divine power, but rather guide it, Shiao Chan instructed, ignoring her question. The true potency of angelic power lies in its ability to purify, not destroy. Following Shiao Chan's guidance, Qian Rinxue endeavored to alter her approach to wielding divine power. Miraculously, the once tumultuous angelic energy within her began to soften. This is the sensation, Qian Rinxue exclaimed with delight. I can feel it. The divine power resonates with me. Shiao Chan nodded. Now, try to release the realm of purification instead of an offensive realm. Closing her eyes, Qian Rinxue concentrated anew, this time manifesting not an aggressive angelic domain, but a pure realm of purification. All negative emotions and malevolent energies within its bounds were dispelled, replaced by warmth and tranquility. How astonishing! Qian Rinxue opened her eyes, her gaze towards Shiao Chan filled with admiration. How do you know all this? By observing and pondering, Shiao Chan shrugged. The old fellows in your spirit hall should surely possess this knowledge as well. Qian Rinxue chuckled softly. They only utter platitudes like go with the flow and things will come naturally. They do not elaborate as you do. That is because they are only half-baked, Shiao Chan retorted candidly. The true application of divine power requires harmony of mindset, will, and comprehension of the rules. You are still far from that. Instead of feeling anger, Qian Rinxue became even more exhilarated. Can you continue to teach me? Seeing the anticipation in her eyes, Shiao Chan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This girl was thoroughly captivated by his words. All right, given your earnestness, he feigned reluctance. I shall share another secret. What secret? Qian Rinxue immediately leaned closer. Does the 7th trial of the angelic 9 trials not require you to maintain a tranquil mind amidst the onslaught of divine power? Shiao Chan inquired. Qian Rinxue nodded. Indeed. I have attempted many times, yet each time, my mindset is disrupted by the divine power's impact. That's because you are mistaken in your approach. Shiao Chan shook his head. You are not meant to resist the divine power's impact. Rather, you must merge with it. Merge? Yes. Shiao Chan extended his finger and gently tapped her forehead. Try to envision yourself as the angelic divine power, and the angelic divine power as you. Eliminate any barriers or resistance. Become one. Following his guidance, Qian Rinxue attempted the 7th trial of the angelic 9 trials once more. This time, when the divine power surged towards her, she chose not to resist, but to fully embrace the experience, merging her essence with the divine power. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of divine light cascaded down from above, enveloping Qian Rinxue. The entire training ground was illuminated by this radiant light, and as she basked in its glow, an unprecedented aura of sanctity emanated from her. Even more astonishingly, her 6-winged angelic spirit began to undergo a transformation. The original 6 wings have transformed into 8, each feather shimmering with divine radiance. Is this the 8-winged angel? Shiao Chan raised an eyebrow. Qian Rinxue opened her eyes, filled with ecstatic joy. I have broken through. I have passed the 7th trial of the angel's 9 trials. Moreover, I have comprehended a new divine skill, the sacred judgment. She excitedly turned to Shiao Chan. Her gratitude evident. Shiao Chan, thank you. Without your guidance, I could never have achieved such a breakthrough. Ding. Deeply influencing the fate of the key figure Qian Rinxue, altering her angelic assessment process, rewarding a special sign-in opportunity. The system's notification echoed in Shiao Chan's mind. He silently recited, sign in at the place where Qian Rinxue gained enlightenment due to my guidance. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fragment of the wings of the angelic God King. Replica. This item can be repaired or used as a component for future divine equipment. Excellent. Another splendid item. No need for thanks. Shiao Chan waved his hand. It was merely a small favor. Qian Rinxue gazed at his nonchalant demeanor, her feelings of gratitude deepening. In her eyes, Shiao Chan was akin to a messenger sent by the angelic deity to assist her in completing her divine trials. Just then, a figure appeared at the edge of the training ground. Bibi Dong stood there, her emotions exceedingly complex. The divine light from earlier was visible even to the Pope's hall. She hurried over, only to witness a scene that left her astounded. Qian Rinxue's progress in her divine trials had significantly accelerated due to Shiao Chan's guidance. This 14-year-old youth possessed an understanding of angelic powers so profound, it even surpassed that of the old-timers in the worship hall. Schwer. Bibi Dong approached. What transpired just now? Mother. Qian Rinxue ran over excitedly. I have broken through. I have passed the 7th trial of the angel's 9 trials. It was all thanks to Shiao Chan. Bibi Dong turned her gaze to Shiao Chan, her astonishment unabashed. Who exactly are you? Just a kind passerby. Shiao Chan smiled. I simply cannot stand to see talent buried. Bibi Dong regarded him deeply, her thoughts growing increasingly complex. This youth not only possessed exceptional talent, but his comprehension of divine power was also remarkably profound. If he could be utilized, her plans for unifying the continent would be greatly expedited. However, she also sensed a hint of crisis. The abilities Shiao Chan displayed had already surpassed her control. In the days that followed, Shiao Chan enjoyed a rather leisurely existence in Martial Soul City. Qian Rinxue visited him almost daily to seek advice on her cultivation, and Shiao Chan was more than pleased to take on the role of a good teacher. After all, guiding her had its benefits. The system occasionally rewarded him with small items. Bibi Dong would also appear from time to time, engaging in seemingly casual, yet probing conversations with Shiao Chan. One evening, Qian Rinxue sought out Shiao Chan again. Shiao Chan, I have a question to ask you. Qian Rinxue sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. The last 2 trials of the angel's 9 trials require harnessing the power of the ocean to temper the divine soul. Do you know what this means? Shiao Chan felt a stir in his heart. The power of the ocean? Yes. Qian Rinxue nodded. The inherited memories mentioned that one must undergo trials in the purest ocean to complete the final transformation of the divine soul. Sea God Island. In an instant, Shiao Chan experienced a moment of clarity. It appeared that there indeed existed a connection between the angelic divine trial and the sea goddess legacy. Now was the most opportune moment to embark on a journey to Sea God Island. A notification chimed, detected that the host is about to engage with a core plot point, initiating a long-term sign-in task, Waves of the Vast Sea. The Divine Pearl of the Deity. First phase task, arrive at Sea God Island and complete sign-ins at 3 designated points. Rewards, affinity with the Sea God's divine power, a divine soul bone, and a mysterious gift package. Warning, Tang San and his companions will arrive at Sea God Island in 1 month. The host is advised to prepare in advance. A spark of excitement flickered in Shiao Chan's eyes. Sea God Island was one of the most enigmatic locations on Doluo continent. According to the original narrative, Tang San and his companions were about to journey there to undergo the Sea God trial. If he arrived first, wouldn't he sees all the advantages for himself. The thought of Tang San reaching Sea God Island only to find that all the opportunities had been claimed by him made Shiao Chan unable to suppress a smile. What are you thinking about, Shiao Chan? Qian Rinxue inquired with curiosity. It's nothing, Shiao Chan replied, regaining his composure. Regarding the ocean trial you mentioned, I happen to know of a location. Where? She asked eagerly. Sea God Island, Shiao Chan stated casually, the rumored site of the relics of the sea god Poseidon. If oceanic power is truly needed, that should be the most fitting choice. Qian Rinshue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Sea God Island? That legendary mysterious isle. Indeed, Shiao Chan nodded. But it is not easy to find, and it is said to harbor many dangers. As long as I can complete the divine trial, I fear no danger. Qian Rinshue declared resolutely. Shiao Chan observed her earnest expression and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The young girl possessed quite the courage. However, the trials on Sea God Island were no trifling matter. According to the original story, the Guardians there were formidable characters. Yet, for Shiao Chan, Sea God Island resembled a vast treasure trove. I have made my decision, Shiao Chan announced, rising from his seat. Tomorrow, I shall set forth for Sea God Island. What? Qian Rinshue exclaimed in surprise, standing up. You're going too? Of course, Shiao Chan smiled. How could I miss such an intriguing place? Upon hearing that Shiao Chan would also be going to Sea God Island, an inexplicable joy surged within Qian Rinshue. Then, shall we go together? She asked cautiously. As you wish, Shiao Chan shrugged. But just to be clear, I want to take responsibility for the dangers along the way. No worries. I can protect myself. Qian Rinshue proclaimed with excitement. Shiao Chan regarded her exuberance with a sense of helplessness. How could this girl be so easily swayed? Yet, it was fortuitous. Bringing Qian Rinshue along to Sea God Island might yield unexpected rewards. Moreover, the most pressing matter was to reach Sea God Island ahead of Tang San and gather all the opportunities for himself. Little Wu must still be shopping in the city. Right? Shiao Chan mused to himself. I need to call her back quickly. Preparations for departure are in order. Sea God Island. I, Shiao Chan, am coming. Chapter 47. Landing on Sea God Island. Trial? No, it is a pilgrimage. The 7 pillars of the sea god pay homage to the young master. In the early hours, by the shores of the vast sea outside Wuhuan City, Shiao Chan and Little Wu quietly emerged from a teleportation array. Wow, is this the legendary vast sea? Little Dance gazed excitedly at the tumultuous sea before her, exclaiming, what a magnificent sight. Shiao Chan retrieved a golden parchment. The treasured map to the island of the sea god, acquired during a previous signing. According to this map, the island of the sea god lay 3,000 miles to the northeast. Stowing the map away, he declared, let us proceed. It is time to meet the sea god. Curiosity piqued, Little Dance inquired. Shiao Chan, are you truly certain the island of the sea god will welcome us? I have heard tales of the terrifying trials there. Trials? Shiao Chan smirked. Who said we are going to face trials? No sooner had he spoken than the holy dragon king's spirit within him stirred slightly. A faint golden light emanated from his being, coalescing upon the surface of the sea into a radiant bridge of light. Goodness! Little Dance's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you attempting to ascend to the heavens? Ascending is a bit exaggerated. Walking upon the sea is quite feasible, Shiao Chan replied nonchalantly. Come, let us experience this privilege. The two stepped onto the luminous bridge, soaring swiftly toward the island of the sea god. Along their journey, the ferocious sea spirit beasts sensed the divine pressure radiating from Shiao Chan and retreated in terror. A few ancient sea spirit beasts even emerged, respectfully nodding in homage toward the bridge. Why are these sea spirit beasts so obedient? Little Dance marveled. Perhaps it is due to my amiable appearance, Shiao Chan replied casually. However, he was acutely aware that the Holy Dragon King spirit naturally possessed the ability to intimidate marine creatures, combined with the Shura divine power within him. It was remarkable that these sea spirit beasts did not prostrate themselves in reverence. 2 hours later, a mysterious island emerged in the distance. Is that the island of the sea god? Little Dance pointed toward the distant isle. Shiao Chan nodded. Indeed, the fabled ruins of Poseidon. As they approached the periphery of the island of the sea god, a golden beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens. The light of the sea god. Has the welcoming ceremony commenced so swiftly? Shiao Chan raised an eyebrow. Yet, just as the divine light was about to envelop them, the Holy Dragon King spirit, the Yin God Eye, and the Shura divine power within Shiao Chan resonated simultaneously. With a thunderous roar, the entire island of the sea god trembled violently. A towering golden beam erupted from the direction of Sea God Mountain, far more potent than the earlier divine light. What is happening? Little Dance was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Subsequently, an ancient and profound divine consciousness swept down from Sea God Mountain, exuding a majestic and overwhelming aura, ultimately locking onto Shiao Chan. Sensing the divine consciousness probing him, Shiao Chan chuckled inwardly. Here it comes. The grand spectacle is about to unfold. Upon encountering the mixed yet superior divine energy emanating from Shiao Chan, the divine consciousness of the sea god exhibited a perplexed and astonished emotional fluctuation. This aura. Shura? Furthermore, the holy dragon of light? No, this is... Fragmented waves of consciousness echoed within the divine thought, as if it were striving to recall something. Agreement, bloodline, inheritance. The time has come. Shiao Chan pondered. Could it be that the sea god perceives me as some extraordinary figure? Before he could fully process this, the transformations on the island of the sea god astonished all present. At the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, Seahorse Deloa had just sensed the approach of someone to Sea God Island and was preparing to announce the customary trial rules when, suddenly, his entire body began to tremble violently. Could this be the divine decree of the sea god? The expression on Seahorse Dolua's face changed drastically, and his gaze towards Shiao Chan shifted from scrutiny to fervent reverence. Not only Seahorse Dolua, but the other 6 sacred pillar guardians also simultaneously sensed the disturbance from Sea God Mountain. Quickly, the sea god has important instructions. This surge of divine energy feels unusual. It is the chosen one of the sea god. The 6 sacred pillar Doa hastened from their respective pillars and arrived just in time to witness the colossal statue of the sea god atop the mountain radiating an unprecedented brilliance of golden light. Upon sensing the divine aura emanating from Shiao Chan, which sent shivers through their very souls, and the unmistakable guidance of the sea goddess will, the 7 sacred pillar Doloa performed a shocking act that left everyone astounded. They knelt in unison, welcoming the chosen one of the sea god back to his rightful place. We pay our respects to the young master. The 7 formidable titled Doluos knelt on the beach of Sea God Island. Xiao Wu was utterly stunned. Shiao Chan? What is happening? Shiao Chan twitched his lips, bemused by the dramatic scene before him. Is the sea goddess reasoning flawed? I merely came to sign in. Yet you have mistaken me for a young master? Ding. Triggered a special fate node. The will of the sea god deity is highly recognized. Detected that the host can perform a super sign-in at the sea god temple. Expected rewards: sea god deity position, initial control authority, divine artifact golden trident, genuine projection capable of growth, sea goddess heart, fragment that can be fused. Warning: this sign-in opportunity is exceedingly rare. The host should proceed to the sea god temple as soon as possible. Shiao Chen's eyes brightened. Goodness, this is a direct bestowal of divine status. Although he was unsure why the sea god had mistaken him for someone else, he saw no reason to refuse such advantageous offerings. I am honored by your kindness. Esteemed seniors, Shiao Chan readily accepted this role. Since the sea god had summoned him, it would be prudent to comply. Seahorse Dolua's voice trembled with excitement. Young master, you have finally arrived. The sea god has awaited your presence for so long. Waiting for me. Shiao Chan was filled with questions, yet maintained an air of inscrutability. Indeed, I did not anticipate arriving so swiftly. Shiao Chan nodded, asking, where is the sea god temple? It is at the summit of Sea God Mountain. Seahorse Dolua quickly rose to his feet, eager to lead the way. The other 6 sacred pillar Dolua also stood up, their faces alight with fervor and adoration. The purity of the young master's divine power is truly deserving of being the chosen one of the sea god. In all my years, I have never encountered such a youthful divine powerhouse. Sea God Island is saved. As Shiao Chan listened to their flattering words, he felt a sense of satisfaction. While he remained puzzled as to why the sea god had mistaken him, the feeling of being revered by a group of titled Doluos was indeed delightful. Shiao Chan. Shiao Wu quietly tugged at his sleeve. What exactly is going on? Perhaps I resemble a long-lost acquaintance of the sea god, Shiao Chan replied dismissively. A procession of individuals marched resolutely toward the Sea God Mountain, the residents of Sea God Island. Upon witnessing the 7 sacred pillars escorting 2 young men up the mountain, were rendered speechless in astonishment. Who was that youth, commanding such reverence from the guardians of the sacred pillars? The aura he exuded was far from ordinary. Could he be the heir of the sea god? Whispers of speculation arose, yet Shiao Chan remained entirely unfazed. His mind was preoccupied with the rewards awaiting him in the sea god temple. The sea goddess' divine status, though merely of initial control, it was indeed a genuine divine rank. And the golden trident, the exclusive artifact of the sea god, bore immense power that should not be underestimated. Young master, we have arrived at the sea god temple, remarked the Seahorse Dolua, gesturing towards the magnificent structure atop the mountain. Shiao Chan looked up and beheld an imposing temple radiating a soft golden light. Even more astonishing was the colossal statue of the sea god at its center, currently emanating a dazzling brilliance, as if welcoming a significant guest. The statue of the sea god has never shone so brightly, exclaimed one of the sacred pillar Dolua in excitement. This is the sea god's acknowledgement of the young master. Truly, he is the chosen one. Listening to their flattery, Shiao Chan felt a surge of delight within him. However, he was also somewhat curious about the sea god's perception of his own identity. Soon, the group arrived before the sea god temple. Before Shiao Chan could utter a word, a beam of golden light suddenly shot forth from the statue, enveloping him entirely. Ding! The host has entered the realm of the sea god temple and is eligible for a super sign-in. Would you like to sign in immediately? Sign in. Shiao Chan silently declared. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Sea God's divine status, initial control, the golden trident, genuine projection capable of growth, and the heart of the sea god, incomplete but can be fused. Special reward, temporary administrative authority over Sea God Island. Boom. An overwhelming surge of divine power flooded into Shiao Chan's being. It was the pure essence of the sea god's power, imbued with the vastness and profundity of the ocean. Concurrently, a shimmering golden trident materialized from the void, gently descending into Shiao Chan's grasp. The golden trident. The Seahorse Dolua exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. It is indeed the true golden trident. The sea god has truly bestowed the artifact upon the young master. Our Sea God Island finally has a new master. The 7 sacred pillars once again knelt in reverence. As Shiao Chan felt the formidable power coursing through the trident in his hand, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. Its might far surpassed that of any Haotian hammer. More importantly, with the fusion of the Sea God's divine status, his awareness of the entirety of Sea God Island became strikingly clear. Every blade of grass, every tree, each individual location, and even the distribution of soul beasts beneath the sea fell within the scope of his perception. The sensation of wielding such omnipotence was exhilarating beyond measure. Young master, you are now the new master of Sea God Island. The seahorse Dolua said respectfully. Please, issue your first command. Grasping the golden trident and gazing at the 7 sacred pillar kneeling before him, a wicked thought suddenly surged within Shiao Chan's mind. As Tang San approaches the shores of Sea God Island, he is unaware that a new master awaits him. The thought brings a smile to Shiao Chan's face. With an air of feigned seriousness, he declares, from today onward, Sea God Island announces a new heir. Pausing for effect. A mischievous glint sparkles in his eyes as he adds, furthermore, should any challengers from Shrek Academy arrive, ensure they receive a proper welcome. In the magnificent Sea God Hall, an overwhelming divine force reverberates. Grasping the shimmering golden trident, Shiao Chan revels in the potent energy coursing through him, a sensation akin to soaring above the ocean waves. Incredible! You've ascended so quickly? Exclaimed Xiao Wu, wide-eyed, astonished at his transformation into the sea god. Let us keep it low-key, Shiao Chan replies, waving his hand dismissively. It's merely a preliminary authority, not the complete version. Just then, hurried footsteps echo from outside the hall. A striking figure clad in deep blue arrives, Poseidon, the supreme ruler of Sea God Island. As she enters, the sight before her leaves her momentarily speechless. The 7 great spirit Doluos stand in respectful formation, while the seemingly 14-year-old boy casually toys with the golden trident. What astonishes Poseidon even more is the palpable divine aura emanating from Shiao Chan. One that makes her heart race. What is this? Azura divine power, light divine power, and Sea God divine power? Who exactly is this boy? Is he collecting divine powers like stamps? Great High Priest, you have arrived. The seahorse Dolua exclaims excitedly. Look, the chosen heir of the Sea God. Poseidon's beautiful eyes widen slightly as she quickly communes with the Sea God's will. Moments later, her expression shifts to one of profound complexity. The response from the Sea God's will is remarkably clear. This child is my final choice. You must assist him with all your strength and make no mistakes. Poseidon's heart is tumultuous. What is happening? After guarding Sea God Island for a century, she has never witnessed such regard from the Sea God for anyone. As she hesitates, Shiao Chan casually gestures with the trident. Suddenly, the ocean surrounding Sea God Island roils violently. Towering waves soar into the sky, forming a massive water wall that, under Shiao Chan's command, gradually descends. Poseidon's eyes widen in disbelief. After decades of cultivating Sea God divine power, she has never seen anyone manipulate the ocean's force with such ease. Even at her fullest strength, she could not achieve such a feat. Great High Priest, how do you find my use of Sea God divine power? Shiao Chan inquires with a grin. Poseidon is utterly astounded. The exquisite manipulation of Sea God divine power has far surpassed her understanding. Your subordinate pays homage to the new master. The unparalleled beauty who has safeguarded Sea God Island for a century bows deeply to Shiao Chan. A flicker of something extraordinary glimmers in her eyes, as if, in this moment, she has found someone worthy of her lifelong devotion. The esteemed figure Poseidon has significantly elevated her favorability. Loyalty has been secured, unwavering. Shiao Chan felt a surge of delight within. Another stunningly beautiful ally at his disposal. No need for formalities, esteemed guest. From now on, we are comrades, he said, waving his hand. By the way, I have a small request. Please, command me. Poseidon responded with utmost respect. If any members of the Shrek Academy come to challenge, inform them that, a sly smile crept across Shiao Chan's lips, the Sea God Island is already claimed, and they should return whence they came. Poseidon paused for a moment. Surprised. Shrek Academy? Indeed, they are likely to arrive soon, Shiao Chan remarked with amusement. No sooner had he spoken than Doluahima hurried over, reporting to the esteemed guest. A group of soul masters has arrived from outside the island. They have just passed the test of the Sea God's light, and are presently awaiting trials at the Haima's sacred pillar. Shiao Chan's eyes sparkled with excitement. They've come. Xiao Wu, intrigued, asked who has arrived. The protagonist of the original tale, Tang San. Shiao Chan exclaimed, rubbing his hands together eagerly. The spectacle was about to commence. Outside Sea God Island, before the Haima's sacred pillar, Tang San and his companions, after enduring countless tribulations, finally set foot upon this legendary, mysterious land. We have finally arrived. Tang San's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. I have come for the Sea God's legacy. Dai Mubai stretched lazily. This journey has been exhausting, but it is certainly worth it. Oscar wiped his brow. Sea God Island, the fabled relic of the divine, just thinking about it is thrilling. Just as everyone brimming with anticipation, Doluahima approached with a grave expression. You have traveled far. Your efforts are acknowledged, he stated coldly. However, it is regrettable that the Sea Lord has already chosen an heir to the divine position. You are fated to have no connection with the sea god, and I advise you to depart swiftly to avoid calamity. Tang San was momentarily stunned. What? What do you mean? An heir has been chosen. I have come all this way for the sea god's legacy. Impossible. He bellowed. I am the chosen one. How can the sea god's legacy not belong to me? Doluahima shook his head. The will of the Sea Lord is resolute. The young master has already received the divine recognition, and the golden trident has acknowledged its master. You would do well to leave at once. Youth master? Tang San's complexion turned pale. Who is it? Who has seized my opportunity? It is Shiao Chan. Doluahima replied nonchalantly. Boom. Tang San felt as though struck by lightning. Shiao Chan. Once again, it was Shiao Chan. His Shrek was crushed by Shiao Chan. His confidence shattered by Shiao Chan. Now even his ultimate chance had been taken from him by Shiao Chan. No, I refuse to accept this. Tang San howled in despair. Why is it always him? Why? Dai Mu Bai and the others exchanged glances, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Third brother. Xiao Wu wished to offer comfort, but found herself at a loss for words. I want to see him. Tang San's eyes reddened. I will confront him directly and demand to know why he has taken my opportunity. Doluahima shook his head apologetically. The young master is occupied with affairs in the Sea God Temple and cannot be disturbed. Then I shall wait here. Tang San resolutely sat on the ground, determined to remain until he emerged. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from afar. Oh, isn't this the useless Tang San? What brings you to Sea God Island? As the crowd turned their heads, they beheld Shiao Chan ambling leisurely towards them, a string of seafood in his hand, acquired at an unknown time. Shiao Chan! Tang San exclaimed, springing to his feet. Return my opportunity. What opportunity do you speak of? Shiao Chan replied with an innocent expression. Since when did Sea God Island become your property? The Sea God's inheritance rightfully belongs to me. Tang San retorted through gritted teeth. Oh, Shiao Chan raised an eyebrow. Are you the Sea God's father or his son? By what right do you claim it as yours? Tang San found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, Shiao Chan continued, brandishing the golden trident. The Sea God has already acknowledged me as his adopted son. Who are you to challenge that? At the sight of the gleaming artifact, Tang San's eyes turned red with envy. That should have been mine. Little Wu. Tang San suddenly turned to her. Come with me. Do not follow this fraud. Little Wu rolled her eyes. Who wants to follow you? I am doing just fine with Shiao Chan. Tang San nearly spat blood in frustration. Even Little Wu refused to assist him. Enough of this disgrace. Shiao Chan waved his hand dismissively. Sea God Island has a new master. You may return to your own affairs. I will not leave. Tang San shouted hoarsely. I challenge you. Shiao Chan chuckled. Challenge me? Are you certain? Chapter 49. One strike to defeat the Haoyan hammer. Tang San, bloodied and desperate, cried out for help, while Little Wu declared, Shiao Chan is my one and only. In the open space before the seahorse sacred pillar, the atmosphere was taut, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. Tang San's eyes glowed crimson, radiating an intense murderous intent. He fixated on the golden trident in Shiao Chen's grasp, the artifact that was rightfully his. Challenge you? Tang San gritted his teeth. I will see you dead. As soon as the words left his mouth, his sixth spirit ring blazed with brilliance. Boom. A cataclysmic aura erupted from within him. The Haoyan hammer in his hand swelled dramatically, transforming into a colossal war hammer in an instant. Exploding spirit ring. Tang San roared, willing to burn his spirit rings for a single decisive strike. Great subtlety hammer. The immense Haoyan hammer, imbued with the power to annihilate all, descended upon Shiao Chan with formidable force. This blow possessed the power to reduce a mountain to dust. The members of Shrek instantly paled. Third brother has lost his mind. He dares to explode his spirit ring. This is a life or death situation. Even Poseidon furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene. Yet, Shiao Chan merely smiled. Is this all you've got? He remained motionless, casually lifting his left hand. The Holy Dragon King's spirit immediately enveloped him. Golden dragon scales adorned his arm, radiating an aura of divine sanctity. Clang. The massive Haoyan hammer struck Shiao Chen's palm, producing a deafening sound. However, the astonishing occurred. Shiao Chan did not budge an inch. He effortlessly caught the Haoyan hammer in its explosive state with one hand, a playful smile gracing his face. Is this your full strength? Shiao Chan shook his head. How disappointing. In the next moment, a terrifying divine dragon might erupted from his hand. Boom. Tang San was sent flying, tumbling through the air multiple times before crashing heavily to the ground. Puff. He opened his mouth and expelled a copious amount of fresh blood, his breath languishing to its utmost limit. This is impossible. Tang San gazed incredulously at his own hands. My Haoyan hammer. How could it be? At this moment, his Haoyan hammer had shrunk to its normal size, trembling slightly, as if it harbored a fear of Shiao Chan. Do you believe the Haoyan hammer is formidable? Shiao Chan casually waved the golden trident. In the presence of a true divine artifact, what is your toy hammer worth? A frenzied glint flickered in Tang San's eyes. He suddenly activated the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, propelling himself towards Shiao Chan like an arrow. I will fight you to the end. However, in Shiao Chen's eyes, Tang San's movements appeared as sluggish as a tortoise's crawl. The Ta'in Divine I activated. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Shiao Chan could distinctly perceive every twitch of Tang San's facial muscles, feeling the depth of his despair. Too slow. Shiao Chan nonchalantly extended a finger. striking directly at Tang San's chest. Bang! Tang San was sent flying once more, crashing harder this time, rolling several times before coming to a halt. I refuse to accept this. Tang San struggled to rise. I am the child of destiny. The sea goddess legacy belongs to me. His eyes had completely lost their sanity, resembling a beast cornered with no escape. Shiao Chan shook his head. You still do not comprehend. Suddenly, his aura transformed. The might of the sea god and the murderous intent of the Azura intertwined, creating a suffocating pressure. Tang San was instantaneously immobilized, unable to move even a finger. What? What is this power? He gazed at Shiao Chan in terror. This is the power of a deity, Shiao Chan replied coolly, not something you, a mere waste, can fathom. Just as Tang San believed his demise was imminent, a thought struck him. Xiao Wu. He turned to Xiao Wu. His eyes glimmering with the last vestige of hope. Return to me. Let us leave this place together. He is a devil. Xiao Wu hesitated, her gaze complex as she looked at Tang San. This once childhood companion was now in such a wretched state. Third brother, Xiao Wu's voice trembled slightly. Tang San thought she had softened, hope rekindling in his eyes. Xiao Wu, let us return to that world without him. Yet Xiao Wu shook her head. Third brother, we cannot go back. She grasped Shiao Chun's hand tightly. Shiao Chun, he is good. A few simple words struck Tang San's heart like a thunderbolt. No, it cannot be. Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Wu, how could you treat me this way? Because I was never your possession. Xiao Wu's tone grew resolute. I have the right to choose my own happiness. Tang San utterly collapsed. Even Xiao Wu no longer wanted him. Everything had been taken from him by Shiao Chun. He let out a beastly roar. I will kill you. I will kill you. However, Shiao Chun merely chuckled disdainfully. Begone. You lack even the qualification for me to kill you now. This statement was more lethal than any blow. Tang San felt as though his heart had been brutally stabbed. Being disregarded, being deemed worthless, was a torment greater than death. Great High Priest. Without looking back, Shiao Chan spoke. Poseidon immediately understood, raising his hand to unleash the power of the sea god. A colossal water vortex engulfed Tang San and his companions, casting them beyond the confines of Sea God Island. No, Tang San struggled in midair. I will return. I will certainly return. Yet, the only response was the tumultuous sea. Plummeting into the ocean, Tang San fought desperately, clinging to a sliver of hope. Perhaps this was merely a nightmare. Perhaps he would have the chance to rise again. But as he recalled Shiao Chen's overwhelming strength and Xiao Wu's resolute gaze, his resolve shattered completely. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning to its nadir. Both his spirit and body had sustained grievous injuries. On Sea God Island, Xiao Wu gazed toward the direction in which Tang San had vanished, a flicker of sympathy crossing her eyes. After all, they were childhood sweethearts. She was not made of stone. Yet, this sentiment was swiftly replaced by determination. She grasped Shiao Chen's hand tightly, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. Do you regret it? Shiao Chen inquired. No regrets, Xiao Wu replied, shaking her head. I am happy to follow you. Poseidon observed this scene, her admiration and affection for Shiao Chen intensifying. This was her master, powerful yet gentle. Shiao Chan averted his gaze, silently reflecting. Tang San, your suffering is only just beginning. He lifted his eyes to the horizon. It is time to check in at the City of Slaughter. Chapter 50, Rewards Galore. The heart of the sea god perfectly integrated. Within the sea god hall, divine might ebbed like a receding tide. Shiao Chan stowed away his golden trident, casting his gaze toward the now invisible figures of Tang San and the others. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. The scene of the original male protagonist being cast out of Sea God Island is simply exquisite. Ding. Detecting that the host has fundamentally altered the fate of the key character, Tang San, granting an additional sign-in opportunity. Ding. Detecting that the host has perfectly mastered Sea God Island, unlocking a special sign-in point. Statue of the Sea God. Shiao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, more unexpected delights? He hastened toward the depths of the Sea God Hall, where a magnificent statue towering 100 meters awaited him. The statue of the Sea God was imposing and sacred, brandishing a trident in a lifelike manner. As Shiao Chen approached, the statue's eyes flickered with a glint of golden light. Sign in before the statue of the Sea God. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in before the statue of the Sea God. Reward level. Complete Heart of the Sea God X1. Reward level. Sea God Divine Armor Forging Blueprint. Full set. X1. Reward level. Divine Power Purification Secret Method X1. A crystal clear blue gem appeared in Shiao Chen's hand, exuding a rich aura of the ocean. At that moment, the two hearts within him began to throb violently. The previously acquired Heart of the God, pseudo, and incomplete Heart of the Sea God, resonated with the newly obtained, complete Heart of the Sea God. The three divine hearts floated from his body, slowly rotating in the air, radiating brilliant light. Was this the rhythm of fusion? Shiao Chen rubbed his hands together in excitement. Buzz! The three divine hearts collided with a resounding force, erupting in a dazzling array of colors. When the brilliance faded, a fist-sized gem of chaotic hue quietly hovered in the air. Ding! Three divine hearts autonomously fused, resulting in the creation of the Chaos Divine Heart, a pseudo-evolving entity. The effects of the Chaos Divine Heart include the perfect capacity to bear and harmonize various divine powers, significantly enhancing both the purity and capacity of divine energy, evolving alongside the host's strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Shiao Chan merged the Chaos Divine Heart into his body. Instantly, an unprecedented sense of power surged throughout him. He promptly activated the recently acquired Divine Power Purification Secret Art. Within him, the Shura Divine Power, the Rakshasa Divine Power, and the Sea God Divine Power began to gradually merge under the harmonization of the Chaos Divine Heart. These three streams of divine power, akin to rivers of different colors, slowly converged within the vast lake that was the Chaos Divine Heart. The once repelling divine energies now harmonized, forming an even purer and more potent composite divine power. During this process, Shiao Chan's soul power level quietly broke through, leaping from level 39 directly to level 42. Overwhelmed with elation, he could not help but let out a triumphant roar toward the heavens. Poseidon, sensing the transformation occurring within Shiao Chan, was utterly astonished. Was this still human? In just a short hour, his power had surged twice. "My lord," Poseidon exclaimed, her eyes filled with unwavering admiration and affection. "I would gladly offer all the resources amassed on Sea God Island over millennia to you." Shiao Chan waved his hand dismissively. "I will accept your offerings. But Sea God Island still requires your stewardship. Rest assured, when I ascend to the divine realm, you shall be the first I bring with me." Poseidon trembled with excitement. "I will have no regrets in this life." Xiao Wu leaned against Shiao Chan, basking in his warm and formidable aura, nearly melting from happiness. "Shiao Chan, you are so powerful now," she said, playfully clinging to his arm. "This is just the beginning," Shiao Chan responded affectionately, ruffling her hair. "Once I have traversed all the sign-in points across the continent, even the God King will be no match for me." He gazed into the distance, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "Next stop, the City of Slaughter." Beep. Host target location detected. Long-term mission issued. Throne of Slaughter. Mission description. Proceed to the City of Slaughter, acquire the complete inheritance of the Shur God, and seize the title of King of Slaughter. Phase 1. Arrive at the City of Slaughter and complete the sign-in. Phase rewards. Shura Divine Power. Intermediate. Prototype of the God of Slaughter domain. And a mysterious gift package. Special reminder. Due to the host's interception of the Sea God inheritance, Tang San's fate line has significantly deviated, and he may enter the City of Slaughter prematurely or acquire unknown powers. Please respond cautiously, host. After reviewing the system notification, instead of feeling anxious, Shiao Chan broke into an excited smile. How intriguing. If Tang San dares to turn dark, it will only make things more entertaining. He turned to Poseidon. "I must venture to the City of Slaughter. Wait for me here." Though reluctant, Poseidon obediently nodded. "I understand, my lord." However, Xiao Wu grasped Shiao Chan's sleeve. "I want to go too. The City of Slaughter is perilous." He began. "I possess the invincible golden body of the soft-bone rabbit and the power of the void." Xiao Wu replied earnestly. "Moreover, I have the bloodline of the Moon Emperor within me. Perhaps I could awaken some special abilities there." After a moment of contemplation, Shiao Chan found her reasoning compelling. The bloodline of the Moon Emperor is indeed enigmatic. In a realm saturated with the stench of slaughter, one might truly stumble upon unexpected fortunes. "Very well. Let us embark together." Shiao Chan nodded in agreement. Little Wu leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Wonderful." Posey, with a flicker of envy in her eyes, was soon replaced by understanding. Someone must attend to the master, and Little Wu is the most suitable choice. "Master, the entrance to the City of Slaughter lies within the borders of the Tiando Empire. Do you require me to dispatch someone to escort you?" "No need," Shiao Chan replied with a shake of his head. "We can manage on our own." He turned to Little Wu. "Are you ready? We can set off at any time." Little Wu cheerfully nodded. Shiao Chan summoned the bright sacred dragon King Martial Spirit, the golden wings unfurling behind him. He lifted Little Wu into his arms, and with a powerful flap of his wings, they soared skyward. "When we meet again, I shall be the King of Slaughter." Shiao Chan's voice echoed in the distance. Posey gazed at the vanishing figures in the sky. Her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance, but even more with anticipation. She believed her master would surely stir up a tempest of bloodshed in the City of Slaughter. High above, Shiao Chan, cradling Little Wu, reveled in the moment. "By the way, that old man Tang Chen should still be reigning as the King of Slaughter, right? When I arrive, I shall usurp his position, haha." Little Wu, influenced by his laughter, chimed in. "Shiao Chan, do you think we will encounter Tang San in the City of Slaughter?" "I hope we do." Shiao Chen's eyes glimmered with a cold light. "I intend to see what tricks he can conjure when cornered." Chapter 51. Tang Chen's remnant soul stunned. The Azura God chose him. The million-year soul rings reappear. At the border of the Tiando Empire, amidst a desolate expanse of barren land, Shiao Chen gently descended, retracting the golden wings of the bright sacred dragon King Martial Spirit. "Is this truly the entrance to the City of Slaughter?" Little Wu inquired curiously, surveying the bleak surroundings. Shiao Chan pointed towards an unremarkable cliff ahead. "The entrance lies there, concealed by an illusionary array." As they approached the cliff, a pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses. Little Wu frowned. What a heavy stench of blood. At that moment, her Moon Emperor bloodline instinctively activated, enveloping her in a soft silver glow that warded off the malicious aura surrounding them. Oh! Little Wu marveled at the silver light enveloping her. What is this? It is the self-protection mechanism of your Moon Emperor bloodline, Shiao Chan explained. It seems your bloodline is quite sensitive to this place. Suddenly, a massive black door appeared on the cliff, adorned with grotesque carvings of malevolent spirits. Two gatekeepers clad in black robes emerged from behind the door, their eyes ablaze with an eerie red light. Hee, another set of newcomers come to meet their demise. One of them sneered, but this time, the goods seem promising. That girl looks rather tender. The other licked his lips, indeed. It's been a while since I've seen such a succulent catch. Shiao Chen's gaze turned icy. These two fools are courting death, aren't they? The Azura power within him began to surge, a terrifying intent to kill permeating the air. The two gatekeepers' expressions shifted dramatically, as if they were prey being stalked by a primordial beast. What is this aura? Such a horrifying intent to kill. Their legs began to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. Shiao Chan had not even unleashed his martial soul. Merely the overwhelming pressure from the fusion of the undying battle soul and the Shur divine power left the two men quaking in terror. Kneel, Shiao Chan uttered calmly. Thud, thud. The two gatekeepers collapsed to the ground without resistance, their bodies shaking violently. Master, spare us. We failed to recognize your greatness. Shiao Chan, uninterested in these mere minions, took hold of Xiao Wu and proceeded towards the entrance of the city of slaughter. Wait, one of the gatekeepers stammered, Master, according to the rules, newcomers must first drink the Bloody Mary. Shiao Chan paused, casting a glance back at him. That single look silenced the gatekeeper, who dared not utter another word. Upon entering the city of slaughter, Shiao Chan and Xiao Wu found themselves on a narrow street. Dilapidated buildings lined the sides, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. This place is truly eerie. Xiao Wu clung tightly to Shiao Chen's arm. However, shielded by her Moon Emperor bloodline, she was impervious to the malevolent atmosphere surrounding them. Scattered along the street were figures whose eyes glinted with madness and bloodlust. A few of them, spotting Shiao Chan with the beautiful girl, quickly approached. Hey,